After his grandfather retired, he was granted the title of honorary president for life, and his father succeeded him as executive president. And Yunxi. So, this president has never left the Chun family, huh? It's clear that the Chun family status in the Chinese martial arts world is indeed second to none and irreplaceable. Grand President, hello President, and Yunxi used a respectful title upon their first meeting. The old man looked at the graceful young woman before him and couldn't help but feel pleased. She had a beautiful face, clear and bright eyes, a firm and upright gaze, and exuded a vibrant and energetic spirit. What was particularly remarkable was her high level of martial arts skill. You know, his eldest grandson had already achieved considerable success in martial arts, but compared to this young woman who wasn't even 20 years old, he was still slightly inferior. It seems that Chinese martial arts are truly producing outstanding talents and have a thriving future. Don't call me chairman, just call me Grandpa Chun, little girl, and Yunxi readily complied. Grandpa Chun, Uncle Chun. Hearing such an affectionate address, old Master Chun, Chen Huairan, beamed with joy and hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir." Then he asked with great interest, "Yunxi, I heard from Xiaofeng that you started practicing martial arts from a young age. Is that true?" And Yunxi nodded in reply. "Yes, Grandpa Chun. I started learning martial arts from my master when I was 3 years old." "Your master is?" "My master's name is Zhang Wentian." "Who is Zhang Wentian? That name seems somewhat familiar." "Wait, his surname is Zhang. Could it be from that Zhang family?" Thinking of this, Chen Huairan's eyes suddenly lit up. If he really came from that Zhang family, then everything would make sense. No wonder this little girl is so skilled at such a young age. To have taught someone as outstanding as you, your master must have been a martial arts master. My master was indeed very powerful, but it's a pity he passed away many years ago. Otherwise, I could have learned even more. To prevent Grandpa Chun from pressing her about her master's background, and Yunxi chose to preemptively strike. Passed away? That's truly a shame. After saying that, he looked at Yunxi's expression, which seemed unchanged. "Look at me, Grandpa Chun was too abrupt. I shouldn't have brought that up." "It's all right, Grandpa Chun, that happened many years ago." Her fabricated master was omnipresent, and now that he brought it up, she was quite calm. Although Chen Huairan wanted to investigate Yunxi's master's background, now that the person was gone, it wasn't appropriate to ask any further questions. "You two should pay close attention to the activities this afternoon. It's never a bad thing for young people to learn more." Grandpa Chun said this to both Yunxi and Chen Junfeng. The two naturally agreed immediately. Before they could exchange more than a few words, the phone rang in the lounge. It was Chun Tianming, Chen Junfeng's father. "Hello? Your grandmaster and I are in the lounge. I'll have Xiaofeng pick you up." "Xiaofeng, hurry and pick up your 5th senior brother." Upon hearing this, Chen Junfeng quickly got up to leave. And Yunxi had originally planned to leave with them, but Grandpa Chun repeatedly insisted she stay for lunch, so she remained seated to chat with the two presidents. The conversation revolved around martial arts, mainly focusing on what Yunxi had learned. While Yunxi appeared calm on the surface, she was actually a little uncomfortable chatting with the two elders. Fortunately, a knock came at the door. Chen Tianming said, "Come in." The door opened, and Chen Junfeng walked in with a young man. "Brother Shiryan? Yunxi?" The 3 members of the Chen family were completely bewildered. "You two know each other?" Chen Junfeng asked in surprise. Zhou Shiryan hummed in agreement, while Yunxi nodded. What a coincidence. The golden rule of networking: the relationship between any 2 people is generally linked to about 6 other people. Since graduating high school and becoming an adult, Yunxi has gained a much deeper understanding of the 6-person rule in networking. She felt that within the entire social circle of Beijing, with the people she knew now, she could easily reach anyone she wanted. And so, through another connection, she reconnected with Zhou Shiryan. "Brother Shiryan, what's this?" And Yunxi was surprised to see Zhou Shiryan at this event. Before Zhou Shiryan could answer, Chen Huairan burst into laughter. "I didn't expect Yunxi to have such a connection with our Chen family. Let me introduce you. Shiryan is my son's disciple, Xiaofeng's 5th senior brother." And Yunxi looked at Zhou Shiyan with some surprise. She hadn't known Zhou Shiyan practiced martial arts before. Zhou Shiyan looked at Yunxi and explained, "I've been practicing martial arts with my master since I was 6 years old." And Yunxi gave Zhou Shiyan a slightly meaningful look. She had confirmed with the system more than once whether Zhou Shiyan also had some kind of cheat ability. If the system hadn't repeatedly replied that there was no response, she would have wanted to investigate whether this person was also bound to some kind of system. This person was simply too outstanding in terms of appearance, family background, talent, and ability. This was, so far, the only person the system had given a perfect score of 100 in ability. "Yunxi, how did you meet my senior brother?" Chen Junfeng asked curiously. "My mom and Aunt Yunxi are good friends." "What a coincidence." Chen Junfeng looked at the outstanding young couple before him, both exceptionally handsome and elegant. The man was dashing and confident, his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes revealing a resolute spirit. The woman was ethereal and beautiful, like a fairy descended from heaven, her features exquisite and her eyes like a painting. He thought to himself, a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, standing side by side. Just as they were about to chat a little longer, there was a knock on the door. "Grandpa, Chairman, lunch is ready." Chen Huiran waved his hand and said, "Come on, let's eat first. We can chat while we eat." The group arrived at the private dining room, where 2 people were already seated. Seeing Grandpa Chun arrive, both men stood up to greet him. "Old Chun, you've finally arrived." "I chatted with the children for a bit longer, which took up a little time." Seeing everyone standing, Chen Huiran added, "Don't stand. Sit down and we'll talk." A huge and ornate round dining table was placed in the center of the spacious and bright room, and old Master Chun sat in the main seat. He stood tall and straight, his gaze sharp and piercing, exuding an aura of authority and wisdom. On either side of him sat 2 elderly men of similar age, their eyes equally sharp and their demeanor distinguished. Next to them were Chen Tianming and Chen Junfeng, followed by Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan. After everyone took their seats, the atmosphere became somewhat reserved. Just then, Chen Huiran cleared his throat and, with a smile, introduced them to everyone. It turned out that the other 2 elderly gentlemen present were the 2 other renowned honorary presidents of the Martial Arts Association, Grandpa Bai Qingsong and Grandpa Duan Hongming. These 2 gentlemen were both vigorous and radiant, showing none of the lethargy often associated with elderly people. They recognized the Chun family members and Zhou Shiyan, among others. But this young girl, whom they had never met before, successfully piqued their curiosity. Grandpa Chun chuckled heartily, pointing at Yunxi and saying, "Old Bai, old Duan, this is Yunxi, from Peking University. She's so young, yet her martial arts skills are already remarkable. She easily beat my grandson to a pulp." Chen Junfeng. Grandpa's really something, praising someone without putting him down. Chen Junfeng was displeased, but in front of so many elders, he couldn't show it and could only smile helplessly. However, Grandpa Bai and Grandpa Duan, upon hearing this, developed a strong interest in the girl named Yunxi. They couldn't help but scrutinize Yunxi closely, their eyes gleaming with admiration. The Chun family lad was unbeatable among his peers. This girl looked to be under 20, yet she defeated Chen Junfeng. She was truly an outstanding young woman. "This is President Bai, my name is Yunxi." "Yes, young friend Yunxi, how many years have you been practicing martial arts?" 15 or 16 years. "Which style of kung fu do you practice?" Yunxi exchanged a glance with Grandpa Chen and replied, "I'm not really sure about the specific school. I've just been learning from my master since I was little." She was a little speechless. How would she know what school she belonged to? "And your master is?" "My master's name was Zhang Wentian. He passed away a few years ago." She thought that way. No one would press her further. Sure enough, Grandpa Chun changed the subject. Bai Qingsong and Duan Hongming exchanged glances and said nothing more. At this time, the dishes began to be served. The 3 elders ate and chatted, Chen Tianming occasionally chiming in, discussing topics related to the development of Chinese martial arts. The 3 younger generation members ate quietly and attentively. They didn't interrupt unless they were called upon. Zhou Shiyan ate while selecting and serving Yunxi a lot of her favorite dishes. And Yunxi was used to Zhou Shiyan serving her food, so she didn't find anything amiss. Chun Junfeng, however, was utterly astonished. Is this really his fifth senior brother? He, actually, serves food to a woman. And the way he looks at her is so gentle, completely unlike his usual aloof self. If his fifth senior brother wasn't interested in this girl, he'd cut off his head and use it as a football. This is truly unbelievable. I've really learned something new today. Zhou Shiyan's master, Chen Tianming, also noticed this. Looking at his disciples' behavior, Chen Tianming found it quite strange. Look at that eager, almost greedy attitude. He's never been this kind to him, his master, before. And Yunxi, focused on eating, was completely oblivious to all of this. Seeing that the young girl had almost finished eating, Zhou Shiyan didn't serve her any more food, but instead took the teapot and poured her a cup of tea. Having eaten and drunk her fill, and Yunxi began to focus all her attention on the conversation among the others. Listening to this, she learned quite a bit more about the martial arts world in China. Somehow, the conversation, which had been rambling on about all sorts of things, somehow circled back to Yunxi. Old Master Bai patted Old Master Chun on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Old Chun, such a promising talent. We should recruit her into our martial arts association." Hearing this, Chen Huairan immediately rolled his eyes and retorted irritably, "You old geezer, do you think I wouldn't think of that?" Then he turned to Yunxi, his face instantly beaming with a smile, and asked warmly, "Yunxi, would you be interested in joining the Martial Arts Association?" Faced with this sudden invitation, and Yunxi was completely stunned, a series of question marks popping into her mind. What on earth was going on? She was just here to participate in an event. Could she possibly get a membership in the Martial Arts Association on the side? And Yunxi felt that her luck seemed to have improved since unlocking the system. He always seemed to effortlessly build connections that were useful to him. Even Chun Junfeng, usually a bit of a slacker, was starting to put in a good hand. Seeing the young girl's confused expression, Zhou Shiyan quickly explained the Martial Arts Association. According to Zhou Shiyan, in China, the Martial Arts Association annually selects highly skilled martial artists and outstanding individuals who have made significant contributions to the development of Chinese martial arts from among numerous practitioners, recruiting them as official members. Furthermore, based on each person's skill level and contributions, membership is divided into 10 levels, with the first level representing the beginner stage and the 10th level representing the highest level. As for Zhou Shiyan himself, he was a 10th level member of the Martial Arts Association. And Yunxi, "Can someone like me join? She has no sect, hasn't participated in any competitions, and has nothing but a legendary master and considerable strength. How can she join?" Chen Huairan naturally understood her meaning and explained with a smile, "With a few of us old guys here, what are you afraid of?" Bai Qingsong chimed in, "We'll issue you a recommendation letter in the association's name. You can just participate in the rating assessment." Perfect timing. The rating assessment is every June. You can still make it this year. Old Master Duan Hongming, who had been silent until now, smiled and nodded, agreeing with his two friends. She actually had time in June. Obtaining a membership in the Martial Arts Association seemed like a good option. And Yunxi pondered to herself, guessing that this would likely help increase her reputation points. As for whether she could pass the assessment, and Yunxi hadn't even considered it. Although the system only rated her as advanced, with higher levels like Master and God, it was more than enough to handle this assessment. Having made up her mind, and Yunxi smiled politely and replied, "Then I'll trouble the 3 senior presidents." "Hey, what trouble? Whether you can enter or not depends on yourself." Bai Qingsong waved his hand heartily and laughed. "Without the recommendations of these seniors, I wouldn't have had this opportunity." At this moment, the importance of connections was once again fully demonstrated. If it weren't for Qin Junfeng, she wouldn't have been able to contact these presidents at all, and naturally, she wouldn't have had this opportunity. It's rare to see such humility from a young person. "Grandpa Chun, you flatter me." Bai Qingsong was somewhat displeased with Yunxi's way of addressing Chen Huairan. "You call me Grandpa Chun, but you call us senior presidents? That won't do." and Yunxi hadn't expected Grandpa Bai to say that. But quickly, she smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Grandpa Chun, Grandpa Bai, and Grandpa Duan to guide me in the future." Grandpa Bai likes young people like you. Don't worry, from now on, you'll be under my protection in the association, and no one will dare to bully you. Wait. She hasn't passed the assessment yet, isn't it too early to say that? Chun Huiren glared at his unserious old friend. Yunshi, don't mind this old rascal. The recommendation letter and application form are ready. Xiaofeng will bring them to you later. The time and address are on them. Just go and participate in the assessment. Okay, thank you, Grandpa Chun. In Yunshi's eyes, these three old men were all easy to get along with and very considerate of a junior like her. Little did she know they were only appreciating talent. People of their status weren't so kind and approachable to all juniors. Seeing that it was almost time, the three old men left for the event venue. When Chun Tianming accompanied the old men, he also took his son with him. He didn't want to leave him unsupervised, fearing that the boy would cause trouble in the arena like last year. Besides him, no one could control this troublemaker. Senior brother, I'm leaving Yunxi in your care. I have to go now. Before leaving, Chen Junfeng gave him these words of advice, still worried. Zhou Shiyan was more than happy to oblige. Yunxi, shall we go watch the exhibition match? Zhou Shiyan asked softly, and Yunxi nodded slightly and replied gently, sure. This was precisely why she had come. The two walked together toward the martial arts performance area. Brother Shiyan, I didn't know you practiced martial arts. You didn't ask. And Yunxi. Okay, she realized she hadn't asked. By the way, how did you meet Xiaofeng? Although Chun Junfeng was also from Peking University, they were freshmen and juniors and not in the same major, so getting to know each other wasn't so easy. Well, we had a match. This time, it was Zhou Shiyan's turn to be speechless. But thinking about Chen Junfeng's carefree and arrogant personality, he seemed to understand. And Yunxi, rarely seeing Zhou Shiyan with such an expression, chuckled softly. For a moment, Zhou Shiyan's beautiful, smiling face came into view, and Yunxi's radiant smile, as beautiful as a spring flower in full bloom, was displayed before Zhou Shiyan without reservation. When she smiled, her eyebrows curved, and her clear eyes seemed to hold 1,000 stars. Zhou Shiyan was momentarily captivated, speechless for a long time. He seemed frozen in place, staring unblinkingly at the person before him, as if time itself had stopped flowing. I was just kidding, Brother Shiyan. And Yunxi smiled sweetly and quickly explained, it's true we had a fight, but it's mainly because he's the nominal president of our Peking University Martial Arts Association, so... She paused slightly, giving Zhou Shiyan a meaningful glance, her expression saying, you know what I mean. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiyan's lips curled into a slight smile, his gaze, filled with doting and indulgent affection, fixed directly on Yunxi. He said softly, yes, I understand. That gaze was so intense that Yunxi's eyes flickered. For some reason, a sudden panic rose in Yunxi's heart, and her previously steady heartbeat began to race. What's going on? Why did she feel that Zhou Shiyan's gaze was full of doting affection? Last time at the Kangxi grassland, she could explain it away by saying she was mistaken, but this time, she seemed unable to explain or convince herself that she was mistaken again. At this moment, a bold guess formed in Yunshi's heart. That was, did Zhou Shiyan like her? But, thinking back carefully, she had only met Zhou Shiyan 5 or 6 times in total. Would someone like Zhou Shiyan fall for a girl so easily? Besides, apart from taking care of her when they met, he hadn't shown any romantic feelings for her. If her friends who had witnessed their interactions and Zhou Shiyan's behavior knew about this, they would probably criticize her mercilessly. After all, if this didn't qualify as romantic feelings, then what would? In Yunshi's view, although Zhou Shiyan was very caring towards her, with Aunt Yunshi's influence, she felt it was still a normal distance and relationship. But today, she was a little uncertain. Zhou Shiyan naturally noticed the evasiveness in the young girl's eyes. It seemed she was beginning to understand and realize the difference in their feelings for each other. Seeing that she was only slightly evasive, but didn't show any disgust or displeasure, He was secretly pleased. It seemed his strategy of slowly boiling the frog was working. The girl was still young, and her personality was slow to warm up. He couldn't rush things. Having known her for so long, he naturally understood that although Yunxi seemed well-behaved and polite, truly winning her heart wouldn't be easy. But once he occupied a place in her heart, she would treat him with sincerity. This was true for friends, and it should be similar for lovers. That's why he chose a slow and gradual approach. Once she got used to his constant presence around her, it would be time to officially close the net. He had never lacked patience, perseverance, and tenacity. As for Yunxi, she was actually somewhat conflicted. If you were to ask her if she felt anything at all being liked by someone as outstanding as Zhou Shiyan, the answer would definitely be yes. It might not have reached the level of liking or loving, but she certainly had a good impression of Zhou Shiyan. After all, Zhou Shiyan was such a handsome, successful man, lacking nothing in terms of family background, looks, or talent. He was very considerate of her when they were together, intimate yet respectful, always making her feel relaxed and comfortable. But the problem was, did Zhou Shiyan actually like her? She really couldn't ask him, "Do you like me?" at this stage. How embarrassing would it be if she was just imagining things? Having lived several lifetimes but had zero experience in dating, Yunxi's sensitivity to emotions was actually quite limited. Zhou Shiyan seemed oblivious to Yunxi's inner turmoil and began to introduce her to the afternoon's activities. He skillfully changed the subject, avoiding any awkwardness for Yunxi. Unable to figure it out, Yunxi temporarily put the matter aside and focused on talking with Zhou Shiyan to get the information she needed. It wasn't until the martial arts performance officially began that the two quieted down and watched carefully. To be honest, although it was just a performance, many of the techniques displayed genuine skill. A wide variety of fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, knife techniques, staff techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, and more were all included. If Zhou Shiyan hadn't explained it to her earlier, she wouldn't have known that Chinese martial arts had so many styles. Before unlocking the system, she had practiced martial arts on her own, without any guidance or systematic training. With the system's martial arts courses, in order to level up faster and get rewards, she mainly focused on learning the 3 courses she had chosen. Mastering these 3 courses was enough. She didn't spend any more time learning the others. Such martial arts exchange activities were quite novel for Yunxi, and Yunxi watched intently. Just watching the performance, she felt her understanding of martial arts had deepened considerably. She couldn't imagine how much she would gain if she could spar with these masters. After the martial arts performance, Zhou Shiyan took Yunxi to the self-service dining area for a bite to eat, then moved to the arena area to watch the upcoming matches. How was it? Did you learn anything? Of course, a lot. Seeing the girl's happy expression, Zhou Shiyan's mood brightened. The arena matches are real combat, even more exciting than the performances, and Yunxi's eyes lit up at this, her anticipation growing. When the two arrived at the arena area, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Among them were people eager to fight, and others were simply spectators. Zhou Shiyan led Yunxi to a seat with a relatively good view. The 2 fighters on the stage had already begun their match. After they sat down, Zhou Shiyan quietly explained the rules of the arena competition to Yunxi. Yunxi nodded occasionally, whispering among herself, but her gaze never left the 2 fighters on the stage. According to the rules, going up too early wasn't an advantage. After all, a person's stamina is limited. Constantly facing a barrage of different opponents on stage made it extremely difficult to remain until the end. Therefore, those who went up in the first half were mostly people who wanted to experience the arena or gain some experience. But because it was a real fight, it was still quite entertaining. Soon, one side was defeated, and a winner was decided. The winner won 2 consecutive matches before being defeated by a 3rd opponent and eliminated. The opponent who defeated him only lasted 1 round before being defeated again. The wins and losses continued, with the longest-lasting winner only managing to defeat 4 opponents in a row. It wasn't until the second half that some truly skilled fighters began to enter the arena. A young man named Wen Jing defeated 6 opponents in a row, becoming the temporary champion. His next opponent was a woman in her 20s. This woman practiced Wing Chun. Wing Chun versus Bagwazang. It was uncertain who would ultimately prevail. The match began with Wing Chun attacking first. Wing Chun is characterized by its rapid punches, tight defense, agile stances, and a harmonious blend of offense and defense, combining hardness and softness. This woman had mastered Wing Chun to a high degree, skillfully using both hands simultaneously for rapid, coordinated attacks, creating a multifaceted advantage in close combat. Her intention, spirit, and fist were all perfectly aligned. Her mind was focused, and her form and spirit were perfectly integrated. After watching for a short while, Yunxi judged that this woman had a greater chance of winning. Brother Shiyan, who do you think will win? The female fighter. Zhou Shiyan's opinion clearly aligned with Yunxi's. Sure enough, not long after, when Jing, who had won 6 consecutive rounds, was defeated by this woman. Seeing Yunxi's eyes sparkling as she watched the ring, Zhou Shiyan looked at her and asked, "Want to go up and fight?"
Yes.
Yunxi nodded. Realizing that there were truly skilled fighters among them, Yunxi really wanted to go up and spar with them. Go if you want to. Zhou Shiyan wasn't even fully aware of the indulgence and pampering he showed towards Yunxi. He simply wanted to make the person he liked happy. After saying that, Zhou Shiyan pulled Yunxi up and walked from the audience area towards the challenge area. Yunxi was so eager to go on stage that she didn't even realize her hand was being held by the man. Upon arriving, Zhou Shiyan released the girl's hand with a hint of regret, his fingers rubbing together wistfully, as if reminiscing about the delicate, soft touch. If only I could hold your hand forever, Zhou Shiyan thought to himself. Yunxi was completely unaware of Zhou Shiyan's thoughts. She was currently watching the match intently. The girl practicing Wing Chun won 3 matches in a row before being eliminated by a tall man practicing Shaolin Kung Fu. This man was indeed very strong. Yunxi, it's about time you went up. Zhou Shiyan surveyed the scene. There were very few remaining skilled fighters left who could still go on stage to challenge. If they didn't go up soon, they wouldn't have many more chances to fight. Yunxi nodded and naturally handed her handbag to Zhou Shiyan. Zhou Shiyan took it without hesitation. After shaking hands with her opponent, Yunxi stood to one side of the ring at the referee's signal. Standing opposite Yunxi was a tall, muscular man. Judging from the powerful aura emanating from his muscles, he was a practitioner of hardstyle martial arts. Although her opponent was a seemingly harmless young girl, he didn't underestimate her. He knew that anyone stepping into the ring at this time, unless they were out of their mind, must have real skill. Clearly, the seemingly nonchalant young girl belonged to the latter category. Seeing that her opponent didn't intend to attack, Yunxi moved swiftly and launched the first attack, which the man easily dodged. Yunxi wasn't too bothered by her simple probing attack being dodged. Watching from the sidelines, Yunxi knew this was a power-type fighter. She already had a plan in mind for defeating such a fighter. The best solution was to counter each move, using varied and incredibly fast techniques to keep her opponent busy, then finding an opening to counterattack. The man who had dodged one attack roared and charged at Yunxi with a heavy punch. Yunxi remained calm, slightly shifting her body to easily dodge his fierce attack, and countered with a counterattack aimed at his abdomen. The man staggered back a few steps, dodging the attack while regaining his balance, and launched a sweeping kick in response. Yunxi easily deflected the attack with a backbend, then turned her attack to his waist. This man's skill level was quite high. His punches were powerful and solid, each strike seemingly condensing the power of the entire universe into a single blow. He possessed both strength and agility, a well-rounded fighter with balanced offense and defense. The two fought more and more fiercely, their speed increasing. Since arriving in this parallel world, Yunxi had never experienced such exhilarating combat. To the audience below, their movements were lightning fast, almost impossible to follow. The audience was astonished that the young girl on stage possessed such skill, able to fight this supposedly formidable opponent to a standstill. The two fighters moved their hands like serpents, unleashing rapid attacks. For a moment, Powerful gusts of wind from punches and palm strikes crisscross the small space, creating a breathtaking spectacle. For a fleeting instant, Yunxi felt as if the entire space itself had frozen. Even her opponent's movements appeared slightly slower to her. In a battle between masters, victory or defeat hinged on a single thought. Ultimately, Yunxi dodged her opponent's attack with a flawless backflip. Then, with a swift and decisive palm strike, she seized her opponent's vital point, defeating them and becoming the new champion of the arena.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the learning task upgrading any skill to the master level through your own comprehension. Reward: 1 skill upgrade card, now stored in your system inventory. Yunxi also experienced for a moment the feeling of one of the 2 top masters in a martial arts novel suddenly breaking through during a duel. Now, Yunxi had 2 skill upgrade cards. Without hesitation, she used one, upgrading her martial arts skill to the god level. This gave her 4 god level skills. The task she'd been putting off for so long was finally completed by Yunxi. Yunxi became the new champion. If she could hold the ring for the remaining time, she would become the final champion. Because Yunxi went up to the stage relatively late, only 5 people came up to challenge her afterward. Yunxi easily defeated them all, becoming the final champion and winning a prize of 50,000 yuan. Yunxi didn't keep the prize money. She donated it to charity on the spot. The Chinese Martial Arts Association also has its own charity section. She could simply donate there. As Yunxi stepped off the stage, she saw the man she had defeated, who practiced Shaolin Kung Fu, staring at her with shining eyes. Seeing her come down, the man approached with his phone, scratched his head, and said somewhat shyly, "Hello, my name is Sun Yongjun.
Could we add each other on WeChat?
We can exchange ideas more often." Martial artists admire strength. Seeing the tall man's somewhat hesitant demeanor, Yunxi smiled and said, "Of course." After they added each other on WeChat, the man thanked her repeatedly. Yunxi replied, "My name is Yunxi.
I hope we'll have a chance to spar sometime."
Sun Yongjun happily agreed. Yunxi, seeing that the 2 had added each other on WeChat, Zhou Shiyan stepped forward. Although he was a little unhappy that the man had come to add the young woman on WeChat, he knew this was in Yunxi's normal social interaction, and he had neither the right nor the inclination to stop her. "Brother Shiyan, I won. Really impressive." Zhou Shiyan's hand twitched. He had a slight urge to pat the young woman's head, but ultimately restrained himself. Yunxi was about to say something more when Chen Junfeng rushed over and interrupted her. "Yunxi were amazing just now. I knew we'd win as long as you were on the field." Chen Junfeng looked incredibly excited, grabbing Yunxi's arm and talking incessantly. Zhou Shiyan frowned as he watched his junior brother grab the girl's hand, then subtly pulled Yunxi away from Chen Junfeng's clutches. Then he sternly reprimanded her. "What kind of behavior is this? So impulsive." "Fifth senior brother, you're starting to sound more and more like my dad."
"Xiaofeng."
Chen Tianming's voice rang out, and Chen Junfeng instinctively shrank back, no longer daring to act rashly. Yunxi smiled inwardly at this sight. She hadn't expected Chen Junfeng, who was fearless, to act like this in front of his father. "Ha ha ha, Yunxi is truly young and promising." The 3 old men, Chen Huairan, had also watched the match and had a clear understanding of Yunxi's abilities. "With your level, joining the association is definitely no problem. Yunxi, remember to come for the assessment." "Don't worry, grandpas. Yunxi won't forget."
"Dad, we should go back."
Chun Tianming reminded her from the side. "Yunxi, we should go now. Come visit Grandpa Chen sometime." After the Chen family and the 2 elders, Bai Duan and Yunxi, left Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan also prepared to leave the event. At the exit, staff members handed each departing guest a tote bag printed with the event's theme. Yunxi glanced at it. Inside were brochures about the Chinese Wushu Association, a color-printed commemorative booklet, and a small gift, which looked like tea or something similar. "Yunxi, are you hungry? Let's grab a bite." Yunxi checked the time and nodded. She texted Chung due to find a place to eat, and then followed Zhou Shiyan to a restaurant next to the Capital Gymnasium. While eating, Zhou Shiyan asked, "Are you getting busy now?" Yes, I have to take the English Level 4 oral exam on the 20th, and I'm leaving for Germany for a competition on the 22nd. Luckily, the competition and the exam didn't overlap. Otherwise, and Yunxi would have had to register for next year's exam. Are you used to Western food? And Yunxi shook her head. She could eat Western food, but she didn't really like it. Eating it once or twice was fine, but she definitely couldn't stand it every day. There are Chinese restaurants over there, but you probably can't eat out casually during the competition. I'll be back in less than 2 weeks. I can manage. She'd eaten everything in the post-apocalyptic world. She wouldn't become so delicate just because she'd gotten used to a better life. Some of our new products from ZTE Foods are quite good. I'll have someone send you some in a few days. Take a lot with you. She was worried about the safety of food bought abroad. Bringing it from home would be much safer. And Yunxi swallowed the meat in her mouth, looked up at Zhou Shiyan and asked, ZTE Group makes food? She'd seen in the documents that they were all high-tech projects, many of which involved cooperation with the military. Yes, but many are specially supplied to the military. You can't see them on the market. I see. Since it's unavailable, then thank you, Brother Shiyan. Zhou Shiyan smiled and said, You're welcome. The two chatted and ate, the atmosphere quite harmonious. Zhou Shiyan watched the Bentley Mulsanne depart, feeling a pang of regret again for not having the chance to drive in Yunxi home. That's the downside of having someone you like who's so amazing. It's caused him to miss many opportunities to show off. And Yunxi returned to Yunshui residence and rested at home all Sunday before driving back to school after dinner. When she arrived at the dormitory, she found Song Mingzhu and Qiyu there, but Tong Yao was missing. Tong Yao isn't back yet. This girl usually returns to the dormitory very early when she has nothing to do, and it's almost 8 o'clock now, with no sign of her. She went on a date. What? And Yunxi and Song Mingzhu both looked surprised as soon as Qiyu finished speaking. You mean Tong Yao is dating? Qiyu nodded. When did this happen? And Yunxi felt like she'd been gone for 3 or 6 months. Just yesterday, someone confessed to her, and she was won over. This girl hasn't grown at all. She was won over so easily. With whom? The president of the Badminton Association. What? And Yunxi and Song Mingzhu were even more surprised now. You mean the president who's so strict with training that he almost made Tong Yao collapse? Wait, how did these two get together? Didn't she complain about the president last week? Song Mingzhu was utterly astonished by this turn of events. What else could it be? They developed feelings for each other after being tortured. Qiyu rolled her eyes and said, and Yunxi thought for a moment and said, could it be that the senior had a crush on Tong Yao from the beginning, deliberately being strict to get her attention, and then winning her over with kindness? As soon as she finished speaking, the two stared at her with their mouths agape. That's actually quite possible. Song Mingzhu nodded in agreement. Damn, you can do that? This guy must have planned this. Qiyu said she'd learn something. I'm just guessing. The subtext was that it was just a guess, and everyone shouldn't get so worked up. It's pretty close, isn't it? Qiyu, however, felt that this perfectly explained the senior's behavior from last semester until now. So, when Tong Yao returned to her dorm, her face flushed and sweet, she found her 3 roommates staring intently at her. What's wrong? Tong Yao swallowed hard, her voice trembling with nervousness. Tell me what happened. What happened? Don't play dumb. I saw it all yesterday. Of the 3, Qiyu, who had witnessed the confession the day before, knew the most. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Tell me the truth. Tong Yao now realized that her roommates had seen her being confessed to, and she felt a little embarrassed. Well, yesterday, Senior Guanyin confessed to me, and I said yes. Said yes what? Didn't you say last week that he's too strict and doesn't know how to be gentle with women? Qiyu said, somewhat exasperated. And Yunxi and Song Mingzhu didn't stay in the dorm when they didn't have classes. Qiyu and Tong Yao often bickered, but they were still good friends. He was doing it for my own good. It's just that my physical strength is too weak. The last part of her sentence trailed off under Chuyu's fierce gaze. He confessed, and you said yes? Can't this girl have some backbone? She agreed so easily. Seeing Tong Yao weakly nod, Qiyu became even angrier. They say things that are too easily obtained are not cherished. Shouldn't she at least set up 8 or 10 challenges for a month or two? She didn't expect this girl to just agree. And Yunxi and Song Mingzhu exchanged a helpless glance. Tong Yao, do you really like him? And Yunxi asked. Her thought was if she really liked him, she should have a relationship. It's just a relationship. If it works out, continue. If not, break up. Trying it out isn't a bad idea. Tong Yao blushed deeply, gave a soft and nodded. Well, this girl was completely smitten. When had they ever seen the usually carefree Tong Yao act so girlishly? They could only hope that Senior Guanyin was serious. Tong Yao, I didn't expect you to be the first in our dorm to find a boyfriend, Song Mingzhu casually remarked. Finding a boyfriend in your first year of university, that's fast indeed. Of the 4 in their dorm, and Yunshi and Song Mingzhu were in the same year, 19 this year. Tong Yao and Chuyu were a year older, 20 this year. At 20, having a relationship seems pretty good. So, tell me, what's the deal with this Guanyin? And Yunshi knew nothing about him, except that he was the president of the Peking University Badminton Association. He's the president of our association, a third-year law student, and his hometown is also in Jiangbei province, but not Suzhou, it's Nanjing. Wow, from the same province, and the two cities aren't far apart either. Is he good to you? Chi was concerned about his attitude towards Tong Yao. He's very good. Seeing her roommate's skeptical expressions, she explained, he's only strict during training. He's quite considerate of me outside of class. He even asked me if I wanted to develop my career in Beijing or go back to my hometown after graduation, so we could choose one. And Yunxi and the other two exchanged glances again. Wow, he's even considered this? Does this mean he's aiming for marriage? So what did you say? I said I didn't know yet, and he said he'd pursue a master's degree, and after he graduates, I'll graduate with my bachelor's, then we'll decide whether to stay in Beijing. They've only just started dating, and he's already planning everything so clearly for the future. Judging from this, Guanyin seems quite serious. As for whether they'll ultimately end up together, nobody can say for sure. After all, they still have more than 3 years until they graduate. There are too many temptations, too many unexpected events and changes in that time. From campus to wedding dress is indeed beautiful, but very few actually make it to the end. Since you like each other, then have a good relationship, but if he has any flaws, you can't be love-struck. Chiyu instantly transformed into a worried mother, giving him instructions. Okay, you're so long-winded. Tong Yao, who had been shy for a moment, perked up again. I'll let you off the hook for now. Back at school, and Yunshi diligently attended classes for a week, took her CET for oral exam on Saturday, and then returned to Yunshui residence to pack her luggage for the international competition. The clothes were mainly the uniforms issued by the team, with some of Yunshi's own clothes as well. Minghui had a lot of food, clothing, and other necessities packed for her, resulting in 3 suitcases, 2 large and 1 small. And Yunshi, isn't this too much? Don't worry, Miss Lin Yi and Wu Yuan are going with you this time, so don't worry about not being able to carry it all. I still won't need this much. And Yunxi had the suitcases opened, picked out what she didn't need, and finally consolidated it into 2 large suitcases. Speaking of Lin Yi and Wu Yuan, they were bodyguards summoned by An Yunxi using a custom top-tier bodyguard character summoning card. Besides these 2, An Yunxi summoned a total of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. Her main consideration was that she would be frequently traveling abroad for competitions, and the environment overseas wouldn't be as safe as in China. Thus, An Yunxi acquired 4 private bodyguards. An Yunxi received 5 bodyguard summoning cards in the May lottery, and 2 more through subsequent daily check-ins. She used 4 this time, and still had 3 in her system inventory. She could use them later when needed. Now, her team was growing rapidly. At the same time, the salaries alone were a considerable expense. However, this was nothing to An Yunxi right now. She wasn't short of money, and she had many profitable businesses. Once the research institute produced results, any one of them could bring her huge profits. This salary was like a drop in the ocean for her, having no real impact. After the system introduced reputation points, An Yunxi registered accounts on various platforms including Weibo, Xiaohongshu, Kuaishou, and WeChat video channel. As for her Douyin account, she already had one and simply changed the name to Yunxi. To maximize her reputation points, she used her real name on all her accounts. Furthermore, she had all her companies and businesses register accounts on various platforms and actively recruited new media personnel. These platforms would bring her businesses a huge influx of traffic in the future. They would play a significant role in brand promotion and customer acquisition. May 22nd, Monday. This was the day the athletes departed for Germany to participate in the Munich leg of the Shooting World Cup. Numerous athletes from all over the country, who had qualified for this leg of the competition through rigorous selection processes, gathered to form the national shooting team for the competition in Germany. Early in the morning, Yunxi received encouraging messages from her family. Zhou Shiyan also sent her a similar message. Ever since she sensed that Zhou Shiyan might have had feelings for her, Yunxi felt a little uneasy whenever she received his messages. Their interactions weren't as natural as before. Yunxi replied with a thank you, ultimately deciding to think about it for now. What if she was just imagining things? According to the plan, the shooting team was taking a flight at around 3 a.m., a 10-hour flight, arriving in Kyoto around 1 p.m. Kyoto time, which was around 6 a.m. local time. Yunxi and the other two left home at 11:30 p.m., driven to the airport by Chengdu. Due to the late hour, traffic wasn't congested, and they arrived at Kyoto International Airport in less than an hour. When they arrived, the person from the national shooting team responsible for picking her up was already waiting for her at the entrance. They seemed quite anxious, immediately rushing to greet her upon seeing her. Yunxi, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you. Yunxi. She glanced at her watch. There were still 20 minutes until the assembly time. She wasn't late. What Yunxi didn't know was that she was a favorite to win the gold medal in this competition. The head coach had repeatedly instructed her to make sure she arrived at the airport early, just in case she missed her flight. Coach Zhang, hello. At this moment, Zhang Lei, who was in charge of receiving the guests, also saw the exquisitely beautiful and stylishly dressed Yunxi, followed by Lin Yi and Wu Yuan. He was initially surprised by Yunxi's appearance. He had always heard that a shooting prodigy had joined the Beijing shooting team of a very beautiful girl. But he genuinely hadn't expected her to be this beautiful. She was no less stunning than any female celebrity. He even thought Yunxi was more beautiful than those female celebrities. After all, this girl wasn't even wearing makeup today. At first, he thought the two men following Yunxi were just there to drop her off. But since they remained by her side after she arrived, he was a little confused. Yunxi, who are these two? They are my bodyguards. My family arranged for them because they were worried about safety abroad. But don't worry, they will only stay around me to protect me and won't interfere with the shooting team or the competition. Zhang Lei. What kind of family is this? They even bring two bodyguards when going abroad. Coach Zhang Lei, snapping out of his daze, quickly called out, "Oh, come with me. Let's go to the assembly point first." Upon arriving at the assembly point, everyone secretly glanced at Yunxi after learning she had brought two bodyguards. It seems the rumors about Yunxi's wealthy family are true. Look at the two bodyguards following behind. They are tall and imposing, their well-defined muscles visible even through their clothes, giving off a strong sense of security. Once everyone was present, the group began to complete the formalities. Two bodyguards pushed her suitcase, while Yunxi, carrying only a backpack with a few small items, easily joined the other members of the shooting team in line to complete the formalities. This time, the national shooting team arranged the airfare, so first class was out of the question. Yunxi didn't intend to get any special treatment for herself. She simply bought economy class tickets for her two accompanying bodyguards after receiving the flight information. "Miss, your luggage is checked in." Lin Yi and Wu Yuan's luggage only filled one large suitcase, less than half the size of Yunxi's. After getting their boarding passes and checking in their luggage, the group proceeded to the international flight security area. In shooting competitions like this, athletes bring their own firearms and ammunition. As long as the firearms and ammunition meet the competition regulations, athletes are allowed to bring their own preferred firearms and ammunition. Of course, The athletes don't need to carry their own luggage containing firearms and ammunition. Instead, it's handled by designated personnel. Because they arrived at the airport more than 3 hours early, the check-in process went smoothly. After checking in, they still had to wait more than 2 hours before boarding. Looking at the slightly noisy environment near the boarding gate, and remembering the Dongling Airlines VIP lounge they had just passed, and Yunxi mentally searched through her Purple Cloud Immortal Mansion and found the Dongling Airlines Purple Gold card. This was a card Zhong Mingxiu had arranged to send her when she became the second-largest shareholder of Dongling Airlines. It was an identity card reserved for group directors, or a very few super VIPs. Zhong Mingxiu had said that wherever she was, as long as she presented this card to Dongling Airlines employees, someone would help her with anything. And Yunxi led Lin Yi directly to Dongling Airlines VIP room and presented the purple gold card. The receptionist stared at the card in surprise. Having worked there for several years, this was the first time she had ever seen this highest-level purple gold card, one she had only heard her manager mention. Had she met a big shot? "Madam, please wait a moment." After saying this, she respectfully took the card and swiped it on the card reader. Seeing the simple words Dongling Airlines Director and Yunxi displayed on the screen, the receptionist was startled. She respectfully returned the gold card to Yunxi, smiling as she said, "Hello, Chairman, how can I help you?" The manager had instructed her to do everything possible to meet the needs of the gold card holder. "Is the VIP lounge crowded right now?" "Only one person, in a small private room. It's almost 1 a.m., and there aren't many VIPs flying at this hour. Arrange for about 30 people to come and rest for 2 hours. They have 23 athletes who qualified for the competition, plus the accompanying coaches and other staff, making a total of over 30 people." "Yes, Chairman, I'll arrange it right away." When the head coach, coaches, and other athletes were respectfully ushered into the Dongling Airlines VIP lounge and served a pile of drinks, snacks, and fruit, everyone looked somewhat bewildered. Finally, the head coach of the competition voiced the question on everyone's mind. "And Yunxi, what's going on?" "Head coach, we still have 2 hours before boarding. I figured we had plenty of time, so I arranged for everyone to rest here. But we're not on a Dongling flight. Even if we were, they wouldn't be able to get here to rest in economy class. It's alright, don't worry about it. I'm a shareholder in Dongling. This little convenience is nothing to me." And Yunxi made no attempt to hide her identity. After all, it was public information. Anyone with a little effort could easily find it online. The head coach. Everyone. Unbeknownst to Yunxi, someone had already taken out their phone and checked online. A young team member looked at the shareholder information displayed on the Dongling Airlines website on their phone, then gestured to their teammate next to them. Although there was no photo, the large name and Yunxi undoubtedly proved that what Yunxi had just said was true. And not just a small shareholder, but the second-largest shareholder, second only to the chairman. No wonder the receptionist was so respectful to Yunxi. Is this the privilege of the wealthy? They never thought they'd have the chance to experience it themselves. The key is that this person is not only rich and powerful, but also has such excellent shooting skills. Can't they leave any hope for ordinary people like us? Outwardly expressionless, inwardly weeping. Coach Zhang, when our athletes travel abroad for competitions, can't they use the VIP channel? Generally, for large-scale events like the Olympics, Universiade, and Asian Games, the organizers make special arrangements. With so many competitions on ordinary days, it's impossible to have special arrangements for everyone. If there aren't special arrangements, you have to apply in advance, but the application process is quite complicated, so we generally don't do that. Besides, shooting isn't a very popular sport in China, and we don't have any star athletes, so there's no need to necessarily use the VIP channel. And Yunxi nodded, indicating she understood. By the way, Yunxi, how did you become a shareholder of Dongling Airlines? Zhang Lei was also very curious about this. Seeing that Yunxi was relatively easy to talk to, he asked directly. "I just bought the shares." Zhang Lei. That answer was truly outrageously extravagant. So this is what life is like for the rich. Buying shares in a company worth hundreds of billions so easily? Judging by this, They probably bought a considerable number of shares. Otherwise, it's impossible for a single sentence to grant the entire shooting team this kind of treatment. Never before had he truly grasped the stark difference between ordinary people and the truly wealthy. The money that most ordinary people couldn't earn in their entire lives was probably just a sum they could easily spend. Chairman N, please rest here. Call me any time if you need anything. I'll come and remind you when it's almost time to board. The receptionist settled in Yunxi and her group in, and then returned to her post. Okay, thank you. It's my duty. This VIP lounge is truly different. Quiet environment, comfortable sofas, all kinds of food and drinks available, and no security concerns. The team members, experiencing this for the first time, were incredibly comfortable and at ease. Some people reclined the sofa and started to sleep, some ate, and others played on their phones. Everyone tacitly kept quiet so as not to disturb those sleeping. The receptionist came to inform them 15 minutes before boarding time. Everyone, please tidy up, use the restroom, and then gather at the entrance. To Yunxi's surprise, the receptionist not only came to remind them in advance, but also arranged for them to use the first-class boarding gate to board first. And Yunxi hadn't asked her to do this. This person is quite perceptive. You're very good. What's your name? Chairwoman N, my name is Ni Hong. Ni is the character for person, and Hong is the character for rainbow. Are you interested in working for my company? Her company was currently short of talent in all areas. Especially in the hotel industry, they were in dire need of talent like Ni Hong. Ni Hong's eyes lit up. Had she met a benefactor? Chairwoman N, what do you mean? And Yunxi pulled a business card from her bag and handed it to her. I own several companies, and they're all short-staffed right now. If you're interested, contact General Manager Yang. She'll arrange it for you. Originally, she should have been told to contact HR Director Chun directly, but she only had Yang Wei and Chu Zhe's business card in her bag, so she had to contact Yang Wei instead. Yang Wei would know how to arrange it. Okay, thank you, Chairman N. And Ni Hong accepted the business card with a look of delight. Although Dongling Airlines was a large company, she was just a lowly receptionist. If a better opportunity came along, she would definitely seize it. Zhang Lei, standing to the side, silently watched Yunxi, even while on a plane, trying to poach talent from his own company, and thought to himself, no wonder she's so rich. Look how dedicated and hardworking she is. And Yunxi thought for a moment and sent a message to Zhong Mingxiu. Chairman Zhong and Ni Hong, the receptionist at the VIP lounge of Dongling Capital Airport, is quite good. I'd like to get her working for me. Please don't be offended if I poach someone from your team, Chairman Zhong. The next day, Zhong Mingxiu saw the message and specifically asked around. After learning that Ni Hong was just an ordinary receptionist, he replied to Yunxi and didn't pay any more attention to it. After boarding the plane, Yunxi sat in a window seat next to Lin Yi, and next to Lin Yi was Zhang Lei. Wu Yuan sat in the row behind Yunxi, near the aisle. And Yunxi ignored everyone else, asked a flight attendant for a blanket, and started sleeping. It was past 3 a.m. What else was she supposed to do but sleep? Not only Yunxi, but most of the others in the team did the same. Due to her biological clock, Yunxi woke up at 6 a.m. Kyoto time. Unable to sleep, she sank into the system's learning room and began studying the rich, beautiful, and elegant course. Currently, she was studying 2 system courses. One was negotiation, which she had chosen beforehand, and she had already surpassed the beginner level, reaching 21% of the elementary level. The other was horseback riding, which she had chosen after returning from the Kangxi grasslands, and she was currently only at the beginner level of 53%. Because she needed to learn both Eastern and Western riding techniques in her course, and she was starting from scratch, her learning progress wasn't very fast. And Yunxi didn't exit the system course until breakfast was served on the plane. After washing her face and tidying herself up in the restroom, Yunxi returned to her seat and took out a bag of snacks Lin Yi had brought on the plane, sharing some with the people next to her. The airplane food was mediocre, but the snacks Zhou Shiyan had given her were quite good. Especially the spicy sausage, which was packed with meat, made with high-quality ingredients, and tasted excellent, receiving unanimous praise from everyone. And Yunxi, where did you buy this sausage? A teammate sitting behind and Yunxi asked. Such delicious sausage. Why haven't I seen it in supermarkets before? This was a gift from my friend. That's strange. I go to the supermarket all the time, and I've never seen anything like this before. He's a huge fan of all kinds of sausages. He's tried most brands, both domestic and international. This is truly the first time he's seen anything like it. This seems to be a special supply for the military. It's not sold in supermarkets. Oh, I see. His tone was full of regret and disappointment. And Yunxi remembered what Zhou Shiyan had said. Although the food company of Zhongxing Group had only supplied the military before, they planned to release some products to the market soon. So she said, if you want it, I can ask around for you. The man's eyes lit up. Great.
Great. Thank you.
He really loved the sausage. Especially when going abroad for competitions, bringing more of it would be perfect. The flight was an hour long. Besides eating and sleeping, and Yunxi pretended to sleep while studying in the system. Occasionally, she would stand up and move around a few steps. However, there wasn't much space to move around on the plane. By the time they arrived in Munich, even though she practiced martial arts, she felt a bit sore in the back. When her feet touched the ground again, she felt a little lightheaded. Munich, located in southern Germany at the foot of the Alps, is the country's third largest city. This city is both one of Europe's most bustling and modern metropolises and retains its traditional, rustic charm, earning it the reputation as Germany's most magnificent center of court culture. In May, Munich is cool in the mornings and evenings, but relatively warm at midday and in the afternoon. Therefore, everyone wore a coat. And Yunxi completed her daily check-in task immediately after disembarking.
Ding.
Checked in at Munich Airport, Germany. Received a Munich Manor Villa. Related property certificates and documents have been stored in your system inventory. According to the system's check-in rules, the reward changes with the map. Moreover, the rewards are mostly related to the location. Now, the system is even sending her overseas real estate. She didn't have a chance to check it yet, so Yunxi had to put the house matter aside for the time being. After disembarking, besides collecting their personal luggage and completing individual immigration procedures, they also needed to complete the relevant immigration procedures for firearms and ammunition. To ensure the safekeeping of firearms and ammunition and facilitate smooth entry and exit for teams carrying firearms, the organizers established a dedicated firearms and ammunition team. An additional arrival and departure team was stationed at the airport to coordinate with various departments, including border control, customs, entry-exit inspection and quarantine, airport police, and airlines, regarding the firearms and ammunition. And Yunxi and her team first had to confirm their luggage and complete the necessary procedures with the arrival and departure team. After the procedures were completed, the firearms and ammunition were inspected on-site by the firearms and ammunition team. The athletes then locked their firearms and ammunition separately and received a storage barcode for later retrieval. Once all these procedures were completed, all the firearms and ammunition were transported by a special escort vehicle to the event's firearms and ammunition depot. When athletes needed the firearms or ammunition for training or competition, they could retrieve them from the depot using the barcode. Because the procedures for handling the firearms and ammunition took some time, and Yunxi and her team arrived at their accommodation at 3 p.m. Kyoto time, which was 8 a.m. local time. Exhausted, the group put down their luggage and went to rest and catch up on sleep. Fearing everyone would sleep too much during the day and have trouble sleeping at night, the head coach asked everyone to gather at 11:30 a.m. local time for lunch in the cafeteria. The next 2 days were registration time, so arriving a day early was mainly to give everyone more time to adjust. They were staying at a 4-star hotel provided by the organizers. The hotel had originally been booked entirely by the organizers, but somehow Lin Yi managed to get a room for himself and Wu Yuan. And Yunxi slept quite a bit on the plane, and back in her room, she lay in bed and started learning writing techniques through the system. They gathered for lunch at noon, and the afternoon was free time. Those who frequently come to Munich for competitions chose to continue resting at the hotel, while others who had only been once or twice, or were visiting for the first time, chose to explore the surrounding area. And Yunxi informed Zhang Lei and then left the hotel with Lin, Yi, and Wu Yuan. She wanted to check out the new manor villa that the system had rewarded her with. As soon as the three stepped out of the hotel, a middle-aged man with a European appearance in his 40s greeted them. "Miss, I'm your butler, Eisen." Surprisingly, he spoke Mandarin and quite fluently at that. "Hello, Butler Eisen." And Yunxi only learned after receiving the call that the manor villa rewarded by the system came with a professional butler and housekeeping team. After a brief conversation, and Yunxi immediately checked the team section. Sure enough, the Munich Manor Villa's housekeeping team had appeared in the system panel. Clicking on the details, she saw that everyone from the butler, bodyguards, chef, gardener to maids was incredibly professional, with a loyalty score of 100. System, did you find all these people? The system hadn't recruited them for her. The other subordinates didn't have a perfect initial loyalty score. Considering that it's difficult for the host to arrange for management of properties overseas, an additional housekeeping team has been provided as a bonus. You're quite thoughtful, aren't you? System. Fine. She's silent again. Silence is golden. In the instant she was lost in thought, 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms had already pulled up in front of the hotel. Eisen opened the rear door of the middle luxury extended version for her, saying, "Miss, please get in," and Yunxi. This was the first time she had experienced such a grand reception, with 2 Rolls-Royces guarding her car in the middle. System, did you also provide these cars? Considering the host's need for transportation when traveling abroad, several extra cars have been provided. Speechless once again, and Yunxi calmly got into the car the system had provided for her overseas. Lin Yi consciously sat in the passenger seat of the middle car, the butler Eisen sat in the first car in front, and Wu Yuan got into the car behind. 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms started up and slowly drove off the road, attracting frequent glances from passers-by. The manor villa was nestled in the countryside, not far from their hotel 30-minute drive, which they arrived in no time. Passing a small stone chapel and a country mansion with walls covered in fallen roses, they came to a wide lawn and a broad, clean asphalt path running through it. In the distance, at the end of the path, was a group of gray and white buildings. And Yunxi knew they had arrived at her manor villa. This was no mere villa, it was practically a castle. It was a Baroque-style manor with a beautiful Namian's manor. Upon entering the gate, a breathtaking view unfolded before Yunxi like a long hand scroll, possessing a solemn yet dreamlike quality. The undulating lawns stretched towards both sides of the complex, dotted with wildflowers, while the shimmering lake reflected the blue sky and the trees. Sitting in the car, Yunxi could immediately sense the sheer size of the estate. Walking slowly along the soft, undulating grassy slopes to the other side would likely take over an hour. The designer preserved the surrounding low-lying marshes and rolling hills, planting oak trees extensively on this foundation to build the estate. Large lawns, green spaces, gardens, lakes, and forests blended seamlessly. There were small hills, lakes, lush greenery, and pure white. Large fountains, expansive lakes, ancient trees forming a forest, and numerous gardens of various kinds. The car drove along the asphalt road after entering the estate, stopping only above the small plaza in front of the complex. Upon closer inspection, the complex appeared even more magnificent. Led and introduced by Eisen, and Yunxi and her companions toured the garden castle, which comprised 5 buildings. The castle was lavishly decorated and housed a vast collection of art pieces, including oil paintings, sculptures, tapestries, and exquisite furniture. What surprised Yunxi even more was the presence of a private library and museum within the estate. The books and artifacts inside astonished everyone. This was clearly a private estate owned by a family with at least a century of history, and now it all belonged to her. It was only a half-hour drive from the competition venue. Perhaps she could consider staying here if she came back for another competition. After all, the chefs here offered both Chinese and Western cuisine, so her tastes would be perfectly satisfied. However, representing the country in a competition, being separated from the team seemed a bit inappropriate. Thinking this, Yunxi immediately texted Zhang Lei to let him know she wouldn't be going back to the hotel tonight. Since the competition hadn't started yet, she'd stay here for the night. Zhang didn't object, but reminded her to be back at the hotel before 9 a.m. the next morning so they could head to the registration area together. Tomorrow, they had a full day to complete registration, physical tests, and equipment checks. After touring the complex, Eisen led them to the Italian-style garden at the back. They saw the huge geometric flower beds, fountains, and lifelike ancient Roman sculptures in the garden. Looking at the lush green lawns of the manor, walking on the soft grass, and smelling the faint fragrance of grass, and Yunshi felt a sense of tranquility and peace. While they were touring the estate, Eisen had already arranged for Yunshi's bedroom to be furnished. "Miss, because of the time constraints, we didn't prepare many clothes and accessories. Is there anything else you need?" And Yunshi looked thoughtfully at the walk-in closet, which already contained dozens of sets of pajamas. "Miss, it's fine. I'll stay here for one night. This is enough. Then next time you come, I'll arrange for some more to be sent over." Except for a few more private areas, the entire manor is open to the public when Yunshi isn't visiting. This is a significant part of the manor's revenue, in addition to other manor-generated products. In fact, this manor can be considered a popular tourist destination in Munich. And Yunshi only learned this from Eisen's explanation. In addition, a large portion of the estate was designated for planting and livestock grazing. Besides crops, the planting area is also cultivated flowers such as lavender, roses, and tulips. These flowers were used to make desserts, herbal teas, and perfumes, which were quite famous locally. Over the course of a year, the estate's income was quite good, more than enough to cover its maintenance and daily expenses. After all, maintaining such a large estate required considerable funds. Eisen managed all of this, demonstrating his experience and insight in this area. Because Yunshi liked Chinese food, Eisen arranged for her to have Chinese cuisine. The Chinese chef was quite skilled, and Yunshi enjoyed her meal. "Butler Eisen, how many rooms in the estate are available for guests?" "Miss, there are 62 suites with en-suite bathrooms available as guest rooms." 62 rooms? That's comparable to a small hotel. And Yunshi considered the possibility of having the entire shooting team stay there. After thinking it over, she felt it wasn't quite right. For such international sporting events, each country pays for its own airfare, while other expenses like food, accommodation, and transportation are arranged by the organizers. It wouldn't be appropriate for the Chinese shooting team to be so independent. They might think she was complaining about the arrangements. Besides, she might not attend every competition. What if they arranged it this time, but what about next time and the time after that? It was best not to create unnecessary trouble. After the competition, everyone could come and have some fun. The next morning, the driver took Yunshi to the shooting team's hotel. After meeting up with the other athletes, they went to the registration point, completed athlete registration, physical tests, and pre-competition equipment checks. There was a simple opening ceremony on the 24th, followed by venue acclimatization training. The competition officially began on the 25th. In this World Cup, Yunshi participated in 3 events: women's 25-meter pistol, women's skeet, and women's trap. Actually, the trap and rifle/pistol events are held in different locations during the Shooting World Cup, but for the sake of the story, they are held together. On the first day of competition, Yunshi did not participate in any of her events. The Chinese shooting team won 1 gold and 2 silver medals in the men's and women's 10-meter air rifle events. Then, on the second day of competition, they won another silver medal in the 10-meter air rifle mixed team event. In the afternoon, Yunshi needed to participate in the women's 25-meter pistol qualifying round. The qualifying round consisted of 2 parts: precision qualifying and rapid-fire qualifying. Only the top 8 finishers in both parts could advance to the final. The precision qualifying round consisted of 3 rounds, 10 shots per round. Because the scoring in the qualifying round did not include decimal places, a perfect score would result in a total of 300 points. With full protective gear, Yunshi scored an impressive 300 points on her first attempt, temporarily tying for first place with another Czech athlete. The 23-year-old Czech shooter, a former shooting prodigy, was Yunshi's biggest competitor in this competition. Of course, this is from the coach's perspective. For Yunshi herself, no one in the world can currently rival her. In the second part, the rapid-fire qualifying round, also consisting of 3 rounds and 30 shots, and Yunxi performed steadily, ranking first with a total score of 600 points across both parts, thus advancing to the final. The Czech shooter ranked second with a total score of 599 points. Another shooter from the Chinese team, Zhang Ying, scored 589 points, ranking fifth, and also successfully advanced to the final. Meanwhile, in the 10-meter air pistol mixed team final, the Chinese shooting team unfortunately missed out on a medal. On the third day of competition, the men's and women's 10-meter air pistol finals determined the final winners. Ultimately, the men's 10-meter air pistol won gold, while the women's 10-meter air pistol won a bronze medal. Meanwhile, Yunxi also faced off in the women's 25-meter pistol final. The rules for the final had changed. Scoring was now accurate to 1 decimal place. There were 10 rounds in total, with 5 shots per round. All finalists first completed 5 rounds of shooting. A score of 10.2 or higher earned 1 point, while scores below 10.2 earned no points. After the first 5 rounds, the top 2 finishers competed for the gold medal, and the 3rd and 4th place finishers competed for the bronze medal. And Yunxi finished first with 25 points in the first 5 rounds, qualifying for the final gold medal match. Zhang Ying finished 5th and was eliminated from the final medal competition. In the remaining 5 rounds, each round still consisted of 5 shots. The competitor with the highest total number of hits earned 2 points. In case of a tie, each competitor earned 1 point. The first competitor to reach 7 points won. If both competitors scored 7 points after the same number of shots, a tiebreaker would be held to determine a winner. The woman competing against Yunxi for the gold medal was from the Czech Republic. In the first round, both athletes hit all their targets, each scoring 1 point. In the second round, Yunxi took the lead with 2 points. In the third round, both athletes hit all their targets again, giving Yunxi a total of 4 points and the Czech athlete a total of 2 points. In the fourth round, Yunxi maintained her composure, scoring 2 points and bringing her total to 6. In the next round, if she didn't lose, even a tie would secure the gold medal for Yunxi, putting all the pressure on the Czech athlete. The coaches and teammates in the stands watched the competition with bated breath. Yunxi remained calm, quickly aiming and immediately pulling the trigger. With her final 5 shots, Yunxi scored almost all 10.8 or 10.9 points. Ultimately, Yunxi won this round, securing the gold medal with a total score of 8. Compared to the incredibly excited coaches and teammates in the stands, Yunxi herself remained composed. For her, it was a foregone conclusion, and it was difficult for her to experience much emotional fluctuation. She still had other competitions to come. On the 4th day of competition, the men's and women's 50-meter rifle 3-position finals were held. The skeet shooting event also began today. However, because the men's skeet shooting competition was held first, it was another day without Yunxi's competition. After fierce competition, the men's 50-meter rifle 3-position event finally concluded, with the Chinese shooting team winning a silver medal. Unfortunately, the Chinese shooting team failed to achieve anything in the women's 50-meter rifle 3-position event, missing out on a medal. On the 5th day of competition, in the men's skeet shooting qualification rounds that just concluded yesterday, a Chinese shooting team member successfully advanced to the finals thanks to excellent technique and consistent performance. And in today's finals, he lived up to expectations, adding another bronze medal to the Chinese shooting team. Meanwhile, the men's 25-meter pistol qualification rounds were also in full swing on this day. A member of the Chinese shooting team qualified for the finals with a 3rd-place finish in the qualifying rounds and will compete for a medal tomorrow. At this very moment, Yunxi, who has been the focus of much attention, has also stepped onto her battlefield the women's multi-target skeet qualifying rounds. According to the competition rules, the multi-target skeet qualifying rounds are divided into 2 stages, each stage consisting of 5 rounds, with 5 targets per round, for a total of 25 targets. After each round, the last-place finisher is eliminated and the final ranking is determined by the total number of targets hit. with a total of 25 skeet shooting opportunities, and Yunxi must concentrate fully and give it her all, hitting as many moving skeets as possible from the 5 positions. Each skeet hit earns 1 point, and the total number of skeets hit during the competition will determine the final score. And Yunxi doesn't need to worry about being eliminated during the process. As long as she hits all the targets, she will naturally not be eliminated, and her score will be the highest. And Yunxi's shots are always incredibly decisive and swift, without any hesitation. With the enhanced dynamic vision buff, her ability to track the UFO's movements was significantly improved. Combined with buffs to enhanced reaction speed, improved aiming control, enhanced shooting feel, and enhanced concentration, and Yunxi's ability to shoot down UFOs was virtually unstoppable, as if divinely aided. Often, before anyone else could react, she had already pulled the trigger and fired. And every shot hit its mark. Her speed, accuracy, and zero error rate were so impressive that in Yunxi seemed almost superhuman. Even the judges were stunned by her breathtaking performance. Seated in the stands, head coach Yang Kaiwang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement upon witnessing this scene. Yang Kaiwang was not only the head coach of the national shooting team, but also the head coach of the skeet shooting team. As a professional, he could naturally see that in Yunxi's level and form were excellent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, and Yunxi's gold medal was practically guaranteed. At this moment, a thought, identical to Du Zongping's, welled up within him. If only Yunxi could participate in more events. Although a newcomer in all the competitions, both domestic and international, she has consistently secured first place in every event she participates in. Moreover, in official competitions, every shot she fires is flawless. Not a single shot has been wrong so far. This is definitely not your average genius. With talent like this, how can the Chinese shooting team not rise to prominence? The Beijing shooting team has made a tremendous contribution by sending such a talent. Thus, with an astonishing 25 perfect scores, and Yunxi advanced triumphantly through the qualifying rounds, securing first place and advancing to the finals. As the 6th day of competition approached, the final pistol event, the men's 25-meter rapid-fire pistol final, came to begin. After a fierce battle, the Chinese shooting team ultimately won a bronze medal in this event. Of course, the real highlight was yet to come. In the subsequent women's multi-skeet final, and Yunxi lived up to expectations, calmly faced the challenge, and steadily won the precious gold medal. This marks the first time the Chinese shooting team has won a gold medal in this event at a top-tier international competition. It's a truly significant achievement, a historic breakthrough. Then, the final day of competition arrived as scheduled, with the women's skeet shooting qualifying and finals held on the same day. And Yunxi once again demonstrated her exceptional skill, shining brightly in the women's skeet shooting arena, successfully winning another gold medal and achieving another historic breakthrough. Ultimately, the Chinese shooting team achieved a total of 5 gold, 4 silver, and 3 bronze medals at this World Cup event. And Yunxi, who won 3 gold medals, undoubtedly became the top contributor to this competition. Yunxi, you're amazing! My God, you didn't miss a single one. You hit every single one. How did you do that? Yeah, that's insane. You're practically superhuman. As Yunxi stepped off the podium, she was immediately surrounded by people who swarmed around her, expressing their heartfelt congratulations and admiration. Amidst the noisy clamor of congratulations and exclamations, Yunxi successfully completed all the competition tasks for this leg of the event. The day all the competitions ended was May 31st, the last day of May. After the closing ceremony the next morning, they would be free to do as they pleased. However, their return tickets were for the day after tomorrow, so they had more than a day to explore Munich. And Yunxi took the opportunity to invite them to her estate. Everyone was excited, their expectant gazes fixed on the team leader and coaches, seemingly silently requesting their permission for this special gathering. Go, everyone go together. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, the head coach readily agreed. Going to the estate was much safer than letting everyone wander off on their own. He didn't need to worry about anything happening to these people who were unfamiliar with the place. So, the next day, After the Chinese shooting team finished the closing ceremony and had lunch, they packed their bags and had the organizers send a car to Yunxi's estate. Upon arrival, everyone was stunned by the magnificent and luxurious estate castle before them. Yunxi, is this entire estate yours? Zhang Lei, acting as everyone's mouthpiece, asked the question on their behalf. Yes, there are also plantations and livestock farms here, with fruits, vegetables, and flowers grown. Anyone interested can take a look. The estate also has a swimming pool, sports fields, a cinema, a wine cellar, recreation rooms, and so on. Everyone can do whatever they want. Wow, everyone once again marveled at Yunxi's extravagance. The bus stopped in the small square in front of the castle. We've arrived. Everyone please get off the bus. Upon hearing this, everyone grabbed their belongings and got off the bus. The coach reminded everyone not to forget anything. Miss, you're back. Eisen, are the rooms all arranged? Don't worry, miss. Everything is arranged. And Yunxi, seeing that everyone had unloaded their luggage, said to them, This is Eisen, the manor's butler. Eisen manages the entire manor. If you need anything, just ask him, and he'll solve it for you. Hello, everyone. I'm Mrs. Butler, Eisen. Welcome to the Anus Manor. I'll first help you settle into your accommodations, and then arrange for someone to give you a tour of the manor. Looking at the man before them, dressed in a dark suit, paired with a crisp white shirt and gloves, his demeanor elegant yet meticulous and efficient. The group inwardly lamented their own limited experience. This must be the kind of butler you'd find in a European aristocratic household. His bearing and manner surpassed even many wealthy young masters and ladies. Truly a professional. Eisen was a quintessential English butler. European butlers, especially English butlers, are indispensable members of European aristocrats and wealthy families due to their professional service, meticulous attitude, and elegant image. And Yunxi was deeply moved when she first met him. Even though many butlers in China have received some training in English butler practices, they still fall short compared to him. Thank you, Butler Eisen. Everyone, please follow me. Eisen arranged for everyone to have their own room. After all, this wasn't a hotel. The rooms were all suites with a large bed. There were enough rooms, more than enough for the entire shooting team. Everyone put their luggage into their assigned rooms and then gathered in the living room to prepare for the tour. When Yunxi arrived, Eisen personally gave her a tour and explanation. But for today's occasion, he arranged for someone else to give the tour. He himself stayed by Yunxi's side, participating in the entire process. After all, his primary role was still to serve the young lady. Today's guide was a young Chinese man named Tang Jian, handsome and with a pleasant voice. Because there were many people visiting today, he even brought a megaphone to ensure everyone could hear his explanations. Everyone listened with great interest as they toured, marveling at the castle's luxury and its furnishings and collections. After touring the castle's interior, Tang Jian led them through the Italian-style gardens at the rear. Then, they boarded the estate's electric tour vehicle to visit the planting and livestock areas. The planting area alone comprised 4 main sections: grain, vegetables, fruit, and flowers, not to mention the livestock area with its chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. This estate was far larger than anyone could comprehend. Only in sparsely populated areas like Europe could one find such a large private estate. By the end of the tour, everyone had become accustomed to it, no longer exclaiming in amazement, but instead quietly discussing their observations of the day. The tour took over 2 hours. Back at their lodgings, everyone felt a little excited about staying in such a estate and castle. It's 4:20 p.m. now. You can all go back to your rooms to rest, or you can explore the estate on your own. Dinner starts at 6 p.m. Everyone should meet here at 5:50 p.m. Someone will guide you there. Understood. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Tang. It's my pleasure. Have a wonderful time. After settling the guests in, Yunxi went to the study to listen to Eisen's report on the reception arrangements for the past 2 days. Yunxi offered suggestions from time to time, which Eisen noted down for later implementation. Back in her room, Yunxi reviewed her achievements since arriving in Munich. On her first day in Munich, Yunxi received the Annern's estate upon check-in. Following that, upon checking into the hotel, She received 10% of the shares in the New Derigo Group. New Derigo? She didn't seem to have heard of it. And Yunxi took out her phone and began researching the company. Upon closer inspection, Yunxi realized that the system consistently avoided low-level matches, ensuring her rewards were never easy. This German company, Cinder Group, is an international trading company and a multinational retailer operating stores under the Desco and Caroline brands. Founded in 1930, the company is headquartered in Munich, the capital of Bavaria in southern Germany. Currently, it employs 500,000 people in 33 countries and operates over 14,900 retail stores. While it currently has no branches in China, it is the largest retailer in Europe and the fourth largest in the world by revenue. Cinder Group stores primarily sell its own brands and also operate its own brands in beverages, baked goods, confectionery, and ice cream. In recent years, it has also been committed to the collection, sorting, and recycling of recyclable materials. This is also a family business. She wondered how the system acquired its shares. Last year, its annual revenue reached 216.438 billion, equivalent to RMB 1.58 trillion. And Yunxi glanced at the company's net profit last year, 5.84 billion euros, which is equivalent to 42.66 billion RMB. It seems her 10% stake is quite valuable. Not only that, but over the next few days, the system showered her with stock options. 5% of BMW, 3% of Porsche, 6% of Audi, 5% of Mercedes-Benz, and 8% of Volkswagen. Although each share was only a few percent, these were all Fortune 500 companies. Wow, this was incredibly generous. The system was really squeezing every last penny from local Munich businesses. In addition, the system gave her an art gallery, a beer brand, and even a custom character summoning card she'd always wanted. Previously, Yunxi only had one of these cards left, so she'd been reluctant to use it. Now that she had two, she wouldn't be so reluctant when she needed them. As she tallied everything up, Yunxi suddenly remembered that she hadn't checked in for the day. System, check-in.
Ding.
Checked in at the Ernern's estate in Munich, acquiring a 10% stake in manhwa Group. Relevant property certificates and documents have been added to your system inventory. Another company's equity stake? Yunxi quickly checked the company's information. Wow! Another Fortune 500 company, ranked in the top 50. Manhwa Group is the largest insurance company in Europe and one of the world's largest insurance and asset management groups. Founded in Munich, Germany in 1889, the company has a history of over 130 years. The company's insurance business spans the globe, with property insurance premium income consistently ranking first globally and life insurance premium income also ranking among the top globally, with combined premium income ranking first globally in some years. Meanwhile, asset management has also become one of manhwa Group's important businesses. Through mergers and acquisitions and other means, the company has now become one of the world's top 5 asset management groups. With annual revenue exceeding 170 billion euros and annual net profit of 10.6 billion euros, it's quite a giant. Holding shares in so many business giants, Yunxi felt she wouldn't lack money even if she stayed home all day. With shares in one Fortune 500 company after another falling into her lap, Yunxi once again directly experienced the power of the system. Having unlocked the system for so long, Yunxi had a fairly good understanding of its rules. Every time she changed maps, the system would give her a huge surprise. Especially when she switched to a map area she had never been to before, the initial reward was incredibly generous. The rewards in her frequently visited cities were somewhat random. Of course, when Yunxi really wanted something, and she consistently expressed her strong desire in her mind, the system would sometimes reward her. Her luck had been pretty good lately, so Yunxi used her June lottery draw opportunity.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for drawing a lottery ticket. You have won a 10x funds doubling card, which has been added to your system inventory. Wow, this was the highest multiplier she had ever received so far. Right now, for Yunxi, money was just a number. But naturally, the more money the better. Although she had been investing in the company and research institute recently, Thanks to the investment cashback card from the early stages, her available funds hadn't decreased much. Back in March, the second quarter's rent for her property had already arrived in her account. Now it's June, and Yunxi decided to wait for the third quarter's rent to arrive before using the doubling funds card. The extra rent wasn't much, but multiplied tenfold, it was still quite substantial. Waiting 10 or 20 days would have almost no impact on her. This trip to Munich had truly been fruitful. 3 gold medals from the Shooting World Cup and a whole host of rewards from the system. Any one of these was enough to make her trip worthwhile. The shooting team's first dinner after arriving at the manor was a buffet arranged by Yunxi. Dining at a round table can be a bit awkward, but at a buffet, everyone can take what they want, and they can choose to eat with familiar people, creating a more relaxed and comfortable atmosphere. The chefs at the Anern's Manor, whether serving Chinese or Western cuisine, are top-notch. Their skill level is naturally incomparable to that of ordinary chefs. The shooting team members enjoyed their most sumptuous and delicious dinner since arriving in Munich. After dinner, everyone was free to do as they pleased. After so many days of competition, the athletes and coaches were under immense pressure and naturally wanted to rest and enjoy some rare leisure time. Therefore, the massage and spa services arranged by Yunxi through Isen were very popular. Returning to their rooms after a relaxing session was perfect. The next day, Tang Jian introduced the various activities available at the estate, allowing everyone to choose freely. Then, everyone split into groups and explored the estate according to their preferences. And Yunxi herself visited the planting and livestock areas, picking produce, taking photos, and enjoying the scenery. This place would be wonderful to visit with family and friends. And Yunxi had already begun silently planning a trip to Europe with her family. This experience was quite novel for all members of the shooting team. In the past, when they traveled abroad for competitions, they would often meet up with acquaintances to go sightseeing if they had free time. But this time, coming to a manor where everything food, lodging, and transportation was arranged perfectly was a first for them. It was truly worry-free, especially for the coaches, who didn't have to worry about the athlete's safety at all, and they themselves could finally relax and enjoy themselves. This is truly a comfortable life. Yang Kaiwang, the head coach of the shooting team, stretched on the sofa after trying out several health and wellness programs at the manor and sighed. This is the first time you've ever felt this relaxed, isn't it? Another coach, who was also lying next to him, asked. Indeed, Yunxi is truly a lucky charm. Because of Yunxi, they won 3 more gold medals in this competition, achieving a pretty good result. After the competition, they even arranged for the shooting team to come here for a visit, so he didn't have to worry about the safety of the team members wandering around. He had never enjoyed such treatment before. It's been so many years. It's not easy to produce a genius like this. What, you have an idea? Yang Kaiwang glanced at his friend beside him and said, in the Universiade qualifiers, Yunxi only participated in the 25-meter pistol and multiple skeet events, but there weren't any outstanding athletes in the skeet events. So, hearing this, Yang Kaiwang sat up from the sofa.
You mean?
Have Yunxi register for 2 more events, singles and mixed team skeet. He was the head of the skeet event and knew the current situation of the skeet athletes better than anyone. Yang Kaiwang's expression became extremely serious as he looked at the other person to confirm, are you serious? Registering for 2 more events is allowed by the rules. The problem is that Yunxi didn't participate in these 2 events during the national qualifiers. Now, having her register for 2 more events definitely requires some manipulation. If Yunxi performs well, that's fine, but if her performance in these 2 events is poor, the coaches who arranged the team will also be held responsible. Although no outstanding athletes had emerged in the women's skeet shooting competition, their original plan was to let the 2 athletes with relatively decent results gain experience. But while they knew this situation, the outside world didn't. Although winning a medal was hopeless, they couldn't just push someone out of the competition. And Yunxi, go for it. There's a very high chance she can win 2 more gold medals.
Let me think about it.
This wasn't a simple matter. If something went wrong, the consequences would be unpredictable. And Yunxi was unaware of her coach's discussion. She was busy reporting her return to China travel plans to her family. And Yunxi, having just finished a video call with her parents, received a message from Zhou Shiyan. Yunxi, congratulations on winning 3 championships. How did you get the news so quickly? This wasn't a major competition like the Olympics, where everyone knew about it. Most people probably wouldn't even pay attention. The national shooting team posted the results on Weibo. The message also included a screenshot of the shooting team's official Weibo account. And Yunxi. She couldn't imagine Zhou Shiyan scrolling through Weibo. At this moment, the thoughts in Yunxi had previously suppressed resurfaced. A shooting World Cup with relatively low public attention, yet Zhou Shiyan knew her results so clearly. He was paying special attention. As for why he was paying special attention, could it be because of her? Or rather, could it be because he liked her? If he really did like her, what should she do? Frankly, she did have feelings for Zhou Shiyan. After all, such a handsome and outstanding man who was so kind to her was hard not to like. She really wanted to know the answer, but she was afraid of being delusional. What if he was just taking care of her because Aunt Yunxi had asked him to? Once she asked that question, there would be no turning back. She didn't want to lose even a friendship with him. Shiyan, you still use Weibo? Yeah, I just registered recently. Seeing the phrase just registered, and Yunxi's heart skipped a beat. And Yunxi thought for a moment and typed back, "What's your Weibo name? I'll follow you." Soon, Zhou Shiyan sent her a screenshot of his Weibo profile picture and name. The 3 large characters Zhou Shiyan were prominently displayed. Great, that's very Zhou Shiyan, and Yunxi opened Weibo, searched for Zhou Shiyan's account, and followed him. It was a new account registered yesterday, and there were no posts yet. Not long after, Zhou Shiyan followed her back. Her Weibo account had posted a few messages about shooting competitions. After thinking for a moment, and Yunxi selected a few photos on her phone and edited and posted a Weibo message. The Shooting World Cup Munich leg has come to a perfect end. 3 gold medals. I can finally go home. She posted photos of herself during the competition, receiving her medals, and her 3 gold medals. This new Weibo post received its first like in less than 10 seconds, a like from Zhou Shiyan. And Yunxi stared at the like in deep thought. She wondered uncertainly, had he set her as a special contact? Otherwise, there was no way to explain his speed. When are you coming back? I'll pick you up from the airport. The shooting team's return flight is tomorrow afternoon, June 3rd, departing at 2:30 p.m., a flight time of 9 hours and 40 minutes. The arrival time in Beijing is 12:10 a.m. Munich time on June 4th, which is 7:10 a.m. Beijing time. Arriving at the capital airport around 7 a.m. Beijing time on June 4th, and Yunxi originally intended to say that it was too early to trouble Shiyan to pick her up. But while typing, and Yunxi inexplicably changed the message to "Wouldn't it be too much trouble so early?" "No trouble at all. Send me the flight number." And Yunxi immediately sent a screenshot of the flight information. "See you then." Zhou Shiyan's message was as concise as ever. But at this moment, and Yunxi felt her cheeks burning. Why did she agree to have someone pick her up? She clearly has a driver. It would have been so much better to have Chengdu pick her up. Now look how awkward this is. And Yunxi would never admit that she was seduced by a man's good looks. Zhou Shiyan, who had just received information about Yunxi's flight arrival, smiled happily. Even Wang Lin could clearly sense that his boss was in a very good mood today. June 3rd, 2017, Munich Anrens estate. The shooting team, having eaten lunch early to catch their flight, boarded the bus arranged by Eisen at 11:30 a.m. and left the estate for the airport. Another 9+ to nearly 10-hour flight. And Yunxi either slept or immersed herself in the system's lessons, finding the journey anything but boring. Stepping onto Beijing soil again, and Yunxi felt as if her heart, which had been floating in the air, had finally landed. Even living in her own house, this foreign country was ultimately not her home. That kind of psychological comfort was something that no matter what, foreign countries could not provide for her. After disembarking and collecting their luggage, the group emerged from the exit. A large group of people in national team uniforms appearing at the airport certainly attracted attention. Many onlookers were already guessing what sport these athletes belonged to. As soon as Yunxi stepped out, she saw Zhou Shiyan waiting at the exit. He was strikingly handsome, both in height and appearance. Combined with his unusual attire and the noble aura he exuded, many passers-by couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Every now and then, a few young girls would admire the handsome man, excitedly whispering amongst themselves. Zhou Shiyan waved to the girls in the crowd immediately, and Yunxi quickened her pace to approach. Brother Shiyan. Yunxi. Yunxi, who is this? Zhang Lei, who had been accompanying Yunxi, asked. Coach Zhang, this is my friend. He's here to pick me up. I won't be going with the team later. Brother Shiyan, this is our team coach Zhang. Zhou Shiyan nodded to Zhang Lei as a greeting, then reached out to take the backpack the young woman was carrying. Yunxi naturally took off her bag and handed it to him. Only after the bag was in Zhou Shiyan's hand did Yunxi realize what she had done. Yunxi. Why did she do this so naturally that she didn't realize anything was wrong? Could it be because she was used to it? When did she start to get used to Zhou Shiyan's care for her? Okay, Yunxi, remember to text me when you arrive. Zhang Lei's words interrupted Yunxi's thoughts. Okay. After Zhang Lei left with the group, Yunxi smiled at Zhou Shiyan and said, Brother Shiyan, thank you so much for picking me up so early. It's my pleasure. As he spoke, Zhou Shiyan handed Yunxi a bouquet of flowers. Yunxi, congratulations again on your 3rd championship, Yunxi accepted the bouquet and said, Thank you. It was a bouquet mainly composed of sunflowers, with roses and carnations as accents, symbolizing winning the championship, which was quite fitting. Let's go. Let's take our world champion home. Knowing that Yunxi had brought 2 bodyguards, Zhou Shiyan had specially arranged 2 cars. Zhou Shiyan led Yunxi to his usual car, driven by Assistant Wang, a familiar face to Yunxi. Assistant Wang, long time no see, Yunxi greeted Wang Lin with a smile as he stood by the car. Wang Lin looked at Yunxi, whom he hadn't seen for some time and whose appearance and demeanor seemed to have improved even further, with a respectful expression. Miss Sin, it's been a while. You're even more beautiful and charming than before. Assistant Wang is as eloquent as ever. Wang Lin had always had a good impression of Yunxi, and besides, he had long noticed that his boss's attitude towards this young lady was unusual. The two exchanged compliments, their conversation growing increasingly lively. Suddenly, Zhou Shiyan felt a growing dislike for his assistant. Fortunately, Wang Lin was a reliable and competent assistant. Noticing the increasingly strange look in the president's eyes, he quickly ended the conversation. Miss Sen, this isn't the place to talk. Please get in the car. He gestured for her to get in. Thank you for your trouble, and Yunxi got into the back seat, and Zhou Shiyan went to the other side, opened the car door, and sat next to her. The 2 bodyguards, Lin Yi and Wu Yuan, got into the car behind, driven by a driver. Yunxi, where to? After getting in the car, Zhou Shiyan asked. Having known her for so long, Zhou Shiyan had never had the chance to take Yunxi home and genuinely didn't know where she lived. Swimming Lake. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiyan's brow twitched, and a smile involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Even he had to marvel at how deep his connection with the young woman was. 2 years ago, through a friend's introduction, he bought a villa in Swimming Lake, which had been renovated last year. He'd been living with his parents at home since returning to China, not moving in, since it was closer to his company from home. Unexpectedly, the young woman lived there too. If that was the case, he'd probably have to stay there from time to time. So, Zhou Shiyan asked, which estate in Swimming Lake? Yunshui residence. Zhou Shiyan glanced at the young woman beside him. Swimming Lake Yunshui residence was considered the most desirable building in the complex. He'd wanted to buy one, but someone else had snapped it up, so he ended up buying the adjacent Qingshan residence. Now that the person who bought Yunshui residence was right in front of him, Zhou Shiyan thought to himself that it was fortunate he'd bought the adjacent Qingshan residence, otherwise he'd lost the chance to be neighbors with the young woman. That's quite a coincidence, and Yunxi looked up at the man with a questioning gaze. Her clear, bright eyes seemed to say, Why do you say that? Zhou Shiyan's smile deepened. The Qingshan residence next to you is one I bought. And Yunxi. So, we're neighbors now?
Yes.
His joy was evident in his voice. Well then, hello new neighbor. And Yunxi smiled brightly, extending her hand to shake hands with her new neighbor. Zhou Shiyan readily obliged, extending his long, strong hand to shake hers. Then, they smiled at each other, the atmosphere harmonious and warm. At that moment, their eyes met, as if an invisible force drew them closer. They chatted happily along the way, sharing their recent happenings. And Yunxi enthusiastically recounted her experience of participating in a competition abroad, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhou Shiyan listened attentively, occasionally offering words of concern. He also shared some recent events about his company, his parents, and himself. As the conversation deepened, their exchange became increasingly natural and fluid, like old friends reuniting after many years. And Yunxi also mentioned that the shooting team members really liked the snacks from Zhongxing Foods. Zhongxing Foods does have plans to launch some of its products, but they're not yet on the market. We could consider discussing sponsorship with the shooting team. Zhou Shiyan immediately offered a mutually beneficial suggestion. And Yunxi thought it made sense. It would satisfy the athletes' needs and also prepare Zhongxing Foods for its market launch. That is quite good. Then I'll give you Coach Zhang's contact information. Okay. The 1-hour drive passed quickly. The car drove directly into the estate and stopped only at the villa's entrance. This was Zhou Shiyan's first time seeing the interior of Tsuaming Lake Yanshui residence. Like his Qingshan residence, it was in a modern Chinese style. However, this one also had a lakeside garden, while Qingshan residence, true to its name, had a small hill in its back garden. Brother Shiyan, wanna have breakfast together? He'd gone to pick her up from the airport so early. He must have gone straight there after getting up. Okay. And Yunxi went back to her room to wash up quickly, then went downstairs to have a Chinese breakfast with Zhou Shiyan, freshly prepared by the chef. Yunxi, what are your plans for the future? At the breakfast table, Zhou Shiyan asked casually. And Yunxi swallowed her porridge and said, This month I have the Martial Arts Association's assessment, the English CET 4 and final exams. The Martial Arts Association's assessment was scheduled for June 10th, a Saturday. There was no time conflict, so Yunxi would definitely participate. Shall I go with you to the assessment on the 10th? Seeing Yunxi's silence, Zhou Shiyan continued, I've participated in this assessment before, so I have some experience. And Yunxi thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Brother Shiyan. I'll pick you up then. And Yunxi looked up at the man in front of her, swallowing the words, I have a driver to take me there. So, she heard herself reply, okay. Considering that Yunxi needed to rest after just getting off the plane, Zhou Shiyan didn't linger. After finishing breakfast, she left for work in a cheerful mood. Meanwhile, Yunxi finished breakfast and returned to her room. After taking a bath, while applying skincare products at her vanity, she remembered her daily check-in and silently said, System, check-in.
Ding.
Checking in at Tsuaming Lake Villa District, you have received 50 million yuan in cash, which has been deposited into your unlimited black card at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Nothing special. This is the third consecutive day she's received check-in rewards, with amounts of 30 million, 40 million, and 50 million yuan respectively. Wow, it's like an arithmetic sequence. But money is always welcome, more is always better. Never mind that for now. Nothing is more important than sleep. She absolutely needs a good night's sleep. A 10-hour flight has been exhausting. All she wants to do right now is sleep. As for jet lag, she'll worry about that after she wakes up. And Yunxi slept from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. When she woke up, she was momentarily disoriented. Only when she saw the familiar lights overhead did Yunxi realize she was back in Beijing.
It was already dinner time.
And Yunxi got up, quickly washed up, took a stroll in the yard, and then returned to the dining room for a delicious dinner. That evening, Yunxi received a message from Zhou Shiyan. Yunxi, Eve arranged for the person in charge of Zhongxing Foods to contact the shooting team. I estimate you'll soon see Zhongxing's food products in the team. And Yunxi, is the efficiency of your Zhongxing group always this high? An idea that came to her this morning, and it was already implemented this afternoon? Brother Shiyan, your efficiency is amazing. What was originally just a casual remark unexpectedly received a very surprising response from Zhou Shiyan. Nothing concerning you can be taken too seriously. And Yunxi. So, was Zhou Shiyan flirting with her? At this moment, and Yunxi was barely able to contain her eagerness to know the answer. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, typing and deleting, going back and forth for a long time without sending a single word. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyan, watching the screen on his phone where she was typing but no message had arrived, felt a strange tension. As clever as he was, he naturally noticed that Yunxi had begun to realize the difference in his attitude towards her. He had wanted to use this opportunity to spend more time with her and express his feelings, because he felt he needed more time and opportunities to spend with her, to let her understand him more deeply. But since the girl joined the shooting team, she had been incredibly busy, and he hadn't had much time to spend with anyone. He didn't want to wait any longer. The girl was so outstanding, many people would inevitably notice her in the future. He had already considered her one of his own. He couldn't give others another chance. After sending this somewhat ambiguous message, he waited quietly for her response. Time ticked by, and Zhou Shiyan felt increasingly anxious. He worried that the girl would reject him or simply not reply to his message at all. A ding-dong sounded, and Zhou Shiyan quickly checked his phone. Brother Shiyan, do you like me? Meanwhile, after sending this message, Yunxi sat on the sofa, her hands tightly gripping her phone, her eyes fixed on the screen, her heart pounding with unease. She had thought about it for a long time before mustering the courage to ask this question. Undoubtedly, she had feelings for Zhou Shiyan, even a slight liking. A man like Zhou Shiyan was mature, stable, handsome, and wealthy. He was also gentlemanly and polite to her and always took good care of her. No woman wouldn't like a man like that, right? However, she wasn't sure if Zhou Shiyan liked her in the same way. And Yunxi's courage to say those words stemmed not only from her feelings for Zhou Shiyan, but also from her current confidence. Having experienced several worlds, Yunxi was no longer the naive girl who would recklessly pursue love. She knew love wasn't everything. Even without love, or rather, without love at all, she believed she could still live well, even a fulfilling life. Therefore, even when meeting someone she liked, she would weigh the pros and cons, assessing whether they were truly compatible and whether there was a possibility of a future together. Furthermore, she considered whether she could bear the risk if things didn't work out. She never believed in stories of wealthy young men falling in love at first sight with Cinderella and living happily ever after. Because in real life, such situations are rare. In any era, being well-matched in social standing and gaining the blessings of one's family are the cornerstones of a happy marriage. If the difference in social status between two people is too great, it's difficult to gain the approval and support of both families, and the marriage will face many difficulties and challenges. This is precisely why the Cinderella and Prince Charming love story often exists only in fairy tales. In the original world, an ordinary college student who is an orphan would never have the opportunity to meet or get to know someone like Zhou Shiyan. They lived in different circles, with different backgrounds and experiences, making it difficult for them to cross paths. Even if they met by chance, it would likely be a fleeting encounter, leaving little impression. Moreover, given her circumstances and abilities at the time, she was simply incapable of attracting Zhou Shiyan's attention or interest. Even if they did get to know each other, Zhou Shiyan probably wouldn't be interested in her, given her lack of outstanding abilities and talents. After all, a man like Zhou Shiyan has no shortage of excellent women pursuing him. He has his own standards and requirements, and he is very cautious in choosing a partner. At that time, she couldn't compare to her competitors in terms of appearance, temperament, or talent. Therefore, even if they met, it would only be a one-sided love that fizzled out. Even if Zhou Shiyan unexpectedly fell for her, she didn't think she could marry into a family like the Zhou family at that time. As one of the most prominent families in Beijing, the Zhou family would undoubtedly have very high requirements for their daughters-in-law. Not only would they need outstanding personal qualities, but they also needed a good family background and social connections. As an orphan with no family background, she struggled to gain the Zhou family's approval and acceptance. Moreover, being the future matriarch of the Zhou family was no easy task, and her survival in such an environment was uncertain. But fate is a strange thing. She gained experience across several worlds, accumulated countless resources within her spatial dimension to aid her career, and was also bound to a rich and beautiful woman development system. These experiences made her more mature and confident, granting her more resources and advantages. Now, she is no longer the person she once was, but a successful individual with rich experience and wealth. Under her influence, her parents have become among the wealthiest people in the province, and her own current assets are astonishing. Putting everything else aside, once she uses the tenfold capital doubling card, her liquid assets alone will be enough to make many wealthy and powerful families envious. Not to mention her other company's shares and fixed assets. And then there's her technical data. Any one of them could be used to build a unique industry unicorn. And that's not all. She also has a system. As long as she diligently completes the learning and career tasks assigned by the system, she will gain assets and abilities that are unattainable for ordinary people in the future. Right now, she can attract Zhou Shiyan's attention and affection with her strength and charm, and she has the ability to handle the various challenges and pressures brought by the Zhou family. All of this gives her enough confidence and strength to pursue her own happiness and to have a relationship with Zhou Shiyan on an equal footing. Although the future is still full of unknowns, she is willing to face it bravely and create a beautiful life for herself with her own efforts and wisdom. Even if they don't end up together, she can bear the consequences, both psychologically and financially. However, what she was worried about now was whether she and Zhou Shiyan could still be friends after she made it clear that this was just her imagination. Considering this, she was still a little nervous after sending the message. Fortunately, she received a reply from Zhou Shiyan shortly afterward. Yes, I like it. Does Yunxi allow me to like her? Although it was text, and Yunxi felt as if she could hear Zhou Shiyan speaking in her ear. In a daze, she seemed to hear that deep, magnetic voice, tinged with anticipation and trepidation. And Yunxi inexplicably felt her ears burning and a little itchy. After thinking for a moment, and Yunxi typed back, "It's an honor to receive Shiyanji's affection." She added a smiling emoji after the message. Zhou Shiyan smiled upon seeing the reply and immediately typed another message. "Your Shiyan brother wants to be your boyfriend. Would you be honored?" And Yunxi, "Oh my god, what kind of crazy move is this? How could this guy confess his feelings directly on WeChat? This is truly the first time she's ever encountered something like this."
How? How is she supposed to reply?
Accepting directly isn't an option, nor is rejecting. In the end, she could only reply, "It depends on your performance." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiyan couldn't suppress the smile on his face. In his view, this was already a tacit agreement. "Thank you, Yunxi, for giving me this opportunity." And Yunxi, having received the reply, rolled around on the sofa. She hadn't actually considered dating so early, but when fate brings someone special, it's not unreasonable to have a relationship. Mainly, Zhou Shiyan's attitude was becoming increasingly clear, and she desperately wanted to know the answer to this question. So, she couldn't help but ask. Judging from this situation, it seems she'll have to end her single life sooner rather than later. Her mother probably won't have any problems. She'll likely be happy for her and Zhou Shiyan to be together. It's her father who might be a bit more difficult to deal with. However, with her mother involved, the problems shouldn't be too big. After all, her father had never been willing to speak harshly to her. Even if he wanted to make things difficult, he would only do so to Zhou Shiyan. Besides, her father listened to her mother, and as long as Ms. Fong was involved, nothing would be a problem. Having figured this out, and Yunxi temporarily put the matter out of her mind. In any case, things would work themselves out. And Yunxi's second day back in China was Monday, but she didn't return to school. Having just returned from a competition abroad, she needed to rest. Unexpectedly, as soon as she woke up that morning, she received a message from Zhou Shiyan. "Yunxi, any plans or arrangements for today?" And Yunxi replied, "No, I plan to rest for 2 days before going back to school. Want to have dinner together tonight?" Upon seeing this message, And Yunxi was first taken aback, then smiled inwardly. So, they were about to go on a date? However, she maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Sure, where should we eat?" Zhou Shiyan quickly replied, "I'll pick you up at 5:30 this afternoon, near Manhwa Hutong." And Yunxi stared at her phone screen, a slight smile playing on her lips, and replied directly, "Okay." Now that she had decided on her feelings and wanted to date Zhou Shiyan, she no longer needed to be coy or hesitant. Young people dating, going on dates, is perfectly normal. While eating breakfast, and Yunxi glanced at the system's refreshed check-in location, it was Manhwa Hutong. What a coincidence. It was exactly where Zhou Shiyan was going to treat her to dinner. Wow, the system's ability to predict the future is amazing. Although she didn't know the underlying principle, and Yunxi knew that the system would arrange check-in tasks based on the locations she visited that day. Regarding this, although it was just her guess, and Yunxi felt it was pretty close to the truth. After all, she was already used to the system's various miraculous operations. After breakfast, and Yunxi checked on the progress of several research projects. Currently, the shooting suit project was progressing the fastest. The research and development process was basically complete, and it had entered the stage of producing test samples. Since this project was a research result rewarded by the system, the data was relatively complete and detailed. Moreover, the system was tailor-made for the technology and materials of this world, so it was easy to achieve results. There was really nothing for Yunxi to worry about here. Xi and Yulin managed all the work of the research institute quite well. She only needed to wait for the samples to be produced, then contact the national shooting team to send them for evaluation. Once they passed all the rigorous tests and met the standards of various competitions, they could be officially put into use. At that time, Chinese shooting athletes would have completely broken the foreign monopoly on shooting suits. From a certain perspective, this could be considered a breakthrough for China in terms of technology and influence. And Yunxi hoped to participate in resolving any factors that could help China break free from foreign monopolies, blockades, and sanctions, if given the opportunity.
Why?
You could say it's because she harbors a deep sense of patriotism. This world is so similar to the world Yunxi originally lived in. Even the country's development history, the difficulties and experiences it has encountered are remarkably similar. Therefore, she is filled with affection for China. A nation is essential for a family. If she could contribute to the country's development to the best of her ability, she would be very willing. After all, she has the accumulation of experience from traversing several worlds, the Purple Cloud Immortal Mansion stockpiled with various resources, and a super cheat code, the Rich, Beautiful, and Talented Woman system. She has the confidence and ability to make her own contribution to her country. However, this is not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires time and a process. In short, she is always ready to contribute to her country. She was just waiting for the right opportunity to soar to great heights and become a figure of global renown. At 5:30 p.m., Zhou Shiyan arrived promptly in his car to pick her up. This time, he drove himself, without a chauffeur. This was their first meeting after Zhou Shiyan confessed his feelings to her on WeChat. And Yunxi initially felt a little awkward upon seeing him. But she thought she had nothing to be embarrassed about. Zhou Shiyan was pursuing her, and she needed to test this man. He should be the one feeling nervous and awkward, right? Soon, Yunxi adjusted and began discussing various topics with Zhou Shiyan as usual. The two chatted and soon arrived at their destination Manhwa Hutong in Beijing. And Yunxi didn't forget her daily check-in task, silently reciting the check-in instructions as soon as she arrived. Ding dong. Check-in at Manhwa Hutong, Beijing. You have received a courtyard house in Manhwa Hutong. The relevant property documents and certificates have been added to your system inventory. And Yunxi, didn't the system already give her a courtyard house? Why is it giving her another one? Even Yunxi is a little confused about the system's tricks this time. This kind of situation had indeed never occurred before. Manhwa Hutong is a traditional hutong in Beijing's Dongqing district, located in the heart of the city's Hutong grid. There are two theories about the origin of its name. One theory is that it was named after the hat merchants in the surrounding area during the Ming Dynasty. The other theory is that it was named after the cultural figures in the area during the Qing Dynasty. Both theories prove that manhwa hadong has a long history, is an important part of Beijing's traditional culture, and has high tourism and cultural value. And the value of a courtyard house in such a location is self-evident. And Yunxi quietly channeled her consciousness into her system inventory, briefly reviewing the information about this courtyard house. Compared to the courtyard house on Nanfeng Street, it was much smaller, totaling about 600 square meters with 2 courtyards. However, even a 2-courtyard house in this location is extremely valuable, and Yunxi planned to check on the situation when she had time before deciding how to handle the courtyard house. "Brother Shiryan, where are we going to eat?" Seeing the car enter the alley without stopping, and Yunxi asked curiously. "Go further in a small alley. There's a private restaurant there. The food is really good." Sure enough, only locals can find the truly good restaurants. The car drove a short distance and stopped at the entrance of a small alley. "Get out, the car can't go any further." Zhou Shiyan led Yunxi out of the car and through a maze of left and right into an alley, less than 1.5 meters wide. And Yunxi, my God, who could find this place without someone showing them? If she didn't know Zhou Shiyan's identity and trust his character, she would have suspected she was being kidnapped. The two slowly walked to the entrance of a courtyard that resembled a traditional Chinese courtyard house. The environment here was extremely quiet and serene, giving one a sense of being far removed from the hustle and bustle. If Zhou Shiyan hadn't told them beforehand that they were there for dinner, and Yunxi wouldn't have known it was a private restaurant. Because the gate of this courtyard was no different from the gates of the other houses in the area, without any obvious signs or markings. This was truly Yunxi's first time visiting such a private restaurant. This unique experience filled Yunxi with curiosity. Upon arriving, Zhou Shiyan stepped forward and rang the doorbell. Soon, the door slowly opened, and an elderly woman dressed in an elegant cheongsam appeared before them. Although her hair was already silver, her attire was very refined. She had carefully styled her hair, wore light makeup, and wore leather shoes that matched her cheongsam. Clearly, this elderly woman paid great attention to her appearance. When she saw Zhou Shiyan, a warm smile immediately appeared on her face, and she said affectionately, "Oh, it's you, Ian." Her attitude suggested they were very familiar. "Grandma Hua." Zhou Shiyan greeted her politely, showing great respect to the old lady. At this moment, the old lady also saw Yunxi beside Zhou Shiyan. She was taken aback at first, then reacted with a kind smile, saying warmly, "Oh my, Ian brought a little girl with him today. Won't you introduce her to Grandma Hua?" "Grandma Hua, this is Yunxi, my good friend." When he said the word good friend, he paused slightly and cast a gentle glance at Yunxi beside him. The old lady was astute enough to immediately perceive the special affection Zhou Shiyan had for this little girl. She warmly took Yunxi's hand, praising her with a beaming smile. "Yunxi, right? What a pretty young lady. This is the first time Ian has brought a girl to eat here." As she spoke, she gave Zhou Shiyan a meaningful glance, conveying a knowing look. Zhou Shiyan was in a good mood, a smile playing on his lips, and softly said to Yunxi, "Yunxi, this is the restaurant owner's mother. You can just call her Grandma Hua." And Yunxi quickly and politely greeted her. "Hello, Grandma Hua." "Oh, good child, come in with Grandma." The old lady smiled broadly, her wrinkles deepening with joy. The two followed the old lady through the gate of the courtyard house, passing the first courtyard and going directly into the second. The sounds of guests eating could still be heard from the private rooms in the first courtyard, but the second courtyard was quiet. This was a place, though located in the heart of the city, that felt like a secluded paradise. Stepping inside feels like stepping back in time. The courtyard is of a suitable size, its architecture simple yet elegant, preserving the essence of a traditional courtyard house and exuding a classic charm. The courtyard is lush and verdant. The clear, bright sound of flowing water is cheerful, pleasant, and melodious. Like the sounds of nature, it brings a sense of tranquility and comfort. Clearly, this is a private area belonging to the owner's family. Zhou Shiyan was led directly into the courtyard by the owner and seated in a private room in the east wing of the second courtyard. After serving them some tea, the old lady said, "Ian, Please sit here. Your Uncle Hua will come and arrange things for you in a bit. Okay. Thank you, Grandma Hua. After Grandma Hua left, Zhou Shiyan introduced the restaurant to Yunxi, saying, "This is Grandma Hua's son, Uncle Hua's private restaurant. They only accept 10 tables of reservations per day. Regular guests are received in the outer courtyard." Hearing this, Yunxi jokingly asked, "So, someone like you who gets into the inner courtyard is considered a special guest?" It was just a joke, but Zhou Shiyan replied seriously, "Yes, I'm different." "How so?" And Yunxi asked curiously. "Grandpa Hua and my grandfather are friends, and my dad and Uncle Hua are also good friends, so—" And Yunxi gave an okay sign, indicating, "I understand. They're family friends. Uncle Hua is very good at cooking home-style dishes. Eat more later." Zhou Shiyan poured Yunxi a cup of tea and said gently, "Hearing you say that, I'm quite looking forward to it." She always trusted the recommendations of locals. In her opinion, only restaurants frequented by locals could represent the level and characteristics of local cuisine. As the two were talking, there was a knock on the door of the private room. It turned out to be Uncle Hua, whom Zhou Shiyan had mentioned. Through Zhou Shiyan's introduction, Yunxi had already learned a bit about Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua's full name was Hua Wenxin. He was in his 40s, and his ancestors had been imperial chefs. However, the Hua family wasn't particularly skilled in those complex court dishes, but rather had a deep understanding of many home-style dishes. Their dishes are renowned for their meticulous ingredient selection, exquisite knife skills, and unique seasonings. This gives their cuisine both a homely warmth and a refined, delicious flavor. Clearly, despite both being descendants of imperial chefs, this place and the Plum Garden restaurant followed completely different paths. After Hua Wenxin entered the private room, there was another round of introductions. "Ian, what would you like to eat today?" Hua Wenxin's name sounded somewhat literary, but his personality was anything but reserved. And Yunxi could tell at a glance that he was a free-spirited and unpretentious person. Since when can Uncle Hua take orders? The rule here was always that guests would eat whatever Uncle Hua arranged. There was no such thing as taking orders. Hua Wenxin's eyebrows shot up, and he glared fiercely at Zhou Shiyan. "You brat, your temper is just like your father's, picky and difficult to please. I was only doing you a favor by bringing a girl here for the first time, and you don't even appreciate it. Uncle Hua, you'd better be normal." Seeing Zhou Shiyan's earnest expression, as if he were doing this for your own good, Hua Wenxin was furious. Not wanting to deal with this brat, Hua Wenxin turned to Yunxi and smiled, saying, "This must be Miss Yunxi, right?" "Hello, Uncle Hua. You can just call me Yunxi." "Yunxi, what would you like to eat? Uncle will make it for you." "Uncle Hua, you can arrange it. I'm sure everything you arrange will be good." Hearing this, Hua Wenxin's smile widened even more.
"See?
Yunxi, you know how to talk. Unlike some people, humph." Zhou Shiyan frowned helplessly and said, "Uncle Hua, if you put it that way, I'll really order." Hua Wenxin paused, stunned for a moment before trying to save face. "I won't argue with you, it's too low class. I'll arrange it for you. Don't be dissatisfied with this or that later." After saying that, he prepared to turn and leave. He was almost at the door when he heard Zhou Shiyan's voice behind him. "Uncle Hua, do you have gastrodia, alada, and chicken soup today?" Hua Wenxin didn't even turn his head, only saying yes before leaving the private room. Only the two of them remained in the private room. Uncle Hua is quite interesting. Although Zhou Shiyan had been fuming during their conversation, and Yunxi could tell that this man had a close relationship with him. Only close friends would joke like that. That's just Uncle Hua's personality. You'll understand after you get to know him a few more times. Seeing Yunxi's interest in Uncle Hua and his private restaurant, Zhou Shiyan continued to explain. Although Uncle Hua's restaurant doesn't advertise, it's quite well known in Beijing. He mainly serves acquaintances and relies on referrals from regular customers. Uncle Hua's family doesn't seem to be short of money. He probably just runs this restaurant out of interest. Serving only 10 tables a day, including lunch and dinner combined, this capricious business style clearly shows he doesn't care about making money. Yes, this courtyard house belongs to the Hua family. Uncle Hua's son also runs a restaurant chain. If that's the case, then it explains things. Through Zhou Shiyan's introduction, and Yunxi gained a better understanding of the Hua family private kitchen. It is indeed quite special. First of all the dishes are prepared using traditional cooking techniques, and each dish reflects the chef's dedication and passion for food. Whether it's a delicious home-style meal or an exquisite banquet dish, every bite is unforgettable. Besides the food, the courtyard also offers various leisure and entertainment activities. You can read quietly in the courtyard, or gather around a stove under the large trees in the courtyard to brew tea and enjoy a peaceful moment. While savoring the delicious food, guests can also appreciate the ambience of green tiles and wooden rafters in the marketplace, red walls and latticed windows in the alleyways. In summary, it's not just a place to eat, but a carrier of culture. Every brick, every tile, every dish, every activity here is imbued with profound cultural heritage. Here, you can not only taste delicious food, but also experience the charm of traditional culture. Here, you can slow down the pace of life and enjoy a sense of tranquility and beauty. It is precisely Hua Shu's non-profit-driven business philosophy that has created such a unique restaurant. The food was served quickly. Since there were only 2 people, Hua Wenxin arranged 4 dishes and a soup, and the portions were relatively small. The soup was a special gastrodia alata and free-range chicken soup ordered by Zhou Shiyan. The dishes included a braised duck with ginger, a stewed pork trotter with glutinous rice and kidney beans, taro with scallion oil, and baby bok choy in chicken soup. As soon as the dishes were served, Zhou Shiyan ladled a bowl of gastrodia alata and chicken soup for Yunxi. This is one of the 4 most popular soups here.
Try it.
Thank you, Brother Shiyan. And Yunxi tasted it, and the flavor certainly didn't disappoint. It was made with free-range chicken, and the chicken soup was incredibly delicious. The gastrodia alata had been stewed long enough, making it soft and chewy. And Yunxi ate a whole piece, about 4 fingers in diameter. Not only the chicken soup, but every other dish was perfectly suited to her taste. Finally, Yunxi finished a whole bowl of rice, and also ate quite a bit of soup and vegetables. It was so delicious that she felt stuffed again. Seeing Yunxi enjoying her meal, Zhou Shiyan couldn't help but eat quite a bit more himself. Yunxi, how is it? Is it good? Zhou Shiyan asked, handing Yunxi a tissue. It's delicious. Yunxi nodded vigorously to show her enjoyment. Okay, then I'll bring you here again next time. After saying that, Zhou Shiyan reached out and gently tucked a stray strand of Yunxi's hair behind her ear. This intimate gesture stunned Yunxi, who instinctively turned to look at Zhou Shiyan. First, she was momentarily stunned by the man's sharply defined, handsome face. Then, her heart raced a little as Zhou Shiyan looked at her with focused and doting eyes. Oh my God! How can he be so handsome? Having experienced several worlds in her life, even in the world of cultivation, she had never seen a man more aesthetically pleasing than Zhou Shiyan. Zhou Shiyan's appearance was refined yet masculine. Unlike those young heartthrobs who, while handsome, lacked masculinity. That style wasn't to Yunxi's liking. Zhou Shiyan, however, from his looks and physique to his personality, was exactly her type. It was as if he were a male lead tailor-made for her, every aspect striking a chord with her. How could she not like him and be moved? At least, at this moment, Yunxi was moved, madly moved. Yunxi, do you like it? A deep, magnetic voice sounded in her ear, and Yunxi subconsciously replied, I like it. Only when Zhou Shiyan laughed did Yunxi come to her senses, remembering her slightly infatuated behavior. And Yunxi was incredulous. How could a transmigrator with a system be outdone by a native of this world? This is unscientific. Shizen convinced. Brother Shiyan, how could you use your good looks? A little regretful, Yunxi's tone unconsciously carried a hint of coquetry. Seeing Yunxi's reaction, Zhou Shiyan's lips curled slightly, and he asked with pleasure, So, Yunxi, do you like my good looks? Yunxi's cheeks flushed slightly upon hearing this. How was she supposed to answer? Trying to remain calm while still a little unconvinced, Yunxi decided to get her revenge and tease him back. Of course I like it. Brother Shiyan, are you going to give yourself to me? After saying this, and Yunxi's eyes darted nervously and evasively towards Zhou Shiyan. She kept telling herself not to panic, not to lose, to stay calm, and absolutely not to lose. And Yunxi heard Zhou Shiyan utter a soft then he took in Yunxi's left hand and placed it on his chest, letting her feel his heartbeat. Looking at her earnestly, he said, "Can you feel it? My heart is racing. It's beating for you." And Yunxi's face flushed crimson. She opened her mouth, speechless for a moment. "Yunxi, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, and Yunxi's pupils contracted, her eyes widened, and she stared at Zhou Shiyan without saying a word. Before Yunxi could answer, Zhou Shiyan continued, "I know today's occasion isn't suitable for a confession, but I'm sincere. I can't wait any longer. I hope to stand by your side as your boyfriend soon. Yunxi, will you be my girlfriend?" After asking this question again, Zhou Shiyan didn't speak further, but quietly looked at the girl before him, waiting for her reply. At this moment, Yunxi felt a little disoriented, only hearing her own voice echo in the private room. "Okay, that okay," exploded in Zhou Shiyan's mind like heavenly music, filling him with joy and happiness. When Zhou Shiyan held her in his arms, and she smelled the cool, pine-like scent emanating from him, and Yunxi came back to her senses. She then realized that she had just accepted Zhou Shiyan's confession and was now a person with a boyfriend. However, she felt no regret or discomfort about her actions. Anyway, she liked Zhou Shiyan and had even planned to date him before. Since that's the case, there's nothing to hesitate about. It's just dating. Everyone has a youthful phase. Having lived several lifetimes without experiencing love, what's wrong with liking a man and having a relationship now? When they left the private room, Zhou Shiyan held in Yunxi's hand. Grandma Hua saw their hands clasped together and her face showed an "I knew it" expression. "Is Ian leaving?" "Yes, Grandma Hua. We finished eating. Bring Yunxi over more often, and have your Uncle Hua cook you something delicious." Zhou Shiyan glanced at his girlfriend beside him and said with a smile, "Grandma Hua will come often. Yunxi likes Uncle Hua's cooking, so she'll definitely be coming more often. And Yunxi too, if Ian isn't available to come with you, just come by yourself. Grandma likes young and energetic girls like you. Grandma Hua, I'll definitely come often from now on. Please don't find me annoying. Such a delicious place. I'll definitely come often whenever I have the chance."
How could that be?
"Grandma Hua, I just love a lively atmosphere. I'm more than happy to have you here." The old lady looked at the perfectly matched couple before her, liking them more and more. As she got older, she enjoyed seeing such harmonious scenes. It's just, Ian already has a girlfriend. She wondered when her good-for-nothing son would bring one home. Knowing the two were leaving, Hua Wenxin came out to see them off. "Yunxi, did you like your Uncle Hua's cooking?" "I especially liked it. Uncle Hua's cooking is amazing." And Yunxi said, giving a thumbs up. Hua Wenxin laughed heartily at this. "Yunxi, you flatter me. Come over often if you like. Uncle Hua will cook for you." "Thank you, Uncle Hua. I'll definitely come often." After saying goodbye to Grandma Hua and Uncle Hua, the two didn't go home immediately after leaving the courtyard house. Instead, they took a walk hand in hand. Seeing that it was almost 9 o'clock, Zhou Shiyan spoke first. "Yunxi, shall I take you home?" Although he wanted to walk hand in hand forever, his girlfriend was still a student, and he couldn't let her get home too late. "Okay." Zhou Shiyan drove in Yunxi back to Yunshui residence. "Brother Shiyan, be careful on your way back. It takes about 40 minutes to an hour to drive from here to the Zhou family's courtyard house." By the time Zhou Shiyan got home, it would be very late. "Yunxi, I've moved to Qingshan residence next door." And Yunxi, what kind of efficiency is this? He just said yesterday that he bought Qingshan residence, and he's already moved in today? You weren't planning this all along, were you? And Yunxi gave Zhou Shiyan a meaningful look. "Yunxi, you're wrong about me. You know I bought this Qingshan residence a long time ago. But you never said you were going to live here." Don't think she didn't know. Living here to work at Zhongxin Group is much farther than living in the Zhou family's courtyard house. The house is already bought. It's not good to leave it empty. And Yunxi didn't speak, just looked at him, her eyes conveying a "you'll see if I believe you" message. Seeing his girlfriend wasn't easily fooled, Zhou Shiyan smiled and pulled in Yunxi into his arms. This was something he'd wanted to do for a long time. Now, he could finally openly hug the person he loved. Then, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Yes, I've been planning this for a long time, wanting to be closer to the girl I love." The phrase "the girl I love" felt even more embarrassing than girlfriend. However, in Yunxi, her face buried in Zhou Shiyan's chest, only blushed for a moment before quickly regaining her composure. "Brother Shiyan, actually, I also have a courtyard house on Nanfeng Street." Zhou Shiyan. What to do when your girlfriend keeps surprising you? What can you do? You can only try to improve your acceptance level. It's okay. Stay at Suaming Lake for now. It's close to your school. Besides, your girlfriend will definitely be more used to living here. As for me, a little distance is fine. Even if I'm late, it won't matter much. As the CEO, no one would say anything if he didn't go to the company. As for his father, for the sake of his lifelong happiness, he probably wouldn't have any objections. Okay, whatever.
You say.
She knew Zhou Shiyan was thinking of her. She couldn't just keep refusing her boyfriend's kindness. Too many rejections would dampen his enthusiasm. Like the matter of where they would stay, Zhou Shiyan had already considered everything for her. She just needed to accept it. Brother Shiyan, shall I go in? Zhou Shiyan released his hand and reached out to pat his girlfriend's head before saying, "Go ahead, get some rest," and Yunxi was speechless. Why did he give her this fatherly feeling? Shaking her head, she banished the absurd thought from her mind and walked towards the villa's gate. When she reached the door, she looked back and saw Zhou Shiyan still standing in front of the car, watching her, his gaze following her back. And Yunxi's heart skipped a beat. She smiled, waved, and then opened the door and went inside. Zhou Shiyan, seeing that the person had gone inside and was out of sight, got into his car and drove away from Yunxi residence. His Qingshan residence was just a little west of there, only a minute's drive home. Perhaps due to his cheerful mood, Zhou Shiyan felt the evening breeze was incredibly gentle and tender. Back in his room, and Yunxi patted her slightly flushed cheeks, feeling somewhat incredulous. She had actually accepted Zhou Shiyan's confession and started dating? That's life. Many times, things don't unfold as we expect. Just like her, she hadn't planned to date so early, but sometimes fate brings something you can't stop. When you meet someone you like, someone suitable, you can't run away just because you don't have a plan yet. Plans can't keep up with changes. That's roughly what this kind of situation is all about. For the next few days, and Yunxi attended classes at school, only returning to her residence at Yunxi residence on Friday when she had no classes. Early Saturday morning, Zhou Shiyan knocked on the door of Yunxi residence. Then, quite naturally, he went in and had breakfast with Yunxi. While Yunxi was at school, Zhou Shiyan stayed at the Zhou family's courtyard house. When Yunxi came home for vacation and stayed at Yunxi residence, he also moved to Qingshan residence. Because of this, Zhou Shenghua and Yunxi, Zhou Shiyan's assistant Wang Lin, and the housekeepers at Yunxi's villa all knew that Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi were officially dating. Wang Lin wasn't surprised at all. He had long noticed the difference in his boss's feelings for Yunxi. It was just that it had taken so long for his boss to finally win her over, which he felt was somewhat out of character for his boss's usual decisive and ruthless style. As for Zhou's mother, Yunxi, she was quite pleased with the situation. She had always liked Yunxi and even wanted to take her in as a goddaughter. Yunxi had originally planned to bring it up with Mingxia after the two families had gotten to know each other better. However, after learning that her son had feelings for Yunxi, she abandoned the idea and never mentioned it again. Being a daughter-in-law was good too. She'd have to call her mom then. Besides, it would solve her son's marriage problem and give him a daughter-in-law she liked. It seemed like a win-win situation, so why not? Zhou Shenghua, on the other hand, was quite surprised by his son's unusually rapid pace in finding a girlfriend. After all, his son had always been a rather sociable person, and there had never been any girls he was particularly close to. As he grew up, he became even more aloof and unapproachable. He worried that his son wouldn't know how to interact with the opposite sex, and that his wife's wish to have a grandchild might be dashed. Originally, given their son's personality, the couple had no expectations for his future wife. They only hoped she would be a kind-hearted woman, not a terrible person. Unexpectedly, their son, at only 24, had already figured things out and was already charming young women. And he'd even managed to snag such an outstanding woman who perfectly suited their tastes. This outcome was truly a pleasant surprise for their family. Zhou Shenghua even remarked to his wife, "Our son has never given us any trouble. We haven't even had to lift a finger to find him a partner." Yunxi thought about it and agreed. Her son had always been the model child, the envy of relatives and friends. It was just that his personality was difficult to get along with. They had initially thought that his personality would make it hard for him to find a partner, and that his parents might have to worry about his marriage. But now, even that opportunity was gone. To her husband's sigh, Yunxi smiled and replied, "Isn't that good? Before, I guess he just hadn't met anyone he liked." Her son, not only is he exceptionally intelligent, but his emotional intelligence is also quite high. Before, he was probably too lazy to deal with people he felt weren't worth the time. The couple exchanged a relieved smile, completely at ease about their son. Meanwhile, Yunxi found out, and inevitably Fang Mingxia and Jianhua also found out. Therefore, Fang Mingxia specifically called her daughter to get a better understanding of the details and situation. Fang Mingxia thought it was a good thing that her daughter was dating. Her consistent belief was that if you meet a good candidate, you should act quickly and seize the opportunity. Later, there won't be as many choices. Her daughter is an adult in university, and it's time for her to date. If she meets the right person now, she should definitely seize the opportunity. As for Zhou Shiyan, although she hadn't met him, she had seen his photos. He looked like a handsome and energetic young man. He graduated from Peking University, studied abroad, and even founded his own company. In her opinion, he and her daughter were quite well matched. More importantly, Yunxi, her future mother-in-law, was wonderful. As someone with experience, she knew how important it was to have a good mother-in-law. Take herself, for example. If she hadn't met such open-minded in-laws, she wouldn't be living such a comfortable life. Even before she went into business, when her family circumstances were quite modest, she never felt unhappy in her marriage. Later, her daughter was born, and she found a powerful mentor. As a result, her family's fortune soared, and her husband, in-laws, and relatives all treated her as before. She felt she had married the right person, which was why her life had been so smooth and fulfilling. Yunxi was her good friend, and she knew her character perfectly well. Moreover, Yunxi adored her daughter. If her daughter were to marry him, this relationship and goodwill would be beneficial to her daughter. Therefore, Fang Mingxia accepted the marriage quickly, just as Yunxi had predicted. And Jianhua, on the other hand, felt a pang of bitterness upon hearing the news, harboring many grievances against Zhou Shiyan. But since he hadn't met her yet, he couldn't act on it and could only grumble to himself. Thus, the fact that Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi were dating was made public in front of both sets of parents. And Yunxi, who had only been confessed to a man for a few days before her family found out, was speechless. Her dating progress was truly astounding. She'd only been dating for a few days and had already implicitly met his parents. But then again, it wasn't a bad thing, because this way, she wouldn't have to worry about explaining things to her parents. It seemed quite nice. Because today was the Martial Arts Association's assessment, and Yunxi wore a loose-fitting tracksuit and comfortable athletic shoes. Chengdu was driving, and Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi sat in the back. Since he could now openly accompany her as her boyfriend, Zhou Shiyan didn't insist on competing with the driver for fares. On the way, Zhou Shiyan explained the general content and process of the assessment to Yunxi. The Martial Arts Association's membership assessment consisted of 2 rounds. The first round was a martial arts performance. The first round of assessment involves contestants demonstrating their martial arts skills, at least 1, and at most 3, which are then scored by 10 resident representatives of the association. The highest and lowest scores are discarded, and the remaining scores are averaged to determine the contestant's final score. The second round is a martial arts competition. All contestants are randomly paired for 10 one-on-one matches. A win earns 10 points, and a perfect 100-point record is awarded. The scores from both rounds are added together to determine the total score for all contestants. The judges will select the top-ranked contestants based on their total scores to become official members of the Martial Arts Association. Of course, these are only initial members from levels 1 to 3. New members who wish to become higher-level members can participate in a third round of assessment. The third round involves sparring against 3 members of the corresponding level in the Martial Arts Association. For example, to challenge level 5, you need to spar against 3 level 5 members. Best of 3 matches. Winning 2 matches will grant you level 5 membership. And Yunxi only learned about the numerous rules and details after Zhou Shiyan's explanation. And Yunxi's goal was to achieve the highest level, level 10 membership. It seemed she would have to participate in all 3 rounds of assessments today. The Martial Arts Association's assessment location was the association's headquarters in Beijing, a not-too-large courtyard. Inside, there was a 4-story main building with 2 2-story row houses on each side. The buildings were arranged in 3 directions, with the main gate in one. Upon arriving, Zhou Shiyan skillfully led Yunxi to the registration area. And Yunxi took a letter of recommendation from her bag and handed it to a staff member. This was given to her by Chun Junfeng a couple of days ago when she went to school. When the staff member saw that Yunxi's letter of recommendation was signed by 3 honorary presidents, they took a second look at Yunxi. They were surprised to find that this participant in the assessment was exceptionally beautiful. If it weren't for the icy protector always by his side, he would have definitely gone up to ask for her contact information. In the first round of martial arts performances, Yunxi directly demonstrated 3 martial arts techniques she had learned in the system Tai Chi, pushing cloud palm and snowflake swordplay. Yunxi's precise movements and heroic figure instantly captivated the judges. If they weren't mistaken, this young girl had already cultivated sword energy, reaching the level of an internal strength master. 2 judges even stood up in excitement. This was an internal strength master. Throughout China, they knew only a handful of internal strength masters. Moreover, this was such a young girl. An elderly judge, who appeared to be the oldest, beckoned to a young man standing nearby. The young man immediately came to his side. Who recommended this young girl? The young man's heart skipped a beat. He would have had to inquire about anyone else, but he did know Yunxi. You mean Yunxi? It's the recommendation letter jointly written by the 3 former presidents, Chun, Bai, and Duan. I heard she was the final champion in the last martial arts exchange tournament, and seems to be quite familiar with President Chun's family. Oh? The old man raised an eyebrow. It seemed he'd have to ask President Chun about it later. Give me a copy of Yunxi's information later.
Okay.
The young man replied and retreated to the side. The assessment was still ongoing. He couldn't leave his post for too long. Yunxi's martial arts performance ended, and all 10 judges gave her a perfect score of 100. In the end, she scored 100 points in the first round. After a short rest, the second round of martial arts competition began. When Yunxi's martial arts skills were already at an advanced level, she was invincible throughout China. What's more, now her martial arts level had reached the highest level assessed by the system god level. Yunxi could confidently say that even the rarest internal energy masters in China would have little chance against her. This membership assessment was far too easy for her. Whoever was drawn to be paired with Yunxi was destined to lose. Zhou Shiyan's gaze remained fixed on the graceful, agile girl on stage, not daring to blink. At this moment, his eyes and heart were filled with Yunxi's image. The more he looked, the more he liked her, and he couldn't help but feel proud of his girlfriend's excellence. Ultimately, in the second round of the martial arts competition, Yunxi also achieved a perfect score of 100. Based on the combined results of the 2 rounds of assessments, joining the Martial Arts Association was a certainty. However, the specific level of membership she would receive would depend on participating in the upcoming third round of assessments. Yunxi, congratulations! After stepping down from the competition stage, Zhou Shiyan immediately stepped forward and handed her a bottle of water. Thank you, Brother Shiyan. With your level, getting a level 10 membership won't be a problem. The young girl's master's family martial arts lineage must be quite extraordinary. If he hadn't studied martial arts under Master Chun since childhood, he wouldn't have reached his current level. I don't think it'll be a problem either. Seeing the girl's confident and unpretentious demeanor, Zhou Shiyan smiled, finding her rather endearing. Come on, let's grab a bite to eat first. Okay. The third round of assessments didn't start until 2 p.m., so going out for a meal now is perfect. Zhou Shiyan was quite familiar with the area around the Martial Arts Association's headquarters. He led in Yunxi on a 5-minute walk to a small restaurant. This place serves mostly home-style dishes, and the taste is pretty good, and Yunxi followed Zhou Shiyan to a table against the wall. Zhou Shiyan handed the menu to Yunxi, saying, "See if there's anything you'd like to eat? Brother Shiyan, you order." She hadn't eaten at this place before and didn't know which dishes were good. It was better to let someone familiar with the area order. Zhou Shiyan didn't insist, taking back the menu and ordering 3 dishes, a soup and rice. This was enough for the two of them, and Yunxi had been very active in the morning, so she had a good appetite at lunchtime. Plus, Zhou Shiyan had ordered dishes that were good with rice, so she ate a small bowl of rice and then another, even drinking 2 bowls of soup. After lunch, since it was still early, Zhou Shiyan led Yunxi directly to a lounge in the association and had her sit on the sofa to rest for a while. Seeing the slight confusion in Yunxi's eyes as she looked at the lounge, Zhou Shiyan explained before she could ask, "This is my master's lounge. I've already asked him, so we can use it for a bit." With that, he skillfully opened a cabinet, took out a tea set and tea leaves, and began to brew tea for Yunxi. And Yunxi watched him stroll around like he was in his own backyard, and guessed that this man had probably used the lounge quite a few times. To be honest, Yunxi felt quite pleased with herself for enjoying this privilege. The two leaned back on the sofa, chatting and drinking tea, quite comfortable and relaxed. The two didn't arrive at the assessment venue until just before the afternoon assessment was about to begin. To their surprise, the assessment area was unusually crowded today, although the competition area was almost entirely packed with people. Unbeknownst to Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi, news of a powerful internal energy expert attending the association's member assessment had already spread within the association. This explosive news caused an immediate uproar, drawing the attention of many members who hadn't previously focused on the assessment. Those closer to Beijing came directly to the venue. Because Yunxi had the best scores in the first 2 rounds, she was the first to participate in the assessment. She chose to challenge the level 10 member. In 3 matches, if she could defeat 2 of the 3 level 10 opponents today, she would obtain the status of a level 10 member of the Martial Arts Association. When the first 2 level 10 members went up, Zhou Shiyan didn't even change his posture, appearing relaxed and unconcerned. He knew both of them and was certain they couldn't defeat Yunxi. And indeed, he predicted it. In the first 2 rounds, Yunxi easily defeated her opponents. With 2 consecutive wins, the assessment could have ended. The association also consulted Yunxi about whether a 3rd match was necessary. Yunxi agreed, as opportunities to spar with masters like this were rare. When Yunxi's 3rd opponent stepped onto the stage, Zhou Shiyan sat up straight. He recognized the man. He was one of the few masters of internal energy in China. Normally, such masters wouldn't be chosen for the new members' induction assessment. Why today? When he saw the association leaders on stage staring intently at him with gleaming eyes, Zhou Shiyan immediately understood. This was probably their doing. They'd finally found a promising talent and were eager to test his strength. Knowing the reason, Zhou Shiyan's furrowed brows relaxed. However, this opponent was still no match for Yunxi. His previous tension and worry were simply because he feared someone might sabotage Yunxi from behind. As one of the few martial arts masters who had reached the internal energy level, he had that kind of discernment. His girlfriend's martial arts skills are probably unmatched in the entire country. This included himself. Of course, he didn't feel uncomfortable about it. On the contrary, he felt proud and honored by Yunxi's excellence. The thought of not wanting one's partner to be better than oneself is the behavior of a weak person. He was naturally not so short-sighted. In his view, the more outstanding Yunxi was, the more she would attract his attention, and the more it would prove the sharpness and uniqueness of his judgment. On Yunxi's side, as soon as a new opponent appeared, she adjusted herself and began to treat him cautiously. She naturally realized that the opponent before her was no ordinary person. If it weren't for the surrounding environment and the audience, Yunxi would have had the illusion of being in ancient times. Because the opponent standing opposite her looked exactly like an ancient swordsman. His long hair flowed freely, his eyebrows were exquisitely handsome, and his eyes were as deep as the sea, sharp and intelligent, as if they could see through all illusions. He wore a long blue robe, which fluttered in the wind, like a wandering knight from a poem. He appeared gentle and refined, yet exuded an indescribable sharpness and majesty, commanding respect. The long sword hung at his waist, its blade gleaming coldly, seemingly an extension of himself, always ready to be wielded. This was no ordinary opponent. Faced with such a powerful and mysterious adversary, Yunxi felt a surge of respect. At that moment, Yunxi felt as if she had traveled back to ancient times, engaging in a life-or-death duel with a peerless swordsman. This feeling thrilled her and ignited a fighting spirit deep within her. Since her opponent was a swordsman, Yunxi also chose a sword from the nearby weapon rack to fight. However, the swordsman opposite her glanced at the sword in her hand, frowned, and seemed dissatisfied. Yunxi naturally understood his meaning. She felt a little embarrassed. What could she do? She didn't even have her own sword. Yunxi secretly vowed to herself, she must find herself a good sword. She never wanted to experience such an embarrassing situation again. Just as Yunxi was at a loss for what to do, the swordsman opposite her turned and gestured to the audience. Another young swordsman standing below quickly took down his own sword and handed it to Yunxi, indicating that she should use it. Thank you. Yunxi gratefully tossed aside her sword from the weapon rack, took the young swordsman's sword, and thanked him softly. Zhou Shiyan, watching the scene from below, his eyebrows twitched, and he quickly came up with a solution. The two stood side by side, their expressions serious. They exchanged a fist and palm salute, showing mutual respect. With the referee's signal, they quickly entered combat stance. The swordsman opposite her knew that Yunxi's skill level was not low, so he showed no humility and dared not be careless in the slightest. He immediately twirled his sword and attacked like lightning. Yunxi wielded her sword, easily deflecting her opponent's attack and swiftly switching from defense to offense. The two swords clashed in the air, producing a crisp metallic clang, sparks flying, reflecting the resolute expressions in their eyes. Their movements were as agile as ghosts, switching seamlessly between offense and defense, each strike seemingly imbued with immense force. Their swordsmanship was incredibly sharp, their moves unpredictable and dazzling. Rarely encountering an opponent of equal skill, the two fought with increasing ferocity, their speed rising and the battle becoming ever more intense. Their figures moved like the wind, their swords flashing like stars. The audience could only see their afterimages. Throughout this breathtaking duel, both remained calm and focused, each attack precise and each defense exquisite, leaving the onlookers in awe. In the end, Yunxi's graceful, agile, and ever-changing snowdrift sword technique prevailed, successfully striking her opponent's vitals and winning the exciting match. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, congratulating Yunxi. Yunxi finished the match with a perfect record of 3 consecutive victories, earning her the title of Level 10 member of the Martial Arts Association. The swordsman who fought Yunxi exchanged contact information with her. Yunxi then learned the swordsman's Nami Lai song. He was not only a Level 10 member and one of the executive vice presidents of the Martial Arts Association, but also the head of the Li family, a renowned martial arts clan. The young swordsman who lent Yunxi the sword was Li Song's son, Li Junyan. Upon learning his identity, Yunxi was surprised and somewhat speechless. Was a member's evaluation really worth sending an expert at the level of an executive vice president? The association probably intended to test her true strength. Moreover, Li Song's identity went beyond that. If he hadn't volunteered, the association likely wouldn't have been able to persuade this powerful figure to participate. After participating in the martial arts exchange activity last time, and Yunxi specifically researched the situation in the Chinese martial arts world. The Chun, Bai, Duan, and Li families are currently the 4 major families in the Chinese martial arts world. Of the fewer than 10 internal strength masters currently available, these 4 families account for more than half. This outcome is due in part to the relatively strong lineage within the 4 major martial arts families, and also because their disciples are trained from a young age. To better promote and pass on Chinese martial arts, the 4 major families have begun breaking down the limitations of family and sect traditions in recent years, recruiting disciples nationwide. However, because this has only been implemented for a short time, no significant results have yet been achieved. During the exchange meeting, she met the Chun, Bai, and Duan families, and unexpectedly, she encountered the Li family this time. She's gathered all 4 major martial arts families. Thinking this, and Yunxi smiled inwardly. As she came down from the stage, Zhou Shiyan greeted her with a smile, saying, "That was a great fight." And Yunxi also remembered that this person seemed to be a level 10 member. "Brother Shiyan, let's have a match sometime." Zhou Shiyan. Things seemed to have deviated from his expectations. He had absolutely no intention of fighting his girlfriend. Seeing the eagerness in Yunxi's bright eyes, Zhou Shiyan smiled indulgently. Okay. His girlfriend hadn't said she wanted to do it now. They could talk about it later. After finishing all the assessments, Zhou Shiyan helped Yunxi register her personal information. Your status as a level 10 member is already in the system. The relevant documents and certificates will be mailed to your home within 15 days. Okay, thank you. Seeing that Yunxi had no questions, the staff member continued, "We'll notify you of the association's competitions and activities. You can choose some that interest you to participate in." After speaking, he took out a thin booklet and handed it to Yunxi. This is an introduction to the association and a description of the rights and obligations of members. Please take a look at it carefully when you get back. Yunxi took it, flipped through it briefly, and got a basic understanding. A level 10 member holds a relatively high position in the association and enjoys quite a few privileges. They even have the right to choose whether to participate in or decline association events. Overall, there are no restrictions on them. On the contrary, they offer many opportunities to expand their network and integrate resources, which is quite good. Seeing that Yunxi had finished reading the information, Zhou Shiyan said, "Yunxi, congratulations." "Thank you, Brother Shiyan. Which association events are worth attending?" Yunxi thought that this person had been a level 10 member for several years, so he should know something about the situation. You can attend the annual meeting and the large-scale exchange meeting held every 2 years. Other events vary each year. We'll see if they're worth attending after the invitations are issued. Clearly, Zhou Shiyan did know something about the association. As for those competitions with your level, participating wouldn't be very meaningful, and Yunxi nodded upon hearing this. Her current martial arts level was already the highest in this world. If it were a master of internal energy, then sparring would indeed be worthwhile. But for ordinary people, it really wasn't necessary. The association might invite you to be a judge. Whether you participate or not is up to you. Judge. A martial arts competition judge at such a young age seemed a bit unconvincing. Never mind, we'll see when the time comes. Anyway, she might not have time to participate. Let's wait until we receive the invitation. Although their own assessment was over, the two didn't leave immediately, but stayed to watch the other contestants' assessments. With Zhou Shiyan's introduction, Yunxi learned a lot of new information. Zhou Shiyan clearly explained which families and sects these people came from, their status in the Chinese martial arts world, and what techniques and moves they were skilled in. Most of those who had passed the first 2 rounds and were participating in the 3rd round of the ranking exam had family or sect lineages. There were also independent practitioners, but their numbers were very small, making up less than 1/10 of the total. When it was almost 5 p.m., the two decided to leave. Before leaving, Yunxi didn't forget her daily check-in task.
Ding.
Checked in at the Chinese Martial Arts Association, received a martial arts gift pack, already stored in the system inventory. Yunxi, Completely astonished, and Yunxi's consciousness sank into her system inventory, opening the cultivation technique gift pack. Inside were 5 cultivation techniques: Taixian divine art, Prajna divine art, Ninyang divine art, Wuji divine art, and Wuxiang divine art. These are the 5 great divine arts? After reading the descriptions, and Yunxi realized that these 5 techniques weren't as powerful as the ones she thought they were in the cultivation world. However, these 5 techniques were all internal energy cultivation methods suitable for this world, allowing martial arts techniques to unleash greater power after practice. With these techniques, becoming an internal energy master no longer required self-comprehension. There was now a method for cultivation. Once these techniques were widely disseminated, the number of internal energy masters in China would definitely increase dramatically. They were indeed valuable items. However, how to distribute them presented in Yunxi with another problem. Yunxi, what are you thinking about? Lost in thought, Zhou Shiyan called in Yunxi several times before she responded. Brother Shiyan, actually, I possess a complete internal energy cultivation method. I'm wondering whether I should take it out. And Yunxi looked at Zhou Shiyan, her face full of hesitation and conflict. She was considering taking it out, but how to do so required careful consideration. Zhou Shiyan frowned slightly, listening attentively to Yunxi's words. He knew how important internal energy cultivation methods were to the Chinese martial arts world. The current state of Chinese martial arts is that many ancient internal energy cultivation methods have been lost or are incomplete in modern society. If Yunxi truly possessed a complete internal energy cultivation method, it would be extremely valuable. I also just learned that many internal energy cultivation methods in the Chinese martial arts world have lost their lineage. If there were a lineage, and Yunxi didn't explicitly say what she meant next, but she believed Zhou Shiyan would understand. Zhou Shiyan looked at Yunxi in surprise, confirming, "You mean the complete internal energy cultivation method?" And Yunxi nodded, saying, "Yes, there are 5 complete methods. These are all very good techniques. If you practice them from a young age, those with high talent can basically reach the level of an internal strength master." Zhou Shiyan gasped, utterly shocked. He knew that cultivating internal energy required a long period of accumulation and effort, and reaching the level of an internal strength master was even more difficult. However, with a complete internal energy cultivation method as guidance, the practitioner would achieve twice the result with half the effort, and might even break through to a higher realm. When my master was alive, he actually wanted to carry forward the family's legacy, but it wasn't easy to achieve abroad, so it was always put on hold. And Yunxi sighed, a hint of regret in her voice. At this time, bringing out the so-called master could solve the problem of the source of the cultivation method. The identity of this master was truly ingenious. After Yunxi's demonstration, Zhou Shiyan had no doubt about the origin of her martial arts techniques. Unable to hide his shock, Zhou Shiyan said, "If that's true, it's a blessing for Chinese martial arts. Do you think it's alright for me to give the techniques to the Chun family?" And Yunxi was unsure herself, so she wanted to ask Zhou Shiyan's opinion. Hearing this, Zhou Shiyan fell into deep thought, and after a while, he said, "I think it's feasible. The Chun family are all upright people." Zhou Shiyan turned his gaze to Yunxi and continued, "Yunxi, don't rush. I need to talk to my master about this first. Once these techniques are revealed, they will likely cause quite a stir in the Chinese martial arts world. He needs to discuss how to resolve the subsequent issues with the Chun family first." He didn't want Yunxi to do a good deed and then bring a series of troubles. "Okay, whatever you say." And Yunxi also felt it would be better to have Zhou Shiyan handle this matter on her behalf, given his relationship with the Chun family. Besides, she trusted Zhou Shiyan wouldn't let her suffer any losses. "System, can I copy one of each of the 5 cultivation techniques?" "Yes, but it will cost money." The system seems to be becoming more and more user-friendly. Is it because it's been upgraded? However, Yunxi didn't pay too much attention to it. As long as it benefited her, that was all that mattered. "How much does it cost?" 100 million per book. And Yunxi, this system is such a shrewd businessman. It's just copying a book, and it charges 100 million. If she weren't currently flush with cash, she really wouldn't want to spend that much. But for her now, 500 million is nothing. Copy it.
Ding. 5.
Cultivation techniques have been copied for the host, deducting a processing fee of 500 million. Immediately afterward, 5 copied cultivation techniques appeared in the system's inventory, and Yunxi also received a bank notification of the deduction. Yunxi placed the originals in the study of the Purple Cloud Immortal Mansion, keeping the copies in the system's inventory. Once Zhou Shiyan finished his negotiations, she would take the copies out and hand them over to the Chun family. With this matter settled, Yunxi breathed a sigh of relief. Yunxi, shall we go back after dinner? Zhou Shiyan's question, seeking his girlfriend's opinion, pulled Yunxi back to reality. It seemed too early for dinner, and Yunxi felt she had little appetite. I don't really want to eat right now. How about we eat when we get back? Eating at home is fine too, but would it be convenient for me to come over for a meal? Yunxi glanced at the handsome and refined man in front of her. This guy. When did he become so shameless? Seemingly sensing the meaning in Yunxi's eyes, Zhou Shiyan continued to explain, King Shanja doesn't have a chef yet, so I'll have to rely on Yunxi to provide me with meals for the time being. Yunxi chuckled, tacitly agreeing to her boyfriend's request for a meal. She didn't believe there wasn't a chef. However, she was willing to indulge her boyfriend's little desire to spend more time with her. Seeing his girlfriend smile, Zhou Shiyan smiled as well, carrying Yunxi's bag in one hand and pulling her hand with the other as they left the assessment area. Yunxi called Chengdu and asked him to drive the car to the entrance. The two went to the restroom, and when they arrived at the door, the car had already arrived. Back at Suaming Lake, Zhou Shiyan enjoyed a meal at his girlfriend's house, and then stayed at Yunshui residence to watch a movie with Yunxi before returning to his own Qingshan residence. After Zhou Shiyan left, Yunxi felt a little uncomfortable being away from her boyfriend's embrace. Throughout the movie, Zhou Shiyan had held her close on the sofa, even feeding her fruit himself. Today, she seemed to be somewhat lost in this tenderness and pampering. Habit is indeed a terrible thing. Yunxi shook her head, sighed inwardly, and went to her room to wash up. Before going to sleep, Yunxi received a message from Chun Junfeng congratulating her on becoming a level 10 member. Not only him, but also Elder Chun, Elder Bai, Elder Duan, and Chairman Chun Tianming all sent congratulatory messages. After replying to the messages from these influential figures, Yunxi fell asleep peacefully. After completing her Martial Arts Association assessment, Yunxi rested at home on Sunday. Knowing his girlfriend was on vacation, Zhou Shiyan also spent the day at Yunshui residence. The two took walks together, ate together, and watched variety shows and dramas together. Zhou Shiyan showed no impatience at all while watching her favorite shows. The content of the shows wasn't important to him, nor did he care much. As long as he could be with Yunxi, he felt happy. Even Zhou Shiyan himself was surprised by this. He hadn't expected to become like this after meeting someone he liked, wanting to be with his girlfriend every moment. He even imagined countless times what it would be like for them to walk down the aisle together, spending every day together. Wang Lin even said that he'd become a bit love-struck since falling in love. But if the person was in Yunxi, he was perfectly happy with it. The weekend ended, and Yunxi returned to school, and Zhou Shiyan also threw himself into his busy work. Since Yunxi returned from the competition, Zhou Shiyan had been coordinating his schedule with hers, accumulating a lot of work-related tasks. If he didn't go to the company soon, his father would probably come and drag him away. Back to their daily routine, the busy couple could only communicate by phone. Zhou Shiyan called Yunxi almost every night with voice or video calls, quickly making it known to the other girls in Dormitory 303 that Yunxi was in a relationship. Yunxi. It feels like the whole world knows about her relationship after only a few days. Yunxi, be honest, what's going on? That evening, after finishing her call with Zhou Shiyan, Yunxi was met with questions from her roommates. Looking at their three gossipy, curious faces, Yunxi showed no embarrassment and calmly said, "Just like you think, I have a boyfriend." The three roommates, how can this person be so calm and collected? Is it Zhou Shiyan? Song Mingzhu. the only one among them who knew a little about the situation, spoke first. And Yunxi felt there was no point in hiding her boyfriend's identity and nodded directly. TSK. I knew a long time ago that this young Master Yan had designs on you, and sure enough. And Yunxi asked in surprise, when did you figure that out? Song Mingzhu gave Yunxi a complicated look. Last time we went to Peach Blossom Valley, everyone's eyes were only on you. Their attitude was so caring. Anyone could see that, right? And Yunxi. Could she say she hadn't noticed it all back then? What? Mingzhu, you knew all along, and kept it a secret for so long? Tong Yao exclaimed. Ahem. Song Mingzhu cleared her throat awkwardly and said, this is just my guess. How should I explain it? Tong Yao and Chu Yu accepted Song Mingzhu's explanation. This guy's name is Zhou something? What's his identity? Chu Yu, as always, got straight to the point. Before Yunxi could speak, Song Mingzhu interjected. The young master of the Zhou family in Beijing graduated from Peking University and then went to study in the United States. He comes from a prominent family, is handsome and wealthy, and is the dream lover of countless unmarried girls. Chu Yu and Tong Yao exchanged a glance. Is this guy reliable? Song Mingzhu glanced at her two worried roommates and continued. Don't worry, he has an excellent reputation in our circle. The Zhou family are all upright people, and besides, she paused slightly. And what? Chu Yu and Tong Yao's interest was completely piqued. I heard that Zhou Shiyan hasn't had any close female companions lately. People used to say he wasn't interested in women. But it wasn't that he wasn't interested. He just hadn't met anyone who interested. Look at how clingy he is in front of Yunxi. He's a completely different person from usual. However, Yunxi, I heard that Miss Zhang Yuran has liked Zhou Shiyan since she was a child, to the point of being obsessed. But Zhou Shiyan has never been interested in Zhang Yuran and has never given her a kind look. If she goes back to China and finds out about you, who knows what kind of trouble she will cause. Yunxi, you should probably be careful. And Yunxi raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Shiyan actually has this kind of unwanted attention? She'd better see what he's like. Yeah, I'm not afraid of her. This mainly depends on Zhou Shiyan himself and the Zhou family's attitude. Anyway, Zhou Shiyan likes her, and the Zhou family has tacitly accepted their relationship. She doesn't care about those unrequited admirers. If they don't try to get close to her, fine. But if they're oblivious and cause her trouble, she won't be polite. My God, is it that complicated? If it were me, I couldn't handle it, Tong Yao exclaimed. Chu Yu rolled her eyes and said, do you think everyone's like you? But Yunxi, won't the Zhou family look down on people from out of town? Although Yunxi's family seems quite wealthy, she'd heard that local Beijing tycoons have high standards and might not even consider them. Song Mingzhu chuckled upon hearing this. You don't need to worry about that. Their parents know each other, and they might even hope these two get together. Seeing an Yunxi nod, Tong Yao asked in surprise, you mean, both sets of parents know about you too? Yes, they both know. The group exchanged glances, all seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. You're moving so fast. You've even gotten ahead of me. Tong Yao still hadn't told her parents she was dating. And Yunxi said helplessly, I didn't even have time to tell them, and my mom found out from Aunt Yunxi. What could she do? She was speechless. That's fine too. Finally, Chu Yu's words ended the discussion. Song Mingzhu nodded in agreement. Even Tong Yao didn't say anything more. And Yunxi breathed a sigh of relief. She had already made her relationship public to her family and friends. She didn't want to constantly explain it to others. June 17th, Saturday, was the day of Yunxi's English proficiency test level for CET 4. At 8:50 a.m., Yunxi, with her admission ticket and other exam supplies, sat down in the exam room. All three of her roommates, except Tong Yao, had registered for the CET for exam this semester. However, because they weren't assigned to the same exam room, they parted ways when they reached the teaching building area. At 9 a.m., the exam started on time. First came the sound check, reading the exam instructions, distributing exam papers, and affixing barcodes. Then the exam officially began, with the essay section from 9:10 to 9:40 a.m. The listening comprehension section started at 9:40 a.m., followed by the reading comprehension section. This level of difficulty was considered very easy for an Yunxi at her current level. Therefore, she answered the questions very quickly. For the English essay, she glanced at the topic, thought for a moment, and started writing, finishing in just over 10 minutes. For the listening comprehension section, she finished answering the questions as soon as the audio finished playing. As for the reading comprehension section, for someone who had memorized a large English dictionary and possessed language skills, it was no different from reading Chinese. Finishing early was just a matter of course. And Yunxi carefully filled in her answer sheet, and seeing that she still had plenty of time, she checked it again from beginning to end. The bell rang, signaling the end of the exam. And Yunxi sat in her seat and waited for the invigilator to collect the answer sheets and exam papers before getting up and leaving the exam room. She had arranged to go horseback riding with Zhou Shiyan at the Kangxi grassland. And Yunxi quickened her pace downstairs to the second teaching building's lobby and saw Zhou Shiyan sitting on the sofa area near the entrance. Brother Shiyan. Zhou Shiyan got up, walked over to Yunxi, took off her backpack and slung it over his shoulder. He said gently, "Finish the exam?"
Yes.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiyan didn't ask how the exam went. Instead, he naturally took Yunxi's hand and said as they walked out, "Are you hungry? The journey is long. Let's eat something before we set off."
Then,
"Let's eat at the cafeteria." Eating at the cafeteria at this time was the most convenient and quickest option. The spicy hot pot at Huayuan restaurant next to the second teaching building is pretty good. Although Zhou Shiyan had graduated from Peking University many years ago, he still remembered the school's food. And Yunxi's eyes lit up. She had tried the spicy hot pot at Huayuan restaurant before. It was indeed delicious. Okay. Seeing in Yunxi's interest, Zhou Shiyan smiled and walked hand in hand with her towards the Huayuan restaurant. Both were extremely good-looking, and with Yunxi's fame as the #1 beauty on the campus beauty list, they were sure to turn heads wherever they went. Before long, photos of the two walking hand-in-hand on campus appeared on the campus forum. The news that the campus beauty had found a boyfriend spread quickly, causing countless senior students to sigh with regret, lamenting how someone else had snatched her away. And Yunxi was completely unaware of the heated discussions on the campus website. After lunch, the two had already gotten into Zhou Shiyan's car and headed to Kangxi grassland. It was just the two of them this time. They planned to stay there for one night and return the next afternoon. The drive was a little over an hour, all on the highway and very smooth with no traffic jams. They arrived at their destination at 1:20 p.m. The club manager, Xue Xiaofeng, greeted them at the entrance, said hello to the owner, arranged their rooms, and then left, leaving the two of them to enjoy their time. "Are you tired?" Zhou Shiyan patted Yunxi's hair and asked, "Not tired." And Yunxi shook her head. She had slept well last night, and Zhou Shiyan had driven the whole way, so she really didn't feel tired. "It's still early. Let's go back to the room and rest for a while." Zhou Shiyan knew his girlfriend always had the habit of taking a nap in the afternoon, so he suggested this. And Yunxi thought about it and agreed. It was June, and the sun was still very strong outside. Going horseback riding at this time would probably result in sunburn. So, the two went back to their respective rooms and took an afternoon nap until around 5 p.m. when the sun wasn't so strong before going out horseback riding. And Yunxi is no longer the novice rider she was last time. Although she hasn't been riding recently, she hasn't missed a single riding lesson in the system, because she particularly longs for the feeling of galloping across the grasslands, and Yunxi has devoted a lot of energy to learning the system's riding skills. As a result, her progress in another course she's currently studying, negotiation, has only increased by a pitifully small number of points. Of course, this is also because she's been quite busy lately. In short, her riding skills have now reached 99% of the beginner level, and she's about to advance to the intermediate level. At her current level, riding a horse across the grasslands on her own is no problem at all. So, after riding 2 laps in the indoor riding arena, Yunxi was given permission by the instructor to ride freely. "Miss Sin, your talent is amazing. I've been teaching riding for so long, and I've never seen anyone learn as fast as you." This is only her second time here, and he already feels like he has nothing more to teach her. And Yunxi smiled and explained, I practiced for a day when I went abroad recently. She did indeed ride horses at her estate in Munich. As for whether she practiced for a day, she just mentioned it casually. Surely no one would scrutinize such a detail. Then you're incredibly talented. Who can reach this level after just one day of practice? If she didn't say so, everyone would probably think she was a seasoned rider. Hee, maybe it's because I've practiced martial arts since I was little. The instructor nodded, seemingly accepting her explanation. The instructor who taught Yunxi was amazed that she had already learned to ride, but Zhou Shiyan didn't find it strange at all. Because when he rode horses, he seemed to have learned very quickly as well. Yunxi is so smart, and like him, she's practiced martial arts since childhood. Learning quickly seems perfectly normal to him. Fortunately, no one knows what this guy is thinking, otherwise there would be a whole bunch of people being utterly crushed by other people's kids. Come on, Shiyan, let's go for a run outside. And Yunxi, who had been eagerly anticipating horseback riding on the grasslands, could no longer contain her excitement. With his girlfriend so enthusiastic, Zhou Shiyan naturally went along with it. The two rode their horses out of the indoor riding arena and onto the vast, boundless grasslands. With a crisp giddy-up, the two steeds shot off like arrows, galloping across the grasslands with lightning speed. And Yunxi finally experienced firsthand the exhilarating feeling of galloping across the plains. At this moment, the setting sun gradually dipped westward, its waning rays softly illuminating the earth. A cool breeze swept by, bringing not only a refreshing coolness and dispelling the summer heat, but also seemingly carrying away all her worries. And Yunxi fully enjoyed this feeling of being free as a bird in the sky, a fish leaping in the sea, the world at her disposal. A gentle breeze, carrying the fragrance of grass and earth, caressed her cheeks, causing her hair to dance in the air. As the saying goes, the land shapes its people. In such a beautiful natural environment, it's no wonder that the children of the grasslands possess a unique character characterized by freedom, passion, and exuberance. At this moment, Yunxi was like a wild horse, galloping freely, her heart filled with boundless joy. Zhou Shiyan, standing beside her, was also deeply moved by his girlfriend's spirit, becoming increasingly immersed in the ride, completely absorbed in the experience. Watching Yunxi's bright and vibrant figure on horseback, his heart was captivated, her image forever etched in his mind, remaining a cherished memory. They rode for over an hour, finally returning to the club around 7 o'clock. After changing clothes, washing up, and having dinner, they agreed to get up early the next morning to watch the sunrise and went to bed early. Before going to sleep, Yunxi completed her daily check-in task. The system reward is a custom top-tier bodyguard character summoning card. Yunxi had previously obtained bodyguard summoning cards, used 4, and still had 4 left in her system inventory. Yunxi thought for a moment and decided not to use them immediately. She already had 4 bodyguards, which was enough for now. Besides, she also owned a security company. She'd save the remaining 4 for when she needed them. The next morning, the alarm clock rang, waking Yunxi from her sleep. Yawning and stretching, she got out of bed to wash up. Just as she finished getting ready, there was a knock at the door. Yunxi opened the door. It was Zhou Shiyan. How did this guy manage to time it so perfectly? Good morning, Shiyan. Yunxi, are you ready? Yunxi glanced at her clothes and nodded. Yes. After saying that, she picked up her phone and camera, then, after thinking for a moment, grabbed a wool shawl. It's chilly in the morning. She might need it. Let's go. Zhou Shiyan took the camera bag and shawl from her, and the two walked side by side towards the prearranged sunrise viewing spot. There are designated sunrise viewing platforms in the scenic area, but they're usually crowded. So, on Xue Xiaofeng's suggestion, they went to a spot about a kilometer away from the viewing platform. The angle for watching the sunrise from here is also good, and not many people know about it. Upon reaching the outside, Zhou Shiyan felt the cool air and immediately draped the shawl over Yunxi's shoulders. It's chilly, put this on. As he spoke, he placed his hands on Yunxi's shoulders, now draped with a shawl, his expression brooking no argument. And Yunxi nodded, swallowing back the words, "I'm not cold." By the time they reached their destination, a sliver of light was already appearing on the eastern horizon. And Yunxi quickly walked to the railing, took her camera from Zhou Shiyan's camera bag, and prepared to take pictures. Seeing this, Zhou Shiyan didn't try to take the photos himself. Instead, he stood beside Yunxi, his right arm around her waist, pulling her half into his embrace. Suddenly feeling the warmth of a large hand on her waist, and Yunxi trembled and instinctively tried to pull away. As if sensing her intention, Zhou Shiyan also took a step back, his arm around her waist tightening, and Yunxi leaned against him. "Brother Shiyan?" and Yunxi asked softly, her voice tinged with doubt.
Yes.
"It's not cold like this." Zhou Shiyan's deep voice sounded in her ear, his breath gently brushing against her hair, making her feel a little ticklish. And Yunxi. That excuse was far too flimsy. However, a sweet feeling welled up in Yunxi's heart. At this moment, the grassland was still pitch black except for the faint light in the eastern sky. The pre-dawn darkness continued. The grassland was very quiet, eerily still. Only the two of them stood there, enjoying this moment of tranquility and beauty. Looking up, the endless black night sky resembled a mysterious painting, adorned with a few twinkling stars that emitted a faint yet enchanting light. A hazy mist hung in the air, like a thin veil gently draping the earth, adding an air of mystery to the world. In this tranquil setting, the warm touch of the large hand on her waist and the man's body heat were exceptionally clear. And Yunxi keenly felt her body gradually being enveloped by the man's presence, as if she were becoming part of his world. She could break free if she really tried, but she chose not to. As time passed, she gradually adapted to this state, even developing a strange feeling, finding Zhou Shiyan's embrace both safe and warm. And Yunxi tried hard to suppress the strange sensations Zhou Shiyan gave her, fixing her gaze intently on the eastern sky, afraid to miss any subtle changes. However, she didn't notice the upward curve of the man's lips and the expression of pleasure on his face after she accepted his intimacy. On the vast, boundless grassland, the first rays of dawn gently lifted the veil of night. The eastern horizon gradually revealed a pale dawn, and the stars faded. After a while, night was completely drawn back. A gentle red glow shone through the horizon, first pale red, then rose red, then deep crimson. Soon, the sky was painted with rich and vibrant colors. Time slipped by, and the rosy glow gradually expanded. Slowly, a red sun emerged from behind the clouds and slowly rose. Bright red, like a dazzling agate disk, it moved slowly upwards. Click, click, click. The shutter clicked, and Yunxi took many photos of the sunrise. Finally, the entire sun was up, the sunlight growing increasingly dazzling. The grassland was bathed in a golden light, a breathtaking sight. And Yunxi was immediately captivated by this beautiful and magnificent grassland sunrise, even forgetting to take pictures. You stand on the bridge admiring the scenery, while someone in a building admires you. While Yunxi was captivated by the beautiful scenery, Zhou Shiyan was also gazing at the girl's beautiful face in the morning light. Bathed in the rising sun, golden rays bathed the girl's face, like nature's gentle kiss, casting a golden glow on her fair skin. In a daze, he felt the girl's features gradually blur, revealing a sacred aura, like a celestial fairy, holy and inviolable. Yet he desperately wanted to possess her, hoping to imbue her with his own essence, to give her a touch of humanity, to make her truly belong to him. Even Zhou Shiyan himself didn't realize how intense his gaze was towards the girl at this moment. "Brother Shiyan, And Yunxi turned her head, speechless and frozen in place by Zhou Shiyan's focused, affectionate, and passionate gaze. The two were locked in a very close gaze, their breaths seemingly mingling. Zhou Shiyan gazed at the girl in his arms, his eyes sweeping over her fair cheeks and delicate features, finally settling on her slightly parted lips, trembling with surprise. Her pale pink lips, smooth and full, like a blush of rosy clouds, reflected her feminine grace and allure. A single, unintentional glance was enough to captivate, leaving one utterly mesmerized. Without a second thought, Zhou Shiyan leaned down and kissed her. The delicate, warm touch deepened Zhou Shiyan's gaze. Then, he wrapped one arm around the girl's waist and the other around her neck, deepening the kiss. When the kiss landed on her, and Yunxi's eyes widened in surprise. Before she could react, she felt a tightness around her waist, and she nestled into the man's warm embrace. His fingers caressed her neck, his lips parted slightly, gently biting her lower lip, enticing her to explore the unknown. And Yunxi's body trembled slightly, her lips parting slightly, as she began to meet his. Feeling the girl's response, Zhou Shiyan felt a surge of joy, his tongue gently prying open her teeth. His slightly cool tongue slid into her mouth, greedily capturing her scent, exploring every corner. Gradually, and Yunxi also hugged the man before her tightly, her mind blank. She simply followed her heart, closing her eyes, as if everything was so natural. At this moment, she forgot to think, nor did she want to think. She only instinctively wanted to hold him tighter, tighter still. Zhou Shiyan felt his heart pounding, his blood rushing through his veins. This moment of excitement made him feel as if his very soul was trembling. He realized that kissing the one he loved was so wonderful. After a passionate kiss, and Yunxi's cheeks were burning, she leaned against Zhou Shiyan, breathing heavily, trying to calm her body and emotions. Her face flushed with passion, her eyes reddened, and a few tears glistened at the corners. The alluring charm she exuded after being so passionately loved almost made Zhou Shiyan transform into a wolf once more. He gently pulled the girl's head to his chest, then averted his gaze. Zhou Shiyan was also deeply troubled. His chest rose and fell slightly with his breath. One arm held the girl, while the other gently stroked the back of her hair, seemingly trying to calm her down. Neither of them spoke, simply enjoying each other's presence and warmth in the quiet, vast environment. After a long while, they finally separated. Yunxi, let's go back. Okay. And Yunxi still felt a little embarrassed. Every time her eyes met Zhou Shiyan's, her face would flush. Even standing at the door, she felt a little dazed. Zhou Shiyan didn't want his girlfriend to feel awkward or uncomfortable. He kissed her forehead and then released her. Rest a bit. We'll have breakfast later. He opened the door for her and ushered her into the room. He thoughtfully closed the door behind him as he left. The soft bang of the door closing brought Yunxi back to reality. She stood before the sink, looking at her flushed cheeks and spring-like eyes in the mirror, somewhat incredulous. Was this really her? It was just a kiss, after all. Was this old woman, who had lived several lifetimes and was over 100 years old, really so pathetic? She turned on the tap and washed her face with cold water. And Yunxi patted her cheeks, telling herself to calm down. When Zhou Shiyan called her to breakfast, and Yunxi had regained her usual composure, at least outwardly. However, she still felt a little awkward when her eyes met Zhou Shiyan's occasionally. Zhou Shiyan noticed his girlfriend's behavior, but said nothing or did anything special. Sweet intimacy between lovers. Once it happens once, will happen again and again. Yunxi would definitely get used to it after a few more times. After breakfast, the two rode horses to the grasslands again. This time, instead of galloping on horseback, they rode slowly across the grassland, enjoying the beautiful scenery. The Yunxi grassland in June is truly beautiful. Lush green grass, dotted with red wildflowers, and in the distance, Mongolian yurts, cattle, horses, and sheep graze. Mountains, water, forests, and grasslands blend seamlessly, creating a breathtakingly beautiful landscape that soothes the soul. Leaving behind the heat and hustle and bustle of the city, this tranquility and beauty naturally lifts one's spirits. Today, the system's check-in location is still the Yunxi grassland. Wandering leisurely on the grassland, and Yunxi silently said in her mind, "System, check-in. Ding dong. Checking in at the Yunxi grassland in Beijing, you have received 10 top-grade Akeltech horses. The horses will be delivered to the Yunxi Grassland Club by a special envoy within 1 month." The system actually gave her 10 horses this time. This is the first time they've directly given her live animals. Luckily, She has a riding club, otherwise, she wouldn't know where to put these horses. Yunxi, I've discussed the martial arts manual with my master. The association will provide you with some financial compensation and an honorary president position. And Yunxi, an honorary president of the Chinese Martial Arts Association at under 20? Is this for real? Zhou Shiyan seemed to read An Yunxi's meaning from her expression and continued to explain. If the martial arts manual you presented is genuine, its significance to the Chinese martial arts world is immense. So, ultimately, it's because there are too few inherited manuals and most are incomplete. Then I'll bring the manual to you this afternoon. She was too lazy to go herself, so she simply asked Zhou Shiyan to deliver it. The capable should do more, especially since he had close ties with both sides. Zhou Shiyan was naturally happy to oblige. And Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan ate lunch and took a nap before starting their return journey. The two first returned to Cui Ming Lake, where Yunxi handed over the 5 internal cultivation manuals that the system had rewarded her with to Zhou Shiyan. She hadn't given him the ones she had collected in the cultivation world herself, mainly because she was afraid they wouldn't be suitable for this world and might cause problems for someone practicing them. As for the 5 manuals the system had rewarded her with, the descriptions said they were suitable for this world, so she could practice them without worry. After receiving the manuals, Zhou Shiyan drove and Yunxi to Peking University. When they parted, both were a little reluctant to leave. In the car, Zhou Shiyan pulled his girlfriend close and kissed her for a long time before letting her out. After getting out of the car, and Yunxi blushed and ran straight upstairs to her dormitory without even looking back. Only after she was out of sight did Zhou Shiyan start the car and drive away. Kissing is something that, once it happens the first time, becomes increasingly natural the more it happens again. In any case, Zhou Shiyan felt himself becoming more and more addicted to and craving the feeling of being intimate with Yunxi. He had always considered himself a cool, rational, and clear-headed person until he met Yunxi. Many of his past views and principles were shattered. Zhou Shiyan sometimes thought it was unbelievable that someone like him could be so prone to being love-struck. If he were an ancient emperor, meeting Yunxi would probably have made him a foolish ruler who would act rashly for the sake of a beautiful woman. Back at school, Yunxi juggled attending classes, preparing for final exams, and keeping an eye on company affairs. The renovation of the Yunfeng building, after more than half a year of continuous intensive work, was nearing completion. The Research Institute's renovation was still ongoing and was expected to take some time to finish. In addition, the Yunfeng Group had already invested approximately 1 billion yuan, covering sectors such as pharmaceuticals, new energy, the internet, and new media. These projects were all being followed up by the investment department, with Yang Wei and Du Juanhao leading and overseeing them. Before finalizing the investment, the project proposals would go through Yunxi for a final review. She glanced at them, and if she found no problems, she signed them all without interfering. Her subordinates were all highly capable. She trusted them to handle this small matter. Besides, losses on individual projects were normal. As long as the overall business was profitable, the investment company would be considered a success. At the Research Institute, product testing of the shooting suits is complete, and this is expected to be the first product her company researches, develops, and launches. Second in progress is the research on anti-hair loss and hair regrowth products. The formula has been finalized, and once the samples are ready and various tests are completed and reports are obtained, small-scale efficacy testing can begin. The solar panels have also achieved preliminary results, with a current conversion rate of around 50%. Although this is a significant improvement over current market products, and Yunxi doesn't plan to launch a product of this quality. She has readily available research data and ideally, she can achieve a conversion rate of over 75% in one go. Until this goal is reached, all achievements are only preliminary. As for myopia treatment, because it involves multiple disciplines such as physical optics, biopharmaceuticals, and biochemistry, research progress is relatively slower, but it's not without progress. The planned research projects have been successfully completed. Overall, Yunxi was quite satisfied with the current progress and results. Her chain hotel plan also included finalized designs for 13 hotels, excluding the flagship store. 7 hotels, including those in Jiangcheng, Hangzhou, and Beijing, were already under construction, with the remaining 6 scheduled to begin construction in July and August. With so many hotels, each with an investment of hundreds of millions, under construction simultaneously, the company's funds were flowing out like water. However, Yunxi no longer cared about this amount of money. Even billions were just a tiny fraction of her bank account. As for the Dongliyuan Resort, since receiving the 10 scenic spot design and construction blueprints as a system reward after checking in at Miaofeng Mountain, Yunxi had modified the resort's design. These scenic spot designs, all system rewards, were directly integrated with the resort's designable 3D panoramic map. Yunxi could also freely move the locations of these scenic spots. After the locations were set up, the rendering function automatically generated facilities on the map to complement the attractions, seamlessly integrating them into the overall design. When the new design was shared in the shareholder group, everyone unanimously agreed to the change. The new design was simply too good. With these beautiful and engaging attractions, they could almost foresee a constant stream of tourists after the resort opened. Anyway, the company account already had more money than the original budget, so only a small increase in investment was needed, no problem at all. None of the shareholders of Dongli Garden were short of money. Yunxi had also checked on the other businesses. There was nothing for her to worry about. With these loyal and capable subordinates diligently managing the business, she was at ease. Furthermore, her stock account had doubled from 100 million to 200 million by May. Yunxi directly invested $100 million or over $14 million in the US stock market. After more than a month of operation, her domestic account earned another $10 million, while the money in her US stock account grew to over $15 million. Yunxi wrote a program to handle basic buying and selling operations for her, and so far, it's been working quite well. When she's busy, she might not log in for 3 or 4 days at a time, but the program has been doing a good job. Moreover, it hasn't encountered any problems over this long period. Yunxi thought for a moment, then opened her laptop and further improved and upgraded the program. Although the program is good, she doesn't plan to commercialize it. After all, the risk of one person using it and being detected is definitely different from the risk of tens of millions of people using it simultaneously. Besides, she's not short of money. Why create trouble for herself? To be honest, since joining the shooting team, she has had significantly less personal time. Putting aside everything else, the various competitions alone take up a lot of her time. Fortunately, she only needed to take midterms and finals at school. Otherwise, she probably would have needed to ask the system for clonability. After sorting out the company matters, Yunxi focused her energy on preparing for the final exams. Starting from the 26th, next Monday, the final exam week would begin. The system required scores of 90 or above in all subjects, so she couldn't afford to be careless. While Yunxi was reviewing and taking exams, the system's refreshed check-in locations started revolving around the campus again. Even the rewards became money. For each day of check-in, a random reward of 30 to 50 million personal funds was given. The money in Yunxi's bank account was slowly increasing. At the same time, the funds for the third quarter were also being deposited into her bank account one after another. Except for the Magic Shopping Center in Beijing and the Jinxiu Xiangjiang Hotel in Yunzhou, whose rents were paid annually. The rents for the others were mostly paid quarterly. Mingxi Pedestrian Street, 65 million. Huanyu International Financial Building, 400 million. Jingyuan Community, 8.4 million. And the Bihai Yuntian Community in Beijing, all but the reserved units are already rented out. The total monthly rent is approximately 24 million or 72 million per quarter. Finally, after the final exams, on the last day of June, Yunxi used the tenfold money doubling card she won in the June lottery. Her total funds increased tenfold again, reaching an unprecedented height 12 trillion.
My God.
Even the world's richest person couldn't produce such a large sum of cash all at once. If she hadn't repeatedly confirmed with the system that the source of the funds was legitimate, she would have worried about being investigated. At this point, Yunxi had become a wealthy woman at the very top of the pyramid. Although she had to worry about how to spend her money, being a rich woman felt amazing. With so much money, she couldn't just let it gather dust. She needed to find a way to spend some. How to spend it? Either consume or invest. Of course, in Yunxi's view, the fastest way to spend money was through investment. It seemed she needed to quickly come up with a good investment plan. Leaving investment aside for now, and Yunxi had some new ideas about charity. She directly met with Yang Wei and Su Feng, the head of the Yunfeng Charity Foundation. Now that she had plenty of money, she planned to allocate another 100 billion yuan as the first phase of the charity fund to operate the foundation. Since its establishment, the Yunfeng Charity Foundation had already undertaken and operated several small-scale charitable projects. Knowing that the boss would have big plans, Su Feng initially set up the personnel structure according to the standards of a large charitable foundation. Although it wasn't fully established yet, the heads of each section were basically in place. Starting new projects now would be manageable in the short term. His plan was to continue recruiting and improving the organizational structure while operating the projects. Su Feng had previously reported this arrangement, and both Yunxi and Yang Wei agreed. The Yunfeng Charity Foundation will primarily focus on 3 areas of support. First, education, helping children in impoverished rural areas of China gain access to education. This includes funding the construction of schools and related facilities, and establishing scholarships for impoverished students. And Yunxi intends for these scholarships to be open to self-application. Not only impoverished areas, but also non-impoverished. Areas can apply if their families have fallen into poverty due to accidents or major family misfortunes. Upon receiving an application, the foundation will investigate and verify it. If the application is verified, the scholarship will be dispersed. Additionally, the foundation can directly collaborate with various schools to establish scholarships to support impoverished students. Of course, these are just some preliminary plans by Yunxi. Specific details can be refined later. Second, healthcare. Yunxi doesn't plan to build hospitals herself, as it involves too many complexities and is too cumbersome to manage. Moreover, for impoverished families, the problem isn't a lack of hospitals, but rather a lack of money for treatment. Therefore, she only plans to add a special fund for critical illness relief for impoverished families. This project currently only covers 10 diseases, with many eligibility requirements and a relatively strict review process. How to regulate and manage it requires careful study by Su Feng and his team. After all, Yunxi's initial intention in establishing this fund was to help truly needy families, not to allow a bunch of well-off people to take advantage of it. Thirdly, in terms of infrastructure, the focus will be on remote and impoverished areas, with the charitable foundation investing in bridge and road construction to improve local transportation conditions. The Yunfeng Charitable Foundation is currently in its initial stage, and for now, these are the 3 main areas. How to implement the specifics requires a plan from Su Feng. Furthermore, once these projects are operational, the foundation's personnel structure needs to be established as soon as possible. Therefore, recruitment also needs to be accelerated. Fortunately, Yunfeng's HR structure is now very well established, so completing this task shouldn't be a problem. June ended, and July arrived. On the first day of July, Yunxi couldn't wait to participate in another round of lottery draws. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for participating in a lottery draw. You have obtained 1 skill upgrade card, which has been added to your system inventory. What a great item! This is currently the only way Yunxi knows to upgrade a skill from master level to god level. She currently has 2 types of skill upgrade cards, but none of them are master level skills. Looking at the learning task, acquire 5 god-level skills within 2 years. In the taskbar, Yunxi gritted her teeth and directly chose to use it.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for using a skill upgrade card. Your hacking skill has increased by 1 level. Current level, Master.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for using a skill upgrade card. Your hacking skill has increased by 1 level. Current level, God. Now she possesses 5 god-level skills: shooting, driving, languages, martial arts, and hacking. This means she has completed another task. System, claim your task reward.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the learning task possessing 5 God-level skills. Reward: 1 reputation point boosting card, 100,000. Already added to your system inventory. A reputation point boosting card? And Yunxi quickly checked it. 1 card, which increases reputation points by 100,000 after use. Looking at the system panel, she only had a little over 10,000 reputation points. 100,000 reputation points seemed like quite a lot. These reputation points aren't very useful now, but once the system shop opens, she can exchange them for items. She wondered what she could exchange 100,000 reputation points for. And Yunshi was eager to know, but unfortunately, the system shop wouldn't open until she reached system level 5. All in all, it was a pretty good reward. And Yunxi quickly chose to use it, and her reputation points increased to over 110,000. Hopefully, the items in the system shop wouldn't be too expensive, and Yunxi silently prayed. After using the reputation boosting card, and Yunxi immediately opened the system panel to check. Beauty and Rich Girl Cultivation System. Host and Yunxi, level 3. Appearance, 95. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Charm, 89. Charm, 86. Talent, 65. Functions, 1. Backpack, 2. Check-in, 3. Learning, 10 times study room. Beauty and Rich Girl Cultivation Course, 4. Team, 5. Lottery wealth points, 29. Career value, 20. Reputation value, 118753/118753. Skills, photographic memory, shooting, God tier. Languages, God tier. Driving, God tier. Martial arts, God tier. Hacking, God tier. Click here to expand for details. Status, dynamic vision enhancement buff, permanent. Reaction speed enhancement buff, permanent. Concentration enhancement buff, permanent. Click here to expand for details. Industries, Yunfeng Group, 100%. Yunnan Research Institute, 100%. Yunxi Property, 100%. Jinxiu Hotel Group, 100%. Suaming Lake Yanshui Residence Villa. Click here to expand for details. Tasks, check-in tasks, refreshing. Study tasks. 1. Successfully pass the college English test band 4, CET 4, within 3 months. 2. Achieve excellent grades in final exams, all courses above 90, within 3 months. 3. Possess 10 God-level skills, time frame, within 5 years, career tasks. 1. Invest in a new project in your own name, time frame, within 1 year. 2. Launched a new product, time frame, within 1 year. 3. Participate in and win the shooting competition at the Universiade, time frame, within 1 year. Wow. After completing the task of possessing 5 God-level skills, the requirement of possessing 10 has been refreshed. The task standards have doubled. Luckily, the time frame is 5 years, otherwise she wouldn't know how to complete it. Her personal data on the personal information panel has shown a slight improvement. And Yunxi also noticed that once a single data point reaches 80 points, the rate of improvement slows down. It only changes by 1 or 2 points every 2 or 3 months, while the data below 80 points improves much faster. Of the 6 tasks in learning and career, 5 are just a matter of time before completion. Only this task of possessing 10 God-level skills requires a certain level of difficulty. Furthermore, both her wealth and career points have exceeded 20, a stark contrast to her initial mere fractions. The system panel is finally presentable, and Yunxi felt that this improvement process was somewhat challenging. With the arrival of July, and Yunxi once again faced the prospect of competing abroad. This time, it was the Shooting World Cup in Baku, Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is a country located in the southeastern part of the South Caucasus region, at the crossroads of Eurasia. It has a total area of 86,600 square kilometers and a total population of 10.1875 million. Its main industry is oil and gas. Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, is the country's political and cultural center, as well as a major oil base and economic hub. Located on the Caspian Sea, Baku is a major port city and the largest city and transportation hub in the South Caucasus. Because it is situated within the Baku oil fields, it is also known as the Oil City. It was once a vital town on the Silk Road, playing a crucial role in East-West trade and cultural exchange, witnessing countless merchants and travelers. Perhaps due to the city's relatively singular industrial structure, during her participation in the competition in Baku, the system's sign-in rewards only included a 5-star hotel in Baku, the Rise Val Hotel, and Yunxi specifically took the time to visit it. This hotel is quite far from the old city, but closer to the Heater Museum. Since it opened last year, the overall decor is still relatively new. The black spiral staircase and the stylish and artistic lighting in the lobby are particularly eye-catching. The room features a modern, minimalist light color scheme, with a soft, delicate cashmere carpet adding depth to the design. Standing in front of the room's enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, one can see the local landmark, the Dar Aliyev Center. This is a modern 5-star hotel, fairly well-known locally. Last year's annual revenue was $210 million, with a net profit of $42 million. A 5-star hotel in the capital city, yet its revenue is less than that of a provincial capital in China. But for her, it's better than nothing. The problem is, this hotel is the only property she received as a reward during her time in Azerbaijan. This is far less than what she received in Munich. Surely she should have been given a house at least. Unexpectedly, the system is incredibly stingy this time, not even providing a house. Could it be that the system doesn't consider houses here to be of much value? It's the capital of a country, after all. The system shouldn't be so dismissive. And Yunxi didn't care too much about this. Her current attitude is, if the system gives it, she'll accept it. If not, she doesn't care. Anyway, a monetary reward is fine. She won't lose out. At this World Cup, Yunxi performed consistently in the 3 events she participated in, winning 3 gold medals again. She also successfully secured a spot in this year's World Cup finals. The finals will be held in India, I think, in November. Looks like she'll have one more competition this year. On July 16th, Yunxi returned to Beijing from Azerbaijan. Before she could even meet Zhou Shiyan, she immediately packed her bags and headed to the Universiade training camp. She wouldn't be able to go home this summer. And Yunxi had already discussed this with her family. And Jianhua and Fang Mingxia knew their daughter was representing the country and expressed their support. They even mobilized all their relatives and friends to remember to watch the competition broadcasts. July 18th is in Yunxi's Gregorian calendar birthday, but obviously, she won't have time to celebrate it this year. As for her lunar birthday, because Yunxi was born in a year with a leap month in the lunar calendar, the 5th month, although she was born in July on the Gregorian calendar, her actual lunar birthday was the 25th of the 5th month. Therefore, her lunar birthday actually passed in June. At that time, she was at school preparing for final exams, so apart from receiving gifts and red envelopes from her family, there was nothing special. Fang Mingxia gifted her daughter a set of her treasured ruby jewelry, and Jianhua, on the other hand, gifted his daughter an entire building. This was Yujinjiwen, a high-end residential complex developed in Yunzhou by Huan Group's real estate company. The complex had actually been on sale for some time. Building 16 was specifically reserved for his daughter by Jianhua. The building primarily consists of 3, 4, and 5-bedroom units ranging from 180 to 260 square meters, priced at approximately 40,000 yuan per square meter, making it one of the more expensive complexes in Yunzhou. And Jianhua figured his daughter hadn't wanted shares in the family company, so he could gradually give her more of these properties and other fixed assets. He also specifically explained to Yunxi that the building was already furnished and he would arrange for it to be rented out directly for her. She just needed to collect the rent. And Yunxi, well, since she didn't need to manage it, one more building wouldn't hurt. This is a 32-story building with 3 units, 2 apartments per floor, totaling 192 units. Given the location and quality, each unit should rent for between 8,000 and 15,000 yuan. Renting them all out would generate over 2 million yuan in rental income for her each month. It's another business that allows her to earn money passively, and with systematic training, she's become accustomed to it. To Yunxi's surprise, her brother, Yunza, actually sent her a Chanel bag this time. And the style was quite nice. She didn't know if he picked it out himself or consulted someone else. This bag would cost 30,000 to 40,000 yuan, and she knew her brother didn't have much money, so this was a significant expense for him. There were also some other relatives. Some remembered her birthday and prepared gifts like red envelopes, bracelets, and bags. Those who forgot or didn't think of her at the moment missed out, and that was that. As for the others, they only knew that her lunar birthday was July 18th. Therefore, on the 18th, Yunxi received many birthday wishes, red envelopes, and gifts. There were gifts from classmates, friends, heads of her businesses, business partners, and even the foreign company in which she held a small stake sent gifts. And Yunxi, at the training camp, had Minghui accept the gift for her with a thank you note. The gift Zhou Shiyan had prepared was delivered directly to the training camp by her nominal head coach, Zhang Lei. And Yunxi opened the box and found a royal blue velvet box, presumably containing jewelry. Inside the box was a diamond-encrusted sapphire necklace, somewhat resembling the heart of the ocean from the movie. The necklace's design was inspired by the deep ocean. A deep sapphire served as its core, surrounded by dazzling natural diamonds, creating a unique and layered design, exuding a fairy tale-like romantic
feel.
The crystal-clear, deep blue shimmered under the light, radiating a mysterious and elegant aura. Beautiful, very pretty. And Yunxi took the necklace out of the box and put it on. Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought, it looks even better on my neck. Against the backdrop of the deep blue sapphire, her already fair skin appeared even more radiant. Furthermore, her skin, enhanced by long-term use of marrow-cleansing pills and beauty pills, was incredibly smooth and flawless, with pores so fine they were almost invisible, perfect for wearing jewelry. Ding-dong, her phone rang with a text message. And Yunxi picked up her phone, unlocked it, and saw a message from Zhou Shiyan. Yunxi, did you receive the gift? And Yunxi didn't reply, but instead took a picture of herself wearing the necklace in the mirror and sent it to him. So beautiful. And Yunxi smiled sweetly after reading the message, unsure whether he was referring to her or the necklace. Thank you, I love the necklace. I'll celebrate your birthday after your competition.
Okay.
Since her boyfriend was so thoughtful, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Besides Zhou Shiyan's gift, Aunt Yunxi's gift was also brought in by Zhou Shiyan, a glass-type jadeite bangle with a bright green hue and floating floral patterns. The jadeite, of glassy quality, appeared remarkably clear and delicate, smooth as a mirror. Its color was a vibrant, bright turquoise, like the leaves of a boxwood tree in early spring, hence the name Yanglu, or Huangyanglu. This jadeite bracelet exuded a gentle, elegant, and refreshing charm, quite suitable for her age. And Yunxi tried it on. It fit her perfectly. It seemed Aunt Yunxi truly loved jadeite, not only wearing it herself, but also giving it as gifts. She took a picture of her wrist wearing the bracelet and sent it to Aunt Yunxi, expressing her appreciation and gratitude. This bracelet could also be worn casually. She could wear it often when she wasn't training or competing. And so, Aunt Yunxi spent her 19th birthday at the Universiade training camp. What followed was a series of intense training sessions. Actually, the other athletes participating in the Universiade had already entered the training camp and begun their training. And Yunxi arrived last due to her special circumstances and participation in the Shooting World Cup. Fortunately, she was the only female athlete selected, thus gaining the privilege of a private room. Actually, and Yunxi didn't need to train at all. But while she knew this, the coaching staff didn't. Reluctantly, she had to attend the pre-competition training camp as required. During training, she began to subtly reveal some methods from the system-rewarded training program for shooting athletes. Seeing Yunxi's effective teaching, and another female athlete competing with her in the women's skeet shooting competition showing significant improvement after following her methods, Zhang Lei began to realize the unique advantages of these methods. After obtaining Yunxi's consent, Zhang Lei immediately reported to the head coach leading the team. The head coach of the national shooting team, Yang Kaiwang, was in charge of this training camp. He had complete faith in Yunxi's abilities. Having heard that her training methods had yielded results, he came immediately. After reviewing Zhu Ting's past performance data and testing her current performance on the spot, Yang Kaiwang felt a surge of excitement. If everyone trained using this method, the Chinese shooting team's results would. Yang Kaiwang immediately summoned all the head coaches to the conference room, asking Yunxi to explain the specific details in detail. And Yunxi. Okay, she understood their excitement. This was originally her intention. The system's complete training plan was too systematic and comprehensive. She didn't dare reveal it all at once, so she only selected a few points that could produce results in a short time, which was enough to excite the coaching team. And Yunxi's idea was to reveal it little by little in batches and finally organize it into a complete training plan. This time, she would only reveal some parts, laying the groundwork for her to continuously propose better training ideas later. Driven by Yang Kaiwang, the coaching team demonstrated exceptional efficiency. The method in Yunxi had proposed that morning was transformed into a new training plan by the coaching team by the afternoon. After the evening's discussion and confirmation, the new training plan was implemented the following day. The speed of progress surprised even Yunxi herself. With the method provided, the coaching staff naturally took care of the rest. She only needed to complete her daily training routine and maintain her fitness. Although training or not wouldn't affect her, with the major competition approaching, she didn't want to challenge the national team's rules and principles. After all, even though she was in the training camp, the coaches had given her a considerable amount of freedom and hadn't really interfered. Coach Zhang Lei, aside from checking on her daily and occasionally glancing at her training progress, basically didn't manage her. Therefore, during the closed training period, she actually had enough time to attend to her own affairs. Besides remotely monitoring the company's situation, her progress in the 2 systematic courses she was studying was also rapidly increasing. And then there was her newly minted boyfriend, Zhou Shiyan. The two contacted each other almost daily. Sometimes it was a few words on WeChat, sometimes they would video or voice call for an hour. Both were busy, but a little time each day to check in on each other was enough for Yunxi. She wasn't the type to be glued to her boyfriend all the time once she was in a relationship. Studies show that maintaining a healthy distance can actually be beneficial for a close relationship. Everyone knows that attending the training camp doesn't guarantee a spot in the final competition. The pre-competition training camp is simply to select the most promising and capable athletes for intensive training to improve their competitive form and ability to handle major competitions. The final roster will be determined based on factors such as the athlete's condition, injuries, and the team's tactical needs. Of course, this didn't concern Yunxi much. Because of her outstanding performance, her spot in the Universiade had already been secured. Barring any major, unforeseen circumstances, it's a done deal. That's why she insisted on attending the training camp. Everyone else is training hard for the final spots. It wouldn't be right for her not to participate. The training camp lasted until August 14th. On August 15th, with only 3 or 4 days left before departing for Taipei and Okinawa, the athletes who had confirmed their participation were finally able to leave the training camp to prepare for their departure. And Yunxi left the training camp and went straight back to Yunshui residence, handing over all the clothes the team had distributed for the opening ceremony, competitions, and award ceremonies to Minghui, asking her to pack her luggage. She herself began arranging various tasks during the competition, especially the shooting suit research project. The final results were in, and Yunxi directly contacted the national shooting team. Yang Kaiwang was very excited upon hearing the news. They had long been buying high-priced design uniforms from abroad, spending a considerable amount annually on them alone. If they could use domestically developed and produced shooting uniforms, that would be ideal. He didn't hesitate to contact the head of the Chinese Shooting Federation and explain the situation. The Chinese Shooting Federation indicated they would help contact the International Shooting Sport Federation, ISF, for relevant testing. As long as the shooting uniforms Yunxi provided passed the ISF testing and were deemed compliant with standards, they could completely break free from the foreign monopoly on shooting uniforms. With Yang Kaiwang's coordination, the Research Institute quickly contacted the relevant departments of the ISF. And Yunxi no longer needed to worry about the rest. She could only make further plans after receiving the results. Other research projects were also progressing smoothly, especially the hair loss prevention and hair regrowth project. Based on this year's progress, they should be able to achieve their goal of launching new products within the year. Furthermore, with the development of Yunfeng Group, the business dealings involved were increasing, and relying solely on external legal assistance was no longer sufficient. Targeted character summoning cards, such as those for management or bodyguard roles, cannot summon legal professionals. Therefore, she could only use custom character summoning cards. The system was very stingy with these summoning cards. She only had 3, one of which she received from her August check-in. And Yunxi thought for a moment and used a custom character summoning card. She selected male as the gender, set the character type to legal professional, and chose law, negotiation, and management as the 3 areas of expertise. After all, Yunxi wanted him to be the head of the legal department at Yunfeng Group. Therefore, in addition to strong professional skills, he also needed to possess certain management abilities. After successfully using the summoning card, the character's information was displayed on the team panel. Zhang Yuming, 36 years old, graduated from the Department of Law at Peking University with a bachelor's degree, and then went abroad to pursue graduate and doctoral studies at Stanford Law School in the United States. After graduation, he worked for 8 years at one of the most prestigious law firms in the United States. He had only recently returned to China when the system recruited him to her team. This person's ability score is also 99 points, the same as Yang Wei and the others. She wondered how the system had recruited such talent, and Yunxi had asked this question before. The system's reply was, "The host does not have permission to know at this time," and Yunxi didn't pursue the matter further. Given the system's nature, it would know when the time was right, and wouldn't tell her even if she asked. Regardless, as long as she was the ultimate beneficiary, that was fine. The summoned person would need some time to report to the group, so Yunxi wouldn't be able to see him this time. She sent the person's information to Yang Wei, informing her of his job assignment, and then instructed Yang Wei and the others to begin recruiting and building the group's legal team after reporting for duty. After thinking for a moment, Yunxi called Fang Jiaxing directly. "Cousin, have you been busy lately?" "Not bad, just finished a case, and am resting today." "Is there anything Yunxi needs my help with?" The cousins usually keep in touch, mostly through WeChat. A direct call like this usually means something's up. "Well, it's like this. Our company is building a legal team. If you know anyone relevant, cousin, could you recommend someone?" Fang Jiaxing is, after all, in this circle. He knows a few people, friends, and classmates. "You mean your Yunfeng group?"
Yes.
Fang Jiaxing was a little surprised. He hadn't kept an eye on things for a while. His sister must be up to something big again. "Okay, I'll recommend someone suitable. Cousin, I'm going to Taipei for a competition in a few days. Just pass it on to Yang Wei. She'll handle it." He didn't know where Zhang Yuming was yet, so he could only let Yang Wei handle it for now. "Okay, I got it." He had met Yang Wei before and had her contact information. "By the way, when are you leaving for Taipei?" "The 19th. Good luck in the competition. I'll watch you on TV and cheer you on." "I will." "Thank you, cousin." After hanging up the phone, Yunxi thought for a moment, then called Yun Jinyan again, repeating her request to her cousin. The Yun Jinyan family were big names in the political and legal circles, with extensive connections in this area. She naturally wanted to utilize any available resources. Besides, it's a give-and-take relationship. You help me, I help you, and then we thank each other. A reciprocal relationship is essential for building rapport. Yun Jinyan readily agreed to this small favor. After finishing the conversation, Yun Jinyan even teased her on the phone. "I heard you're dating Ian and Yunxi." Wait, this elite lawyer's sudden shift to gossip is a bit much for her. "Brother Yun, why have you become so gossipy?" Yun Jinyan smiled and said, "How can this be gossip? One is my cousin, the other is my sister. Can't I even show some concern?"
Of course you can.
"I can't argue with a lawyer like you. This has nothing to do with being a lawyer. It's because I'm in the right. Is it strange that I'm with Brother Shuryan?" Brother Yun seems quite surprised. "Of course. We once thought this guy didn't like women and was destined to be single forever. It's all thanks to you, Yunxi, that you saved our Zhou and Yun families from a major problem." Hee, I'll just take it as Brother Yun joking. She didn't believe that someone like Zhou Shuryan would have difficulty finding a girlfriend. The reason he was single before was probably because he hadn't met anyone he liked. Yun Jinyan smiled upon hearing this and continued, But Yunxi, don't worry. Ian is impeccable in looks, talent, and character. Since he cares about you, he'll naturally treat you well. I know. No one is more qualified to speak about how Zhou Shiyan treats her than she is. However, whether he can continue to treat her this well remains to be seen. Since she's going to have a relationship, she should invest her whole heart in it. Even if it doesn't work out in the end, it won't be in vain that fate allowed her to return to the youthful years of 18 or 19. She wasn't the kind of girl who would be heartbroken and devastated after a breakup. If that day ever came, she might be sad and heartbroken. She might feel depressed, but she would never be completely devastated. Love for her is just a part of life. Even without love, she still has family, friends, a career, and plenty of money to squander. There's no obstacle she can't overcome. At the Kangxi Grassland Club, the Akeltech horse that the system rewarded her with has already arrived. And Yunxi, who was in intensive training, couldn't go to the site to see the horses, but Xue Xiaofeng specially filmed a video and sent it to her, saying that these were rare and excellent horses, and with proper breeding, they could elevate their club's number of thoroughbreds to a new level. There are quite a few riding clubs in Beijing, and the competition is fierce. These excellent horse resources are also a crucial component of a riding club's core competitiveness. Judging from the video, these horses are indeed excellent. Such horses are generally difficult for even wealthy people to buy, because those who possess such fine horses usually don't sell them. The system has done another great service. The day after Yunxi returned to Yunshui residence, Zhou Shiyan also moved to Qingshan next door, starting his days of freeloading meals at Yunxi's place. This guy even skipped the company, bringing all his work here, claiming it was to spend time with his girlfriend. And Yunxi didn't object. If he wanted to keep her company, so be it, since they wouldn't see each other for another 2 weeks. Every morning, the two would run and practice martial arts together along Suaming Lake. After breakfast, they would each go about their own work. They also ate lunch and dinner together. When they weren't working, they would go for walks hand in hand, even climbing Tianyu Mountain north of the neighborhood. Sometimes, Zhou Shiyan would hold Yunxi in his arms on the sofa while watching TV with his girlfriend. But while watching, they would end up kissing. Ever since their first kiss while watching the sunrise, Zhou Shiyan hadn't been able to stop. Like someone suffering from a skin hunger disorder, he wouldn't rest until he'd kissed and hugged her every time they met. Within 2 days, Zhou Shiyan shamelessly moved into Yunshui residence, securing a guest room. Actually, he'd much rather move into his girlfriend's room with her, but Yunxi wouldn't agree, so he had to settle for second best. In his mind, now that he was in the guest room, moving into the master bedroom wouldn't be far off. He'd keep trying. The night before leaving for Taipei, Zhou Shiyan held Yunxi tightly, unwilling to let go. Yunxi, Yunxi, and Yunxi was speechless. This man was nothing like his usual cold and unapproachable self. Now he felt like an incredibly clingy big dog. That's enough. And Yunxi sometimes felt she lacked a bit of romantic flair. Just like at this moment, she blurted out something that would ruin the atmosphere without even thinking. Zhou Shiyan was completely unfazed by his girlfriend's straightforward and calm answer, only pulling her closer and saying, "I really want to shrink you down and put you in my pocket to carry with me." After all, he knew what kind of person his girlfriend was from the beginning. He just hadn't expected himself to become like this after falling in love. He always wanted to be together every moment, and no amount of intimacy felt enough. If Yunxi weren't still under 20, he might even have considered marriage. "Shiyan-ji, do you know what you look like right now?" And Yunxi's voice was a little muffled, her face half buried in her boyfriend's arms, but it still reached Zhou Shiyan's ears clearly. Zhou Shiyan leaned in and kissed his girlfriend's ear, watching her earlobe slowly turn red, and happily whispered in her ear, "What do I look like?" The warm breath on her ear made her tremble slightly and shrink back. She wrapped her arms around the man's desk, tiptoed, and whispered in his ear with a smile, like a clingy big dog, and Yunxi jokingly voiced her inner thoughts. Zhou Shiyan was amused and exasperated. "You little ingrate, I just can't bear to part with you." As he spoke, he freed one hand and patted Yunxi's bottom. Feeling the unique touch on her sensitive area, Yunxi's face immediately flushed red. How could he? Seeing the girl's shy reaction, Zhou Shiyan pulled his girlfriend slightly away from his embrace, cupped in Yunxi's face, and kissed her. He kissed her from her forehead to her nose, cheeks, and finally, his long-awaited red lips. The sensation was as sweet as ever, carrying the fragrance of love, making one involuntarily indulge in it. A moan escaped her lips, soft and alluring, and Yunxi could hardly believe such a sound could come from her own mouth. Just as she was about to dodge and retreat, Zhou Shiyan, whose eyes darkened with excitement upon hearing the moan, pulled her even tighter. The man's kiss was no longer delicate and gentle. Instead, he held her even tighter, kissing her fiercely and deeply, as if trying to meld her into his own body. And Yunxi felt as if all her breath had been stolen away. She was enveloped by Zhou Shiyan's presence, unable to escape or retreat. Soon, her attention was drawn to the large hands that roamed and caressed her body. Although they kissed often, never before had they kissed with such passion and intensity. Under the man's actions, and Yunxi also felt a surge of emotion, her body going limp in his arms. If it weren't for the strong arms supporting her waist, she would have almost lost her balance. Their kiss grew more and more intense, more and more passionate, until Zhou Shiyan felt he was about to lose control, and only then did they separate. Feeling the change in the man's body, and Yunxi's face flushed crimson again. Being held tightly in the man's arms, the sensation was too obvious. Brother Shiyan? And Yunxi shifted uncomfortably. Be good, Yunxi, don't move. Let me catch my breath. Hearing this, and Yunxi dared not move or speak again. Zhou Shiyan held his beloved girl tightly, his chin resting on Yunxi's head as he breathed heavily, trying to calm his pounding body. After a long while, he helplessly uttered, Yunxi, Yunxi, when will you marry me? And Yunxi's brain immediately went blank. Marry him?
How could that be?
She was still young. Seeing the girl's somewhat bewildered reaction, he helplessly closed his eyes, concealing the frantic desire within them, and said, I really want to marry you right now. Brother Shiyan, I just turned 19. Hearing the girl's words, Zhou Shiyan became even more frustrated. Yunxi, can't you grow up a little faster? Brother Shiyan. She didn't know what to say next. What's wrong? I feel you're not like yourself today. How to put it? It was as if she was seeing a different side of her boyfriend. You have the nerve to say that? Who's to blame for me becoming like this? I didn't do anything. And Yunxi firmly denied it. Zhou Shiyan finally managed to suppress his physical excitement, kissed his girlfriend on the forehead, and released her before replying, Yes, you didn't do anything. It's all my fault. What could he do? She was the girlfriend he chose. What else could he do but spoil her? Go to sleep. I'll take you to the base tomorrow. This time, and Yunxi and the others were going to stay at the national team's dormitory a day early and then depart for the airport together the next day. This arrangement was reasonable, and Yunxi didn't plan to make any exceptions. Because they were going to Taipei, and Yunxi didn't even plan to bring bodyguards. Compared to overseas, it was relatively safer here. The whole team was traveling together, and there were so many coaches and staff accompanying them, so safety was guaranteed. Even if something unexpected happened, with her skills, she could handle it. Good night, Shiyan.
Good night.
Zhou Shiyan first escorted Yunxi back to her room before turning around and returning to his own room to rest. The following afternoon, Wang Lin drove Yunxi to the national team's training base, accompanied by Zhou Shiyan. Zhang Lei picked her up again. Many athletes and coaches had already checked into the base. Not all athletes were departing the next day. Some events, such as weightlifting, started later. But the number of athletes, coaches, and other staff departing together was still considerable. Coach Zhang, long time no see. Yunxi's here. Did your boyfriend bring you? He had met Yunxi's boyfriend before. They were acquaintances. Okay, let's go. I'll take you to the dorm. This time, you'll share a room with Zhu Ting, and it'll be the same in Taipei. Seeing Yunxi nod, Zhang Lei continued. Because of the training plan you proposed, almost all the athletes' levels have improved. Maybe our shooting team can get off to a good start this time. Shooting is the most important event in the Universiade, and it's highly likely to produce China's first medal at this Universiade. The Universiade's competition schedule in this text is based on the Olympic Games schedule. In reality, the Universiade has fewer events than the Olympics, and some Universiades may not even have shooting events. This is a setting for the sake of the plot, explained here. Yang Kaiwang attached great importance to this. I hope so. As a Chinese athlete and a member of the shooting team, she naturally hoped that the shooting team could win more medals and honors for the country. Okay, you should go back to your room and rest. You have to catch an early flight tomorrow. Zhang Lei led her to the room door, and then said goodbye. Coach Zhang, you should also get some rest. And Yunxi took out her room key, opened the door, and Zhu Ting was already in the room. Yunxi, you're here. Her tone was filled with joy and excitement. Since Yunxi joined the training camp, Zhu Ting has improved a lot under her guidance. Now, Zhu Ting regards Yunxi as both a teacher and a friend, showing closeness with a touch of respect. Ting Ting, you've been here long? And Yunxi spoke as she pulled her suitcase into the room. This time, she had 2 suitcases, one large and one small. When she first went to Munich, Germany for a competition, many of the things she brought were ultimately not used. Therefore, this time, she discussed with Minghui and streamlined her luggage again. No, I only arrived this afternoon. Seeing Yunxi had put away her luggage, Zhu Ting leaned close and said mysteriously, I heard from Coach Wang that because of your training, everyone in the rifle, pistol, and our ski team has improved a lot, and we have a good chance of winning more medals. Coach Wang is Zhu Ting's head coach, and also the head coach of the women's ski team. He also came with the team this time. And Yunxi looked at her in surprise and said, Coach Wang told you that? Zhu Ting waved her hand and said, Oh, he wouldn't tell me. I overheard him talking to other coaches. I see. If you could really win a few more medals, Yunxi, your contribution would be huge. And Yunxi smiled, not taking it too seriously. This was just the beginning. She had many more tricks up her sleeve. Then good luck, try to win one too. Zhu Ting pouted. She wanted to win, but her skill level probably wasn't up to par. Originally, she just came to compete to gain experience by being eliminated in the first round, but now, she felt she could make it to the finals. Making it to the finals would be her best result. Even her coach's expectations for her were only this. Yunxi, you're just teasing me, and Yunxi laughed and said, just your best, anything is possible. If I really win a medal, I'll have to go back and burn incense in gratitude, and I'll have to worship you. After saying that, she laughed heartily. In the skeet flying saucer event, China doesn't have any advantage, especially for the women. This girl hadn't achieved any significant results in international competitions, but she was a cheerful and lively girl, always full of energy, like a little sun. And Yunxi quite liked her, which is why she started teaching her. Originally, and Yunxi just casually mentioned it to encourage the girl. Unexpectedly, her words came true, giving everyone a big surprise. The two chatted for a while, then lay down on the bed to rest and play on their phones. While Zhu Ting played on her phone, and Yunxi closed her eyes to try and catch up on her afternoon nap. After lying there for a long time without falling asleep, she started checking her system panel and information again. After completing the final exam task, the system reward was a 500 million yuan investment cashback card with a 10-fold return. She already had 3 such cards. Because the cashback card could only be used when the money was transferred from her personal account for investment. Not counting investments in the company account, and having been busy lately, she hadn't had time to find suitable investment projects, so she hadn't had a chance to use them. This resulted in 3 unused cards accumulating. Looking at the task displayed on the system panel to invest in a new project in her own name, and Yunxi silently considered her upcoming schedule. It seemed she would have to deal with this matter properly after the Universiade and National Games. After completing the final exam task, a new task appeared to add a new advanced skill. This task was incredibly easy for Yunxi. She only needed to learn her current writing skill to an advanced level. Completion was just a matter of time. During this period, the system hadn't given her any new rewards, but her personal funds and the various types of cards in her system inventory had increased significantly. She even received one extremely valuable skill upgrade card. However, the August lottery gave her 10 points of Douyin shares. And Yunxi, The system is amazing. She had always wanted more shares in Douyin, but aside from the initial 15% stake she received during Douyin's initial funding round, there had been no progress. On one hand, Douyin's overall valuation had increased, more than tripling from last year. Several major venture capital firms were paying attention to and vying to invest in the project. Recently, Yunfeng was in talks with Douyin about additional investment, but before any agreement was reached, the system directly granted her 10% of the shares. This meant that her personal 10% plus Yunfeng Group's 15% totaled a quarter of the shares, surpassing the second-largest shareholder. However, this 25% was held separately by her and Yunfeng Group, so on the surface, the financial statements showed Yunfeng as the third-largest shareholder and Yunxi as the fourth-largest. But a deeper look at Yunfeng Group's background revealed that Yunxi's actual shareholding was already a substantial 25%. Yunxi informed Yang Wei about the matter, but didn't stop the negotiations between Yunfeng and Douyin. If she could acquire more shares, that would be even better. The system always did this, giving her surprises from time to time. However, this surprise was one she particularly liked. Because she knew how popular this project would be in the future, even becoming a benchmark for new media with 900 million daily active users. Therefore, she especially hoped to seize a greater advantage before it fully matured. After closing the system panel, Yunxi lay on the bed thinking about her next arrangements, but unexpectedly, she fell asleep. Yunxi slept for 2 hours before waking up. Upon waking up, Yunxi, having nothing to do, sat on the sofa and started playing on her phone. She quickly scanned the messages in all the WeChat groups and exited immediately if she didn't find anything important. Yunxi also saw Liang Wentao's message in the group chat, inviting friends to a gathering in Yunzhou. He even tagged Yunxi to ask if she wanted to participate. Yunxi, this guy doesn't even live in Yunzhou, yet he's so enthusiastic about organizing a gathering there? This isn't the first time, is it? She felt that these rich kids from Nanling province were quite active, probably due to their leader, Liang Wentao's love of socializing and parties. Yunxi could only reply, I'm leaving for Taipei tomorrow for a competition, so I won't be attending this gathering. Have fun, everyone. Liang Wentao, see you in Holdings. I almost forgot about that. Best wishes for your victory in the competition. Luan, Yaolin Group, a competition? Yunxi, what competition are you participating in? Only a few people in Beijing knew that Yunxi had joined the Beijing shooting team. The others hadn't heard the news. Yunxi, Huan Group, it's the shooting competition at the Universiade. Li Hui, Hengfa Technology, is it the World University Games? Before Yunxi could answer, Liang Wentao got excited and spammed a bunch of messages in the group. Liang Wentao, see you in Holdings, it's that sports meet. Liang Wentao, see you in Holdings, you all don't know, do you? Yunxi is already a member of the national shooting team, and she's won many world championships. Liang Wentao, see you in Holdings. I, Liang Wentao, have never admired many people my age in my life, but now Yunxi is my idol. Liang Wentao, see you in Holdings. Yunxi sighed and rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit of a headache from this guy. A grown man, supposedly a rich young master. How could he be so talkative? The people in the group seemed used to his style. Only after he finished speaking did anyone start talking in the group. Kahai, watchin' real estate shooting? Do you shoot guns? Wow, you're that good? Add in Yunxi, Huan Group, Lin Tianan, Kaiyuan Group. Yunxi is so talented. Xia Siyuan, Qingyuan Jewelry, of course. You should all learn from her. Yunxi knows a lot. Xia Siyuan boasted about it in the group chat, looking quite proud. Yunxi couldn't help but smile slightly at this. Siyuan felt like she was treating Yunxi like her own outstanding child at Versailles. So, all the rich kids in Nanling province knew that Yunxi, besides attending university, had also become a shooting athlete, participating in various competitions to win glory for the country. Su Jingqiu, Shenyuan Foods. Yunxi, what competition are you participating in? I'll watch the broadcast and cheer you on. Su Jingqiu's words resonated with many people in the group, who all asked for Yunxi's competition schedule. Yunxi directly posted a picture of the Universiade shooting competition schedule in the group. Yunxi, Huan Group, I'm participating in the women's 25-meter pistol and women's multiple skeet shooting events. Those interested can take a look. Liang Wentao, see you in holdings, I'll definitely be watching. Go Yunxi. Luan, Yalan Group, don't worry Yunxi, I'll definitely set my alarm to watch on time. Xia Siyuan, Qingyuan Jewelry Yunxi, I'll cheer you on too. And Yunxi, Huan Group, thank you everyone for your support and attention. I will do my best. Besides her friends in the group chat, many relatives and friends who knew she was about to participate in the competition sent her encouragement and various blessings, which Yunxi replied to one by one. Yunxi, wanna go eat? Zhu Ting's voice drew Yunxi's attention away from her phone. Looking at the time, Yunxi realized it was almost 6 o'clock. The base canteen is open from 5:30 to 7:30, and this was lunchtime. Let's go together. And Yunxi got up, straightened her clothes and hair, grabbed her meal card and room key, and walked out of the room with Zhu Ting. When they arrived at the canteen, there were already quite a few people eating. Along the way, she encountered many people, both familiar and unfamiliar, who greeted her, and Yunxi responded with a smile. Since her training plan was adopted and improved the entire shooting team's performance, Yunxi became the team's darling. From coaches to athletes, even the cafeteria ladies greeted her with smiles. Sure enough, as soon as she reached the food counter, the lady recognized her. Yunxi's here. The chef's sweet and sour pork ribs are great today. Would you like some? A cafeteria worker's recommendation was always reliable, so Yunxi smiled and said, Thank you, Aunt Kai. 1 serving, please. Also, a tomato and egg stir-fry and some bok choy. Aunt Kai quickly ladled out a large spoonful of sweet and sour pork ribs for her, her movements swift and decisive, her hands perfectly steady. The tomato and egg stir-fry and bok choy were also generously portioned. The pork rib and winter melon soup is also good today. Yunxi, would you like some too? Okay, thank you, Auntie. Zhu Ting, following behind Yunxi, was already familiar with this situation and unhesitatingly ordered a serving of sweet and sour pork ribs as well. During training camp, the two often went to get food together. Thanks to Yunxi, the food server always gave her preferential treatment. After getting their food, they found a seat, and Yunxi picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and tasted it. It was a perfect balance of sweet and sour, with a crispy exterior and tender interior. The taste was indeed very good. After finishing their meal, the two took a few laps around the training base before returning to their room to shower and rest. Because they were leaving early the next morning, Yunxi only took out a few essentials from her small suitcase, leaving the rest untouched. After showering, they lay in bed and played on their phones for a while before resting. On the morning of August 19th, Beijing Capital International Airport welcomed a special group of people. The athletes and coaches with earlier competition schedules were all departing today to attend tonight's opening ceremony. The group was quite large. Upon boarding the plane, Yunxi pretended to be asleep, but actually immersing herself in her system space to begin her writing lessons. After more than a month of hard work, her writing progress had reached 57% of the intermediate level, and even her previously less emphasized negotiation skills had made significant progress, now at 63% of the beginner level. The flight departed at 6:40 a.m. with a total flight time of 3 hours and 10 minutes. They arrived at Taipei Taoyuan International Airport before 10 a.m. However, due to the shooting team's firearms and ammunition, the inspection and processing took considerable time. It wasn't until after 11 a.m. that the shooting team members boarded the bus sent by the organizing committee to pick them up. Fortunately, Taipei and Beijing are both in the Eastern time zone, UTC+8, so there's no time difference. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to take a flight on the morning of the opening ceremony. Upon arriving at their accommodation, the shooting team quickly ate lunch and then immediately began physical tests and equipment checks, without a moment's rest. Because the first day of the shooting competition, which was tomorrow, all this work had to be completed this afternoon. Oh my God, I'm exhausted. After completing all the tests, Zhu Ting lay on her bed and groaned loudly. Stop groaning, hurry up and get ready. It's time to eat. After lunch, they still had to change clothes and assemble for the opening ceremony. Okay, coming right away. Zhu Ting rolled out of bed and went into the bathroom, emerging less than 3 minutes later. Her face was still dripping wet, and Yunxi quickly handed her a washcloth to dry herself. Thanks. Zhu Ting took it, wiped herself haphazardly, and threw it in the trash can. This girl, she's pretty rough around the edges. Luckily, she's young, with plenty of collagen, enough to afford to be a little careless with her daily life. At 7 p.m. on August 19th, the 29th Summer Universiade held its grand opening ceremony at the Taipei Gymnasium. The two of them tidied themselves up, ate a quick meal at the cafeteria, and rushed to the assembly point without even resting. More than 8,300 athletes from 141 countries and regions participated in the opening ceremony. The delegations were scheduled to enter early this year, before the cultural performances, allowing the athletes to watch the shows and experience the atmosphere firsthand. Note: it is said that in reality, protests at the venue entrance prevented delegations from entering the Universiade smoothly. This version presents a different scenario. The Chinese delegation, dressed in uniform red attire, each waving a small 5-star red flag, marched into the opening ceremony venue to the rhythm of music. At this moment, Yunxi couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. When the cameras panned across her, Yunxi smiled and waved her national flag in their direction. This scene was captured on camera during the live broadcast of the opening ceremony and was subsequently edited into various clips, becoming an important still frame in Yunxi's athletic career. Yunxi's family and Zhou Shiyan, watching the live broadcast, saw Yunxi on camera and felt a surge of pride and honor. After all the delegations had entered, the opening ceremony officially began. When Wang Yufeng, a baseball player from Chinese Taipei, appeared at the opening ceremony and hit a home run towards the main cauldron, instantly igniting the Olympic flame and bringing the opening ceremony to a climax. Immediately, the theme song for this year's Universiade, Starting Again, began to play with its light and beautiful melody. A dazzling array of fireworks lit up the sky above the stadium, marking the grand opening of the 2017 World University Games. During the speeches and addresses from various leaders, Yunxi appeared to be listening attentively, but her mind was actually checking in through the system. System, check in, although she was saying it silently in her mind. Anyone who could hear her would easily sense Yunxi's excitement. Every time she changed maps, she would reap a bountiful harvest. She wondered what the system would give her this time. Ding dong. Checking in at the Taipei City Gymnasium in Okinawa, you have received a luxury eco-mansion in Taipei Taojuan Yuan with parking space. The relevant property certificate and documents have been stored in your system inventory. Yunxi. Unexpected, yet perfectly logical. The familiar process, the familiar feeling, the familiar flavor. The system is indeed powerful. As far as she knew, it wasn't easy for mainland residents to buy property in Okinawa. They needed to apply to the Okinawa Regional Ministry of the Interior, submit a series of relevant documents, and undergo a rigorous review process before anything could be done. The process was incredibly complex, with rigorous reviews and various taxes and fees, including land appreciation tax and deed tax. However, all of this seemed effortless for the system, as if it had effortlessly gifted her a luxury mansion, one of the most expensive and prestigious in Taipei. Before returning home, she was determined to find an opportunity to see this mansion, located in one of the world's 9 major city landmarks. Yunxi silently planned her house-hunting trip. Yunxi did watch the subsequent cultural performance carefully. Well, it was alright. The performance revolved around the theme For You for Youth, showcasing the host country's local history and culture. There were no particularly outstanding aspects, but nothing major to criticize either. By the end, Yunxi was feeling a bit sleepy. Catching a flight early in the morning, then facing a barrage of tests upon arrival, and then having no time to rest before attending the opening ceremony that evening, it was definitely not a pleasant experience for Yunxi, who had developed a habit of taking afternoon naps. Finally, the ordeal was over. Yunxi returned to her room, took a shower, and fell asleep immediately, quickly drifting off to sleep. Before going to sleep, she didn't forget to post some photos on her WeChat Moments and other social media platforms. After a period of effort, her Weibo, Douyin and Xiaohongshu accounts had gained a small number of followers. She registered her account using the identity of a member of the national shooting team, a national first-class athlete. As for her assets and businesses, she didn't deliberately hide them, nor did she intentionally flaunt them. Currently, her fame isn't high, so no one is digging into her background or identity. Who knows what the future holds? However, her identity and background are clean, so she's not afraid of people digging deeper. She'll just let things take their natural course. This was actually something Yunxi deliberately planned. She knew very well that the sensational effect of having something unearthed is far greater than the effect of actively showcasing it herself. And Yunxi anticipated that as her identity was gradually revealed, her popularity would increase rapidly, and she would definitely gain a lot of reputation points. To earn even more reputation points, she was going all out. The next morning, Yunxi got up early. After a run, she and Zhu Ting went for their first acclimatization training session since arriving in Taipei. For Yunxi, there was really nothing to adapt to. Her performance was exactly the same as usual. After training, Yunxi found Zhang Lei and asked for leave. Zhang Lei, he had long known that gifted athletes were difficult to manage. They were all troublemakers who gave coaches such headaches. And Yunxi usually seemed obedient and well-behaved, and her training and results never caused him any worry. To put it bluntly, he, as the head coach, was just a figurehead, a coach in name only, an assistant in reality. Yesterday, he was bragging to other coaches how easy Yunxi was for him. Unexpectedly, karma struck so quickly. Indeed, no genius is without their troublemakers. Even someone as obedient and easy to manage as Yunxi has her moments of immense headaches. Look at her, after only half a day of training, she's already asking for leave and leaving the team. Zhang Lei looked at Yunxi, speechless for a long time. He wanted to say, the competition is in a few days, try to maintain your training and get into shape, but thinking of her consistently outstanding performances in both training and competitions, he swallowed his words. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, during the competition, for safety reasons, try not to go out. And Yunxi didn't speak, but directly pulled out her certificate as honorary vice president and level 10 member of the Chinese Martial Arts Association from her bag and handed it to him. Zhang Lei numbly took the certificate, glanced at it, wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Martial arts? Yeah, 10 of you couldn't beat me. Zhang Lei. Seeing Zhang Lei's somewhat skeptical look, Yunxi spoke again. Do you need a fight to prove it? Thank you, but no need. Finally, Zhang Lei sighed helplessly and said, wait. After saying that, he turned and left, taking her martial arts certificate with him. In the end, Yunxi's leave request was approved. It was head coach Yang Kaiwang who personally granted it. Yunxi left the Universiade village and took a taxi to Taozhou Yinyuan in Taipei City. Taozhou Yinyuan, Taipei's premier luxury residence, is located in Xinyi District, Taipei City, and is an architectural landmark with a vertical forest design. The name Taozhou Yinyuan originates from Taozhou Gong, Fan Li, of the spring and autumn period of China, inheriting his philosophy of benefiting oneself, one's neighbors, and the world. Upon exiting the car, Yunxi was immediately struck by the eye-catching, rotating building design, hailed as the most aesthetically pleasing modern building since Taipei 101. The location is also superb, situated in a prime area of central Taipei, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and adjacent to Taipei 101 and the Sun Yat-sen Memorial Hall. This 20-story residential complex features a double helix structure that extends and twists 90 from top to bottom, symbolizing the source of life, vitality, and harmony in pairs. A simple yet standardized double helix residential layer is vertically stacked, rotating sequentially by 4.5 between the layers, presenting various visual forms through variations in concave and convex surfaces. This, isn't it just a DNA chain? The designer's inspiration must have come from this. According to online information, the building presents different shapes: shaped, X-shaped, elliptical, and conical when viewed from 4 different directions. Yunxi even had the driver drive around to check, and found it to be true. This designer really has ideas. Their spatial imagination is incredible, and Yunxi couldn't help but admire them. What surprised Yunxi was that, to ensure the privacy of the residences, a moat was dug around the entire site, enclosing the building and the external garden like a moat. Inside, the walls of the moat became planting walls. The main entrance is cleverly located on Songyong Road, a less busy area than the main urban thoroughfare, Songgao Road. The entire building spirals upwards from a dense, verdant forest, protecting the residents' privacy and shielding them from urban pollution. Extensive landscape design radiates outwards in an arc from the main building. Light and lush greenery create a waterfall effect, flowing through a circular skylight to the deepest basement, providing natural light and ventilation for the parking garage, swimming pool, and gym. This building is quite interesting, and Yunxi had repeatedly marveled at the designer's ingenuity. And Yunxi first went to the property management office, registered her resident information using her property certificate, and obtained access control. Then, she eagerly entered this unique building through the main entrance. This is the building's central core area, a vertically twisted garden surrounded by a sky lobby. The core area is fixed, but to ensure the floor slabs rotate layer by layer, a horizontal, circular flow line that allows natural lighting connects the entrance hall to each unit. This breathing forest building, with its unique exterior and celebrity clientele, has been redefining Taipei's and the international community's understanding of luxury housing for over a decade. And Yunxi eagerly followed the signs and took the elevator to the door of her apartment. The designer seemed to have a deep understanding of romance and natural aesthetics. From the elevator lobby onwards, the translucent membrane ceiling created a sense of looking up at the sky even from inside, while the openwork windows brought in dappled shadows of trees. Different light and shadow created different hues in the vertical garden, adding to its serene and picturesque atmosphere. At Taozhou in Yuan, each apartment is a meticulously designed 1,000 square meter flowing single-level residence. Each unit enjoys a 51 ping, approximately 168 square meters, circular balcony with a garden, divided into inner and outer areas. The approximately 30 square meter outer garden can be planted with multiple trees, achieving a unity of aesthetics and practicality. Of course, you can also choose to grow fruits and vegetables in the garden. After touring the interior, Yunxi was generally quite satisfied. Every corner, every connection, and every wiring in the entire residence reflected the designer's attention to detail and exceptional spatial quality. The beam-free, column-free structure allowed the interior designer to interpret life more boldly and openly. The entire house was airy, bright, and possessed a sophisticated design. Most impressively, the building's facade was adorned with a whopping 23,000 trees. It's also said to be energy self-sufficient, low-carbon, and environmentally friendly. The building has 21 floors above ground and 4 floors below, but only 20 floors are residential, accommodating 40 families. With the system's assistance, Yunxi smoothly became one of them. The more Yunxi looked at it, the more she liked it. The more she learned, the more surprised she became. From now on, this would be her place of residence in Taipei. And Yunxi, thoroughly satisfied with the house, didn't forget her daily check-in task. The check-in location happened to be Taozhou in Garden. What a coincidence.
Ding.
Checking in at Taozhou in Garden, Taipei City. Obtained 1 custom character summoning card, Ryukyu. Already stored in your system inventory. This is another new item. However, it can't be entirely considered new. After all, she's already obtained quite a few custom character summoning cards. It's just that this time there are the words Ryukyu in parentheses. Does this mean she can only use it to summon characters from Ryukyu? Thinking this, Yunxi immediately checked the card's description, and sure enough, is the system worried that her businesses here will be neglected? How thoughtful, always providing a timely solution. Without hesitation, Yunxi immediately chose to use the card. In the character settings, she chose female for gender and management, coordination, and communication as her 3 areas of expertise. She needs an agent in Taipei to manage her various businesses. She knew this agent would likely only come occasionally in the future, so this person had to be absolutely loyal to her. Therefore, she only trusted the person with 100% loyalty that the system had recruited for her. After setting up all the information, and Yunxi selected Confirm Submission, looking at the team panel, the person's information panel was already displayed. This person's surname is Mu. Her given name is Mu Fengru, a Taipei native, 33 years old this year, with an MBA from the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, and the system gave her an ability score of 98. Over time, and Yunxi has also noticed that everyone the system recruits for her is a graduate of a prestigious university, an elite individual with high IQ and EQ. Crucially, they're all quite good-looking. Could it be that the little system, like her, is also a member of the Looks Matter Club? She has an agent, but it will probably take a few more days for her to report for duty, so Yunxi put the matter aside for the time being. After looking at the apartment, Yunxi strolled around the area and even enjoyed a feast at Taipei's food street before returning to her accommodation in the Universiade village. She only took half a day off. The coaching staff would absolutely not allow her to stay overnight outside. Yunxi didn't have any matches for the first 4 competition days. She trained for 2 hours each day, then leisurely watched the matches or went back to her room to rest. She seemed somewhat out of place among the athletes who were constantly busy and tense. The coaching staff, seeing her consistently stable performance in daily tests, didn't interfere. In short, it all boiled down to this. As long as your results are good, everything is negotiable. The system continued to surprise her with its daily check-ins over the past 3 days. August 21st, check-in at the shooting venue, acquired ownership of the Taipei Rongfa building. August 22nd, check-in at the Universiade Village Dormitory, acquired 100% shares of Taipei Yunxi Property Management Company. August 23rd, check-in at the Universiade Village Cafeteria, acquired Building 9 of Taipei Fanghua Garden. And Yunxi. Great, the system is giving her preferential treatment again. One surprise after another is truly unexpected. The Taipei Rongfa building, a commercial property near Taipei 101, is 66 stories high and covers an area of 30,000 square meters. The upper floors, starting from the 7th floor, are mainly used as offices, while the 6-story podium above ground is a shopping plaza, and the 3 underground floors are a supermarket and parking lot. After reviewing the data, Yunxi learned that this building generated a staggering 8.4 billion RMB in rental income for her annually. Yunxi Property Management Company happened to be the same company managing the Rongfa building. The system had unknowingly provided her with another set of amenities. However, Yunxi was delighted with such amenities. There was also Fanghua Garden, a high-end residential complex in Taipei, not far from the Rongfa building, about 3 to 4 kilometers away. The building number 9, which the system had rewarded her with, was a 36-story residential building. It had 3 units, 2 apartments per floor, each apartment ranging from 200 to 300 square meters. Based on local rental rates for comparable properties, if she could rent them all out, the monthly rent would be over 6 million RMB. In just 5 days in Taipei, Yunxi had already reaped considerable rewards. What surprises would the system have in store for her next? Yunxi's anticipation grew stronger. On the 5th day of the Universiade, Yunxi finally faced her first competition, the women's trap shooting qualifying round. The qualifying round for this event was held over 2 days. Participants had to shoot at 125 targets within those 2 days, with rankings based on the number of hits. The first day consisted of 3 rounds, and the second day of 2 rounds, each with 25 targets, for a total of 5 rounds. After all participants completed the qualifying rounds, the top 6 advanced to the finals. Zhu Ting was also participating in this event, so both of them had to complete the 3 rounds of qualifying on the first day. The competition officially began at 8 a.m. In the first round, Yunxi performed consistently. No matter how the direction and speed of the traps changed, she was always able to detect their trajectory immediately and fire decisively, hitting every target on the first shot from start to finish, without even needing to fire a second shot. Ultimately, she achieved a perfect score of 25 hits, temporarily placing her in first place. Surprisingly, Man's Fit from Slovakia also performed exceptionally well, scoring 25 hits in the first round, tying for first place with Yunxi. As for Zhu Ting, she performed as expected, currently ranking 8th. In the second round, Yunxi again achieved 25 hits, while Man's Fit missed one target and dropped to second. Zhu Ting's overall ranking remains 8th, unchanged for now. The coaches watching the competition from the sidelines seemed quite nervous. Yunxi didn't know if Zhu Ting was nervous, but she herself didn't seem to feel it much. After the 3 rounds of qualifying on the first day, Yunxi was temporarily ranked first with a score of 75 hits. Zhu Ting, after 3 rounds, had climbed to 7th place. To reach the finals, Zhu Ting needs to finish in the top 6, which puts a lot of pressure on her. However, this girl is very good at self-regulation, always cheerful and seemingly with a good mindset, as if she doesn't need any encouragement from others. After the match, the 2 players and the coaching staff conducted a brief debriefing. For Yunxi, there wasn't much to debrief. Asking a top student who always gets 100% on tests to analyze their mistakes is absurd. Therefore, the debriefing mainly focused on Zhu Ting. It wasn't as complicated as I'd imagined. It only took about 10 minutes. After all, there was still a competition to come, so saying too much now wasn't very meaningful. The key was the athlete's own ability, mentality, and performance on the day. After the event, the 2 went straight to the cafeteria for lunch and then back to their rooms to rest. Zhu Ting did some acclimatization training in the late afternoon, while Yunxi stayed in her room the whole time. Today, the system refreshed the sign-in location to the competition venue, and the reward was 50 million personal funds. Probably because it was a competition day, the system stopped giving her other generous special rewards and started giving her money again. That's how the system is. When there's an exam or competition, the sign-in location is usually in her usual places, like the dormitory, the competition venue, the cafeteria, etc., and the sign-in reward always turns into money directly. It's as if they're afraid that giving her something else might make her too excited and affect her performance. And Yunxi really wanted to tell the system, there's no need for that. Even if the system were to give her a gold mine one day, it wouldn't affect her exam or competition results in the slightest. However, she didn't actually say it aloud. Because in her view, there was nothing wrong with being given money. Who would complain about having too much money? On the 6th day of the Universiade, August 25th, Yunxi and Zhu Ting faced off in the second round of qualifying for the women's multi-skeet shooting event. The second round of qualifying and the finals were scheduled for the same day. The qualifying rounds started at 8 a.m. and the finals at 1:30 p.m. Yunxi ultimately ranked first with a perfect score of 125, successfully advancing to the finals. Zhu Ting also performed well, jumping from 7th to 5th place, also making it to the finals. Her head coach, Wang Tao, was overjoyed. He had initially thought she would just be eliminated in the first round, but unexpectedly, she had made it to the finals. If she performed well in the finals, she might even have a chance to win a medal. Based on Zhu Ting's previous performance and results, such a result was almost impossible. Yunxi's training plan was incredibly effective. This was already proven in the rifle and pistol events a few days ago. The overall level of the Chinese shooting team has improved significantly compared to before training. At 1 p.m., the final of the women's trap shooting event at the 29th World University Games began on time. In the final stage, the 6 athletes took turns shooting according to their qualifying rankings. The first stage involved 25 targets to determine the 6th place finisher. Then one athlete was eliminated every 5 targets. In case of a tie, the qualifying scores were compared. When only 2 athletes remained, they each shot 10 targets to determine the gold and silver medalists. In the first stage, a French athlete ranked 6th and was eliminated. Next, in the first 5 targets, an Italian athlete ranked 5th and was eliminated. If Zhu Ting could maintain her lead for just one more round, she would enter the top 3 and secure a medal. This girl's mentality was incredibly stable. Her performance in the final was even more impressive than in the qualifying rounds. In the second 5-target event, Zhu Ting performed exceptionally well, eliminating the American competitor with a 3rd-place finish. Wang Tao, clapping enthusiastically from the sidelines. His hands reddened, his excitement barely contained. In the third 5-target event, Zhu Ting was eliminated, ultimately winning a bronze medal. Finally, the top 2 finishers in Yunxi and Mansfit competed for the final gold and silver medals. Each shot 10 targets, and Yunxi hit all, while Mansfit missed 1. This means Yunxi won the women's trap shooting event, and the Chinese shooting team also won both the gold and bronze medals in this event. This is a historic breakthrough. The 2 shooters were immediately embraced by their coaches as they left the arena. Zhang Lei even handed them pre-prepared national flags for them to hold and take photos with. After taking their photos, the 2 coaches joined them for another, and finally, they posed for a group photo with their teammates who had come to watch the match. Countless cameras and webcams around captured this exciting scene. In Yunzhou, and Jianhua's family of 3, along with his grandparents and a host of relatives, all watched the match on their televisions unless they were too busy to attend. When Yunxi won the championship, cheers and applause erupted, and Jianhua and Fang Mingxia were even moved to tears. Our little Yunxi won the championship, Grandma and wiped away her tears and exclaimed excitedly, "Great!
Great.
Yunxi has brought glory to the country." Grandpa and was so excited he didn't know what to say, only repeatedly chanting, "Great.
Great.
This child has worked so hard, with such a heavy academic workload, and then she had to train and compete. I wonder how much she suffered." Aunt Jiang Dongmei sighed. This niece was someone she'd watched grow up. She was always obedient, sensible, and exceptionally likable. She thought getting into Peking University was already outstanding enough, but she never expected such an opportunity. The key is that not only is she academically gifted, but she's also achieved such results in shooting, despite only having started practicing for a short time. Grandma felt a pang of heartache upon hearing this, thinking, "My granddaughter has suffered so much." When her granddaughter returned, she would visit her 3rd son more often and make her plenty of nourishing soup. The 3rd son and his wife were busy with work and certainly didn't have time to take care of her. Although they had a cook, how could a cook provide the same level of care as family? And Jianhua and Fang Mingxia, on the other hand, didn't feel that their daughter had suffered much. They had experienced firsthand how exceptionally gifted their daughter was over the years. Given her ability to learn everything so quickly, the training probably wasn't that extensive. However, the past 6 months of traveling for competitions must have been quite tiring. After the competitions, they would ask their daughter if she had time to come home. If she didn't have time, they would go to Beijing to see her. As the saying goes, "If the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain." Anyway, the company employs so many people. Their absence for 10 days or half a month won't be a big problem. During the awards ceremony, singing the national anthem and watching the 5-star red flag slowly rise, and Yunxi couldn't help but feel a surge of national and ethnic pride. She thought that after experiencing so many worlds, this feeling had faded considerably. But after arriving in this era and country so similar to her original world, she found that wasn't the case. Her love for her country and sense of belonging hadn't faded or disappeared. It had simply been temporarily suppressed deep within her heart. Now it had been completely activated and grew even stronger. At this moment, Yunxi was incredibly grateful that she had chosen to join the shooting team, gaining this identity and opportunity to contribute to the country's honor and influence. At the same time, she knew that there was still much she could do. Now, she had enough confidence to say she hoped to contribute to her country through her own efforts. Because Yunxi has a pistol competition tomorrow, they have no plans to celebrate or prepare for it. At this point, everything must give way to the competition. August 26th is the 7th day of the Universiade, and Yunxi will face 2 rounds of qualifying in the women's 25-meter pistol event precision and rapid fire. Athletes must shoot from a distance of 25 meters. A score of 10.2 or higher in each round earns 1 point. Otherwise, no points are awarded. The top 8 finishers in the qualifying rounds advance to the final. And Yunxi unsurprisingly advanced to the final in this event. Unfortunately, another Chinese athlete participating in this event ranked 10th and failed to qualify for the final. The women's 25-meter pistol final will be held the following day, August 27th. The final stage uses a last-place elimination system with a total of 50 shots, divided into rounds of 5. From the 4th round onwards, the last-place finisher in each round is eliminated until the gold medal is awarded. In the final, athletes had to complete their shots within a specified time. Speed and accuracy were the judging criteria. This placed extremely high demands on the athlete's stability, reaction speed, and accuracy. But this posed no challenge for Yunxi, who possessed multiple advantages. Her trigger pull was incredibly fast. Often, while other athletes had only fired one shot, she had already completed 5, all scoring above 10.6. Not only were the spectators at the venue and those watching the broadcast stunned, but even the judges on the field were dumbfounded by Yunxi's performance, watching in disbelief. Thus, in the women's 25-meter pistol event at the Universiade, Yunxi won the championship with an absolute advantage. The silver and bronze medals were won by the South Korean and Russian teams, respectively. Yunxi once again ensured the Chinese national flag flew high at the Universiade. Yang Kaiwang, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel gratified by Yunxi's outstanding performance. At that moment, he suddenly remembered his friend's suggestion that Yunxi participate in 2 more events at the Universiade. He had genuinely considered it. Just as his friend had said, if Yunxi participated in 2 more events, she could potentially win 2 more gold medals. How could he resist such an offer? However, as the head of the shooting team, he had more to consider. Yunxi had only registered for these 2 events during the Universiade qualifiers. Adding an event before the competition was not only against the rules, but would also disqualify others. This was too unfair to those who had fought their way through numerous trials to secure their spots. Ultimately, he decided against it this time. Although this competition didn't go well, he was already considering having Yunxi participate in another event in the future. He had a premonition that Yunxi could elevate the influence of the Chinese shooting team and even shooting as a sport in China to a new level. Yunxi had no idea what Yang Kaiwang was thinking. She was currently on a video call with Zhou Shiyan. Zhou Shiyan had already found out the schedule of his girlfriend's competition. While the competition was still ongoing, he hadn't called her, worried about disturbing her and affecting her performance, only sending occasional text messages to express his concern. Today, Yunxi had finished all her competitions and even all the shooting team's events, so he naturally had nothing to worry about. Yunxi, congratulations. Zhou Shiyan's voice was filled with tenderness and affection. Although they hadn't talked on the phone for so many days, he had been watching her competition broadcasts. He had saved quite a few photos of Yunxi on his phone. He had saved many of his favorite photos of Yunxi from various social media platforms. Brother Shiyan, I'm so happy. Yeah, I'm happy for you too. After I get back, how about we go on a road trip in our RV after the National Games? This was a plan that suddenly popped into her head. Also, she wanted to get together with some friends. Since joining the shooting team, she had been so busy that she hadn't had much time to meet up with her friends. Okay, let's go together. Zhou Shiyan readily agreed, delighted to travel with his girlfriend. Yunxi, when are you coming back? The day after tomorrow, the 28th. What time is your flight? I'll pick you up. No need this time. After I get back, I have to go straight back to the training base to prepare for the National Games. The coach said we're leaving for Xi'an on September 2nd. The competition is being held in Xi'an? Zhou Shiyan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He thought the competition would be in Beijing. Yes. Then I'll pick you up when you get back from Xi'an. This time, Yunxi didn't refuse.
Okay.
Yunxi, I miss you. A sudden sentence came from the phone speaker, making Yunxi's face flush. This guy, she had her roommate next to her. Yunxi glanced at Zhu Ting, who was engrossed in her phone, and said softly, a little awkwardly, Yeah, I miss you too. After saying that, Yunxi heard a deep, cheerful laugh from the man on the other end of the phone. After your competition, you'll have to spend some time with me. Shouldn't you be spending time with me? Yunxi retorted, unconvinced. Well, whether you spend time with me or I spend time with you, it's the same. The young couple chatted sweetly for an hour before ending the call. After hanging up, and Yunxi saw Zhu Ting still engrossed in her phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Patting her slightly flushed cheeks, Yunxi got up and went to the bathroom. Unbeknownst to Yunxi, from the moment the call connected, Zhu Ting had been pretending to be on her phone, but actually had her ears perked up, intently listening to the gossip. As a result, she was bombarded with displays of affection several times, and even wondered several times if she should find someone to date too. The 27th was a day specifically set aside by the team for everyone to relax and enjoy the local area. The shooting team's plan was to return to Beijing on the 28th. In world-class multi-sport competitions, shooting events are usually scheduled early in the competition, often completing all events by the first half of the event. Therefore, the shooting team would only participate in the opening ceremony, not the closing ceremony. Since they were already there, they naturally wanted to have some fun. And Yunxi also went with her teammates to Taipei 101 and the food court. The next day, Yunxi checked in at Taipei 101. The system's reward was a huge gift package of Ryukyu Company shares. Wow, the system started pulling out all the stops again right after the competition. And Yunxi eagerly opened the gift package.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for opening the Ryukyu Enterprise Equity Gift Pack. You have obtained 20% equity in Huaji Computer Company, 20% equity in Haisha Records, 20% equity in Tongfa Group, 20% equity in Dezefa Group, and 20% equity in Qijing Optoelectronics. Related documents and certificates have been stored in your system inventory. And Yunxi, my system is amazing. It actually gave me 20% equity in each of 5 companies at once. Moreover, these are all top-ranking and influential large enterprises in Ryukyu. This is truly a huge windfall. As a mainland citizen, she doesn't know how the system managed to grant her so many shares in major Ryukyu companies all at once. There wasn't a single company Yunxi hadn't heard of. For example, Tongfa Group was founded in 1967 and is headquartered in Tainan County. This company initially started with food and gradually expanded into beverages, retail, and other fields. In 1992, Tongfa Group began investing in and setting up factories in mainland China. After years of effort, it has grown into a comprehensive consumer goods conglomerate in mainland China, primarily producing instant noodles, beverages, dairy products, pastries, and soy sauce. Last year, Tongfa Group achieved annual revenue of 31.6 billion yuan and a net profit of 1.978 billion yuan. Another example is Huaji Computer Company, renowned worldwide for producing high-quality computer products, with a product line covering laptops, motherboards, graphics cards, and more. Huaji Computer has branches in over 20 countries and regions worldwide, employing more than 100,000 people. Last year, its net profit was NT dollar 15.93 billion, equivalent to RMB 3.569 billion. Overall, it's a very strong company with a global brand influence. Then there's Haisha Records, founded in 1980 and headquartered in Taipei. During its heyday, it became a legend in the Chinese music scene with its rich music resources and unique musical philosophy. Haisha Records not only released numerous classic Chinese songs and artists, but also actively expanded into overseas markets, making a significant contribution to the development of Chinese music. While Haisha Records' market capitalization cannot compare with the other 4 companies, its position in the Chinese music scene is unparalleled. However, it seems that the company's golden age has long passed, and its current profitability appears to be poor. But whether it's profitable or not, Yunxi doesn't care too much. She's not short of money now. Fortunately, apart from Haisha Records, the other 4 companies are all performing very well. Yunxi was thinking about the rewards the system had given her. These young and energetic athletes had boundless energy, walking, looking around, and eating their way through the area. Tired from walking, the group found a milk tea shop, each ordering a cup and sitting down to rest in the air conditioning. Today, Yunxi had already received several phone calls. The callers were mostly major shareholders of the companies that had acquired shares. Yunxi chatted briefly, indicating that she wouldn't participate in the company's management and would only wait for the dividends before hanging up. She had also saved several more of these influential figures' contact numbers on her phone. The frequent phone calls attracted the attention of her fellow team members. This loneliness is too perfect, embracing imperfection, like a diamond wrapping a fragile heart. A familiar ringtone sounded, and Yunxi took out her phone and looked at it. It seemed to be a local, unfamiliar number. Haven't all 5 companies called? Who could this be? Realizing something, and Yunxi immediately answered the call. Hello? Hello, MS. And this is Mu Fengru. I've arrived in Taipei. Where do I need to report for duty? And Yunxi glanced at her watch. It was already 3 p.m. MS, Mu, please come directly to Taozhou Inyuan. She wasn't far from Taozhou Inyuan. She could walk there. Mu Fengru could tell from the phone call that her boss was a very young woman. But when she heard Taozhou Inyuan, her heart skipped a beat.
Taozhou Inyuan?
That Taipei's most luxurious residence, where a single apartment costs 220 million. Her boss's financial strength was beyond her imagination. Okay, listen, I'll be there in about an hour. An hour would give her time to get there and prepare. Yunxi, do you have something to take care of? Zhu Ting was sitting close to Yunxi and had overheard a few words on the phone, guessing that Yunxi had something to attend to. Okay, I have some things to take care of later. You guys have fun. When are you coming back? Probably tonight. If you're done, head back first. I'll take a taxi home myself. They're going to the airport together tomorrow, and Yunxi doesn't plan to stay anywhere else tonight. Okay, call us if anything comes up. Sure, got it. She mainly wants to meet with Mu Fengru and then hand over the Taipei properties to her to manage. It shouldn't take too long. And Yunxi said goodbye to her teammates who had been shopping with her and walked towards Taozhou Inyuan. On the way, she stopped at a supermarket and bought some fruit, tea, and coffee. Her house only had furniture. There were no other household items. And Yunxi didn't plan to move in this time and hadn't thought about buying anything beforehand. Upon entering the house, Yunxi took out the relevant documents and certificates for the assets she had acquired since arriving in Taipei. Luckily, there was a safe here, about the size of a small house. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have had anywhere to put all her things. Mu Fengru arrived at 4 o'clock. Ding dong ding dong, the doorbell rang, and Yunxi immediately got up to open the door. President in? Looking at her boss, who was unbelievably young, Mu Fengru was quite surprised. Her boss was a bit too young. It's me, President Mu. Please come in. She stepped aside to let Mu Fengru in. Walking into this 220 million yuan mansion, Mu Fengru felt a little excited. She wondered if she would ever have the chance to own a mansion like this, even if she worked her whole life. If Yunxi knew what she was thinking, she would definitely exclaim, "You're too narrow-minded." This was someone with a system ability score of 98. Even if she didn't get a job, her future achievements wouldn't be small. And Yunxi felt that having such people as her subordinates was a bit of a waste of their talents. Although she didn't know how the system made these people work for her willingly with 100% loyalty, she was still very happy and satisfied to have a bunch of such talented people. She was becoming increasingly adept at being a hands-off manager. The two sat down in the living room, and Yunxi asked, "Excuse me, Ms. Mu, I don't usually live here and there's nothing in the house, so I just bought some drinks. What would you like to drink?" Mu Fengru glanced at the various drinks on the table and said, "Mineral water will do." And Yunxi picked up a bottle of mineral water from the drinks and placed it in front of her. "Ms. Mu, it's like this. I'm returning to Beijing tomorrow, and all the properties here in Ryukyu need someone to manage them. From now on, you will act as my agent and handle all matters here." Seeing that Mu Fengru was listening attentively, and Yunxi handed her a pre-prepared list of properties and continued, "These are my properties in Ryukyu. Please take a look. First, the real estate. In terms of commercial real estate, there's only one building, Rongfa Building. Yunxi property, which manages Rongfa, is also 100% owned by me. I will directly explain the situation to the person in charge, and you will take over the management. And this apartment in Taozhou Inyuan, you'll need to find someone to maintain and clean it regularly. I also have a building in Fenghua Yuan. You can choose one to live in and rent out the rest. In addition, regarding company shares, besides Yuan 11 property, there are 5 others: Huaji Computer, Haisha Records, Tong FA Group, DZ FA Group, and Qijing Optoelectronics. But you only own 20% of each. You don't need to participate in management. You just represent me at necessary events and ensure that your annual dividends arrive. Mu Fengru. What is the boss saying? What does only 20% of shares mean? These are all well-known large companies in Ryukyu. Each one has annual revenues of tens of billions. The boss owns shares in 5 companies of this caliber. And not just small shareholders with a few percent stake. They all own 20%, 1/5. It's safe to say that the boss has considerable influence in any of these companies. To Mu Fengru's surprise, the boss was so young and from mainland China. It was hard to imagine what kind of family background allowed her to own so many high-quality businesses in Okinawa. President N, don't worry, I will definitely manage these businesses well for you. I believe in you. This is only a part. There may be more in the future.
I can.
Many of these businesses didn't require her management, so they wouldn't take up too much of her time. Even if more came, she was confident she could manage them well. The two chatted for a long time, and seeing that it was getting late, and Yunxi found a restaurant nearby and treated Mu Fengru to a meal. The more they talked, the more Mu Fengru admired her new boss. At such a young age, she had so much wealth and businesses, and her speech and manners were full of knowledge and refinement. Every word and action exuded elegance and nobility. Even dressed casually, her innate manners and refined taste were undeniable. Mu Fengru was unaware of Yunxi's advanced etiquette skills. She simply assumed Yunxi was a young lady from a prestigious family with a long history, having received relevant training from a young age. Before parting, Yunxi gave Mu Fengru Chu's contact information. This is my business assistant. You can contact him directly if you need anything. Okay, MS. And after saying goodbye to Mu Fengru, Yunxi took a taxi directly back to her dormitory in the Universiade village. By this time, Zhu Ting and the others had already returned, having bought a bunch of local specialties and were currently in their dormitory worrying about how to pack them into suitcases to take back. This made Yunxi, who hadn't bought anything, seem rather unconventional. She had been on the phone all day and hadn't had time to buy anything. However, Mu Fengru said she would prepare some for her and send them to her, so she didn't need to worry about not having any souvenirs to give away when she got back. The next day, Yunxi flew back to Beijing with the shooting team. The team didn't give her a chance to go home. Instead, they sent her directly to the training base. In the world of sports, one is often not in control of their own destiny. Yunxi could only dutifully begin preparing for the national games. That day, the system's check-in location was Taipei Taoyuan Airport, and the reward was a Porsche 911 four-seater sports car, worth approximately 2 million yuan. Yunxi immediately sent the 4 store manager's phone number to Mu Fengru, saying she had ordered a car for her. She didn't need it herself, so she figured Mu Fengru might as well drive it. Mu Fengru, what to do when you encounter a boss who casually provides you with a 2 million yuan luxury car? This busy period lasted until September 8th. Finally, having finished all the competitions and successfully won 3 national games gold medals, Yunxi finally had time to properly explore the ancient city of Chang'an. Yunxi visited the big wild goose pagoda, saw the terracotta army, and climbed the Chang'an city wall to feel the weight and awe of history, appreciating the magnificent relics of the first emperor of a unified China. Of course, the local snacks were a must. Bujiamo, Chinese hamburger, Yengru palma, pita bread soaked in mutton soup, liangpi cold skin noodles, yupo mian oil splash noodles, and more. How could she come to Chang'an and not try them? A life of sightseeing and eating her way through the city was simply blissful. While enjoying the delicious food, Yunxi shared her experiences with her family and Zhou Shiryan. Among her posts were numerous mouth-watering pictures of the food. This unscrupulous behavior drew strong condemnation from Yunza and endless resentment from Zhou Shiryan. Yunza was simply drooling over the food, while Zhou Shiryan was regretting not being able to travel with his girlfriend. Since arriving in Xi'an on the 2nd, the system had rewarded her with shares in 2 companies, 10% in Bid New Energy Vehicles and 30% in Shiryang Agricultural Group. And Yunxi knew about BitAuto. It was a leading company in China's new energy electric vehicle industry, a large enterprise with annual net profits exceeding 30 billion yuan. The system had given her another big surprise. As for Sheryang Agricultural Group, she hadn't known much about it before. But after reviewing the information, and Yunxi realized it was another extraordinary company. This is because it's a fully integrated agricultural and food enterprise encompassing feed production, pig breeding, pig farming, slaughtering and processing, cold chain transportation, and retail outlets. It currently has over 20 subsidiaries, with an annual net profit of 158 million yuan, making it highly influential locally and even in surrounding provinces. Furthermore, there's a plot of land particularly suitable for building a hotel. The system is practically forcing Yunxi to open a hotel here. As a popular tourist city nationwide, opening a hotel here would be incredibly profitable. The moment Yunxi acquired the land, she sent the information to Qin Lian, asking him to draft a hotel development plan for Chang'an. Qin Lian's experiences over the past year have been nothing short of meteoric. Originally managing a 5-star hotel in the provincial capital, he's now transformed into the operator of a hotel group. Currently, the group has over a dozen hotels under construction, taking a significant step closer to his plan to expand hotel operations nationwide. It was Yunxi who made his seemingly unrealistic dream a reality in such a short time. How could he not be excited? Qin Lian had been incredibly busy lately, but the busier he was, the stronger his excitement became, as if driven by a powerful force. Following past practice, the 29,000 square meter plot of land was sold to the company by Yunxi personally for a high price of 880 million yuan. Yunxi believed that consolidating these assets under the company's name would be more conducive to management and operation. She hadn't even considered the potential risks, such as the company going bankrupt and assets being used to pay off debts. Because as long as she was there, she would absolutely prevent such a thing from happening. Yunxi named the hotel in Chang'an, Jingxia Shengxi Huading Grand Hotel. In terms of interior design, they plan to adopt a unique traditional Chinese style to complement Chang'an, a 1,000-year-old city with a long history and profound cultural heritage. Besides this plot of land, Qin Lian's site selection team successively found 4 other prime plots suitable for building hotels. These plots are all located in the provincial capital and other economically developed cities within the province: Nanzhao, Suzhou, Ningbo, and Changchun. Each is a location with excellent geographical advantages and enormous development potential. Nanzhao, as the capital city of Nanjing Province, is of paramount importance. While Suzhou, Ningbo, and Changchun are not provincial capitals, their economic prosperity is in no way inferior to that of provincial capitals, and their GDP even surpasses that of many provincial capitals. These locations were thoroughly researched and inspected by the group's professional team, ultimately confirming that they possess ideal conditions for building 5-star hotels. Yunxi, after reviewing the report, also agreed and immediately signed off on the approval. To acquire these plots, Jinxiu Group adopted a strategy of participating in auctions and purchasing from others, spending a total of 3.58 billion yuan. The company is currently expanding rapidly, and in the early stages of acquiring land and constructing hotels, it's operating at a loss, generating no revenue and spending money at an alarming rate. Faced with this situation, Yunxi made a bold move, directly transferring another 20 billion yuan into the company account. This provided the company with ample funds to further expand its market. Even the usually composed Qin Lian was astonished by his boss's generosity and silently strengthened his resolve to follow in her footsteps. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yunxi unhesitatingly used all the investment cashback cards she had accumulated to 300 million yuan limit cards with 5 times the return and 3 500 million yuan limit cards with 10 times the return. She transferred out 20 billion yuan and received 18 billion yuan in cashback, meaning she only spent a total of 2 billion yuan. Yunxi was almost at a loss as to where to spend the money. Currently, Jinxiu Group is experiencing rapid growth, and everything is progressing smoothly. Yunxi gave Qin Lian a task to open hotels in every province within 2 years. Furthermore, for economically developed provinces, it is permissible to initially establish a presence in suitable cities other than the provincial capital. For large cities with large populations and high levels of economic development, the possibility of opening multiple locations can be considered. Anyway, she's not short of money now. This step seems expensive, but once successfully implemented, the resulting revenue and influence will be enormous. In fact, within the entire industry, no other hotel chain can emulate Yunxi's entirely direct operation model. Moreover, they adhere to the principle of resolutely purchasing land and building their own hotels, absolutely refusing to lease land from others. After all, this means that the total investment for each hotel would be hundreds of millions or even billions. Very few chains have the financial strength to have their entire national chain directly invested and operated by headquarters. Moreover, Yunxi's goal is not limited to the domestic market. From the beginning, Yunxi and Qin have been focused on the global market. It's just that they are only at the beginning stage and have not yet begun their overseas expansion plans. President Qin, how are things? Feeling any pressure? Yunxi asked half-jokingly over the phone. Qin smiled knowingly and replied, "Boss, I couldn't be happier with this kind of life." Sure enough, Qin was a workaholic. Previously, managing only one hotel in the Yunzhou region was indeed a waste of his talents. Fortunately, he met her. Fix the staff and organizational structure at headquarters as soon as possible. Hire whoever is needed. President Qin doesn't need to personally handle everything. Don't worry, boss, I know what to do. And Yunxi naturally trusted him. Qin had a system ability score of 92. Moreover, his loyalty had risen to a high of 98, not far from 100. Out of trust in Qin and Yunxi didn't use a character summoning card to send anyone over. And Yunxi believed that with Qin's abilities, she could entrust the company entirely to him. Besides the shares in the two companies and a piece of land, and Yunxi also received a skill upgrade card. This was a rare and valuable item. For Yunxi, this trip to Chang'an was incredibly fruitful. Not only did she acquire important assets, but she also obtained such a precious skill upgrade card. Just then, Yunxi suddenly remembered the lottery event from September.
She had almost
forgotten about it due to her busy schedule. It wasn't until after the competition, while she was strolling around, that she suddenly remembered. At this moment, Yunxi had just come out of the Terracotta Army Museum. She had just completed her daily check-in task at the museum. The system's reward was 10 collectible antiques. This reward wasn't unfamiliar to Yunxi, as she had received similar rewards before. She opened her package and found that it included bronzes, jade artifacts, jewelry, and even bamboo slips from the Warring States period. These antiques are all priceless treasures, each exuding the aura of history and the charm of culture. Who would have thought that Yunxi, at only 19 years old, possesses as many as 20 such rare and valuable collectibles? This is undoubtedly a tremendous fortune, enough to make many people envious. However, for Yunxi, these antiques are not merely material wealth, but also a love and pursuit of history and culture. They have witnessed the vicissitudes of time and embody the crystallization of human wisdom. If she has the opportunity in the future, she would like to build a private museum in China. She would house all her collections there and even open it to the public. However, now is not the time to talk about this. On the one hand, her personal influence in China is currently too small. On the other hand, the number of items she possesses is not enough to support the establishment of a museum. With the existence of the system, Yunxi believes that day will come sooner or later. However, signing in for antiques at a place like the Terracotta Army Museum in Chang'an seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? It was this sign-in that reminded Yunxi that she still had one lottery chance left unused. System, draw a prize. Remembering the lottery, Yunxi immediately issued a command to the system in her mind. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for drawing a prize and winning 100% equity of Shilin Hospital. Related property documents and certificates have been stored in the system's inventory.
Huh?
It's actually a hospital? This is the first time she's acquired a hospital-related property. Shilin Hospital? It seems quite famous in China. But Yunxi hadn't paid much attention to this area before, so she didn't know much about it. Not knowing much about the hospital, Yunxi immediately took out her phone to check its information. It turns out that Shilin Hospital is a comprehensive private hospital headquartered in Shanghai, with a main hospital in Shanghai and 5 branches in other regions. Just how impressive is this private hospital? Throughout the national medical market, Shilin Hospital is renowned for its mysterious background and formidable strength. It began operations in 2003, and just 3 years later, in 2006, it achieved international JAI accreditation. Many people outside the medical field may not be familiar with JAI. Simply put, JAI is a globally recognized standard for healthcare services, representing the highest level of hospital service and management. It is also an accreditation model recognized by the World Health Organization. Shilin Hospital has received JAI accreditation multiple times, demonstrating its high level of medical service. Of course, Shilin Hospital also enjoys a significant reputation in China for its medical expertise. It has invested heavily in introducing the first Da Vinci surgical robot in China's private healthcare sector, covering urology, gynecology, breast surgery, and thyroid surgery. By using state-of-the-art surgical robot technology, doctors can perform surgeries more precisely, improving success rates and reducing patient pain and recovery time. After years of operation, Shilin Hospital has established its own development pattern in China and is currently performing very well. However, due to its significantly higher costs compared to public hospitals, Shilin Hospital primarily serves the middle to high-end population. The financial statements show that the hospital, comprising a main branch and 5 branch hospitals, a total of 6 hospitals, generated over 500 million yuan in net profit annually. This demonstrates just how lucrative the medical industry is. Unexpectedly, the system has given her a hospital this time. Oh, no, strictly speaking, a medical company encompassing 6 hospitals. This time, she's venturing into a field she's never been involved in before. However, having some business in the medical field is a good thing. In this world, everyone eats grains and other food. Who can guarantee they'll never get sick? Even her family, despite receiving occasional doses of her marrow cleansing and vital nourishing pills, can't be guaranteed to be 100% healthy. Having a hospital that she owns 100% might prove very useful in the future. Shortly afterward, Yunxi received a call from Zheng Mingde, the president of the main hospital. After a brief conversation, Zheng Mingde learned that the new boss didn't participate in daily operations, only focusing on results. He breathed a huge sigh of relief. He was worried the new boss was incompetent and would insist on instructing the experts. If she made a mess of the hospital's management, he wouldn't be able to stay. Fortunately, although the new boss was a young woman, she showed no intention of interfering in the hospital's management. Ending the call, Zheng Mingde was actually quite moved. He hadn't expected his new boss to trust him so much. For that trust, he would run the hospital well. Zheng Mingde was lost in his own gratitude, completely unaware that Yunxi possessed something called a system. And through the system, she could see something called loyalty. Knowing whether the key executives of her businesses were dedicated was incredibly easy for her. She simply opened the team panel and checked the changes in the loyalty score. So, human joys and sorrows are not shared. Similarly, emotions like being moved should also be felt in the same way. That evening, Yunxi and her friends planned to visit the Tang Dynasty Never Sleeping City. The nationally renowned Tang Dynasty Never Sleeping City is located at the foot of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda in Yenta District, Chang'an City. This is China's only large-scale pedestrian street featuring Tang Dynasty-style architecture against the backdrop of the prosperous Tang Dynasty. The scenic area emphasizes Chinese characteristics and local features, using the prosperous Tang Dynasty culture as its background and Tang Dynasty elements as its main theme, and has been developed into a national 5A level tourist attraction. This is a landmark and popular tourist attraction in Chang'an City, a must-see for anyone visiting Chang'an. Yunxi and her friends arrived at the Tang Dynasty Never Sleeping City at 6 p.m. The early autumn chill was perfect for a nighttime stroll. At this time, The Tang Dynasty Never Sleeping City was just as described in Li Xiangyin's poem. Moonlight and lanterns fill the capital, fragrant carriages and precious palanquins crowd the thoroughfares, a bustling scene of lights as bright as day. Here, tourists can dress up in Tang Dynasty clothing, put on Tang Dynasty makeup, take beautiful photos, and experience a sense of time travel. And Yunxi and her friends also joined in the fun, changing into Tang Dynasty attire and makeup, and even hiring a photographer to capture the beautiful moments and experiences along the way. Entering the Tang Dynasty Never Sleeping City, the hazy night sky was enveloped in colorful neon lights. Looking around, ancient buildings appeared and disappeared amidst the dim lights. It has a history of over 1,000 years, although the ancient buildings from 1,000 years ago have not survived. However, the charm of this antique-style building also reflects its long and glorious history and exudes the spirit of the times. As night fell and the city lights came on, the entire neighborhood was transformed into a dreamlike spectacle. And Yunxi and her friends, dressed in Tang Dynasty attire, strolled through Jingguan and Yenta squares, taking photos with the lifelike sculptures and the enchantingly lit landscapes, creating beautiful memories. The Tang Dynasty Never Sleeping City at night is truly breathtaking, and Yunxi strolled through it, feeling as if she had stepped into that era of peace and prosperity. Within 5,000 years of Chinese history, across the vast land of Shaanxi, the history of the Tang Dynasty is best understood through Chang'an. Throughout those 5,000 years of history, countless scholars, politicians, merchants, soldiers, and ordinary people have left their hopes and imprints. The Tang Dynasty Never Sleeping City today is resplendent in gold and jade, with its magnificent pavilions and pavilions. One wonders if this prosperous era truly reflects the aspirations of the ancients. Besides the beautiful streetscape, the abundance of ghost houses is another major attraction of the Tang Dynasty Never Sleeping City. Several cultural exhibition areas along the streets showcase the grandeur of the Tang Dynasty through multimedia technology and physical exhibits, including the Reign of Jingguan and a Long Song of Thought, as well as the viral sensation of the Tumblr Girl and the Tang Dynasty Secret Box. They had a great time and were fully engaged. And Yunxi and her friends naturally didn't miss the must-see performance, Return to Chang'an. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, the performance narrated the splendor and tenderness of the Tang Dynasty. There were also captivating performances by street artists, from sugar painting to shadow puppetry. Each stall held a surprise of traditional culture. Seeing a project where they could make their own traditional lanterns, and Yunxi and her friends enthusiastically rushed over and participated, leaving each carrying a lantern they had made themselves. To be honest, dressed in Tang Dynasty attire and carrying such lanterns, they really did resemble the court ladies in ancient paintings. There is also the musical fountain north of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, the largest musical fountain in Asia. They want to see it too, and the scene was truly breathtaking. Yunxi, this place is so much fun. I want to bring my parents next time. It's really great. And Yunxi was very impressed with the person who planned the Tang Dynasty Never Sleeps project. It's not easy to make a tourism project this popular. She also has a tourism and wellness project under development, and she hopes that Dongli Garden will become a must-visit attraction in Beijing in the future. The group played until 10 o'clock before reluctantly taking a taxi back to their accommodation. Thus, their trip to Chang'an came to an end. Tomorrow, they will return to Beijing and embark on a new journey in their lives. After visiting the Tang Dynasty Never Sleeping City, and Yunxi had some new ideas about the future operation of Dongli Garden. Afraid she might forget them, she immediately took out her phone and jotted down the key points in her notes app. The next day, and Yunxi and her group got up very early because they were taking an 8:40 a.m. flight back to Beijing. Therefore, considering the nearly 1-hour journey to the airport, they had to meet and depart at 6 a.m. On the way, the sun rose higher and higher, its rays bathing the earth in vibrant light. And Yunxi and the other athletes and coaches participating in the national games embarked on their return journey, basking in the rising sun. Chang'an Xianying International Airport was bustling with activity, teeming with people. Today's check-in location was the airport, and Yunxi completed it as soon as she arrived. To her surprise, this time the check-in reward was a villa in Rose Manor in Chang'an. And Yunxi, wait, what's going on? Why isn't the system playing by the rules? They only gave her the house when she was leaving. She didn't even have a chance to see it. And Yunxi quickly checked the information about the villa complex before boarding. The Rose Manor, covering a total area of 30 acres, boasts 9 luxurious manor-style residences. The villa rewarded to her by the system is even more eye-catching. It occupies 3.6 acres, with a building area of 7,000 square meters and a total price exceeding 300 million yuan, making it a true luxury mansion. Unfortunately, Yunxi, who was about to board her flight, wouldn't have the chance to see this mansion in person. She only learned a small part of the manor villa from photos in the information. Next time she comes to Chang'an, she will definitely come and see it for herself. When the property management called her, Yunxi immediately asked them to arrange for a few housekeepers to temporarily take care of the house. If a house isn't lived in and no one takes care of it, even the most luxurious mansion will quickly fall into disrepair. Since the waiting time for boarding wasn't long this time, Yunxi didn't arrange for anyone to take her to the VIP lounge. Fortunately, this flight wasn't in the middle of the night or early morning, so it wouldn't be too tiring for them. Attention passengers. Traveling to Beijing, boarding for flight to 5688 is now commenced. Please proceed to gate A128. The boarding announcement sounded, and Yunxi immediately stood up and joined the long boarding line with the rest of the shooting team. Over the past year, Yunxi, who frequently travels, has developed the habit of falling asleep quickly on airplanes. Therefore, she specifically requested a window seat, so she could sleep peacefully without being disturbed. By the time she woke up, they would probably be almost in Beijing. Today, Zhou Shiyan, who hadn't seen his girlfriend in a long time, couldn't wait to go to the airport to greet her. Yunxi. When he saw the familiar figure, Zhou Shiyan immediately called out loudly. During this time, he could only alleviate his longing through videos and photos, so he was filled with anticipation for his girlfriend's return. Upon hearing the sound, Yunxi pushed her suitcase without hesitation and ran towards Zhou Shiyan. Seeing this, Zhou Shiyan quickly quickened his pace to meet her. Don't run, I'm coming. Brother Shiyan. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at him, her gaze seeming to light up the whole world, instantly brightening his mood. Zhou Shiyan casually took the suitcase from Yunxi's hands, smiled, and said, Welcome home. Yunxi, your boyfriend's here to pick you up again? Zhang Lei looked at the perfectly matched young couple and asked with a smile, Coach Zhang, I won't be going with the team later. Go ahead, go ahead. Zhang Lei waved his hand dismissively. So, after the plane landed, Yunxi left the group and got into Zhou Shiyan's car. This time, Zhou Shiyan came to pick her up alone, so he drove, and Yunxi sat in the passenger seat. Back to Swimming Lake? Yes. The car started, leaving the airport and merging into the flow of traffic. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. Yunxi, are you hungry? Want to grab something to eat? No, I ate on the plane. Then let's go straight home. Hearing the word home, Yunxi turned to look at the man driving. It sounded like the young couple were going home together. But then again, he was already staying in a guest room at Yunxi residence, so saying they were going home together didn't seem wrong. Yunxi suppressed her unease and smiled, replying, Okay, let's go home first. Upon arriving at Swimming Lake, Zhou Shiyan went directly to Yunxi residence with her. Minghui was delighted to see her mistress return and quickly came to greet her. Mr. Zhou. Butler Ming, long time no see. Has Miss eaten? Yes, I have. Have some milk tea, snacks, and fruit brought over. After saying that, she looked at Zhou Shiyan and asked, Will you eat here tonight? Zhou Shiyan quickly nodded in agreement. He couldn't be happier to spend more time with his beloved. Butler Ming, prepare dinner for the two of us tonight. Yes, miss. In the afternoon, Yunxi sat on the sofa, enjoying fruit and snacks while sipping milk tea, updating her friends and family on her return to Beijing. Shortly after, she received 4 invitations to get together. There were invitations from her roommates, Liang Wentao, and Aunt Yunxi. To Yunxi's surprise, one was from her junior high school classmate, Zhao Yaru. Ever since their chance encounter in Yunzhou and exchanging contact information, they had agreed to meet up in Beijing. However, Yunxi had been busy with competitions and hadn't been able to arrange it. Now that she had some free time, she could finally meet up with her friends. So, Yunxi accepted the invitations, arranging them at different times. Just as she finalized the dates, Yunxi received a call from Fang Mingxia. Mom? Xiaoxi, are you back home? Yeah, I've been here for a while. Get some rest now that you're back. Your dad and I will come to Beijing to see you in a while. Yunxi was pleasantly surprised and asked, You and Dad are coming? When? Around National Day, maybe. Your brother wants to come too. Okay, then let's go on a road trip in our RV, avoiding the crowded tourist spots. The National Day Golden Week is indeed not the best time for travel. But considering her poor brother, she had to make do. After all, there was no other way. Yunxi looked up after ending the call with her mother and met Zhou Shiyan's gaze. While Yunxi was busy contacting relatives and friends, Zhou Shiyan was also sitting to the side handling some company matters. Upon hearing that his future in-laws were coming to Beijing, he couldn't help but turn his attention to them. Aunt and uncle are coming? Seeing Yunxi nod, he continued. When? The National Day holiday. Zhou Shiyan paused for a moment, probably considering his schedule. We'll take aunt and uncle out together then. Hearing this, Yunxi looked at him questioningly and said, Aren't you busy? I need to rest during the National Day holiday too. Yunxi gave him a speechless glance. Just you wait and see if I believe you? You don't even believe the truth? After saying that, Zhou Shiyan even shrugged pretentiously. If you want to come, then come. Do you think I can stop you? Yunxi suddenly thought of Aunt Yunshu and casually asked, Is Aunt Yunshu free? And Uncle Zhou? How about we go together? It's a little embarrassing to have taken someone's son away like that. Anyway, they're family too. It would be nice if both families could travel together. I'll ask them. If you invite her, my mom will probably come. As for my dad, we'll see if he has time. Okay. Yunxi and the others returned on a Saturday. After resting at home for a Sunday, Yunxi returned to school on Monday, resuming her life as a student. Zhou Shiyan, after dropping his girlfriend off at school, went to the company to catch up on the work he had missed over the past few days. Yunxi, you're back. Tong Yao was overjoyed to see Yunxi return. Congratulations on winning so many championships this summer. Chu Yu was incredibly impressed with her roommate. She never expected Yunxi to be so decisive, winning a championship with such a feat. She'd only been on the shooting team for a short time, yet she'd already won so many national and world championships. That wasn't all. This girl barely attended classes, yet she consistently scored above 90 on exams. It was infuriating. Those who got into Peking University weren't exactly low IQ. They could all be considered top students, but compared to a prodigy like Yunxi, they were constantly being put on the back foot. Looking around, only Tong Yao and Chu Yu remained in the dorm. Yunxi asked curiously, Where's Mingzhu? Mingzhu said she had some family matters to attend to and is going home for the next couple of days. Yunxi nodded, not pressing further. Any plans for the weekend? I'd like to invite you to Kongxi grassland. It's September now. The weather is perfect for clear skies and crisp air, ideal for horseback riding. Later on, it gets colder and windier, so it won't be suitable. Kongxi grassland? Where is that? Tong Yao had never heard of it. It's in Yanqing, about an hour's drive from school. It's a place for horseback riding?
Chu asked.
You can ride horses, and there are other activities too. There's a horse racing track, a hunting ground, open-top jeep driving, an aviation club, a folk culture resort, large open-air bonfire parties, and so on. In short, there are many activities. We'll go there Saturday morning, stay overnight, and come back Sunday afternoon. Yunxi was telling the truth. There really are many different kinds of activities there. It's just that some of these activities aren't under her jurisdiction. For example, the hunting, jeep, and aviation activities are run by other people there. However, if you want to play, it's not a big problem. You just need to spend some money. In Yunxi's current view, anything that can be solved with money isn't a big deal. Sounds pretty good. Chi was the first to speak up. So, want to go? Won't it be expensive there? Horse riding isn't exactly cheap. It's on me. Why are you worrying so much? Yunxi, I'm just trying to save you money. Tong Yao protested. And Yunxi glanced at her, somewhat skeptical. I'm the owner there. You can relax and have fun, Chu Yu and Tong Yao. What's it like to have a roommate who's incredibly wealthy? It's like enjoying happiness while feeling envious, and feeling envious while feeling happy. But I made plans to see a movie with Guan Yan. Tong Yao rubbed her fingers, feeling conflicted. Sure enough, Tong Yao had a date with her boyfriend. What's so great about movies? You're such a flirt. Chu Yu rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. And Yunxi smiled and said, exactly, why not watch a movie anytime? Let's invite Guan Yan along. She also wanted to see what kind of person Guan Yan was. Should I tell Guan Yan? Tong Yao asked cautiously. Go ahead. I'll invite a few more people too. It'll be more fun with more people over there. And Yunxi first contacted Song Mingzhu about it, and Song Mingzhu said she could participate. Then, she also invited Zhao Yaru, Gu Lanxin, and Wang Yuxuan, as well as her cousin and her other cousin. Unfortunately, her cousin was busy with a case and couldn't get away. In addition, Zhou Shiyan couldn't come this time because he had to go abroad for business. Seeing the gender imbalance, and Yunxi also invited Liang Wentao, Chen Junfeng, Yi Yunhan, and Su Kai. In the end, a total of 13 people, 7 women and 6 men, confirmed to participate. And Yunxi had already learned about Yi Yunhan's family situation. Although they shared the surname Yi, they weren't actually closely related to the Yi family, one of the 5 major families in Beijing. Yi Yunhan's family had connections in the military, and Ye's father was currently a close confidant of Zhou Shiyan's uncle, Zhou Xingjing. In that case, more contact wouldn't be a problem. The 5 school days passed in the blink of an eye. Saturday arrived quickly. This was the day they had arranged to go to the Kangxi grassland. Because there were many people, they split into 2 cars. Song Mingzhu's bodyguard drove 1 car, carrying Song Mingzhu, Tong Yao, and Guan Yan. And Yunxi drove the other car, taking Chu Yu and picking up Yunzhou and Zhao Yaru. As for the others, they all had their own cars and arranged to go there themselves, meeting at the club. Xue Xiaofeng wasn't there today, but he had arranged for the club's client manager to receive the boss and his party. Hello, Chairman N. I'm Qian Ku, the club's client manager. President Xue specifically arranged for me to receive you. Hello, Manager Qian. Please lead us to the lounge. Sure, this way please. Yunxi, why does she call you Chairman N? Of these people, only Zhao Yaru was unfamiliar with Yunxi's identity. Yunxi is the owner here. Chu Yu, who knew the inside story, explained. Zhao Yaru. They hadn't been in touch for 3 years of high school, so what had she missed? How did her classmate get so far ahead? What about the students who were still struggling with their studies, with no future prospects in sight? Fortunately, Zhao Yaru didn't know Yunxi's true abilities. Otherwise, no one could guarantee they wouldn't be discouraged and become withdrawn. Yunxi, you're amazing. It's only been a few years, and you've built such a large business? Zhao Yaru said with a hint of admiration. It's all thanks to my elders. I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants now. And Yunxi dared not take credit. What she possessed today ultimately came from the accumulation of her previous lives and the system's advantages. If she had relied solely on herself, she probably wouldn't have fared too badly, but she wouldn't have reached this level. You were lucky to be born into such a family. Envy was simply not enough to express Zhao Yaru's feelings at this moment. And Yunxi didn't respond to this, mainly because she didn't know what to say. By the way, Yunxi, what are our plans for today? Chu Yu changed the subject. Let's go to the lounge first. Once everyone's here, we'll ask for everyone's opinions. The 4 of them, led by Qian Ko, arrived at a large lounge. It seemed Xue Xiaofeng had arranged the space according to their number. Chairman N, please rest here. I'll bring your friends over when they arrive. Thank you for your trouble. It's my honor to serve Chairman N. After Qian Ke left and Yunzhou remarked that Manager Qian is quite the flatterer. In his position, he can't do without knowing how to please people. This was said by Chu Yu. That's true. And Yunzhou nodded in agreement. And Yunxi picked up a piece of cantaloupe with a fork and put it in her mouth, It was quite sweet. With his personality, he can get along anywhere. That's good. Just as Yunzhou was about to say something more, a knock on the door interrupted him. The door to the lounge was gently pushed open, and Qian Ke led Song Mingzhu and the others in. Tong Yao excitedly exclaimed as soon as she entered, "Yunxi, this whole club is yours?" And Yunxi smiled and replied, "Only. This club and the adjacent scenic area are mine. The rest aren't." Tong Yao's mouth dropped open in surprise. "That's amazing. It looks so big." And Yunxi couldn't help but smile at this. Tong Yao's expressive abilities were truly limited. She gestured to everyone, saying, "Come sit here, let me introduce you." Then she pointed to Song Mingzhu, Chuyu, Tong Yao, and her boyfriend Guanyan, introducing them one by one. "These are my college roommates, Song Mingzhu, Chuyu, Tong Yao, and her boyfriend Guanyan." Then, pointing to Yunzhou and Zhao Yaru, she said, "This is my cousin Yunzhou, currently a graduate student at the University of Posts and Telecommunications. This is my junior high school classmate, Zhao Yaru, who studies at Beijing Foreign Language School." Finally, she told everyone, "A few more friends will be arriving soon. I'll introduce them to you all when they get here." The group ate, drank, and chatted. Not long after, about 10 minutes later, Gu Lanxin and Wang Yuxuan arrived. Surprisingly, the two had arrived in Liang Wentao's car. Chun Junfeng, Yunhan, and Su Kai had also arrived together in one car. Once everyone had arrived, and Yunxi introduced them again. After everyone sat down, they first discussed the activities they wanted to do. After fully understanding everyone's needs, and Yunxi, the organizer, spoke first, "There are quite a few activities to do here. My suggestion is to divide the morning into a horseback riding group and a recreational group. Yuxuan will be in charge of the horseback riding group. Register with her later, and I'll have Qian Ku arrange instructors for everyone." The reason for this arrangement was that, besides herself, Wang Yuxuan was the best rider. Moreover, as far as she knew, Wang Yuxuan, who loved horseback riding, had been here several times in the past few months and was quite familiar with the area. The recreational group will be led by Song Mingzhu. Later, we can take the scenic area's sightseeing bus to the grassland to see the scenery and stop to do whatever we like. Only Gu Lanxin, Zhao Yaru, and Song Mingzhu weren't interested in horseback riding, so they naturally formed a group. It was just right for the three girls to go as a group. "We'll have lunch back at the club at noon, then go to the ethnic cultural village in the afternoon, and have an open-air bonfire party in the evening. As for the hunting, jeep, and aviation activities, those interested can let me know tonight, and I'll arrange it for everyone during their free time tomorrow. Okay? Manager Qian, please arrange the rooms first, and then assign someone to accompany the two ladies on the tour bus." "Okay, Director, and please follow me." Everyone had just gotten off the bus, and their luggage was stored at the luggage storage in the reception hall. Now, everyone retrieved their luggage and checked in according to the accommodation arrangement sheet they had previously submitted. Then they split into two groups to explore. You play with Lan Xian and Mingzhu first. You two can decide what activities you want to do. Yun 11, don't worry, we're not children anymore. She knew Yun 11, as the organizer of this event, would be very busy. Now that they were there, and with staff guiding them, the three of them, or rather, Song Mingzhu's bodyguard, made up for adults, so Yun 11 didn't need to worry about them. After settling the two in the recreational group, Yun 11 led the horseback riding group, who had changed clothes, to the indoor riding arena. Of these people, Wang Yuxuan and Yun 11 naturally didn't need instructors, as did Chun Junfeng, who had learned before. Liang Wentao knew a little, but wasn't very skilled, and Yunzhou was just a beginner, and the others weren't even beginners. Therefore, Qian Ku arranged instructors for everyone except Wang Yuxuan and Yun 11 and Chun Junfeng. Once everyone else had been led by an instructor, the three who knew how to ride galloped off like wild horses, leaving the indoor riding arena and rushing onto the grassland. Riding on the vast, boundless grassland is an ultimate experience of freedom and romance. The horses' hooves lightly pounded the soft grass, raising a wisp of fresh dust, and a gentle breeze caressed their hair, bringing a touch of coolness. In this expansive world, one can gallop freely, feeling the collision of speed and passion. As the horse raced, the wind brushed against their face, and their hearts soared in the vast sky. This feeling of unbridled freedom was intoxicating, irresistible. It must be said, riding on the grassland is far more exhilarating. How could the confined space of an indoor riding arena compare to this feeling of running freely across the vast grassland? Here, Yunxi and the others felt true freedom and power, as if they had become a part of the grassland. In September, the grass on the Kangxi grassland gradually turns yellow and autumn deepens. Sunlight spills across the grass, shimmering like a golden cloak. Riding a horse across the grassland, the surrounding scenery is breathtaking. The distant rolling mountains resemble a magnificent painting. The chirping of insects and birds from the nearby grass adds to the tranquility and harmony. The colorful autumn grassland, though lacking the lush green of summer, possesses its own unique charm. Golden grass, azure sky, and white clouds create a beautiful scene. At this time, the grassland appears deeper, more profound, and full of poetic beauty. In this season, everything on the grassland seems so peaceful and serene, making one want to immerse themselves in its beauty and feel the charm of nature. They saw herds of horses and sheep grazing leisurely, and occasionally, wild rabbits darting among them. These vibrant scenes added a lot of life to the grassland, attracting many animal lovers. And Yunxi rode her horse across the grassland, feeling the gentle breeze on her face, forgetting the hustle and bustle of the city. At this moment, only the whistling of the wind and the clatter of hooves echoed in her ears, bringing a sense of peace and harmony to her heart. They also saw herds of horses and sheep grazing leisurely, and occasionally, wild rabbits darting among them. These vibrant scenes added a lot of life to the grassland, attracting many animal lovers. Yunxi, this place is amazing, so refreshing. Chun Junfeng shouted excitedly to Yunxi from not far away. Come back often if you like it. During the horseback ride, Yunxi and her companions encountered the tour bus carrying Gu Lanxin and her group, experiencing a meeting between horseback riders and passengers. After this ride, Yunxi felt incredibly relaxed and relieved. She felt that her body and mind had been completely relaxed, as if all her worries had been left behind. The breathtaking scenery of the grasslands captivated her, and she longed to return to this beautiful land. And Yunxi absolutely loved the feeling of riding horses on the grasslands. The club provided by the system was exactly what she wanted. Before she knew it, 2 hours had passed. The group returned to the club, first showering and changing in their rooms, then went to the large private room that Qianke had prepared for them. The club frequently hosted VIP clients from riding clubs and had hired a top chef who was on site year-round. And Yunxi had eaten here a few times and found the food quite delicious. These chefs were quite skilled. They prepared both formal banquet dishes and local specialties exceptionally well. Furthermore, the chefs would create innovative dishes based on local seasonal ingredients. Dishes like the wild vegetable and egg soup, wild vegetable pancakes, and plum juice that Yunxi had previously enjoyed were examples of the chef's innovations. The entire meal had a sophisticated yet rustic feel to it. Yunxi, the food here is so delicious, Tong Yao exclaimed, her words muffled as she stuffed food into her mouth. Sitting next to her, Guanyin picked up her favorite dishes while looking at her with doting eyes. Chuyu rolled her eyes rather inelegantly, thinking how pathetic he was. Couldn't he be a little more restrained when they're out together? Although she also found the food delicious and ate quite a lot, her movements weren't rude at all. Instead, they exuded a cool and carefree air. Watching the two of them so oblivious to everyone else, Yunxi suddenly missed Zhou Shiyan. She never imagined that she, Yunxi, would one day be fed dog food by her roommates. Not to mention Yunxi, all the other single people present also felt 1,000 points of damage. As Guanyin once again served food to Tong Yao, receiving a thank you, darling in return and beaming with delight, Chuyu couldn't help but say, "That's enough. Can you two restrain yourselves a little? There are a whole table of single people here." The others remained silent, focused on their food. Even Yunxi, who wasn't single, kept her head down, eating quietly. Tong Yao smiled smugly at Chuyu. Chuyu, are you envious? Chuyu. Envious my foot. Being single is so much better. Why bother finding a man to end it all? But Tong Yao, completely oblivious to Chuyu's speechless expression, continued. If you're envious, you can find one. There are so many handsome guys at our school. There's bound to be one you like. Chuyu was even more speechless now. Those so-called handsome guys weren't even as good-looking as her. How could they possibly catch her eye? By the way, would you like Guanyan to introduce you to someone? It seems like her boyfriend has a few decent roommates and classmates. If she could get together with her roommate, it would be like double happiness, right? Chuyu. Seeing that this fire was about to burn her, Chuyu quickly said, "Thank you, no need." She lived alone, free and unrestrained, doing whatever she wanted without worrying about being controlled. Wouldn't that be wonderful? If she had a boyfriend, what if he was always trying to control her? How miserable would that be? Look at Tong Yao. Ever since she got Guanyan as her boyfriend, everything she did seemed to be influenced by him. As for Yunxi, the other girl in the dorm, who was already in a relationship, never mind, let's not talk about her. Anyway, she felt perfectly content on her own and had no plans to find a boyfriend for the time being. Guanyan, sitting next to Tong Yao, secretly breathed a sigh of relief when Chi said it wasn't necessary. Thank goodness Chi said it wasn't necessary. He didn't have the strange hobby of playing matchmaker. After lunch, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. In the afternoon, they visited a folk culture village, and in the evening, they attended an open-air bonfire party, all of which they thoroughly enjoyed. Tong Yao danced wildly and energetically at the bonfire party, so much so that Guanyan had to carefully protect her to prevent her from getting hurt. And Yunxi had witnessed Guanyan's behavior throughout the day. In Yunxi's opinion, Guanyan would be an excellent boyfriend. Although many girls were present, including some prettier than Tong Yao, Guanyan's gaze and attention were always solely focused on her. He always watched her silently, his eyes filled with tenderness, doting affection and love. Tong Yao, on the other hand, was like a joyful little bird, flying freely. They were like two completely different worlds, yet they blended together so perfectly. At the same time, he was also very stable and considerate, taking excellent care of Tong Yao in daily life, making him a very suitable boyfriend candidate. One was lively and straightforward, the other mature and steady. Their personalities complemented each other perfectly. Currently, the two are still very sweet and harmonious, and hopefully, they can make it to the end of their long-term relationship. Thinking about it this way, and Yunxi feels that Zhou Shiyan is actually quite a qualified boyfriend. Since they got together, because Yunxi has many competitions, Zhou Shiyan has always been more accommodating to her. Whenever she has free time, Zhou Shiyan will rush to be with her. Even if he has to bring work to Yunshui residence or work overtime to finish early, he is willing to accommodate her schedule to be with her. In their relationship, Zhou Shiyan is incredibly thoughtful and considerate, always thinking of her needs. Whether it's small details in life or important decisions, he respects her opinions and gives her enough space and freedom. This delicate care makes Yunxi feel very warm. Looking back now, it seems that Zhou Shiyan has given more in this relationship. Of course, Yunxi believes that she has also been good to Zhou Shiyan. Although she realizes that he has given more, Yunxi has no intention of changing anything. Feelings shouldn't be measured by such standards. She wouldn't change her life's rhythm because of anyone's opinion, even if the other person was someone she liked. Deep down, Yunxi considered herself quite selfish. "Did you have fun today?" Zhou Shiyan asked, softly, looking tenderly at Yunxi in the video. "Yes, I loved riding horses on the grassland." Yunxi replied enthusiastically, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. "Brother Shiyan, let me tell you, we went horseback riding today and we went to the folk village again. We discovered many things that were different from last time, like..." Yunxi chattered on, recounting her day's experiences with excitement and curiosity. She told a lot, but Zhou Shiyan listened patiently, nodding occasionally in response. This made Yunxi even more excited, as if she wanted to share all her joy with him. Seeing Yunxi's eyes shining with excitement, Zhou Shiyan felt happy too. Next time, I'll go with you.
It's a promise then.
Have I failed to keep any of my promises? And Yunxi tilted her head and thought carefully. It seemed she hadn't. You have to keep it up, Yanji. Zhou Shiyan found his girlfriend's thoughtful tilt of her head incredibly cute, and he felt an urge to pat her head. However, the two were currently on opposite sides of the world, an unbridgeable distance that prevented him from fulfilling his desire. He could only ease his longing through a video call. Yeah, I'll keep it up forever, no problem. And Yunxi? He's flirting with her again. Right. And Yunxi felt her cheeks burning, and she forced a calm reply. Then good luck. Just good luck isn't enough. I'll definitely do my best. And Yunxi? Okay, it's best not to dampen her boyfriend's enthusiasm. Shiryanji, I believe in you. Ultimately, time will prove everything. Lying in bed, and Yunxi, satisfied after her international video call with Zhou Shiyan, drifted off to sleep. On their second day at Kangxi Grassland, everyone wanted to experience the local aviation activities. While the aviation experience wasn't in Yunxi's own business, Qianke had already made reservations and arrangements for them. Not far from Kangxi Grassland is Beijing Airport, located in Yanqing District, Beijing. Many tourists visiting Kangxi Grassland choose to experience a unique aviation adventure here. As the only area in Beijing selected for the first batch of national civilian unmanned aerial vehicle test zones, Beijing Airport is one of the few Class A1 general aviation airports in Beijing, due to its scarcity. The vast airspace resources in this area provide strong support for various low-altitude flight activities. Since July of this year, Beijing Airport has been continuously innovating, launching a series of exciting new experiences, including aerial sightseeing, skydiving, powered paragliding, low-altitude educational tours, flight experiences, and drone pilot training. Here, visitors can embark on a diverse and high-quality low-altitude journey. A while ago, the Kangxi Grassland Club and the Scenic Area collaborated with Beijing Airport on a joint promotional campaign. The extensive promotion across various channels, including major new media platforms, yielded excellent results. It attracted many tourists for horseback riding, sightseeing, and flight experiences. And Yunxi only learned about this place in Yanqing after seeing the promotional plan sent by Xue Xiaofeng. She had been wanting to experience it for a while. This trip finally fulfilled her long-held wish. Qianke arranged a minibus to take the group to Beijing Airport. Their first experience was the very popular helicopter tour overlooking Beijing. The helicopters here are mainly Robinson R-44 models, seating 3 people besides the pilot. And Yunxi and her group of 13 people shared 5 helicopters for the experience. After completing the safety check, and Yunxi and the others boarded the helicopter. And Yunxi sat in the co-pilot seat. As the helicopter's rotors whirred louder, the fuselage slowly lifted off the ground. The airport and surrounding mountains gradually receded into the distance, becoming smaller and smaller in Yunxi's eyes. Once the helicopter reached a certain altitude, it steadily flew forward in one direction. The entire takeoff process was relatively smooth, and the view through the window was incredibly expansive. The land, mountains, and rivers below stretched out before her, like a magnificent painting. Sitting in the helicopter, feeling the wind gently passing through her hair, bringing a touch of coolness, she felt as if she were floating in the blue sky, accompanied by white clouds. Looking down at the earth, seeing everything beneath her feet become so small, a sense of pride and freedom welled up within her. At that moment, she felt the wind above her head, heard the wind in her ears, felt the wind beneath her feet, saw the scenery before her eyes, and felt the wind in her heart. This wondrous feeling captivated her, as if she had merged with nature. After flying for about 3 minutes, they arrived at the Beijing Great Wall. The helicopter made a turn and began flying along the direction of the Great Wall. The Great Wall, viewed from above, is a breathtaking sight of grandeur and magnificence. The ancient wall winds and twists, like a giant dragon coiled among the mountains, witnessing the vicissitudes of history. As the helicopter moved, the entire panorama of the Great Wall unfolded before their eyes. The imposing wall and the surrounding mountains complemented each other, creating a beautiful picture. This was a completely new perspective for Yunxi, allowing her to experience the magnificence and awe of 1,000 years. Looking down at the Great Wall from the air, its grandeur and long history were even more palpable. After touring the Beijing Great Wall from the air, the helicopter adjusted its course and flew over the Kangxi grassland and Wild Duck Lake. The autumn grassland was a riot of colors, with herds of cattle and sheep grazing. The surface of Wild Duck Lake shimmered, and waterbirds frolicked. The helicopter then took them to admire the windmill array and Guantang Reservoir. The huge windmills turned in the wind, creating a picturesque scene against the backdrop of blue sky and white clouds. The Guantang Reservoir, its waters shimmering like a dazzling pearl set in the earth, stretched out before them. The breathtaking scenery of northern China lay before them, and Yunxi and her group were in high spirits, frequently expressing their admiration. The entire flight lasted 40 minutes, but everyone felt it wasn't enough. Mainly because they had never had the opportunity to experience such a project before, this experience was quite novel for them. After the aerial tour, they went on to try out a flight experience and a drone pilot training program. This experience further fueled Yunxi's interest in drones. In fact, she had drones and some technical materials brought from the post-apocalyptic world in her purple cloud immortal abode. She wondered if sharing these materials would advance existing drone technology. In the post-apocalyptic world, because she only possessed spatial abilities and was primarily responsible for logistics, she didn't have many opportunities to operate drones. Therefore, she only knew a little, but lacked practical experience. However, with her godlike piloting skills and enhanced reaction speed, Yunxi learned very quickly. Her instructor praised her highly, commending her exceptional intelligence and talent, especially her reaction speed, which far surpassed that of ordinary people. Although the lesson was only a little over an hour long, Yunxi had essentially mastered the skills of operating drones. Not only had she learned, but she had also become quite proficient at it. Yunxi decided to buy a few to play with when she got back. For example, it would be great for aerial photography. As it was almost noon, Yunxi and her group reluctantly left the aviation base and returned to the club. Lunch was again enjoyed at the club. After the meal, everyone drove back home, feeling satisfied. Yunxi and her friends went straight back to school. Lying in her dormitory bed, Yunxi reviewed the rewards the system had given her recently. First, regarding tasks, the results of her English level for exam were released at the end of August. Yunxi, busy with the competition, hadn't even thought to check her results. It wasn't until the national games ended that she checked her results and claimed her system rewards. The system reward was a 100,000 reputation point boosting card. Yunxi was familiar with this and immediately used it. There was also a mission to participate in the national games shooting competition and win the championship. Completing this mission rewarded her with a mission summoning card gift pack. Yunxi immediately opened the gift pack and received 1 custom character summoning card, 10 custom top-tier researcher summoning cards, 10 custom top-tier manager summoning cards, and 10 custom top-tier bodyguard summoning cards.
Wow.
If Yunxi had to rely on daily check-ins, it would have taken her ages to collect all these cards. Now, 1 mission reward was all it took. The system was being incredibly generous this time. In addition, there was a mission to add an advanced skill, which Yunxi had already completed. Her writing skill progress was already at 57% of the intermediate level. Furthermore, Yunxi diligently practiced writing skills whenever she had free time, quickly reaching the advanced level. The reward for completing this task was 1 billion personal funds. Back then, Yunxi might have been happy to receive this reward. But now, this 1 billion funds was practically insignificant to her. In other words, Yunxi completed 3 system tasks during this period. Additionally, regarding the daily check-in rewards, the system provided money for a whole week after returning from the Chang'an competition. However, these past 2 days on the Kangxi grassland, the system gave her something different. September 16th, check-in at the Kangxi Grassland Club, received a 50 million limit tenfold spending cashback card. September 17th, check-in on the helicopter, received a god-level driving skill update pack. Yunxi, she suddenly felt like she was playing a game again, Even a skill update pack had appeared. Without a second's hesitation, and Yunxi immediately chose to use it. Then she discovered that her god-level piloting skills had been updated, with various branches appearing, including helicopters, passenger planes, yachts, and cruise ships. Goodness, is she supposed to learn all of these things again? That's unnecessary. Slightly shocked for a moment, and Yunxi ultimately decided to ignore it for now and deal with it later. And then there's this cashback card, and Yunxi still has 2 100 million limit cards that she hasn't used yet. Now, there's another 50 million one. She's a little unsure how to spend it. After thinking about it carefully, should she go and attend an auction? When she gets back, she needs to ask Minghui about the auction invitations. Minghui sends all the invitations sent to Shiyunju to Yunxi. But because she's been so busy, she hasn't participated in any such events for the past 6 months. Now that there are fewer competitions, she can consider participating in some. Open the system panel, and Yunxi was quite curious about the changes in the system panel data over this period. The rich, beautiful, and blissful development system, host and Yunxi, level 3, appearance 95, height 168 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, charm 89, charm 86, talent 66, functions 1. Backpack 2. Check-in 3. Learning 10 times study room, rich and beautiful girl, training course 4. Team 5. Lottery wealth points 30, career points 21, reputation points 236431/236431, skills photographic memory, shooting god level, language god level, driving god level, martial arts god level, hacking god level. Click here to expand for details. Status dynamic vision enhancement buff, permanent. Reaction speed enhancement buff, permanent. Concentration enhancement buff, permanent. Click here to expand for details. Industrialization Group, 100%. Yunnan Research Institute, 100%. Yunxi Property, 100%. Jinxiu Hotel Group, 100%. Suaming Lake Yanshui Residence Villa. Click here to expand for details. Tasks, check-in tasks, refreshing. Learning tasks, 1. Successfully pass the college English test band 6, CET 6, within 2 years. 2. Improve any skill to master level through self-study within 3 years. 3. Possess 10 god-level skills within 5 years. Career tasks. 1. Invest in a new project in your own name within 1 year. 2. Launch a new product within 1 year. 3. Participate in and win the Shooting World Cup Finals within 1 year. Other stats will not change significantly, or only by 1 or 2 points. The biggest changes will be in reputation and task-related stats. And Yunxi examined the situation carefully. Currently, the product launch seemed to be the closest to completion, because her shooting suit was already ready for production. Furthermore, they were using a new material not found in shooting suits from abroad. And Yunxi had even arranged for domestic and international patents to be applied for this new material. The patent application process had begun a month after the new material was developed. She didn't know what methods or connections Director Xi Newland had used, but the progress was incredibly rapid and smooth. If all went well, the patents would be successfully obtained before the product hit the market. And Yunxi entrusted the production of the related materials to Hengxin Group, in which she held a 30% stake, making her the second largest shareholder. Hengxin Group was already skilled in new materials and textiles, and possessed a full range of production workshops, equipment, and testing equipment. And trusting the raw material production to Hengxin was the perfect solution. And Yunxi directly called the chairman of Hengxin to first confirm the general direction of the cooperation, and then handed over the details to her subordinates. With her status as a shareholder and the impetus of the two big bosses, the cooperation negotiations went very smoothly. As for the production of shooting suits, and Yunxi initially thought of her own family's clothing company. But Fang Mingxia refused. Her family's clothing company produced mid-range fashion, and its national brand recognition and influence were only average. Taking it to Beijing might not even make a splash. Her daughter's future development would likely focus on Beijing, so cooperating with a more influential local Beijing company would be more beneficial for her daughter. Since her mother refused, and Yunxi didn't say anything more, but began to think about who would be a better partner. Then, she thought of Aunt Yunxi. So, Yunxi called Aunt Yunxi that very evening. Aunt Yunxi. Yunxi, Auntie hasn't seen you in ages. Yunxi was delighted to receive Yunxi's call. I just got back from a competition last week. I'll come visit you this weekend. Sure, I will be back by then too. After a few pleasantries, Yunxi got to the point. Auntie, there's something I'd like to ask you. What is it? Tell me, Auntie will definitely help if I can. Yunxi quickly organized her thoughts and said, It's like this, I've set up a research institute in Beijing, and we've completed all the research and testing on a shooting suit, so it needs to be put into production. A shooting suit? You mean the one that rifle shooting athletes wear? Since Yunxi joined the shooting team, Yunxi had watched quite a few shooting competitions and knew a little about it. Yes, that's it. Knowing that Aunt Yunxi had some knowledge of it, Yunxi felt it would be easier to continue the conversation. So, Yunxi continued. We always had to buy shooting suits from abroad, and each set cost over 10,000 yuan. So I had someone start a project team to research them, and unexpectedly, we actually made progress. Before Yunxi could finish speaking, Yunxi roughly guessed why Yunxi had come to her. Yunxi, you want my clothing company to produce these shooting suits, right? Auntie, that's what I'm thinking. Are you interested? If you are, I'll have someone come over and talk to them. Yunxi was delighted to hear this. Look how well this girl speaks. It's rare for Yunxi to think of such a good thing. I'd be more than happy to oblige. Yunxi was perfectly clear about the benefits of this project. Whether it would be profitable or not was another matter. Just the fact that it could help China break free from the foreign monopoly and produce shooting suits that met the requirements for athletes was a benefit to the company that couldn't be measured in money. Even if it lost money, they had to do it. The Zhou family needed more projects like this to solidify their family's status and influence. On the other hand, even if the shooting suits weren't profitable, it wouldn't matter. The company could sponsor the shooting team for free and then have world champions endorse it, increasing brand awareness and boosting sales of other products. It wouldn't be a loss. If Annie thinks it's good, then I'll have the project manager come to your company tomorrow to discuss it in detail? Sure, send someone over. Now that the product research is complete, the Research Institute no longer needs to handle operations. Yunxi had already established Yunchuang Technology Company, Limited, to specifically handle the commercialization of research results. However, the previous projects were still under research and not yet needed. Back in July, Yunxi used a custom top-level management personnel summoning card to recruit a manager for Yunchuang Technology. Now it's time for him to shine. After explaining the situation to Tang Guiming, the general manager of Yunchuang Technology, she sent his name and phone number to Aunt Yunxi. Shortly after, Aunt Yunxi also sent her the name and phone number of the general manager of her clothing company. Yunxi replied, forwarded the person's information to Tang Guiming, and then didn't pay any more attention to it. The following week, Yunxi attended a gathering of wealthy second-generation individuals from Yunzhou, Beijing, organized by Liang Wentao. The four roommates also went out for a big meal, splitting the bill. Song Mingzhu initially offered a treat, but Chu Yu and Tong Yao said they couldn't always rely on Yunxi and Song Mingzhu to pay, and that from now on, whenever the four of them went out to eat, they would split the bill. Seeing their insistence, Song Mingzhu didn't press the issue. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities later. She also arranged to meet with Zhao Yaris separately. Yunxi, I really didn't expect her family to be the richest in Yunzhou. In middle school, she only thought this classmate's family was probably well off, but she never imagined they were this wealthy. The richest or not, I don't know. Besides, I can't just tell everyone my family is the richest in Yunzhou, can I? Zhao Yara thought for a moment, then laughed. Haha, that's true. So, were all these businesses given to you by your family? After returning home, she specifically looked into it. The Kangxi Grassland Club and scenic area were enormous. Judging from Yunxi's expression, this was probably just a small part of her portfolio. No, these were all left to me by my master. She thanked the system again for helping her complete the background information on her master. Now it was time for her master to make an appearance. The master who taught you martial arts when you were little? and Yunxi's teachers and classmates all knew that she practiced martial arts. Yes, seeing and Yunxi nod, Zhao Yaro exclaimed, "Your master is amazing. How come I never met one like that? Haha, luck, all luck." And Yunxi could only laugh it off. Otherwise, she couldn't very well say it was because she was bound to a system. You're really lucky. Even if you weren't lucky, you couldn't have been born into such a privileged family. And to make matters worse, this guy even had a master who would leave his business to his apprentice. Her life was so good she was envious. "By the way, how have you been lately?" And Yunxi took a sip of her corn juice and asked. "Same as always, memorizing vocabulary and grammar every day, listening to audio and practicing my speaking. I get so dazed whenever I see English." Learning everyday English isn't difficult, but for someone like Zhao Yaro, who aims to become a diplomat, simply mastering everyday English isn't enough. Besides, she's surrounded by smart and hardworking top students. It's incredibly competitive. How could she possibly succeed without putting in the effort? Then you'd better work hard. Being a diplomat isn't easy. "Sigh, what can I do? I can only give it my all." She was just habitually complaining. From the day she decided to pursue this path, she had already mentally prepared herself. "Yunxi, I heard you joined the shooting team. With so many competitions, what about your studies?" She had only recently heard the news herself, and her old classmate was surprised by her continued stream of unexpected delights. "I applied to the school. All I need to do is pass the exam. Your exam scores must be pretty high, right? Otherwise, the school wouldn't have agreed to such a request. Peking University is known for its rigorous academic standards." "Yes, above 90. Zhao Yara looked at her in surprise. "All subjects?" "Yes." Zhao Yara looked at her incredulously and said, "Are you even human? You can get a 4.0 GPA in all subjects by studying all by yourself without attending classes?" Before Yunxi could reply, she continued, "Yeah, you were just as crazy in middle school. How are we ordinary people supposed to live?" And Yunxi, "That's enough. Hee, just reminiscing. By the way, Yunxi, do you still keep in touch with your middle school classmates?" And Yunxi shook her head and said, "Except for 2 classmates in high school, I haven't kept in touch with the others. Do you know anything about Zhong Wenlin?" "Zhong Wenlin? He went to the same high school as her, but was in the class next to hers." "What, you're interested in him?" She didn't see any signs of anything in middle school. "Oh, it was just a little crush from my teenage years. It's been so many years, the feeling's long faded." And Yunxi thought back carefully. Zhong Wenlin seemed to be a handsome, fair-skinned boy with glasses, quite popular with teenage girls back then. "So you're asking him now?" She says it's faded, but she's still concerned about his current situation. This girl is stubborn, saying one thing and meaning another. Just asking casually, just to understand the stirrings of adolescence. It's probably not that simple. And Yunxi didn't believe her, but still told her what she knew. "Zhong Wenlin was in the class next to mine in high school, and I think he got into Jiaodong University in Haishur." "Haishur?" And Yunxi could still detect a hint of melancholy in her tone. This person probably hasn't completely let go yet. Middle school, 14 or 15 years old, she didn't know how this girl could have fallen so deeply in love. However, with one in Beijing and the other in Shanghai, even if Zhao Yara still harbored some feelings for him, there was unlikely to be any chance of them meeting again, let alone any potential developments. The matter was dropped, and Yunxi didn't pursue the matter further. On Friday, Zhou Shiyan returned from his business trip abroad. Upon his return, he checked into Yunxi's guest room again, ostensibly to accompany his girlfriend. And Yunxi didn't object. He'd already stayed so many times. Was he going to refuse him this time? "Yunxi, there's an auction tomorrow night. Interested in attending?" Zhou Shiyan asked during dinner. "An auction? What auction?" She hadn't checked the messages Minghui had sent her these past few days and didn't know anything about it. "It's being held by the Rueli Auction House in Hong Kong. You should have received an invitation," Zhou Shiyan explained, seeing the young woman's lack of knowledge. The Rueli Auction House was ranked higher than Debao Auction House. It must have many good items. It seemed her cashback cards would soon be put to good use. After dinner, Yunxi immediately called Minghui over. "Butler Ming, will you send an invitation to the Rueli auction?" Yes, miss. Although Miss rarely attends these events, as a competent butler, he keeps the recent important schedules in mind so he can answer Mrs. questions promptly. I'm attending this auction tomorrow. Give me the invitation. Also, make arrangements with the styling team. Yes, miss. That evening, Zhou Shiyan held in Yunxi, who was watching TV on the sofa, reluctant to let go. Yunxi. Have you missed me these past few days? He had been away for almost a week, and every day he missed his girlfriend in Beijing terribly. Yes. And Yunxi was engrossed in watching TV and replied casually. The man was clearly not satisfied with her perfunctory attitude and picked up the remote to turn off the TV. And Yunxi turned to look at the man, looking at Zhou Shiyan with a puzzled expression. Seeing that his girlfriend had finally turned her attention to him, Zhou Shiyan adjusted his posture to face her, their foreheads touching, and whispered, Yunxi, I missed you. So much. His hot breath brushed against Yunxi's face, making her blush. Shiyanji, Ayahum. The words she couldn't utter were sealed by the man's kiss. Zhou Shiyan pressed Yunxi down on the sofa, kissing her passionately and fiercely, as if he wanted to release all the intense longing he had felt for days. Whenever Yunxi tried to pull away, his large hands around her waist pulled her tightly into his embrace. Their hot bodies pressed tightly together through the thin fabric. Tightly, Yunxi's breathing became rapid. Their tongues chased and teased each other, this intense kiss seeming to ignite their bodies. The man's sweat dripped onto her collarbone, and the woman's hands began to encircle him, gently stroking his back. At that moment, their heartbeats seemed to merge into one. After a long while, both of them were slightly out of breath. Yunxi took a deep breath of fresh air. For a brief moment, Yunxi felt her mind go blank, as if even her breathing had stopped. Zhou Shiyan tucked a stray strand of hair behind Yunxi's ear. His gaze inadvertently swept over her luscious red lips, her disheveled clothes, the exposed snow-white skin at her collarbone, and the rise and fall of her chest with her breath, sending a surge of heat through him. He awkwardly looked away, his voice low and husky as he asked, Shall I carry you upstairs? Yunxi buried her head in his chest, replying with a muffled The man didn't speak, but Yunxi heard his cheerful laughter and felt the vibration of his chest. Zhou Shiyan swept Yunxi up in a princess carry and headed upstairs. Suddenly lifted into the air, Yunxi instinctively clung to his neck, staring blankly at his refined yet strong features. Zhou Shiyan didn't even use the elevator, instead carrying Yunxi step by step up the stairs to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Zhou Shiyan placed his girlfriend on the large bed in the master bedroom, gently kissed her forehead, and said, Yunxi, get some rest. Without waiting for Yunxi's reply, he immediately got up and left the master bedroom as if fleeing. If he didn't leave soon, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. The girl was only 19 years old, too young. He couldn't bear to take her at this time. By the time he heard the door close, Zhou Shiyan was already out of sight. Coming to her senses, Yunxi touched her forehead and burning cheeks, smiling sweetly. Getting up and going to the bathroom, looking at the girl in the mirror with bright, star-like eyes, slightly flushed cheeks, and a shy air, Yunxi could hardly believe that the person in the mirror was herself. Zhou Shiyan was becoming more and more adept and skilled at flirting with her. However, she also enjoyed the process. Having lived several lifetimes, this was the first time she had experienced the happiness and sweetness of love. Since she likes it, she should enjoy the process. Having figured things out, Yunxi calmed herself down and then started washing up. That night, Yunxi had a dream. In her dream, she married Zhou Shiyan. They had a grand wedding, had a baby, and lived a happy and sweet life after marriage. When Yunxi woke up the next day, she still felt a little dazed. How could she have dreamed about her wedding with Zhou Shiyan and their married life? They say what you think about during the day, you dream about at night. Could it be that she wanted to get married? Impossible. Yunxi shook her head, banishing this absurd thought from her mind. She was still young and didn't want to get married so early. Yunxi planned to attend the auction that evening with Zhou Shiyan. She didn't wear anything too complicated. It was a traditional Chinese-style dress from the Lanting collection, a gift from Aunt Yunxi. Speaking of which, Aunt Yunxi had given her so many clothes, from everyday wear to custom-made gowns. And Yunxi couldn't possibly wear them all on a daily basis. The custom-made gown she chose today was predominantly white, with subtle gradients of light green and light blue on the bodice and hem, though the colors were very faint. It featured a Cheongsam-style stand-up collar and long sleeves that widened at the bottom and narrowed at the cuffs, somewhat resembling lantern sleeves. The finishing touches were the embroidered landscape of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains on the chest and a pendant with long tassels at the waist. The skirt had a beautiful drape, with an additional cape-like skirt at the back for decoration. When she moved, the cape-like skirt would flutter, creating a very graceful and ethereal effect. When Yunxi emerged, her look complete, Zhou Shiyan gazed at the fairy-like woman before him with eyes full of doting smiles. "My little fairy, may I have the honor of attending today's auction with you?" He then extended a hand in a gentlemanly manner. Watching Zhou Shiyan speak so earnestly and flirtatiously, Yunxi couldn't help but smile. That smile was like a celestial being, untouched by worldly concerns, descending to earth and beginning to feel a touch of human warmth. The moment Yunxi placed her hand in the man's outstretched hand, her fingers were firmly grasped. Zhou Shiyan led Yunxi by the hand out of the Shuiyuan residence. Today, the driver was still Chengdu, driving Yunxi's gleaming Rolls-Royce. Sitting in the car, Zhou Shiyan held Yunxi's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Yunxi tried to pull away, but couldn't, so she let him be. "Is there anything you want at today's auction?" While getting their hair and makeup done, the two had already glanced at today's auction catalog. "Let's take a look and see." She only glanced at it briefly, not studying it carefully at all. Anyway, she was just going to spend money. She'd just buy whatever looked good. "What do you want?" "I'll buy it for you." "And Yunxi, if you buy it for me, how am I supposed to spend my own money? How am I supposed to use my cashback card? I like the feeling of buying things with my own money, but I also like the feeling of spending money on you." "And Yunxi?" She looked at him with a somewhat indescribable expression, unsure of what to say. "Brother Shiyan, why do I suddenly feel like you're a bit love-struck?" Zhou Shiyan pulled the woman's hand to his lips and gently kissed it, saying affectionately, "I'm only love-struck with you." And Yunxi's cheeks flushed under his doting gaze. She nudged him with her elbow, pulling her hand back as she did so. "Don't cause trouble at the auction." "Okay, whatever you say." Zhou Shiyan said he would listen to Yunxi, but secretly he was planning to bid on anything she wanted and give it to her first. This auction was being held at the Rueli Hotel, a 5-star hotel in Beijing. Judging from the name, it was clearly owned by the Rueli auction house. If Yunxi had to describe this hotel in one word, it would be magnificent. The auction was being held on the top floor of the Rueli Hotel. Upon entering the reception banquet hall, Yunxi saw scenes of people moving about and conversing quietly. Many people attending this level of auction weren't necessarily there to buy anything. Those who received invitations were all wealthy and influential individuals, making even 1 or 2 acquaintances would be a worthwhile trip. "Brother Shiyan, didn't Uncle Zhou and Aunt Zhou come this time?" And Yunxi, arm in arm with Zhou Shiyan, whispered in his ear. She had just remembered running into them at the last auction and wondered if they would be coming this time. "They didn't have time, so they gave me the invitation. The upper-class circles in Beijing are pretty much the same people." Sure enough, Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan hadn't been inside long before they started exchanging greetings with familiar faces. The first people they encountered were from the second branch of the Zhou family. Ian, 4th uncle, 4th aunt. And Yunxi looked over and saw a middle-aged couple. Judging from Zhou Shiyan's address, they were probably from the second branch of the Zhou family. "And this is..." The two looked at Yunxi, arm in arm with Zhou Shiyan, somewhat surprised. This nephew of the first branch had never been seen with such a close girl before. Judging from this, their relationship was quite complicated. The two couldn't help but be filled with curiosity about the girl who could catch Zhou Shiyan's eye. "4th uncle, 4th aunt, this is my girlfriend Yunxi." Zhou Shiyan gently took Yunxi's hand, his eyes filled with love. Then, he lowered his head slightly and softly said to Yunxi, "Yunxi, These are my fourth uncle and fourth aunt, Shuren's parents. Upon hearing this, and Yunxi understood. Hearing this, and Yunxi instantly understood their identities. And Yunxi knew a little about the Zhou family beforehand, knowing that the second branch of the Zhou family, namely Zhou Shiren's second grandfather Zhou Yanjing's branch, was more prosperous than the first branch. Zhou Yanjing had 3 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest son, Zhou Xingrong, and second son, Zhou Xingxing, both followed Zhou Yanjing into politics, while his third son, Zhou Xingquan, chose to go into business. Zhou Shiren was Zhou Xingxing's only son. The 2 standing before her were Zhou Xingxing and his wife, Su Jing. Zhou Xingxing was the second oldest in his own family, but the 4th oldest in the entire Zhou family. Therefore, in social circles, he is usually respectfully addressed as 4th master. And Yunxi greeted the 2 elders politely with a sweet smile. Uncle, aunt, hello, my name is Yunxi. Her voice was clear and melodious, giving a friendly impression. Su Jing looked at the young and beautiful girl before her. She noticed her excellent manners and the noble air she exuded in every gesture. Her eyes were clear and upright, and seeing their respectful yet humble attitude, Su Jing couldn't help but feel a surge of liking for her. She thought to herself, I didn't expect Ah Yen to have such good taste. He found such a wonderful girlfriend. So, she smiled and said to Yunxi, since you're Ian's girlfriend, then we're family. Auntie will call you Yunxi from now on. And Yunxi politely replied, please, Auntie. Then, Su Jing asked curiously, you know our Shaoan? And Yunxi answered truthfully, we met once before. Su Jing teased with a smile, that Shaoan is a bit unreliable. Did he cause you any trouble? And Yunxi quickly shook her head and sincerely said, Auntie, you're joking. He's a very nice person and takes good care of me. And Yunxi spoke these words with utmost sincerity. Because when she last met Zhou Shiren, she only thought he had a lively personality, but was polite and courteous, and very friendly to her, even respectful. However, what Yunxi didn't know was that Zhou Shiren had immediately noticed that his brother Yan was interested in her. This was her future sister-in-law. How could he not be respectful? In Yunxi's eyes, Zhou Shiren's behavior left a very good impression on her. At this moment, Su Jing jokingly said with a smile, that's right. That kid wouldn't dare to throw a tantrum in front of Ian. So, the group moved to the nearby sofa area and sat down for a short chat. Upon learning that Yunxi was studying at Peking University and was a member of the national shooting team, having won numerous world championships, Zhou Xingxing and his wife couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. This young woman was indeed exceptionally talented. However, upon further reflection, if she weren't outstanding, why would their Ian be so attentive? Looking at his solicitous manner, it was as if he had become a completely different person. During their conversation, Zhou Xingxing and his wife gained a deeper understanding of Yunxi, while Yunxi also took the opportunity to learn about the Zhou family. Both sides had their own needs, and the conversation was very pleasant. Before they knew it, time flew by, and the group reluctantly ended their enjoyable chat when the Song family came to say hello. The Song family members who came this time were the brothers Song Mingzhi and Song Mingrui. Song Mingzhi, the eldest son of the Song family, exuded a refined and scholarly air, leaving a deep impression and easily winning people's favor. Moreover, he was adept at finding topics to talk about and bridging the gap between people. I didn't expect President Un to come too. If I had known, I would have brought Mingzhu along, Song Mingzhi said with a smile, his tone warm and natural, making people feel as if they were basking in a spring breeze. President Song, I decided to come at the last minute, and Yunxi explained with a smile. We're already so familiar with each other, and you're Mingzhi's friend, so let's stop calling me President Song. From now on, I'll just call you Yunxi, and you can call me Brother Song like Mingzhu does, Song Mingzhi said with a smile. He and his younger brother, Song Mingrui, already had a certain understanding of Yunxi's background and identity. The more they learned, the more they felt they needed to maintain a good relationship with her. And Yunxi was already quite capable herself, and now she was even associated with Zhou Shiren of the Zhou family. From any perspective, this connection cannot be severed. Fortunately, thanks to Song Mingzhu and the foundation laid by their 2 previous collaborations, the bond between the two sides remained strong. Brother Song, second Brother Song, and Yunxi responded with a friendly smile. I haven't thanked Yunxi yet for entrusting us with such a large renovation project. If there's a chance, please do me the honor of having dinner with us, Song Mingzhou warmly invited. Prior to this, the renovation work on Yunfeng Building and the Research Institute had been successfully completed. The day after the acceptance inspection, and Yunxi arranged for the remaining payment to be made to the Song family in full. Working with a big client like Yunxi's wealthy, easygoing, and quick to pious, incredibly pleasant. Those two projects were finished, but Yunxi gave them another project, the construction of the Dongliyuan Hot Spring Hotel. The Song family has their own construction and decoration companies, which can handle everything from construction to renovation for her. And Yunxi found the previous two collaborations quite pleasant, so she immediately decided to award the project to the Song family. The two Song brothers were also surprised. In such a short time, and Yunxi had given them 3 large projects, and each one was bigger than the last. Okay, then I'll wait for Brother Song's invitation. Haha, Yunxi is so straightforward. I love your personality. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiyan's icy gaze shot towards Song Mingzhou like an arrow. Song Mingzhou, feeling the chill, inwardly rolled his eyes. Unexpectedly, the young Master Yen, in love, had become a jealous freak. Today, he'd truly seen something amazing. Soon after, the Yun and Yi families arrived. After exchanging greetings, Zhou Shiyan pulled Yunxi away. The two arrived at the auction preview area and encountered several more families, including the Chun, Su, and Xie families. In addition, some partners from Zhongxing Group also came forward to greet Zhou Shiyan. Zhou Shiyan's face was grim. He was extremely displeased with these people who kept interfering with his time with Yunxi. When a slick-haired older man kept staring at Yunxi, Zhou Shiyan finally snapped. One more glance, and you'll regret it. With that, without caring whether they were partners or not, he kicked the man 3 meters away, then dragged Yunxi towards the private room area. Soon, staff members came forward and escorted the man out. What's wrong with this guy? He even dared to offend young Master Yen.
He's blinded by lust.
He doesn't even know his own limitations, daring to covet young Master Yen's woman. By the way, who's young Master Yen's girlfriend? I've never seen her before? Someone asked curiously. Her surname seems to be Yen and she's a student, but this girl isn't simple, another person replied. Oh, how is she not simple? I don't know the specifics, but I know she has good relationships with the Song, Yun, and Yi families, and the speaker deliberately kept them in suspense. And what else? Tell us. The others pressed impatiently. Last year at the auction, she spent over 50 million without batting an eye. She swiped her own card, a black card, and she was only 18 then. Wow, what kind of family does she come from? Everyone gasped in surprise. However, these whispers and murmurs went unnoticed by Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan. They were engrossed in their own world, completely unaware of the stares and whispers around them. Just now, Yunxi had also been disgusted by that man's gaze, and a surge of anger welled up within her. She had intended to teach him a lesson herself, but unexpectedly, Zhou Shiyan was faster, directly striking and teaching the man a lesson. Seeing Zhou Shiyan stand up for her filled her with immense sweetness, and she accepted his protectiveness without a second thought. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyan had already dialed Wang Lin's number. Wang Lin, there's someone named Peng Zhongwei who's working with the company. Find out which company he works for, Zhou Shiyan whispered into the phone. Yes, President. Wang Lin replied immediately. Cease all cooperation with this company and blacklist them. Zhou Shiyan's voice was cold and decisive, and Yunxi felt as sweet as honey watching her boyfriend stand up for her. Wang Lin was somewhat bewildered by his boss's sudden order. This was the first time his boss had issued such an order. He wondered how this Peng Zhongwei had offended his boss. Whatever the reason, this man had offended his boss, and he probably wouldn't escape bankruptcy and decline in the future. Suppressing his curiosity, Wang Lin began to carry out his boss's orders. Sensing Zhou Shiyan's oppressive aura, the staff member leading the way finally mustered the courage to ask, Young Master Yen, Miss Yun, which private room would you like to go to? They knew the private room numbers of these important guests by heart. However, both of them already had private rooms, and he dared not decide which one to take them to. To Miss Yun's private room. Having received Zhou Shiyan's clear instruction, the staff member immediately led them to Yunxi's private room. Upon entering the room, Yunxi quickly glanced around and found that this private room was very similar to the one she had seen at the Debao auction center, yet different. A luxurious sofa and coffee table were placed in the center of the room, offering a clear view of the auction stage. In addition, the room was equipped with a large screen monitor that could display detailed information about the auction items. The entire private room was extremely luxuriously furnished, with every detail showcasing quality and taste. From the decorative materials to the furniture selection, everything was a carefully chosen masterpiece. Even the paintings hanging on the walls are by world-renowned artists and are quite valuable. Unlike the Debao auction center, the decor here leans more towards a Western palatial style, giving it an elegant and dignified feel. This design style may be related to the background of Rureli Auction Company, as it is a Western auction house. A closer look reveals that the top floor of the Rureli Hotel seems to have been specifically designed for hosting auctions. Besides the auction item display area and banquet hall, the entire area is occupied by this large auction venue. In addition to the seating area, the entire auction venue is divided into several private rooms, each equipped with advanced facilities and a comfortable environment. This layout was clearly carefully considered to provide these VIP clients with a superior auction experience. Shortly after the two sat down, waiters brought fruit, snacks, and drinks. The waiter, having finished setting the table and about to leave, heard the male customer in the private room ask, "Do you have freshly squeezed juice?" The waiter paused for a moment, then quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, we do. Bring in some juice." "Okay, please wait a moment." Zhou Shiyan had ordered this freshly squeezed juice for Yunxi. He knew her habits. She didn't like soft drinks, and while she wasn't a big fan of alcohol, she could tolerate a little red wine at most. She preferred high-quality tea and usually only drank homemade milk tea, occasionally opting for takeout. However, she really enjoyed fresh fruit juice, corn juice, and plum juice. Although Yunxi often drank various beverages and alcohol when socializing with others, Zhou Shiyan, who constantly observed her, had analyzed her preferences from her expressions and behavior at home. Yunxi's eyebrows twitched slightly upon hearing this, but she didn't say anything. It's true, Zhou Shiyan was exactly the kind of boyfriend he wanted. He was truly thoughtful and considerate, always putting her first and thinking of her needs. After the waiter left, Zhou Shiyan sat down next to Yunxi, took her hand and said, "Yunxi, if you want to know anything, you can ask me." And Yunxi looked at him blankly, puzzled. What was he talking about? What did he want to know? She didn't know. "I know everything about the Zhou family, and I can tell you everything." Just now, watching Yunxi subtly inquire about the Zhou family, he felt quite uncomfortable. In Zhou Shiyan's view, his girlfriend only needed to be happy with him and didn't need to worry about other trivial matters. And Yunxi then understood what he was talking about. "Hey, we just happened to be talking like that, so I just asked around." He was also asking about her situation, so what was wrong with her asking about the Zhou family? A back and forth is necessary for a good conversation. "What do you want to know?" "I'll tell you, you don't need to ask anyone else." And Yunxi looked at Zhou Shiyan and asked with a smile, "Why didn't you think to tell me before?"
You didn't ask.
His girlfriend hadn't asked, so he assumed she wasn't interested in finding out. He was thinking of waiting for the right time to introduce her to him, then everything would be clear. And Yunxi, this guy, sometimes you feel he's incredibly thoughtful and considerate, other times you can't help but think he's just a typical straight man. Seriously, how does he manage to be so contradictory yet harmonious? Then tell me, what's the situation with the Zhou family and the Yun family? What she knew before was just a rough outline, probably only superficial information. On the Zhou family side, the main family consists of my grandfather's and second grandfather's branches.
Our family is simpler.
My grandfather only has 2 sons, my eldest uncle and my father. My eldest uncle, aunt, and eldest cousin are all in the military. My parents and I are all in business. There are some collateral branches of the Zhou family, but they are all focused on us. You don't need to know them. They'll fawn over you. On my second grandfather's side, on the Yun family's side, my maternal grandparents are still alive. My two uncles are in the judicial system. My eldest cousin, Yun Jinfeng, has a master's degree in law from Peking University and also works within the system. Only my second cousin, Yun Jinyan, runs his own law firm. There's someone at our school named Yunshi. Is she related to the Yun family? This was someone who had topped the list of Peking University's most beautiful girls for 3 consecutive years before Yunxi appeared. And Yunxi still had a strong impression of her. Yunshi? Zhou Shiyan thought about it carefully. It seems to be a younger member of the Yun family, 2 branches removed. They're related by blood, but quite distantly. Upon hearing this, and Yunxi understood. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Young Master Yan, Miss Sin, your juices have arrived. Put them down. Thank you.
Just call me if you need anything.
And Yunxi looked at the 3 types of juice on the table, thinking the service was quite good. They gave her 3 choices without any explanation. Seeing in Yunxi's gaze linger on the mango juice for a moment, Zhou Shiyan immediately poured her a glass and thoughtfully inserted a straw. Yunxi, don't worry, my family is easy to get along with. If you marry me, you won't have any trouble at all. Even if there is, he'll handle it for her. Zhou Shiyan said softly. His voice was gentle yet firm, as if trying to reassure Yunxi. And Yunxi glared at him. Who said I was going to marry you? She was only 19, in the prime of her youth. She didn't want to get married so early. Zhou Shiyan looked at the woman in his arms, a doting smile playing on his lips. He gently pulled Yunxi half into his embrace, then lowered his head and lightly kissed her rosy cheek. It's only a matter of time, he murmured, his tone revealing an undeniable determination. This wasn't at home. And Yunxi's face flushed instantly, turning her head away shyly, unable to look him in the eye. However, a sweet feeling welled up inside her. However, she still haughtily left with a humph. The auction was about to begin, and the two stopped discussing the topic, focusing instead on the auction itself. This auction was Rueli's 2017 autumn auction, a large-scale and highly anticipated event. The lots covered multiple categories, including Chinese paintings and calligraphy, 20th century and contemporary Asian art, porcelain and works of art, antique furniture and jewelry and watches. 5 major sections brought together over 2,000 art treasures from China and abroad. Of course, not all 2,000 lots would be sold in Beijing that evening. The auction would continue for some time, held in different sessions and locations. This arrangement increased the diversity of the auction and allowed more collectors and enthusiasts to participate. Some avid collectors are so passionate about their favorite items that they are even willing to travel to other cities to attend auctions, just to acquire that long-desired treasure. However, Yunxi lacked such enthusiasm and interest. She wasn't keen on participating in such fierce competition, believing that fate would intervene, and what was meant to be would be. Of course, having looked at the catalog and preview, Yunxi already had a general idea of what would be auctioned. It's just that Yunxi hadn't planned to attend this auction beforehand. Even if she had, she felt there was no need to come early. She could simply check the auction catalog beforehand and arrive a little early on the day of the auction to get a general idea. After all, when she bought things, it mainly depended on whether they caught her eye. Once she liked something, it was simply a matter of money. And when it came to money, how many people could compete with her? In the blink of an eye, the auction officially began. First to appear were a selection of 20th century and contemporary artworks. These works encompassed various styles and forms, including paintings, sculptures, and wooden artifacts. Although all were contemporary artworks, they attracted the attention of many collectors with their unique artistic charm. And Yunxi mainly considers the appearance and whether she finds these things pleasing to the eye, but she doesn't quite appreciate the abstract aesthetics of many contemporary artists. Therefore, Yunxi isn't particularly interested in this section. However, when a Suzhou embroidery piece titled Jiang Nan in the Rain appeared on the screen, Yunxi immediately sat up straight and quickly picked up her tablet. This Suzhou embroidery piece, was the work of Suzhou embroidery master Zhang Yuping. The pattern was exquisite, the colors fresh and elegant. Through delicate stitches and rich layers, it vividly depicted the gentle beauty and vibrancy of the Jiangnan water towns. Small bridges, flowing water, and wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, everything seemed so lifelike, as if transporting the viewer to a misty, rain-drenched Jiangnan water town. And Yunxi was particularly fond of this elegant and evocative artwork. Zhou Shiyan noticed Yunxi's reaction and immediately understood that this was what the young girl desired. So, he also picked up his tablet, ready to participate in the bidding. However, just then Yunxi, noticing Zhou Shiyan's actions, suddenly turned around, glared at him fiercely, and warned, "You're not allowed to bid." She had come today specifically to use her cashback card. How could she let someone else bid? Besides, if they competed internally, wouldn't that give someone an advantage? That wouldn't do. Zhou Shiyan's hand, about to place a bid on the tablet, paused. He glanced at the girl, meeting her disapproving expression, knowing she was serious, and could only regretfully put down the tablet, shrugging to indicate he would obediently not bid. And Yunxi then shifted her gaze and began participating in the auction. At this point, the bidding for the Suzhou embroidery piece had reached 1.1 million. And Yunxi thought for a moment, then directly entered 1.5 million and began bidding. 1.5 million. Guest number 19 in room 10 has bid 1.5 million. Anyone else want to raise the price? 1.6 million. Guest number 53 has bid 1.6 million. Anyone else want to bid again? And Yunxi was determined to win this piece, immediately raising the price to 2 million. Ultimately, Yunxi secured the Suzhou embroidery piece for 2.2 million. While Yunxi was participating in the auction, Zhou Shiyan was fiddling with his phone. Shortly after, a crisp notification sound rang out, and Yunxi's phone suddenly lit up. She picked up her phone with some confusion and saw a sudden text message. Huagua Bank, your bank card ending in 1368 received RMB 200 million.00 on September 23rd at 1856. Balance. For further inquiries, please contact 955XX. Looking at this message, Yunxi's eyes widened, her face full of question marks. Who transferred this money to her? And a full 200 million yuan. She subconsciously looked at Zhou Shiyan beside her, recalling his actions with his phone. Could it be that he transferred this huge sum of money? You transferred it? And Yunxi asked suspiciously. Zhou Shiyan smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with tenderness, and said softly, Yunxi, this way you can buy whatever you like. And Yunxi, this love-struck girl is beyond saving. If you hadn't met me, you'd probably have been swindled out of your money and your heart. And Yunxi sighed helplessly, teasingly. Zhou Shiyan, however, didn't seem to care. He pulled Yunxi's waist close, drawing her tightly into his arms. He leaned close to her ear and said in a deep, magnetic voice, Yunxi, I'll only be fooled by you. I won't pay any attention to anyone else. His hot breath brushed against her face, making her cheeks flush slightly. And Yunxi couldn't help but recall her first encounter with Zhou Shiyan. Back then, he was aloof and noble, like a high-ranking deity, someone not to be trifled with. But the man standing before her now was completely different from the image in her memory. If it weren't for his unchanging, handsome face, she might have even doubted whether the person before her was the same man she remembered. She sighed deeply, gently pushing the man away, and said softly, Mind your manners, this is a public place. Zhou Shiyan's lips curled into a playful smile, then he lightly kissed her red lips before releasing her hand with satisfaction. However, Yunxi had barely breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Zhou Shiyan's deep, magnetic voice. Waiting to go home, her eyes widened, staring at him in disbelief, her face a mixture of surprise and shyness. Brother Shiyan, can't you be normal for once? Her tone revealed a hint of helplessness. Zhou Shiyan frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled by her reaction, and asked, What's wrong with me? Hearing this, Yunxi rolled her eyes rather inelegantly and said, Fine, forget I said anything, so, what if the money's transferred? Anyway, any money spent from her card can be redeemed with a cashback card. As long as it doesn't affect her plans, everything's fine. Seeing Yunxi refocus her attention on the auction, Zhou Shiyan smiled. How could he not understand her meaning? Obviously not. However, between lovers, some things don't need to be kept under wraps. Some things don't need to be so clearly defined. How can you find a girlfriend if you don't have a thick skin? And Yunxi was completely unaware of Zhou Shiyan's true feelings. She only felt that he had changed drastically since falling in love. The auction continued, and Yunxi spent another 1.8 million yuan on a wood carving. The boxwood carving, a silent mountain village, was a work by the master craftsman Ai Qingzong, depicting a tranquil mountain village scene. This piece, including the base, is approximately 60 centimeters long and 40 centimeters high, made from a section of Burmese boxwood. The creator skillfully utilized the natural surface of the wood to create an impressionistic carving effect. The theme of the work is a tranquil mountain village, with an overall style that is dignified, simple, and rustic, exuding a sense of ease and tranquility. Through a simple yet richly expressive three-dimensional artistic effect, it vividly depicts towering peaks, secluded valleys, babbling brooks, tranquil lakes, and a small mountain village built against the mountainside. The entire scene created an idyllic, secluded atmosphere, making the viewer feel as if they were there, experiencing tranquility and beauty. When Yunxi first saw the description in the catalog, she was deeply attracted. After witnessing the exquisite craftsmanship of the piece in person in the preview area, she immediately decided to buy it. She thought this wood carving could be placed in her study, allowing her to look at it and relax when she was tired from work. After successfully acquiring the piece, Yunxi nodded in satisfaction and looked at Zhou Shiyan. How about it? Don't I have good taste? Yes, very good. Zhou Shiyan replied with a smile. He knew Yunxi liked these artworks, so he wouldn't interfere with her choice. As long as she was happy, he was satisfied. Yunxi got what she wanted, and was exceptionally happy. She looked forward to more surprises waiting for her. The second section of the auction mainly featured Chinese calligraphy and paintings, Yunxi was more interested in this section. Whether it's a contemporary artist's work or an antique painting or calligraphy, Yunxi doesn't hesitate to buy anything she sets her sights on. Even Zhou Shiyan opportunely made a few bids, as many of the elders in his family were quite interested in these items. Yunxi, having experienced the ancient world and taken related courses within the system, had a discerning eye. Every piece she chose was a rare gem. Soon, they arrived at the third section of today's auction of porcelain and jade. Yunxi became quite interested in the porcelain and jade sections. She didn't consider the age or historical value of the items. She focused more on whether their appearance suited her aesthetic taste. To professionals, Yunxi's approach was rather capricious. But who could blame her when she had the money to be capricious? In Yunxi's mind, having spent so much money, she naturally wanted to choose items that were aesthetically pleasing and to her liking. Zhou Shiyan, who was always happy as long as his girlfriend was happy, didn't find anything wrong with Yunxi's behavior. Anyway, he was rich, and he would earn money in the future to support his little girl. The next item is a yellow-glazed famille rose bowl with floral patterns from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. Starting price 1.5 million, minimum increment 100,000. Before the auctioneer could finish the introduction, Yunxi had already entered her bid. 2 million. Everyone was shocked. It had only just begun, and she'd already raised it to 2 million. What kind of operation was this? However, what followed was even more astonishing. After several rounds of bidding, Yunxi bid again, entering 3 million. This time, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Some people who had initially wanted to participate withdrew after witnessing Yunxi's frenzied bidding. Everyone had witnessed the temperament of bidder number 19 in the previous rounds. She wouldn't participate in bidding on anything she didn't like, but once she did, she wouldn't give up until she won. In the end, the yellow-glazed bowl with famille rose floral design sold for 3 million yuan, acquired by Yunxi. Yunxi, do you like this bowl? Zhou Shiyan asked curiously. Yes, I think it's very beautiful. Yunxi nodded, her eyes sparkling with affection. 3 million yuan, that's a good price. Zhou Shiyan knew that the others were probably giving face to the people in the private room, Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get the bowl at that price at the auction. I think this price is already high enough. Besides, I trust my judgment. Once I bid this price, no one else will compete with me, and Yunxi said confidently. This was the foundation she had built in the previous rounds of bidding. Zhou Shiyan couldn't help but smile. He discovered that his young lady not only had a unique eye, but also a keen business sense. Not long after, and Yunxi spent another 3.5 million yuan to purchase a celadone gourd-shaped vase from the Yongjing period of the Qing dynasty. And Yunxi particularly liked the delicate porcelain body of the gourd-shaped vase, especially its lake blue-green hue. The next few pieces didn't quite suit her taste, so she didn't make a purchase. However, not long after, a blue and white porcelain vase with seasonal floral patterns from the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty brought the auction to a climax, quickly fetching 16 million yuan. And Yunxi also quite liked this antique vase. The white background with blue floral patterns and the intertwined floral designs complement each other perfectly. Even more interestingly, different flowers can be seen from different angles, representing the four seasons, a clever design that is truly eye-catching. Seeing that the bidding was nearing its end, and Yunxi made her move, bidding a high price of 20 million. 20 million. Guest number 19 in VIP room number 10 has bid 20 million. Anyone else want to raise the price? As the auctioneer's excited voice echoed throughout the hall, the atmosphere instantly ignited, and everyone was in a frenzy. 21 million. Guest number 27 bids 21 million. Anyone else want to raise the bid? 22 million. Guest number 47 bids 22 million. Any higher bids? And Yunxi frowned and continued to raise the bid. 26 million. She originally wanted to raise it to 25 million, but that number didn't sound very appealing, so she simply added another million, directly bidding 26 million. 26 million. Guest number 19 in VIP room 10 bids 26 million. The entire room erupted in commotion, all eyes turning to VIP room 10. After all, 26 million was no small sum. However, this wasn't the final result. 27 million. Guest number 13 in room 7 bids 27 million. 27.5 million. Guest number 12 in room 6 bids 27.5 million. And Yunxi continued bidding without hesitation. 28 million. Guest number 19 in room 10 bids 28 million. 28.5 million. Guest number 12 in room 6 bids 28.5 million. 30 million. Guest number 19 in room 10 bids 30 million. And Yunxi took a deep breath. She knew she couldn't continue bidding. Otherwise, the price might exceed her expectations. So, she decided to temporarily stop bidding and see if the other party would continue. Sure enough, after she stopped bidding, guest number 12 also stopped bidding. In the end, and Yunxi successfully won the antique vase for 30 million. The next item was also porcelain, a Qing dynasty Yongjing period underglaze red plum vase with a design of a dragon teaching its son. Amidst waves. This porcelain piece was quite valuable, sparking fierce competition among numerous buyers. However, because Yunxi didn't particularly like its appearance, she didn't make a purchase. In the end, the plum vase was sold to someone in VIP room number 3 for 78 million. And Yunxi, it seems there are quite a few wealthy people in this world. Even she felt that 78 million for an antique vase was a bit too much. While she could afford it, it would still sting a little. Next, a large Dotsai vase with auspicious motifs and double dragon handles from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty was sold to Zhou Shiyan for 29 million. You like this kind? And Yunxi looked at Zhou Shiyan and asked curiously. Grandpa and Grandpa both like these fu, meaning good fortune, and shou, meaning longevity, designs. I understand. And Yunxi suddenly realized and expressed her understanding. Older people like brighter colors and auspicious meanings, which is understandable. She, on the other hand, prefers things that are simple and elegant. Even if it's colorful, the designs on it have to be simple. Next, Yunxi bought a Qing dynasty Qianlong period blue and white porcelain flat vase with lotus scroll design, symbolizing good fortune and peace, for 12 million yuan. She also bought a Qing dynasty Yongjing period imitation Ji-ware 5-lobed melon-shaped vase for 5.2 million yuan. Later, she spent 14 million yuan on a Qing dynasty Qianlong period pale celadone glaze long-necked vase with a 6-character seal mark and a relief of a dragon teaching its son. She couldn't help it. She particularly loved the color of the pale celadone glaze. It was exactly to her aesthetic liking, catching her eye at first sight. And Yunxi didn't buy any more porcelain after that. Zhou Shiyan, on the other hand, bought a Ming Dynasty Yongle period blue and white porcelain jar with a Kuei dragon design for 36 million yuan. And Yunxi, please, this makes me seem conservative with my spending. You know, I'm the one with the system and cashback cards. So, in the subsequent jade auction, and Yunxi made a bold move, spending 56 million yuan to purchase a Qing Dynasty Qianlong Imperial White Jade Melon-shaped cloisonné enamel teapot with a ram's head handle. And Yunxi's decisive purchase was primarily due to the teapot's exceptional jade quality and exquisite craftsmanship. The teapot was carved from top-grade Hetian white jade, its color lustrous and its texture delicate and warm, making it a superior piece among similar items. The body of the teapot is a round belly shaped like a 12-lobed melon, with the lid and foot also divided into 12 lobes. The lid knob is a multi-lobed melon shape stacked in layers, forming a pagoda shape. Most exquisitely, the interior of the teapot and lid are also recessed and divided into lobes, echoing the 12 lobes of the outer body. The lid and teapot fit together perfectly, with a fitted lid. After hearing the description, and Yunxi was deeply impressed by the ingenuity and exquisite craftsmanship of the artisans of that time. The jade teapot features a ram's head as its spout, with meticulously carved details including the ram's horns, ears, eyes, beard, teeth, and even nostrils, making it incredibly lifelike. The incised lines are perfectly aligned, and the fine details are smoothly and delicately polished, demonstrating masterful handling. In summary, this jade teapot with a handle is made of superior materials, boasts exquisite craftsmanship, and its final polishing is exceptionally well done. Placing this delicate, white jade teapot on a desk would exude an air of refined elegance and tranquility, showcasing a high level of artistry and refined taste. And Yunxi grew increasingly fond of the teapot when she saw it in the preview area. Even though the price was a bit high, she didn't hesitate to buy it. Next up for auction was a pair of Ming Dynasty mutton fat jade dragon and phoenix pendants. Carved from exceptionally fine mutton fat jade, both the jade quality and craftsmanship were superb. When put together, they formed a circular Tai Chi symbol. When separated, each pendant contained a dragon and a phoenix. And Yunxi quite liked these pendants and had initially considered bidding. However, Zhou Shiyan's eyes lit up at the sight of them, and he quickly entered the bidding. Seeing Zhou Shiyan's interest, and Yunxi decided not to place a bid. Good things naturally attract many admirers. There were quite a few competitors vying for these pendants. However, Zhou Shiyan was no stranger to wealth, and ultimately, he secured them for 12 million. And Yunxi showed little interest in the antique furniture section and didn't make a purchase. But when the jewelry and watches section came up, she became more interested. No woman can resist the allure of jewelry. Moreover, everything brought to auction is a masterpiece. Last time she attended the Dabao auction, she bought several rare items. And Yunxi had prepared the auction catalog beforehand, and there were several items she wanted. A 17.05-carat Colombian natural emerald and diamond ring, and Yunxi bought for 15 million. A pair of Burmese natural ruby and diamond earrings, each earring featuring 2 rubies of different sizes, 4 carats and 0.65 carats respectively, were purchased by Yunxi for 3.2 million. Next, Yunxi spent 2.6 million on an aquamarine and diamond necklace. 2-star ruby rings were also purchased by Yunxi for 3.2 million. Unlike the pigeon blood ruby she bought before, these 2 rings use star ruby. It's a color that leans towards a magenta. One ring was a 10.18-carat Burmese natural star ruby set with diamonds, and the other was a 15.05-carat Burmese natural star ruby ring. The 2 rings only cost a total of 3.2 million, which Yunxi thought was quite cheap. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, and Yunxi felt she was being spoiled by the system. She didn't know when it started, but things worth millions had become very cheap in her eyes. And Yunxi didn't spend much on the clocks in the end. She wasn't particularly interested in collecting antique clocks. When it came time to pay, and Yunxi had spent a total of 158.5 million. While this figure was astonishing, it wasn't a big problem for her. Zhou Shiyan also spent 77 million. He didn't buy many items, but each one was worth tens of millions. After swiping her card, and Yunxi immediately used a cashback card with a 100 million limit and a 50 million limit. This left her with a 100 million cashback card. It seemed she had been a bit too conservative with her spending today. Perhaps she should be bolder next time. However, and Yunxi was unaware that her behavior at these two auctions, buying whatever she wanted regardless of the price, had already left a deep impression on many high society figures. Her decisiveness, resourcefulness, and wealth impressed many, sparking curiosity and a desire to learn more about her background and identity. Even her reputation points increased due to her performance. However, and Yunxi, who wasn't checking her system panel in real time, remained completely unaware of this. She was solely focused on her shopping experience, enjoying it immensely. Today's check-in location was the Rueli auction venue, and Yunxi checked in just before leaving after the auction ended.
Ding.
Checked in at the Rueli Hotel auction venue, obtained the La Peregrina pearl necklace, now stored in your system inventory. A pearl necklace? And that La Peregrina pearl? As far as Yunxi knew, the La Peregrina pearl was originally just a large natural pearl. This enormous natural pearl was named for its 500-year history and its royal collection. Originally discovered in the Gulf of Panama by an African slave, it was later brought to Spain and presented to King Philip II, who then gifted it to his bride, Mary I of England. Later, it became part of the Spanish royal jewels and remained there for 250 years. In 1808, Napoleon's brother, Joseph Bonaparte, became King of Spain. In 1811, he was forced to abdicate, taking the pearl with him as he fled the country. The pearl was later sold to the Duke of Abercrombie and Fitch and remained in the family collection for nearly a century. Until 1969, actor Richard Burton purchased it at auction for $37,000. Burton gifted the pearl to his wife, Elizabeth Taylor, a renowned jewelry and pearl connoisseur. Elizabeth Taylor cherished her Valentine's Day gift and wore it frequently over the decades in various styles. Later, she commissioned jeweler Cartier to create a stunning necklace of pearls, rubies, and diamonds for her. In 2011, this necklace was auctioned off for a staggering $11.8 million. Somehow, it ended up in the system's hands, and now it's being given to her as a daily sign-in reward. Just looking at the picture, Yunxi could almost feel the nobility, elegance, and beauty emanating from the necklace. Even after so many years, it hadn't gone out of style. Instead, it had gained a sense of timeless refinement and historical weight. Pearls have always been a symbol of elegance and nobility, looking beautiful and exuding exceptional charm no matter how they are worn. However, in modern society, most pearls are cultured. Natural pearls like these have become scarce resources, and ordinary people may not be able to purchase them even if they wanted to. Moreover, a large and historically valuable natural pearl necklace like this is an absolute treasure. It must be said that the items rewarded by the system this time were indeed very much to her liking. Back home, as soon as the items purchased at the auction arrived, Zhou Shiyan took out the phoenix pendant from the dragon and phoenix jade pendant and hung it around Yunxi's neck. Brother Shiyan, I bought this especially for you. You wear the phoenix pendant, and I'll wear the dragon pendant. We're a perfect match. That makes sense. Then you wear it too. With that, Yunxi took the dragon pendant from the box and hung it around Zhou Shiyan's neck. The man's lips curved slightly, and he said with a smile, "Yes, I wear it every day." After saying that, he naturally reached out and pulled the girl into his arms. The carefully dressed girl was as beautiful as a fairy. He was a little reluctant to let go. Yunxi sat on the sofa, nestled in Zhou Shiyan's arms, enjoying this peaceful and warm moment. Brother Shiyan?
What is it?
Zhou Shiyan stroked the girl's silky hair, his voice sounding like it came from his chest. Don't you think I'm too extravagant? She spent over 100 million at the auction today. Although she hadn't spent all the money Zhou Shiyan had transferred to her, generally speaking, men don't like women who are too extravagant. Heh, afraid I can't afford to support you. Zhou Shiyan laughed, his chest bobbing with each laugh. And Yunxi lightly punched him, pretending to be angry, and said, "What are you laughing at? I'm serious. Only useless men complain about women spending too much money." And Yunxi lifted her head from the man's embrace, looking at him to confirm, "Are you serious?" "Every word I say to you is serious." Zhou Shiyan gently pressed the girl's head back into his arms, whispering, "Yunxi, don't worry. Your brother Shiyan can support you. I don't need you to support me. I have money." The girl's muttering wasn't loud, but Zhou Shiyan heard it clearly. He couldn't help but laugh, saying with a hint of teasing, "In that case, how about Yunxi supports me and Yunxi?" Upon hearing this, and Yunxi was momentarily at a loss for words. She muttered to herself, "This man? How did he suddenly become so shameless?" So, she chuckled and teased, "Aren't you afraid people will say you're a gigolo? We're happy as long as we're happy. Why should we care what others think?" Although born into wealth, Zhou Shiyan, who had spent his childhood in the military and then studied abroad after graduating with a bachelor's degree, didn't have any of the bad habits of a rich kid. Although he was a bit aloof, he never abused his power or acted like a chauvinist. He was responsible and dedicated at work and extremely disciplined in his personal life. Often, he seemed more like someone with a cheat code than she was. In short, in Yunxi's eyes, this man was perfect in every way. She even admired him a little. He was so outstanding even without a cheat code. The more she looked at her boyfriend, the more she loved him. And Yunxi wrapped her arms around his neck and secretly leaned in to leave a light kiss on his lips. "You're right, we're happy as long as we're happy. For them, there is really no need to worry too much. Warm and joyful times always fly by." Seeing that it was getting late, Zhou Shiyan, though reluctantly released his beloved girl from his arms. "It's getting late, let's get some rest. We'll go out for a walk tomorrow." "Okay." Both of them were very busy, so they cherished every opportunity to spend time together and go on a date. The next day, a Sunday, was sunny and bright. Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi, this early-to-bed, early-to-rise couple, went for their usual morning run. After their run, they returned home and enjoyed a delicious breakfast. Then, they changed into their nicest clothes and went out hand in hand. Today was their planned date. They strolled through the streets together, enjoying the leisurely time, savoring delicious food, experiencing the pleasure of their taste buds, watching a movie, immersing themselves in the captivating plot. These are all parts of the daily life of an ordinary couple, and today, Zhou Shiyan took Yunxi to experience them all. Not only that, they also took some rather childish and cute photo booth pictures together and tried their hand at the claw machine at the arcade. Watching Zhou Shiyan successfully win a whole bunch of adorable plush toys for her, and Yunxi felt incredibly happy and satisfied. Even she herself hadn't expected to have such an innocent and carefree time. She couldn't help but wonder, was it love that was making her gradually become childish? However, even while doing these seemingly childish things, her heart was still filled with joy and sweetness. She was a soul that had lived several lifetimes, after all. How could she be like this? And Yunxi felt she was starting to lose herself. Could it be she was becoming love-struck? Unsure of what to do, and Yunxi decided to enjoy the experience first. And as for the future, who could predict the future? There's always a way out, after all. She wasn't some naive girl who would throw herself into love without any options. She had her own escape route. At this moment, the two of them walked hand in hand, slowly along the riverbank in the park. At dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the river, rippling the water as if it had been dyed golden. The distant mountain shadows and their reflections on the river complemented each other, creating a beautiful picture. A cool breeze gently blew by, lifting Yunxi's skirt and hair and stirring Zhou Shiyan's heartstrings. Feeling his girlfriend's hands were a little cold, Zhou Shiyan draped his suit jacket, which he had been wearing around his wrist, over Yunxi's shoulders. Feeling the sudden warmth, Yunxi said, "Brother Shiyan, I'm not cold. and Yunxi was wearing a long black dress with white floral print. The skirt and sleeves were also long. The fabric of the dress wasn't very thin, and as someone who practiced martial arts regularly, she genuinely didn't feel cold. But Zhou Shiyan clearly didn't think so. Put it on, it's getting windy and colder. There's a kind of coldness that only your boyfriend can make you feel cold. Although Yunxi didn't feel cold, she obediently put on the jacket, appreciating Zhou Shiyan's care. However, even though she reluctantly accepted her boyfriend's kindness, wearing Zhou Shiyan's jacket, she felt an inexplicable aura emanating from it. It was as if she was completely enveloped by the man's presence. She felt a little uncomfortable, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed slightly. Of course, while on her date with her boyfriend, Yunxi didn't forget her daily check-in task.
Ding.
Checked in at Shuang'an Shopping Mall in Beijing, obtained ownership of all shops on Yulin Commercial Street. Related property certificates and documents have been stored in your system inventory. Huh? The system is rewarding her with commercial real estate that she can rent out again? Yulin Commercial Street in Yunxi searched it on the map and found it was right next to Shuang'an Shopping Mall. Strictly speaking, it's in the same commercial district as Shuang'an Shopping Mall. This place isn't far from Zhongguancun Street, surrounded by many schools, several parks and science parks, and even a number of residential communities. It has to be said, the location here is indeed excellent. Otherwise, Shuang'an Shopping Mall wouldn't have chosen to build here in the first place. Moreover, this is a commercial street that was only demolished and rebuilt 6 months ago, and the shops are already fully leased. Who would go through so much trouble to renovate it, only to sell it to someone else as soon as they start collecting rent? And Yunxi felt a little embarrassed about picking such a good deal. System, you didn't use some kind of forceful means to seize it, did you? Host, all of the system's actions are conducted under reasonable and legal conditions. Reasonable and legal? And Yunxi couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. The existence of the system itself is the most unreasonable thing ever. Then how did you get this commercial street after it was renovated and started collecting rent? In your world, isn't it normal to sell some assets when you're short of funds? This time, the system actually gave her an explanation. And Yunxi, that's true. But how desperate for money must one be to be willing to sell such a golden goose? However, since the system says it's okay, then so be it. After all, the system's abilities and methods are always baffling. Besides, this commercial street now belongs to her. That's an unchangeable fact. Anyway, this golden goose is now hers. Seeing that Yunxi seemed a little lost in thought, Zhou Shiyan squeezed her hand slightly and asked gently, Yunxi, are you tired? He'd been out all day, just shopping for an hour. Although he wanted to take this opportunity to buy the young lady some things, he was worried about tiring her out. And Yunxi, snapping out of her reverie, smiled and said, Not tired, I was just thinking about something. Before she could finish speaking, her phone rang. And Yunxi took her phone out of her bag and saw it was an unfamiliar number from Beijing. She hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello? Is this MS? And Yunxi, President In? A man's voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, it is, and Yunxi replied. Hello, President In. This is Yuan Shuoyang from the Yulin Commercial Street Management Office. We just received notification that you've taken over the commercial street. When would be a convenient time for you to come and take a look? Yuan Shuoyang asked cautiously. Upon learning he had a new boss, Yuan Shuoyang was quite surprised and immediately called him. Management office? Does this mean that Yulin Commercial Street wasn't managed by a property management company, but rather by its own management office? Suppressing her doubts, Yunxi replied directly. I happen to be at the Shuang'an Shopping Mall nearby. I'll go take a look later. Okay, I'll send you the management offices. Address. Okay. And Yunxi replied. After hanging up the phone, Yunxi looked at Zhou Shiyan and said, The asset management team acquired the nearby Yulin Commercial Street. I'd like to go take a look. Zhou Shiyan smiled slightly, a hint of doting in his eyes. I'll go with you. The things they bought while shopping were all arranged for home delivery, and the two of them walked hand in hand from the mall to Yulin Commercial Street, feeling relaxed. From afar, Yunxi could see the brightly lit, bustling commercial street ahead. The lights shone brightly, illuminating the entire street, and people thronged among them, full of vitality. It was already 8 p.m., but the commercial street still looked incredibly lively. The crowds were dense, and the merchants were busy serving customers. A dazzling array of goods was on display, making it difficult to take it all in. It looks quite popular, Zhou Shiyan commented. A commercial street needs foot traffic the most. Judging from this first impression, it seems pretty promising. The two followed the flow of people into Yulin Commercial Street and began to stroll around. The newly renovated commercial street looked very new and clean. The 1,800-meter-long and 20-meter-wide street was lined with 3- or 4-story shops. It adopted an asymmetrical layout, with a 5-meter-wide functional strip running through the entire pedestrian street. The functional strip featured a collection of public facilities, such as benches, shopping kiosks, information kiosks, billboards, sculptures, streetlights, waste bins, and telephone booths, as well as several uniquely designed flower beds. The shops on both sides shared a unified architectural style, exuding a modern feel and giving a stylish yet comfortable impression. Each shop was carefully designed, showcasing its own unique products. Some shops displayed fashionable clothing, others were filled with food and snacks, and still others sold handicrafts and cultural souvenirs. As they walked, the pedestrian street was bustling with people, a vibrant and lively scene. This street seemed quite nice. The two weren't in a hurry, so they strolled along at a leisurely pace. Seeing shops that interested them, and Yunxi even dragged Zhou Shiyan inside for a look. After walking through most of the pedestrian street, and Yunxi saw a sign for the management office. Following the sign, she turned in, passed through a short alley, and arrived at a 4-story building at the back of the pedestrian street. This was the office of the Yulin Commercial Street Management Office. Upon reaching the entrance, Yunxi took out her phone and dialed Yuan Shuoyang's number. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Mr. Yuan, I'm at the door." "Okay, MS, and please wait a moment. I'll be right there to meet you." After saying that, Yuan Shuoyang hung up the phone and immediately led the two managers downstairs to the reception hall. From afar, they noticed a strikingly beautiful young couple standing at the entrance. Having seen a photo of his new boss before, Yuan Shuoyang immediately recognized the beautiful young woman as his new boss, San Yunxi. However, he was somewhat unsure about the man's identity. "Excuse me, are you MS?" Yuan Shuoyang asked politely. "Yes, I am Yunxi." And Yunxi replied with a smile, "So you're Emson. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yuan Shuoyang warmly extended his hand to shake hands with Yunxi. After exchanging greetings, Yuan Shuoyang suggested, "MS, and let's go to the conference room. I'll introduce you to the company's senior management." So, the group went to the conference room on the 4th floor and took their seats. Upon entering the meeting room, Yunxi was surprised to find over a dozen people dressed in suits. Yunxi guessed that Yuan Shuoyang had called all the department heads. After introductions, Yunxi got to know all the senior executives of the management office. Yuan Shuoyang also learned the identity of Zhou Shiyan's boyfriend. However, the name Zhou Shiyan sounded familiar to Yuan Shuoyang, but he couldn't quite place who it was. Next, Yuan Shuoyang introduced Yunxi to the Yulin Commercial Street. This pedestrian street, only 1,800 meters long and covering an area of 58,000 square meters, houses over 240 stores spanning more than 30 industries. Because the shops on both sides are 3 or 4 stories high, some shops, like cafes, can be located on the 2nd or 3rd floor, eliminating the need for ground floor space. Overall, the occupancy rate has reached 95%, with only a few less desirable locations remaining vacant. Located on the North 3rd Ring Road in Beijing, the rent is naturally high. A shop of less than 80 square meters can cost between 16,000 and 20,000 yuan per month. Currently, the monthly rental income alone exceeds 12 million yuan. For Yunxi, this is all pure profit. As for the management center's expenses, Yunxi doesn't need to worry about them. The property management fees alone generate a surplus. With another business that she could earn money while lying down, Yunxi felt it was pretty good. Throughout the process, Zhou Shiyan didn't offer any opinions. He simply listened quietly, inwardly marveling at the sheer number of businesses his girlfriend owned. Just the ones he knew of were numerous. And there were probably many more he didn't know. It seemed he still needed to work harder. Satisfied after reviewing her businesses, and Yunxi returned to Shuiyan residence with Zhou Shiyan. They spent a pleasant weekend together, and then both of them got back to work. After all, they had a National Day holiday trip planned. How could they travel with peace of mind without arranging their work and studies in advance? Everything at the company was going smoothly. The Yunfeng Group's investment was proceeding as planned. The cooperative production agreement for shooting suits had been finalized and the contract signed. To expand brand awareness and influence, a new product launch event was specially planned, scheduled for October 22nd. The research and development of the anti-hair loss and hair regrowth product has been completed. The product testing reports have also been obtained, but the formula patent has not yet been granted. And Yunxi also had a batch produced directly by the Yunshi Cosmetics Company for the first batch of free trials. And Yunxi plans to have Huaxi Technology handle the marketing of this product. To this end, she specifically used a custom top-level management personnel summoning card to appoint a general manager for this company. Zhou Xian, female, 35 years old, system ability score 96, skilled in marketing, public relations, and operations. She left the recruitment of other personnel to Zhou Xian herself. She needs to assemble the team and complete the basic organizational structure of the company as soon as possible before the product launch. And Yunxi felt that the team she had built and led herself would have stronger cohesion, and Zhou Xian would find it easier to use. As the behind-the-scenes boss, all she needed to do was ensure Zhou Xian's 100% loyalty, and that was enough. Other research projects might still need some time to produce results. But since completion was only a matter of time, and Yunxi didn't pay much attention to them after checking the progress. The other businesses each had their own leaders, and there wasn't much for her to worry about. And Yunxi found this hands-off management life incredibly wonderful. This was all thanks to the task summoning cards and the team loyalty section provided by the system. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a leisurely life. Just looking at these reports every day would probably exhaust her. Even Zhou Shenghua and his son Zhou Shiyan were often bogged down in company affairs. But she never was. Even if she didn't go to the company for a year or two, with her loyal and highly capable subordinates managing things, there was no need to worry about any problems. Furthermore, in order to complete the task of investing in a new project in her own name as soon as possible, and Yunxi asked Yang Wei and Chu Zi to keep an eye out for any TV series or movies that were currently seeking investment. She planned to try her hand at investing in a film and television industry project. This task had been delayed for a long time and remained unfinished. During this period, because she was busy with various shooting competitions, she hadn't even paid much attention to her stock account. After so long, the funds in it hadn't increased much. Now, with only one competition left this year, she could finally spare some time to attend to other matters. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the National Day holiday arrived. On September 30th, Zhou Shiyan moved into Qingshan residence early. This was something and Yunxi had told him beforehand. He couldn't stay at Yunshui residence while his family was visiting. Although Zhou Shiyan wanted to stay longer, he knew he couldn't leave a bad impression on his future in-laws, so he had to agree. And Yunxi's original plan to travel with the Zhou family didn't materialize. Zhou Shenghua and Yunshi both had work to attend to, so only Zhou Shiyan would be traveling with Yunxi and her family. In that case, they could use Yunshi's RV. Her Ford Prevost H345S RV was a custom-made version, with a length exceeding 10 meters. It was a standard American RV, and its large size made the interior space very spacious. It not only had a separate living area, dining room, kitchen, and bathroom, but also 6 individual beds. Furthermore, the living area could be converted into sleeping areas, accommodating up to 8 to 10 people. The family of 4, plus Zhou Shiyan, and Yunxi also planned to bring Chengdu and Yanhua as drivers and bodyguards. 7 people in total, even without finding a hotel, would have more than enough space to sleep in the RV. Because their plan was to embark on a road trip from Beijing on October 1st, and Jianhua, Fangmingxia, and Yunzi flew from Yunzhou to Beijing on the afternoon of the 30th. and Yunza even took half a day off for this trip. When Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan picked up the Yin family, it was already 6 p.m. Uncle, Aunt, hello, my name is Zhou Shiyan, you can just call me Ian. Zhou Shiyan said with a smile, his tone very gentle. Fang Mingxia carefully looked at the young man before her, her eyes full of satisfaction. She had only seen photos posted by Yunshi before. This was the first time she had met him in person. However, this first meeting revealed that he was even more approachable in person than in the photos. Ian, right? I've always heard your mother mention you, but this is the first time Eve met you in person, Fang Mingxia replied with a smile. Zhou Shiyan was usually a bit aloof, but this wasn't evident at all in front of his future in-laws. He smiled politely. Andy, my mom often mentions you, and she said she'd like to visit you in Yunzhou sometime. Fang Mingxia's face lit up with a bright smile upon hearing Zhou Shiyan's words, and she quickly replied, tell your mom to come as she pleases. We have lots of delicious food and fun things to do there. The two chatted enthusiastically, the atmosphere lively and cheerful. However, Jianhua, standing to the side, felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, he thought this young man was indeed outstanding. His family background, appearance, and abilities were impeccable, undoubtedly an ideal son-in-law. On the other hand, he couldn't help but lament that his daughter, whom he had raised with such care, had been snatched away by this guy. A bitter feeling welled up inside him, indescribable. After greeting Jianhua and Fang Mingxia, Zhou Shiyan turned his gaze to Yunza standing to the side. He smiled and asked, you must be Xiaoza? And Yunza looked up at the tall, handsome man before him and was momentarily stunned by the powerful aura emanating from him. Even though Zhou Shiyan had already toned down his behavior in front of the Yin family, and Yunza, still just a middle school student, was still affected. In a moment of impulsiveness, he blurted out, hello, brother-in-law. The other four were stunned. Just as Jianhua's face began to darken, Fang Mingxia smacked her son hard on the back of the head. You brat, what are you calling brother-in-law? Call him brother Shiyan. The moment the hello, brother-in-law left his lips, and Yunza knew he had made a mistake. Now, his mother was offering a way out, and he quickly took it, hoping to save face. Hee, brother Shiyan. Even Yunshi found his silly expression a little embarrassing. It's getting late. Let's get in the car. After regaining his composure, Zhou Shiyan realized that, comparatively speaking, he seemed to prefer the title brother-in-law. Unfortunately, it was too early to say that now. This made him seem a bit impatient. Chengdu was driving again, in that 7-seater Maybach minivan. The entire journey was spent with Fang Mingxia and Zhou Shiyan chatting animatedly within. Jianhua occasionally chiming in. As for Yunxi and her brother, they didn't even have a chance to speak. And Yunxi secretly wondered how she had never noticed Zhou Shiyan could be so talkative before. Where was his usual silent and aloof demeanor? What Yunxi didn't know was that silence and aloofness that was just a mask Zhou Shiyan had created for himself. He would naturally choose silence to deal with those he didn't want to deal with. But with familiar and close friends, he was still talkative and engaging. The group finally arrived at Shuiyan residence, where they were greeted with an incredibly sumptuous feast. Everyone sat around the table, enjoying the satisfaction brought by the delicious food. During a break in the meal, Fang Mingxia seized the opportunity to quietly pull Yunxi aside and whispered, does Ian live here too? And Yunxi's heart tightened. She dared not tell her mother that Zhou Shiyan already had his own room at Shuiyan residence. She was afraid Fang Mingxia would beat her. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? That manor next door, called Qingshan Residence, that's his house. And Yunxi said, feigning composure. She wasn't lying, it was all the truth. It's good that you know. Before Yunxi could reply, Fang Mingxia continued. Did he buy that house next door specifically for you? No, he bought that house before I did. I only found out later. Then your connection is quite deep. Since the topic of houses came up, and Yunxi wanted to also mention the courtyard house. Mom, what is it? I own 2 courtyard houses in Beijing. One of them is on the same street as Aunt Yunshi's. A courtyard house? How big? Courtyard houses in Beijing are incredibly expensive. And as far as she knew, not just any wealthy person could afford one. She was still a little surprised that her daughter owned 2. The larger one is a 3-courtyard house with a side garden, totaling 2,000 square meters. The smaller one, how much did you say? 2,000 square meters? Seeing her daughter nod, Fang Mingxia was certain she hadn't misheard. 2,000 square meters, that was truly enormous. And the smaller one? The smaller one is a 2-courtyard house, over 600 square meters. 600 square meters isn't small either. If my brother gets into a university in Beijing, this smaller one will be his. Fang Mingxia glanced at her daughter and said, "You could keep it for yourself. Your father and I will prepare the one for your brother."
Mom,
Listen to me on this. I'm doing this for your own good. And this, Fang was as assertive as ever, her attitude resolute and decisive, settling the matter with a single sentence. She knew very well that all of her daughter's assets were left to her by Master Zhang. The siblings had a good relationship. Gifts like watches and cars were nothing to them. If it were just an ordinary apartment, no matter how expensive, she would agree. A courtyard house like this, a family heirloom, is priceless and a scarce resource. It's better to leave it to your daughter's children. Given the family's current situation, your son's future won't be too bad. Okay, she understood her mother's meaning. If she couldn't give her a courtyard house, she could give her a large apartment. Anyway, she had plenty of properties. Mom, when I get back from this trip, I'll take you to see the courtyard house. Let me tell you, it's so beautiful inside, with a huge garden. Seeing her daughter's enthusiasm, her eyes shining, it was clear she was happy. Fang Mingxia was also happy for her daughter. Okay, let's all go see my Xiaoxi's courtyard house. Mom, you'll definitely like it too. Alright, let's go back now. Your dad'll be looking for us soon. Hee, Dad really can't be without Mom for a moment. Seeing her parents' good relationship, and Yunxi was also happy. What nonsense are you spouting, brat? How dare you talk about your parents like that? No, let's go. And Yunxi transmigrated into this world, gaining more than just the wealth the system provided. The kinship and love she had never experienced in her past lives were the true source of her happiness and joy. Furthermore, in this world, and Yunxi made many friends. It seemed as if heaven was compensating her, giving her in this life the kinship, friendship, and love she had never had before. And Yunxi knew that all of this was hard-won, and therefore she would cherish it all the more. Zhou Shiyan went to stay next door after dinner, leaving the space for Yunxi's family. By the way, Yunxi, have you told your second brother and cousin about the trip? While chatting in the living room after dinner, Fang Mingxia suddenly remembered this and asked directly. Yes, they are both busy and don't have time to participate. And Yunxi naturally asked her 2 brothers about this long ago. Fang Jiaxing, needless to say, was extremely busy when the law firm was full, with no holidays whatsoever. As for Yunzhou, since entering his 2nd year of graduate school, he's been busy with his studies, joined a new project, and is planning to start a business with some classmates, so he's practically invisible. And Yunxi hadn't seen either of them for several months. It's understandable that Jiaxing is busy, but what's your second brother busy with? And Jianhua felt it was a bit hard to understand why Yunzhou, still a student, would be so busy during the National Day holiday. My second brother is in his 2nd year of graduate school, graduating next year. He and some classmates are preparing to start a business. And Yunxi felt there was no need to hide the business from her family, so she told them directly. Hearing this news, and Jianhua and his wife exchanged a glance, their eyes showing surprise. Your second brother is starting a business? I haven't heard your uncle and aunt mention it. Fang Mingxia looked puzzled. She and her sister-in-law were in frequent contact, but she had never heard of this before. They're probably still in the planning stages. My second brother doesn't have much money, so he'll definitely tell your uncle and aunt. And Yunxi guessed. Starting a business is no small matter. Is your second brother really ready? And Jianhua frowned, asking worriedly. My second brother is quite confident, and Yunxi said with a smile. Fang Mingxia nodded in support. Young people should have drive. As long as you work hard, you'll always reap the rewards. However, starting a business requires a lot of capital, right? And Jianhua asked. Software companies don't require too much initial investment. A few people pooling their money should be enough. And Yunxi explained. My eldest brother and sister-in-law have some money. They should support Yunzhou, Fang Mingxia said. And Jianhua sighed, saying with emotion, time flies. In the blink of an eye, your second brother is about to start his own business. Yes, in the blink of an eye, Xiaoxi will be 20 years old, Fang Mingxia echoed. And Jianhua thought for a moment and then instructed his daughter. If your second brother needs help, help him if you can. Dad, I know. Even if her father hadn't said anything, she would have helped. Putting everything else aside, just considering how good her second brother had been to her since childhood, she had to lend a hand. It's just that her second brother hadn't approached her yet, and she couldn't very well ask him directly. Besides, her second brother wasn't the type to suffer for the sake of saving face. If he really needed help, he would ask. The family chatted about Yunzhou's entrepreneurial endeavors for a while, and then discussed other family matters. When we get back from our trip, let's invite your second brother and cousin over for a meal. Fang Mingxia thought for a moment and felt it was necessary to meet the two younger relatives, so she said this. After all, the whole family was in Beijing. They couldn't just not see each other. Okay, I'll tell them in advance. And Yunxi agreed with a smile. That's good. Everyone can get together, chat, and strengthen their relationships. Because they had to leave early the next morning, the Yin family didn't chat until very late. Back in her room, and Yunxi took a shower and lay in bed, unable to fall asleep. Thinking back on the past 10 years or so since she came to this world before the system unlocked, she seemed to have always kept a low profile. Even providing funds and guiding Jianhua to quit his job and start a business to improve the family situation was done with the help of her so-called master. Although her young body housed a soul that had experienced several lifetimes as a child, apart from being a little smart, obedient, and sensible, she didn't seem out of place to others. What she hadn't expected was that a character background development card from the system would actually confirm her identity as her master. Moreover, she began to realize that her master's overseas Zhang family was a mysterious and powerful force, even in the eyes of the 5 major families in Beijing. Could it be that her master actually existed in this world? Thinking this, and Yunxi excitedly sat up in bed. System, is my master's Zhang family real? She thought the system wouldn't reply or would simply say, the host does not have permission to know at this time. Unexpectedly, the system actually replied this time.
Yes.
Then my master, Zhang Wentian, is also real?
Yes.
And Yunxi. Isn't this information something I made up using the background development card? How can it be real? At this moment, Yunxi's heart was far from calm. The host does not have permission to know the answer to this question at this time. And Yunxi, I am a plant. She was about to swear. It's always like this, pulling this stunt at crucial moments. Since the system was unwilling to reveal anything, and Yunxi didn't press further. Because she knew that even if she asked again, she probably wouldn't get any answers. And Yunxi had a feeling that when the time was right, many things would naturally come to light. However, Yunxi truly hadn't expected that the Zhang family, which she thought she had fabricated, actually existed. Not only that, this Zhang family seemed quite powerful. Even the 5 major families of Beijing were wary of them. She now seriously suspected that the things the system rewarded her with weren't all obtained through the system's own means. A large part of them probably came from this Zhang family. Never mind. She'd just wait for the system to reveal the truth to her automatically. Unable to come up with a solution for the time being, Yunxi could only put the matter aside and gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the group preparing for their trip got up early, ate breakfast, packed their luggage, and boarded the super luxury RV that Yunxi had never used since acquiring it. Sister, this RV is so big and luxurious. And Yunzi looked around and touched everything as soon as he got in, inspecting the entire RV. It's really nice, and Jianhua agreed after looking it over. It's actually quite suitable for a family trip. Xiaoxi, how much did this RV cost? Fang Mingxia also liked the RV. When we have time, driving the RV and taking the whole family on a trip would be wonderful. And Yunxi glanced at her mother and replied, this RV is custom-made. I think it cost over 20 million in total. Let's order one when we get back. Sure enough, her mother seemed interested in buying one. Okay, but we need to think carefully about where to park. Such a large RV definitely won't fit in the garage at home. The villa's yard also doesn't have the space to build a dedicated garage like in Yunxi's. Speaking of parking, Fang Mingxia fell silent. She hadn't thought about this in her excitement. After thinking for a while, Fang Mingxia said, "There is a place to build a parking area for the RV at the garment factory. I'll arrange it when we get back. Anyway, the RV isn't used very often, so not parking it at home isn't a big problem." Okay. With his wife having made the arrangements, and Jianhua could only agree. "Miss, everything is ready." Yanhua came over to report after completing the pre-departure vehicle safety check. This was one of the 4 bodyguards and Yunxi had summoned. Both he and Chengdu had A1 driver's licenses and were skilled in martial arts, so Yunxi had chosen them to accompany her this time. "Let's go." "Yes, miss." After saying that, he got into the driver's seat of the RV, while Chengdu sat in the front passenger seat. October is the harvest season and also the travel season. And so, Yunxi and her companions began their road trip. This travel route was chosen by Yunxi from several road trip routes given to her by Zhou Shiyan. This is a self-driving route known as the Imperial Road of Beijing. The Imperial Road of Beijing was an ancient hunting route used by Qing dynasty emperors to travel to Ulan during autumn hunts. Starting from Beijing, the route passes through scenic spots such as the Jinshanling Great Wall, the Summer Palace and surrounding temples, Longhua Hot Springs, Saihamba Forest, the entrance to the Imperial Road Farm, the five-colored grassland and Hongsonghua, and the foaming lake. Alpine Meadow. Known as a 1,000-mile imperial road with boundless scenery, it is one of China's most beautiful transportation routes. The route is approximately 1,000 kilometers long and can be completed in about 7 days. Their first stop was the Jinshanling Great Wall in Hebei Province, a journey of over 160 kilometers from Beijing. Yunxi and her companion set off from home at 7 a.m. and arrived at their destination at just 9:30 a.m. The Jinshanling Great Wall is located in Luanping County, Qingda City, Hebei Province. It borders Mian County of Beijing and is 130 kilometers from downtown Beijing. Built under the supervision of Qi Jiguang, a patriotic general of the Ming Dynasty, during his tenure as the commander-in-chief of the Jizhou garrison, this section of the Great Wall is considered the most quintessential part of the Great Wall, renowned as the most beautiful section of the Great Wall. The Jinshanling Great Wall stretches from the historically significant Gebika Pass in the west to the towering Wangjingla Tower in the east. It is 10.5 kilometers long, with 5 passes, 67 watchtowers, and 3 beacon towers along its length. It is world-renowned for its expansive views, dense watchtowers, unique landscapes, exquisite architecture, well-preserved military defense system, and remarkable preservation. The parapet walls, inscribed bricks, and horse-blocking stones are the 3 wonders of the Jinshanling Great Wall, making it a paradise for photographers and hikers. Upon arriving at their destination, Yunxi handed her camera to Zhou Shiyan, took her phone, and got off the bus with a backpack containing tissues and bottled water. But as soon as she stepped off the bus, the backpack was on Zhou Shiyan's shoulders. Yunxi, "Fine, it's not heavy anyway, let him carry it if he wants." Yunxi adjusted the backpack straps a bit and then stopped worrying about it. The family members nodded slightly in satisfaction at Zhou Shiyan's actions. With her husband and son by her side, along with 2 strong drivers/bodyguards, Fang Mingxia naturally didn't need to carry her own bags. The 2 ladies, phone in hand, lightly set off on their Great Wall climb. Yunxi and her group entered the scenic area from Zuanduaku, strolling eastward along the Great Wall, enjoying the magnificent watchtowers and captivating scenery along the way. Zuanduaku is an important pass of the Jinshanling Great Wall, its walls high and thick, its defensive facilities complete. Standing here, one can almost hear the bugle calls of ancient wars, a testament to the vicissitudes of history. Along the way, Yunxi noticed the various shapes and forms of the watchtowers. Some resembled sturdy bunkers, others exquisite pavilions quite interesting. In Yunxi's opinion, although this section of the Great Wall wasn't as famous as Beijing, it was very unique and the scenery was excellent. Most importantly, there were fewer people here. During the National Day holiday, the Beijing Great Wall is always packed with tourists. However, here, although there are some tourists, their numbers are much smaller, allowing people more freedom to enjoy the scenery. The tourist experience here is much better than at Beijing. Soon, they arrived near the East Five-Eyed Tower, where the group stopped for a short rest. The view here is exceptionally expansive, offering a panoramic view of the distant mountains and the winding path of the Great Wall. From here, the Great Wall resembles a giant dragon dancing among the mountains, the undulating peaks creating a breathtaking landscape. This place is a photographer's paradise. Every angle is perfect for taking pictures. With Zhou Shiyan, a highly skilled photographer, by her side, and Yunxi took photos along the way, capturing many beautiful moments. Of course, Zhou Shiyan also took the opportunity to take many photos with Yunxi. Then, they continued onward to the General's Tower. General's Tower is one of the iconic structures of the Jinshanling Great Wall. Its unique architectural style and complex internal structure are truly breathtaking. The group carefully observed this ancient and mysterious building, marveling at the wisdom and skill of the ancients. After visiting General's Tower, it was lunchtime. They found a flat area on the Great Wall, laid out a plastic sheet, and then took out the various snacks the men had carried in their bags and laid them out. Rice balls, bread, fruit, vegetable salad, juice, and more were all laid out. The group thus enjoyed a unique picnic on the Great Wall. "Mom, this rice ball is good. You should try it." And Yunxi ate the rice ball first. She had specially asked the family chef to make it. It was generously filled with salted egg yolk, seaweed, cucumber, crispy fried dough, and other ingredients. One bite revealed a rich and layered texture. It was especially delicious. Seeing Fang Mingxiao eating bread, and Yunxi quickly handed her a rice ball with her gloved hands. When it came to food, Fang Mingxiao trusted her daughter's recommendations. Fang Mingxiao took the rice ball, put on her gloves, took a bite, and nodded, saying, "It's really good." And Yunza, who had been eating something else, quickly grabbed a rice ball, took a bite, and couldn't stop eating. Delicious," he mumbled his praise, chewing on a rice ball. And Yunxi ate 2 rice balls, a little fruit and vegetable salad, and was full. Just then, Zhou Shiyan handed her a bottle of juice, the cap already unscrewed. She took the juice, stood up, and walked to the crenellations of the Great Wall. Leaning slightly against the crenellations, she leisurely sipped her juice. Meanwhile, she admired the surrounding scenery. Autumn is undoubtedly one of the most beautiful seasons for the Jinshanling Great Wall. At this time, the trees in the mountains begin to change color, red, yellow, and green leaves intertwining to create a magnificent and colorful picture. These colorful leaves, reflected in the ancient Great Wall, together create a captivating scene as beautiful as a poem or a painting. So beautiful. A short while later, Zhou Shiyan, also holding a bottle of juice, stood beside her. "Brother Shiyan, the place you recommended is pretty good." Zhou Shiyan smiled and said, "The scenery further on is even more beautiful." He had put a lot of effort into this trip. He had even asked many people for advice. He had carefully selected and designed several routes, and whichever one Yunxi chose would be excellent. After lunch, the group didn't set off immediately, but rested for half an hour. In the afternoon, Yunxi and her group started walking back from the General's Tower, choosing a different route to enjoy the Great Wall's beauty from different angles. On the way back, they also visited some restored historical sites, learning about the history and culture of the Great Wall. They walked and played along the way, stopping to take photos and rest. It wasn't until the sun was already setting that they slowly descended the Great Wall in the afterglow of the sunset. Leaving the scenic area, Yunxi and her group drove to a nearby farmhouse restaurant for dinner. Hearing that this restaurant's stewed chicken with mushrooms was very popular, they naturally wanted to try it. Besides the stewed chicken with mushrooms and cornbread, they also ordered some other local specialties and snacks. When the stewed chicken with mushrooms was served, a rich aroma wafted out. This dish was made by slow-cooking locally raised free-range chicken and freshly picked mushrooms. The chicken was tender and juicy, and the mushrooms absorbed the chicken's flavor. The broth was thick and rich, leaving a lingering aftertaste. This delicious and nutritious farm-style dish immediately won everyone's hearts. In addition, the cornbread, baked on the side of the pot, was also very popular. The cornbread had a golden and crispy exterior, a soft and sweet interior, and a subtle corn aroma. And Yunxi praised this dish highly. The traditional Beijing snack, donkey roll, also brought a surprise. It had a soft and chewy texture, sweet but not cloying. And Yunxi thought it was just okay, but Fang Mingxia, who had a sweet tooth, thought it was delicious. Overall, everyone enjoyed the dinner. After dinner, they rested for a while before continuing their journey to Qingda. Their plan was to stay in Qingda tonight, visit the Qingda Mountain Resort the next morning, and then go to Rihe for hot springs in the afternoon. Fortunately, Wanping County, where they were currently located, is a county under the jurisdiction of Qingda City. It's only 90 kilometers from there to Qingda City Center, a little over an hour's drive. At 9 p.m., they finally arrived at their destination and checked into the Xiaofeng International Hotel near the Qingda Mountain Resort. During the National Day Golden Week, accommodation was scarce everywhere, and they had booked their rooms 2 weeks in advance. It was getting late, so they didn't chat much and went back to their rooms to rest. Back in her room, and Yunxi first washed up before checking the sign-in reward given by the system for the day. The sign-in location this time was the Jinshanling Great Wall, and the reward was 35% of the shares in Xiqing Group. To be honest, and Yunxi had never heard of this company before. So, she picked up her phone and began researching its details. It turned out to be a local company in Qingda, originating from Quancheng Manchu Autonomous County in Qingda City. Its current development could be described as booming. Especially its subsidiary, Dingxing Dynasty, was a household name in Qingda. It was inextricably linked to the Qingda Mountain Resort, becoming a shining symbol of Qingda's tourism industry. And the Dingxing Cultural Industrial Park, located in Shuangluan district of Qingda City, was just the tip of the iceberg among Xiqing Group's many businesses. Xiqing Group, officially Xiqing Mining Group, was founded in 1998, starting with mining. After nearly 20 years of development, it has now grown into a diversified enterprise involved in multiple sectors. Its businesses encompass mining, smelting, equipment manufacturing, transportation, real estate development, cultural tourism, hotel management, medical services, education, and financial services. Its branches are located throughout Beijing, Shanghai, and Wuhan. It seems quite impressive. Currently, the company has 2 shareholders, Chairman Hu Linqing and Yunxi. Although Yunxi only held 35% of the shares, she already had a certain degree of influence within the group. However, the Xiqing Group was currently doing quite well, and Yunxi had no intention of interfering. With so many businesses under her name, it was better for her to stay home and wait for dividends from those she wasn't the largest shareholder in. With over 1.3 billion in annual profits, even distributing only a portion as dividends would be substantial. Soon, Yunxi received a call from the Xiqing Group. The sudden appearance of a second-largest shareholder holding 35% of the shares caught the group's executives off guard. Upon receiving the news, Hu Linqing immediately began contacting people. Mr. Hu, I have many businesses under my name, and I'm still a student. I simply don't have the energy to focus on others. Therefore, I definitely won't participate in the company's daily operations and management. If there are any major decisions, just let me know. And Yunxi's approach and attitude towards these businesses where she held a certain percentage of shares had always been this way. Hearing Yunxi's attitude, Hu Linqing was satisfied and also breathed a sigh of relief. If all shareholders were like this, even a few more wouldn't be a problem for him. Okay, MS, and I'll add you on WeChat in a bit. We'll contact you if anything important comes up. After hanging up, Yunxi opened WeChat and saw a friend request. This Hu Linqing is pretty quick. She immediately accepted the request and sent Chu Zhe's contact information, telling him he could contact Chu Zi directly if needed. And Yunxi herself might not be able to reach him. After all, if she was participating in a competition, she wouldn't be carrying her phone. After finishing her business, Yunxi finally had some free time and remembered that today was October 1st and the monthly lottery had refreshed again. System lottery.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for drawing a lottery, obtaining one custom character summoning card already stored in the system inventory. The lottery results were pretty good. She drew a summoning card, which is usually hard to obtain through daily check-ins. If it were a skill upgrade card, and Yunxi would have liked it even more. During this trip, her location on the map will constantly change, so the system rewards she receives are sure to be exceptionally generous. And Yunxi drifted off to sleep, filled with anticipation for the system rewards in the coming days. On October 2nd, after breakfast, the group arrived at the Qingde Mountain Resort early, just as the scenic area opened. A mountain resort, half of Qing Dynasty history. This describes the Qingde Mountain Resort, the world's largest existing classical imperial garden. The location of the mountain resort was not a coincidence. It is situated in the transitional zone between the agricultural culture of the Central Plains and the nomadic culture of the grasslands. This was a crucial route for the Qing Emperor's Mulan autumn hunt, connecting to the northeast to the east, Mongolia to the north, and the Mongol and Hui tribes to the northwest. Its unique geographical location sets it apart from other Qing dynasty imperial palaces. The beauty of its gardens lies in their man-made yet naturally formed beauty. Emperor Kangxi, in a poem about the cloud-covered paths and winding paths, explained the reason for choosing the location for the mountain resort. Naturally formed, following the terrain, requiring no artificial construction. Upon entering the mountain resort, the first thing that catches the eye is the magnificent palace area. Located on the south bank of the lake, the flat terrain of the palace area served as the emperor's venue for handling state affairs, entertaining guests, and daily life. The architectural style here is simple yet elegant, contrasting sharply with the opulent splendor of the Forbidden City in Beijing. These buildings not only reflect the nobility and luxury of the Qing dynasty imperial family, but also incorporate characteristics of the Jiangnan water towns and the northern grasslands. The Lijiang Gate is the main gate of the mountain resort and the first threshold to cross. Standing majestically, its imposing presence seems to tell the story of that glorious history. And Yunxi and her group entered the Qingde Mountain Resort from the Lijiang Gate. To make their visit easier, they had hired a guide. The guide served them personally, explaining wherever they went. After crossing the Lijiang Gate, they arrived at the Misty Rain Pavilion. And Yunxi looked around and found that the Misty Rain Pavilion was situated in the middle of a lake, surrounded by water, a truly beautiful sight. According to the guide, it was modeled after the Misty Rain Pavilion on Nanhu Lake in Jiaxing, Zhejiang. The pavilions and terraces were arranged in a harmonious and picturesque way, reflecting the surrounding lake and mountains, creating a breathtaking scene. "Would you like to go upstairs?" Zhou Shiyan asked. When he was with Yunxi, he seemed to have gotten used to asking for her opinion on everything. "Let's go up and take a look. The view from upstairs is even better." So, the group moved up to the Misty Rain Pavilion. Just as Yunxi had said, the view from upstairs was expansive, making it an excellent vantage point. Standing atop the Misty Rain Pavilion, gazing at the distant lake and mountains, and observing the pavilions and towers nearby, Yunxi felt as if she were immersed in a beautiful painting. Such a wonderful place naturally inspired many memorable photos. After leaving the Misty Rain Pavilion, Yunxi and her group, led by a guide, visited the Wenjin Pavilion, the library located on the east side of the palace area. They also visited the Songhazai, located on the west side of the palace area. This is a tranquil and elegant residence, with verdant pines and cypresses and graceful cranes, a perfect place for the emperor to rest and recuperate. At the heart of the palace area lies the Qianqing Palace, where the emperor conducted state affairs within the summer palace. The architecture here is solemn and dignified, furnished with a dragon throne, screens, and desks. During the Qing dynasty, the emperor would review memorials, receive officials, and handle state affairs here. "Isn't this just moving the place where the emperor conducted state affairs from the Forbidden City?" Fang Mingxia remarked casually after looking at the furnishings. The tour guide nodded in agreement, then said, "That's a good interpretation." After viewing the buildings, Yunxi and the others arrived at the Imperial Garden, located on the north side of the palace area, adjacent to the lake area. It was autumn now, and the plants in the imperial garden were beginning to wither. The tour guide explained that in summer, the imperial garden is lush with flowers and shaded by trees, making it a favorite spot for the emperor and members of the royal family to enjoy the scenery. This royal garden is truly magnificent. Fang Mingxia sighed softly. Back then, a single decree from the emperor caused countless people to toil and worry, and Jianhua, walking beside Fang Mingxia, heard his wife's sigh and casually replied. The emperor and high-ranking officials enjoyed themselves, but ordinary people had a tough time. That's why things are better now. The couple exchanged a smile and didn't continue the conversation. The group followed the guide through the palace area and arrived at the lake area of the summer palace. As expected of the summer palace, the lake was exceptionally large. The total lake area, including the islands, reached 43 hectares. 8 small islands divided the lake into areas of varying sizes. The lake's surface rippled gently, reminiscent of the water towns of southern China. Through the guide's explanation, Yunxi and the others learned that artistic water conservancy projects were a key technique in the design of the summer palace's lake area. Take, for example, the water pavilion that Yunxi and her group just passed. This building features 8 sluice gates at its base, while the upper part is meticulously crafted with pavilions and towers. It is not only practical but also aesthetically pleasing, cleverly connecting the palace area and the garden area as a group of buildings designed along a deflected axis. In the center of the lake area, there is a small island called Moonlight and River Sounds. According to the tour guide, every night, the moonlight shines on the lake, creating shimmering waves that reflect the surrounding scenery, forming a beautiful picture. Visitors can enjoy the moonlight and listen to the river sounds here, personally experiencing the mystery and charm of nature. Unfortunately, Yunxi and her group arrived in the morning and will be moving on to other places in the afternoon, so they won't have the chance to enjoy the moonlight this time. On the east side of the lake area, there is a famous Rihi Spring. The Rihi Spring is a major scenic spot within the summer palace, with clear, azure water. Its source is located at the foot of the mountain in the northern part of the palace. The Rihi Spring has a high water temperature, so it doesn't freeze even in the cold winter. The tour guide said that this was once a favorite bathing and recuperation spot for Qing dynasty emperors. Yunxi and her group continued with the guide, arriving at the plain area north of the lake area of the mountain resort. This area was open and expansive, once covered in lush green grass. Although the grass is now turning yellow, looking at this vast expanse of grassland, Yunxi could imagine riding a horse freely here. This was once a hunting ground for emperors, and now it's a popular spot for tourists to stroll and relax. Yunxi also saw herds of leisurely cattle and sheep, living freely and adding vitality to this land. The ancient emperors really knew how to enjoy life. It was just a temporary palace, where they wouldn't stay for long, yet they built it so large. After viewing the emperor's hunting grounds, Yunzi remarked, "The emperor had more than one palace. This one is just the most famous." Yunxi casually replied, "Tsk tisk tisk, so extravagant." "What? Are you envious?" Yunxi raised an eyebrow, looking at her younger brother who was clicking his tongue in admiration. "It's not envy, just a sigh." Yunzi shook his head and said, "This isn't the old feudal society anymore. As long as you have money, acquiring land and building a manor isn't difficult." Yunxi shrugged and continued, "If we can't build it domestically, we can go abroad." Yunxi's perspective was far broader than her younger self's. "Sister, having something like Shiyunju is already quite nice," Yunxi said. Shiyunju was indeed nice, but compared to her Annern's estate in Munich, it was quite different. "I also have an estate in Munich, Germany. It has a castle, a lake, a farm, and a ranch. I'll take you there next summer." Yunxi decided to broaden her brother's horizons. Next summer, her brother would graduate from junior high school, allowing him to enjoy his vacation and travel abroad. Perfect timing. Once he entered high school, such opportunities would likely be lost. "Great. Dad, Mom, are you coming too?" Yunzi became excited at the mention of traveling abroad. He'd never been to Europe before. And Jianhua remained silent, but Fang Mingxiao replied, "We'll see when the time comes." She was somewhat interested in going, but wasn't sure if she'd have time then. And Yunxi was about to reply when she felt her left hand being grasped, and a large hand gently squeezed hers. She looked at the man walking beside her and could tell at a glance that he was unhappy about her neglect. This man, even this little bit of jealousy? At this rate, he'd become a jealous monster. And Yunxi said softly, somewhat helplessly, "Brother Shuryan, would you like to come see my estate?" Hearing this, the man's expression softened considerably. Instead of answering, he asked, "Does Yunxi want me to go?" And Yunxi, "This man is a little hard to appease. Of course I hope Shuryan can come with me. Being abroad for so long, Looking around to make sure no one was paying attention, and Yunxi carefully tiptoed closer to Zhou Shuryan's ear and whispered, "I'll miss you." The girl's warm breath brushed against his ear, her soft voice like a feather gently tickling his heartstrings, instantly lifting Zhou Shuryan's spirits. You always say nice things to coax me." She didn't seem to miss him much when she was abroad for the competition. Zhou Shuryan's lips curved slightly, his eyes full of smiles and doting affection. She didn't seem to miss him much when she was abroad for the competition. "So, did I manage to coax Shuryan well?" And Yunxi's lips curved upwards, her eyes crinkling into crescents, sparkling like bright moons as she looked at Zhou Shuryan with clear, bright eyes, a hint of expectation and playfulness in them. That gaze, as bright as the warm spring sun, gentle yet powerful, who could resist it? In any case, Zhou Shuryan was completely helpless with a girlfriend like that. So, he reached out and wrapped his arm around his girlfriend's slender waist, lowered his head, and whispered in her deep, magnetic voice, "Then Yunxi, you'll have to pamper me for the rest of your life." These words exploded like a sweet bomb in Yunxi's heart. Her cheeks flushed instantly, a tempting blush spreading across them, and her heart pounded uncontrollably. It didn't feel like a simple love confession. It felt more like a marriage proposal. "Sis, Shuryan, that's enough. Dad's coming soon." And Yunzi's voice broke the pink bubble and ambiguous atmosphere between them. And Jianhua had indeed glanced over several times. If Fang Mingxia hadn't been holding him back, he would have rushed over when Zhou Shuryan put his arm around Yunxi's waist. That brat, taking advantage of his daughter in front of so many people, who knows how much worse he'd be behind their backs. And Jianhua was furious, his beard bristling and eyes bulging. Seeing the situation was turning sour, Zhou Shuryan quickly let go of his hand and instead took his, catching up with their tour group. And Jianhua was about to confront them when Fang Mingxia swiftly pulled him aside. As they spoke, the group left the plains of the mountain resort and arrived at the woods on the west side. Here, the trees were lush and verdant, and walking along the forest paths, one could feel the freshness and tranquility of nature. Hidden among the trees were some ancient buildings and ruins, witnessing the history and changes of the summer palace. Finally, Yunxi and her group arrived at the mountainous area of the summer palace. The mountainous area was located in the northwest of the resort, covering about 4/5 of the entire area. Here, rolling hills and crisscrossing ravines were dotted with numerous pavilions, halls, and temples. The architectural styles here were diverse, including Han and Tibetan styles, which together constituted the unique architectural landscape of the summer palace. Due to time constraints, they couldn't possibly explore the entire area. Led by their guide, they boarded a sightseeing bus and arrived at a towering peak in the heart of the mountainous region, a place called Wanshu Garden, 10,000 Trees Garden. Wanshu Garden was lush with trees and offered expansive views. Standing atop the mountain, overlooking the entire resort, they took in the breathtaking scenery of lakes, plains, and mountains, feeling as if they were immersed in a magnificent painting. The resort was simply too vast. Half a day was definitely not enough time to see it all. At noon, Yunxi and her group returned to the scenic area entrance by sightseeing bus. After leaving the scenic area, they first found a restaurant nearby and had lunch. Then, they boarded the bus directly to the Rihi Hot Spring Resort, a 70-kilometer drive that would allow them to take a nap on the bus. Chengde's abundant hot spring resources are a shining symbol of the city. Chengde, formerly known as Rihe, derives its name from the Wulia River, which flows through the area and is fed by hot springs in its upper and middle reaches. Despite the severe cold, the river never freezes, and steam rises from its surface. Historically, emperors and empresses of the Liao and Qing dynasties visited and bathed here, leaving behind remnants of royal hot spring culture. From the Jinshan Mountains, warm streams flow. The breeze is refreshing in summer, a truly therapeutic experience. Born of heaven and earth, a masterpiece of nature. In his Record of the Summer Palace in Chengde, Emperor Kangxi of the Qing dynasty began by mentioning the hot springs of Chengde, recounting his initial intention in building the imperial palace there. This demonstrates that Chengde has been a renowned hot spring resort since ancient times. And Yunxi and her group went to the Longhua Rihe Royal Forest Hot Spring Tourist Area. This is Chengde's largest and best-developed natural health hot spring. Surrounded by two national parks, Jingba National Forest Park and Haili National Nature Reserve, this resort area is one of China's best ecological resort destinations. The resort boasts high-end hot spring projects such as Jinshuwen, Rihe Valley, Ifu Ecological Park, and Tianyu Hot Spring. And Yunxi and her group plan to experience the Jinshuwen Hot Spring, known as the Divine Spring of Rihe. Historically, this place was called the Seven Divine Springs, with a history of over 2,000 years. Records indicate that wounded soldiers from several Tang dynasty campaigns against the Khitan were treated here, and Empress Dowager Xiao and the Crown Prince bathed here on numerous occasions. The spring water is crystal clear and smooth, with a maximum temperature of 97.3 C. The spring water contains over 30 kinds of minerals and trace elements beneficial to human health, including fluorine, selenium, zinc, lithium, strontium, and metasilicic acid. Finally here, I'm going to relax properly today. Full of energy, and Yunza, who hadn't taken a nap, exclaimed as soon as he got out of the car. The others ignored him, letting him ramble on. Upon getting out of the car, the first thing that caught their eye was a row of quaint, old-fashioned buildings, as if they had traveled back to ancient times. The group unloaded their luggage from the car. They planned to stay overnight at Jinshui Bay. Walking along the stone path, and Yunxi saw a lush green lawn and a crystal-clear lake, a sight that soothed the soul. Continuing on, they came across a huge hot spring pool, the steaming water filling the air, allowing one to feel the magical charm of nature. The group first checked in at the hotel front desk, then went back to their rooms to change clothes before going to the hot springs. And Jianhua and Fang Mingxia ignored the younger generation and left to enjoy some alone time. Zhou Shiyan seemed determined to follow and Yunxi wherever she went. And Yunza, seemingly unconcerned about being abandoned by his parents and sister, instead hung out with Chengdu and Yanhua. The Jinshuwen Hot Spring Resort offers a hot spring swimming pool, outdoor hot springs, sauna, accommodation, and dining. The swimming pool is spacious and bright, with clear water and a clean environment. It features high and low-level hot spring pools, allowing guests to enjoy different temperatures. The hot spring lobby also has health-preserving bath facilities, offering various themed baths such as those with flower petals, milk, and traditional Chinese medicine. There are also saunas, vichy baths, and waterbeds available for guests to enjoy. And Yunxi went directly to the hot spring lobby, ready to soak in the health-preserving springs. As soon as she took off her bathrobe, and Yunxi, dressed in her swimsuit, attracted Zhou Shiyan's full attention. And Yunxi's swimsuit wasn't exactly revealing, but even at its most conservative, it was still a swimsuit. Her arms, shoulders, chest, and legs were inevitably exposed. The system's 95-point beauty score wasn't given lightly, nor were those marrow-cleansing pills and beauty pills used for nothing. Now, and Yunxi had a graceful figure, slender and shapely. She was slim where she should be, and curvy where she should be. The light purple swimsuit hugged Yunxi's exquisite body, outlining her graceful curves. Slender straps wrapped around her back and tied around her neck, with white flowers adorning her waist. Her long, thick, black hair was braided and styled into a bun on top of her head, adorned with a purple hair accessory. Her curvaceous figure, long, beautiful legs, radiant white skin, and delicate face attracted frequent glances from those around her. At this moment, Zhou Shiyan's entire being was captivated by the girl before him, unable to look away. Brother Shiyan, seeing Zhou Shiyan staring at her, motionless, and Yunxi called out. Looking at those red lips that parted and opened before him, he longed to pull the girl tightly into his arms and kiss her deeply. But the people passing by pulled him back to his senses. Now was indeed not the right time for intimacy. Zhou Shiyan swallowed hard, suppressing the throbbing in his heart and body, and gently wrapped his arm around Yunxi's waist as if asserting ownership, leading her towards the nearby hot spring pool. And Yunxi was 1.68 meters tall, not short, but standing next to Zhou Shiyan, who was 1.88 meters tall, she still appeared somewhat petite. To the onlookers, the man was tall and handsome, the woman gentle and beautiful. They seemed quite well matched. Over the course of a dozen steps, and Yunxi glanced at the man several times. Zhou Shiyan, stripped of his bathrobe and wearing only his swim trunks, was undeniably charming. Leaving aside his handsome, angular face and features, his physique alone attracted considerable attention. As they left one pool to move on to another, and Yunxi stared at the man and silently whistled. That physique, those abs, she absolutely adored him. The man before her was tall and well-built, with perfectly defined 8-pack abs and a clearly visible V-line. Water droplets glistened on his tanned skin, creating a striking visual impact.
Wow.
This man was handsome, stylish, wealthy, and kind to her. Most importantly, this man was now hers. What kind of godlike boyfriend was this? How did she end up with him? Want to touch it? Just as Yunxi was staring at the man's abs, almost drooling, his deep, husky voice came from beside her ear. And Yunxi looked up, meeting his earnest, questioning expression, and subconsciously nodded. Huh? You can touch it. With that, he grabbed Yunxi's hand and placed it on his still watery abdominal muscles. And Yunxi, this kind of perk? There's no need to refuse, right? Although her cheeks were a little hot, and Yunxi didn't hesitate to touch it. It felt firm and taut. A gentle press revealed a wondrous combination of hardness and elasticity. The lines of his abdominal muscles were clearly defined, like a masterpiece sculpted by nature's most perfect artist with the sharpest chisel. Every touch was captivating, and Yunxi became addicted to touching him, pressing, poking, and stroking with increasing enthusiasm. Just as she was getting into it, the man grabbed her erratic hand again, and Yunxi looked up, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Yunxi, the man's voice was hoarse and weak. Suddenly realizing something, and Yunxi tried to pull her hand away, but the man pulled her forcefully, causing her to fall into his arms. Splash! Water splashed up, a few drops even hitting Yunxi's face. By this time, Yunxi had fully regained her senses, feeling the change in the man's body, and inwardly groaned. How could she be so blinded by good looks? Men are so easily tempted. Brother Shiyan, and Yunxi shifted uncomfortably, trying to break free from the man's embrace. However, the man didn't let go. Instead, he held her even tighter. Yunxi, don't move. His deep, husky voice whispered in her ear, tinged with an irrepressible desire. Then, he lowered his head and gently kissed her fair neck, his fingers tracing patterns down her skin, leaving warm, wet marks. Meanwhile, his large hands roamed restlessly underwater, first caressing her slender waist, then gradually moving upwards to rest on her smooth back. And Yunxi was startled by this sudden intimacy, almost jumping up, but her reason told her she couldn't. She tried to remain calm, instinctively looking around. Fortunately, the pool they were in was located at a corner, and thanks to the partitions and greenery, others shouldn't easily notice what was happening there. However, if someone deliberately avoided this corner, they would immediately be exposed to others. Zhou Shiyan held his beloved tightly in his arms, inhaling her faint fragrance, trying to suppress the throbbing in his body. But he wasn't a saint. The beauty in his arms was his beloved woman. The more he tried to restrain himself, the more uncontrollable his desires became. Finally, he could only release the woman in his arms, get up, and quickly go to the adjacent bathroom to take a cold shower. Left in the hot spring, and Yunxi patted her flushed cheeks and smiled helplessly. When Zhou Shiyan returned, and Yunxi no longer dared to tease him so casually. The two chatted casually while soaking in the hot spring, Zhou Shiyan occasionally getting up to fetch her some food and drinks. The atmosphere seemed quite warm and harmonious. After soaking in the hot springs, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. In front of Jianhua and Fang Mingxia, Zhou Shiyan dared not make any inappropriate moves. However, the lingering, almost painful look in Zhou Shiyan's eyes as he gazed at Yunxi gave those around him goosebumps. And Yunza even exaggeratedly rubbed his arms, earning a fierce glare from Fang Mingxia. Only after the room door closed, blocking the man's burning gaze, did Yunxi take a deep breath to calm herself down. Back in her room, Yunxi completed her daily check-in task.
Ding.
Checked in at Jinshuowen Hot Spring Resort, acquiring 100% equity in Rihe Valley Hot Spring Resort. Relevant property certificates and documents have been stored in your system inventory. Rihe Valley? And Yunxi knew this place. It was another high-end hot spring project in the Longhua Rihe Royal Forest Hot Spring tourist area, not far from Jinshuowen Hot Spring. Rihe Valley Hot Springs not only boasts high-quality hot springs, but also unique scenery surrounded by pristine forests and clear streams. In addition to the hot spring experience, the resort offers a variety of activities for visitors, including forest hiking, stargazing camping, fruit picking, and nomadic horseback riding. Here, you can relax in the steaming hot springs, feeling the bounty of nature, or stroll along mountain trails, breathing in fresh air and finding a long-lost sense of tranquility. During the day, you can experience the joys of farming firsthand, taste the freshest fruits and vegetables, or ride a horse across the grasslands, experiencing a unique kind of freedom. As night falls, gaze at the starry sky with family and friends, enjoying the beauty of nature. From the information provided, it seems like a very nice place. However, the reward for checking in at Jinshui Bay wasn't Jinshui Bay itself, but rather the nearby Rihe Valley. What's going on with this system? And Yunxi thought for a moment, and some guesses came to mind. Perhaps, maybe, it's because the owner of Jinshui Bay doesn't plan to sell shares, so the system chose to acquire a similar hot spring resort project. In any case, having another asset is always a good thing. And Yunxi had originally wanted to go and check it out, but considering her current schedule, time was too tight, so she'd have to wait until next time. After taking a shower and changing into comfortable pajamas, and Yunxi lay in bed, ready to play on her phone for a while. Ding dong, the sudden message notification almost made Yunxi drop her phone. She studied it and looked closely. It was a message from Zhou Shiyan. Yunxi, are you asleep?
No.
A while passed without a reply from the man. And Yunxi was about to switch to Douyin, TikTok, to watch some videos when the doorbell rang. She got up and went to the door, asking, "Who is it?" "Yunxi, it's me." And Yunxi. Zhou Shiyan's voice made Yunxi freeze in place. Before her mind could process it, her hands instinctively opened the door to let him in. Zhou Shiyan had obviously showered. His hair was still wet. Glistening water droplets slid down his neck, dripping onto his firm chest covered by his pajamas, before disappearing from Yunxi's sight. And Yunxi's gaze followed the sliding water. Droplets, finally settling on the well-defined chest muscles faintly visible beneath the thin nightgown, and she began to drift into a daze again. Zhou Shiyan, who had just closed the door, hadn't even had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief before being scorched by Yunxi's burning gaze. He felt an inexplicable fire rising within him again. "Yunxi," he called softly, his voice tinged with helplessness and suppressed emotion. And Yunxi looked up at him innocently, her eyes seeming to ask, "What's wrong?" Zhou Shiyan sighed helplessly, pulling her into his arms while gently shielding her beautiful eyes with his other hand. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "If you keep staring like that, I can't guarantee what will happen next." His voice was deep and resonant, almost like a murmur in her ear. However, these words exploded in Yunxi's heart like a thunderbolt. Without looking in a mirror, she knew her face must be flushed, for she could already feel the burning heat on her cheeks. Faced with this situation, she truly didn't know what to say and ultimately chose to remain silent. At this moment, Yunxi inwardly cursed herself. I've seen men before. Why am I so mesmerized again? Indeed, male beauty is a curse. With such a handsome man before her, especially someone as exceptional as Zhou Shiyan, she sometimes found it incredibly difficult to remain clear-headed and rational. Many times, Yunxi felt that if the system's partner panel had a standard for appearance, Zhou Shiyan's appearance score would be at least 98 or 99 points, if not 100. In both her past and present lives, she had never seen a man who better matched her aesthetic standards than him. The two embraced each other, and although there was no verbal exchange, the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. Zhou Shiyan held his beloved tightly, as if trying to meld her into his very being. Enveloped by his masculine presence, Yunxi felt as if she were enveloped in warm sunshine. She could clearly feel the man's strong heartbeat, its powerful rhythm like the drumbeats of a symphony, each beat resounding. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat seemed to proclaim his deep love for her. Before long, Yunxi was surprised to find her own heartbeat quickening unconsciously, intertwining with the man's, creating a wondrous resonance. Gradually, their heartbeats began to synchronize, as if their lives were inextricably linked. The surrounding noise seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. At this moment, only the two of them remained in the world. Yunxi, after a long while, the man's deep, magnetic voice came from above. Before Yunxi could reply, the man's voice rang out again, tinged with anticipation and nervousness. Yunxi, when will you marry me? And Yunxi's eyes widened, her face filled with astonishment. What? Marry him? Get married? This was completely unexpected. Marriage wasn't even in her recent plans. And Yunxi took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. She slowly stepped out of the man's embrace, her gaze fixed on him, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her tone was relaxed yet earnest as she said, "Isn't proposing like this a bit too hasty?" The man's lips curved slightly at her words. He gently took her hand and led her to the sofa in the reception area. After sitting down, he looked at her tenderly and said softly, "This doesn't count. I'll propose formally when you're willing to marry me." Wait, this man is only 24 years old. Why is he always thinking about marriage? Brother Shiyan, I'm only 19. She's not even of legal marriage age yet. Zhou Shiyan. Sighing at being rebuffed, Zhou Shiyan took Yunxi's hand and said, "How about we get married after graduation?" It was obviously unrealistic to expect a young girl to get married at 20. Zhou Shiyan understood this, so he opted for a compromise and suggested getting married after graduation. After graduation? And Yunxi fell into deep thought, carefully calculating the time. She was a sophomore in college this year. If they married after graduation, she would be 22 and Zhou Shiyan would be 27. If their feelings for each other were still as strong then, marriage seemed like a good choice. Thinking this, she nodded slightly in agreement, softly replying, "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Shiyan released Yunxi, grasped her arms with both hands, and stared directly at her, confirming, "Yunxi, you agree?" Looking at the cautiousness and expectation in the eyes of this usually composed man, and Yunxi's heart softened. A smile played on her lips as she softly replied, "Yes, I agree." Hearing the affirmative answer, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Shiyan's eyes, followed by a touch of doting affection. However, just then, Yunxi winked mischievously and continued, "But you have to keep treating me well, otherwise." Before she could finish speaking, her lips were suddenly sealed by the man's warm lips. Zhou Shiyan gave her a light kiss, then quickly pulled away, looking at Yunxi earnestly and saying, "No, otherwise."